Jiang Chen traverses through the 3,000 states, becoming the imperial scion of the esteemed Jiang family. In an era of resplendence, myriad races flourish, and the prodigies vie for supremacy. Jiang Chen awakens his system, initiating his journey within the womb as a being of chaos. Meanwhile, an invincible prodigy emerges into the world. You claim to be from the ancient Holy Land, with an invincible physique? I wonder, why do you flee when I strike you with a single punch? You assert that you are the destined protagonist, endowed with the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Apologies, but the heavenly Tao is merely my lackey. You profess to be a divine maiden from the realm of gods, unmatched in beauty, captivating all under heaven. I trust you won't weep for long after I land a blow. Many years hence, Jiang Chen, adorned in white, sits cross-legged above the river of time, with myriad paths swirling beneath him. How have I inadvertently become invincible? Chapter 1. Signing in as a being of chaos in the womb. What is this place? Jiang Chen slowly opens his eyes from the darkness, revealing a circular, enclosed space before him. The surroundings are filled with a mysterious liquid. Strangely, while immersed in this liquid, he feels no sense of suffocation. Instead, an overwhelming warmth envelopes him, providing great comfort. Wait a moment. Why has my become so diminutive? Jiang Chen's expression reveals his terror. As his mind races, he swiftly arrives at a conclusion. I have crossed over. Moreover, I have become an unborn infant within the womb. Is this umbilical cord? Jiang Chen suddenly notices the colorful cord connecting to his navel, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he has never born a child, he knows that a normal person's umbilical cord would never appear in such a manner. So, what exactly have I transformed into? Just as Jiang Chen is beset with questions, a cold, mechanical voice resonates within his mind. Ding! Detected a traveler. The divine level signing system is binding. Binding in progress. Please wait. System. Jiang Chen's eyes widen. As a reader of tomato literature, he naturally understands the implications of a system. System binding complete. Signing location identified. The womb. Notice, as this is the initial binding of the system, the host will receive a 100-fold reward bonus for this signing. Shall I proceed with the signing immediately? Do I even need to ponder? System. Sign in. Ding. Signing in from the womb successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Chaos Body. Chaos Body. The supreme physique ranked first among the 3,000 Dao physiques. Mastering the essence of chaos, transcending all paths, unbound by the heavens and earth, and once fully developed, naturally attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor, surpassing all paths. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Chaos Heavenly Blade. Chaos Heavenly Blade forged within the depths of chaos. This supreme imperial weapon is imbued with the unparalleled power to shatter all of creation. Notice, upon the host's emergence, the Chaos Heavenly Blade will automatically appear in the host's hand. Good heavens! The system is indeed impressive. The Chaos Body, the Chaos Heavenly Blade. One is the most potent physique of all time, while the other is the mightiest imperial weapon in history. What a magnificent start. This will surely propel me to great heights. Ding! Would you like to claim your rewards? Claim it, Jiang Chen declared without hesitation. In an instant, a unique force coalesced within him, only to erupt like a firework moments later. Chaos pervaded the atmosphere, illuminating the surroundings with celestial light. The endless essence of chaos infused every inch of his flesh and bone. Jiang Chen felt his consciousness blur, and he involuntarily succumbed to a deep slumber. In the 3,000 Dao States, within Yun State, lay the stronghold of the imperial Jiang clan. As one of the most ancient imperial families in existence, the Jiang clan boasts an enduring legacy spanning countless epochs, with ancestors who have produced more than one supreme emperor.
At this moment, within the Jiang clan's stronghold, amidst the rising dragons and serpents and the soaring phoenixes over the cliffs, in a pavilion garden of artificial rocks, sat a middle-aged beauty, clad in elegant palace attire upon a stone bench. Her abdomen was slightly rounded, and a maternal glow radiated from her exquisite visage as she gently raised her hand to scatter fish feed, causing a congregation of spirit fish to gather in the pond below.
Behind her stood a refined middle-aged man, his eyes wide with concern, cautiously observing his wife's gently swelling belly, fearful of any unforeseen incident. This man was none other than Jiang Chen, the foremost figure of the younger generation within the Jiang clan. Apart from the unparalleled beauty of his royal stature, who else could match his elegance? In his youth, Jiang Chen was heralded as the greatest prodigy across the 3,000 Dao States, possessing a divine, kingly physique and a melody known as the Divine King's funeral song that rendered his contemporaries incapable of raising their heads. The middle-aged beauty beside him was his wife, the eldest princess of the great Zhou celestial dynasty, Zhou Yuchan. Zhou Yuchan suddenly furrowed her brows, a look of anguish flashing across her face as her delicate hand pressed against her abdomen. "My lady, what troubles you?" Jiang Chen inquired, his expression tightening. It's nothing. The baby seems to have kicked me," Zhou Yuchan replied, releasing her hand from her belly. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, then affectionately caressed his wife's belly, laughing, "Little one, you must be kind to your mother. Otherwise, once you arrive in this world, your father will have to spank you." Zhou Yuchan, caught between laughter and tears, responded, "The baby is so small. How could it hear you?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "Our son is a genius, after all." He then leaned down, resting his head against his wife's belly, and asked, "Darling, can you hear your father's voice?" Time flowed unmeasured within the womb, and Jiang Chen remained unaware of how long he had slept. When he finally opened his eyes again, he felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body, an overwhelming sense of comfort. Thanks to the transformation imparted by the essence of chaos, his physique had entirely metamorphosed into that of a chaotic form. Every inch of his flesh and bone pulsed with astonishing power. "Wait, what is this?" Jiang Chen suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual in his chest. Bone hyperplasia? He instinctively activated the system and directed his gaze towards his personal attribute panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, unborn. Physique, chaotic form, supreme bone. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Divine powers, none. Treasures, none. Task system, not activated, automatically activated at the cave heaven realm. Supreme bone, is that the bone growing in my chest? Jiang Chen mused inwardly. He discerned a milky white divine bone slowly developing within him, exuding a misty aura while inscribed with an intricate array of golden runes. Supreme bone, a bone of innate supremacy, forged from the essence of the Tao. One born with this bone is inherently divine and possesses supreme divine powers, capable of the sacrifice of all. Sacrifice of all. Sacrificing to heaven, earth, deities, demons, monsters, and spirits. Can utilize living sacrifices to seize the essence of all things from the universe. Supreme bone. It must be my innate gift. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The mysterious liquid enveloping Jiang Chen began to recede rapidly, revealing a faint glimmer before his eyes. Concurrently, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. "Quick, someone come. The lady is in labor. The little divine king is about to be born." Chapter 2. The Birth of a New Era. The Jiang Family. The Divine King Palace. Jiang Chen paced anxiously outside, his gaze frequently darting towards the palace, laden with concern. Beside him, a dozen elderly men with silvery hair stood expectantly, their expressions mirroring his unease. They were all esteemed elders of the Jiang family. Upon hearing the news of Zhou Yuchen's impending delivery, they had rushed over without delay. "Haha, my grandson is finally about to make his appearance." A booming laugh suddenly resonated through the air. An elder tore through the fabric of space and landed beside Jiang Chen. This elder was none other than Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Xianxian, the current patriarch of the Jiang family. "What is the situation?" Jiang Xianxian grasped his son, who was pacing restlessly. Still in labor, Jiang Chen sighed, his eyes never leaving the grand entrance of the palace. "Do not fret. Yuechen is a formidable cultivator in the sacred realm. Nothing untoward will occur." Jiang Xianxian reassured his son. Jiang Chen merely nodded, yet his eyes betrayed lingering worry. Within the womb, as the amniotic fluid enveloping Jiang Chen completely drained away. A moment later, light pierced through the darkness, and gentle hands cradled his tiny form. "Madam, it is a boy," the midwife exclaimed as she lifted Jiang Chen's delicate body. Zhou Yuchen, who had just given birth, appeared pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet her face radiated maternal warmth as she gazed at the infant in her arms. "Hello there, little Jiang Chen." Perhaps it was fate. Even before the baby was born, Zhou Yuechen and her husband had prepared a name. If it were a girl, they would name her Jiang Yu, taking from the character Yu in Zhou Yuechen's name. If a boy, it would be Jiang Chen, perfectly aligning with his past life's name. Outside the palace, upon hearing the midwife announce the birth, Jiang Chujian exhaled in relief and excitedly approached the palace doors. Just then, boom! A chaotic pillar of light erupted from the divine king palace, soaring into the heavens. Following this, an abundance of chaotic energy enveloped the entire sky, rendering it a somber gray, resembling an ocean of chaos. The myriad spirits of the world began to manifest in this chaotic sea. However, this was merely a prelude. What truly astonished onlookers was the emergence of countless divine beings and ethereal figures from the depths of the chaotic ocean, all bowing in unison towards the direction of the divine king palace. Divine beings bowed. Ethereal figures paid homage. Simultaneously, innumerable phenomena manifested in the void, each radiating a sacred aura. Chaotic seed, golden lotus, azure lotus shining among the stars, the bright moon rising over the sea, the immortal king descending from the ninth heaven. These divine phenomena, which had only appeared in historical texts, now unfolded simultaneously. At this moment, all factions across the 3,000 states were shaken. A multitude of beings instinctively turned their gazes towards the Jiang family's direction. Even some ancient beings, who had been in seclusion, were stirred from their slumber, staring blankly at the extraordinary occurrences unfolding in the void. What is happening? Has the gate to immortality opened? What astonishing event has transpired within the Jiang family? Rumors whispered that an ancient relic from the imperial fall era lay dormant in the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. Could it be that he has successfully transcended the taboo and entered a second life? Or had some white-clad divine king of the Jiang family broken through to the forbidden realm? At this moment, all powerful beings and factions across the 3,000 states were set ablaze with restlessness. As the pinnacle of contemporary dominance, every action of the Jiang family could stir the hearts of many, let alone such a staggering spectacle. In a flash, countless spies and scouts were dispatched towards the Jiang family. Even supreme beings took it upon themselves to delve into the mysteries, seeking to unveil the truth. At the Jiang family stronghold, outside the divine king palace, Jiang Chujian gazed upwards at the myriad phenomena still unfolding overhead, his expression one of bewilderment. The white-clad divine king's mouth hung agape, unable to close for quite some time, until at last, he murmured, "My son possesses the demeanor of an emperor." Not only he, but the esteemed elders of the Jiang family and Jiang Qingtian were equally dazed. As they regained their senses, an elder could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. "Ha! Heaven blesses our Jiang family. Today, we welcome a Qilin child." They had long suspected this child was destined for greatness. After all, both Jiang Chujian and Zhou Yuechen were unparalleled prodigies of their time. How could their offspring be anything less than extraordinary? Yet, none anticipated that this child would evoke such a phenomenal spectacle. To proclaim he bore the aura of an emperor was not an exaggeration. As the golden age approaches, with this child, our Jiang family may very well witness the emergence of another invincible emperor in this lifetime. The holy son of the undying sacred mountain dares to challenge and suppress all the younger generation of our Jiang family. When this child matures, I eagerly await to see who truly holds dominion. Furthermore, the ancient dragon cave, the sea of time, and all adversaries will inevitably fall beneath his reign as he grows. The Jiang family, reigning over the 3,000 states in all its glory, was not without its rivals. The undying sacred mountain, the ancient dragon cave, the sea of time, and the myriad realms of the graveyard were all hostile forces, not to mention the celestial realms, divine realms, and various foreign adversaries. "Young man, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and push the door open. Allow me to meet my precious grandson." Seeing Jiang Chujian still in a daze, Jiang Qingtian urged impatiently. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Chujian quickly opened the palace doors. The gathered elders, filled with curiosity, hurriedly followed him inside, eager to see the child whose extraordinary talents had manifested such remarkable phenomena. Inside the divine king palace, Jiang Chen lay quietly in his mother's embrace. Zhou Yuechen's complexion had returned to a rosy hue, her recovery impressive as a cultivator of the sacred realm. Clang! The doors swung open. Jiang Chujian, flanked by the elders, entered in a single file. "You've worked hard." Jiang Chujian rushed to Zhou Yuechen's side, taking her hand tenderly. "I am well." Zhou Yuechen smiled gently, passing the infant Jiang Chen into Jiang Chujian's hands. "Darling, hold little Jiang Chen." Jiang Chujian carefully cradled his son. The man known as the white-clad divine king beamed at the baby in his arms, grinning like a fool. However, before he could relish the moment, Jiang Qingtian swiftly squeezed past him, unceremoniously snatching little Jiang Chen from his grasp. Come here, my dear grandson. Let grandfather hold you. The other elders quickly crowded around, peering at the infant Jiang Chen with unceasing curiosity. Let me see what kind of constitution this child possesses. An elder with the ability to discern the essence of cultivation focused on little Jiang Chen's core. Yet, the next moment, he was rendered speechless. His face a mask of disbelief. Old Sixth, why are you in a stupor? Speak. What is this child's constitution? Has he inherited his father's divine king physique? Old Sixth. For goodness sake, say something. Seeing the sixth elder frozen in place, the other elders could not help but urge him to speak. Gulp. The sixth elder instinctively swallowed hard. And upon regaining his senses, he spoke in a daze. The essence was a realm of chaos. His entire being, flesh and bone, was interwoven with chaotic runes. This child is the legendary Chaos Body. Chapter 3, The Chaos Body. The mere utterance of those 3 words seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment, causing the breath of everyone present to quicken. Old Six, are you spouting nonsense? Are you sure it's a Chaos Body? An elder could not help but inquire again. See for yourselves, the 6th elder retorted, somewhat irked. Upon hearing this, all the elders opened their divine eyes, directing their gaze towards young Jiang Chen. Within his essence, boundless paths of chaos intertwined, emanating a disquieting aura. Between his flesh and bones, chaotic runes subtly interlaced. Ha 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 indeed. It truly is a chaos body. The elders erupted into frenzied laughter, ecstatic beyond measure. A chaos body. The supreme constitution ranked first among the 3,000 Dao physiques. It wields the essence of chaos, transcending the paths, unconstrained by heaven and earth, unbound by the paths. To hell with the demeanor of emperors. My grandson clearly possesses the bearing of an immortal. Jiang Chen laughed joyfully, playfully teasing young Jiang Chen. However, at that moment, his movements suddenly halted, his eyes fixated on Jiang Chen's chest. Patriarch. Could it be that he is so excited he has become foolish? One elder jested upon observing his behavior. Yet, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. A natural chaos body. This meant that as long as he matured normally, he would almost certainly attain the path of the emperor and reach the pinnacle of power. Wait. Look at young Jiang Chen's chest. An elder abruptly noticed something amiss and exclaimed. At this, everyone ceased their actions and again focused their attention on Jiang Chen's chest. There. A milky white divine bone radiated a sacred aura. Upon its surface, the paths intertwined, inscribed with golden runes. The Supreme Bone. This is the Supreme Bone. The scene fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was as if everyone had lost their voices at that moment. Their pupils wide in astonishment as they stared blankly at the serene young Jiang Chen. A chaos body was already astonishing enough. Now there was also a Supreme Bone. This was a harbinger of extraordinary destiny. From this day forth, all information regarding young Jiang Chen is to be sealed. Anyone who dares to leak even a whisper will be executed, Jiang Chen suddenly proclaimed with gravity. Patriarch. We must also erase the memories of those servants in the Divine King Palace. We cannot leave a trace, another elder solemnly concurred. Wood that stands out in the forest is bound to be blown down. A natural chaos body and a supreme bone. If this news were to spread, the entire 3,000 Dao region would surely go mad. Especially those opposing forces, they would stop at nothing to snuff out young Jiang Chen in his cradle. After all, such talent is truly terrifying. Even scouring ancient history reveals no one who could rival it. It can be said that as long as young Jiang Chen is given the opportunity to grow, his minimum achievement will be that of an emperor. As for his upper limit, it is incalculable. With this child, who needs to worry about ancient dragon caves or the Sea of Time? Young Jiang Chen, when you grow up, I don't ask for much. Just help me slay those old dragons in the 9 dragons' nest for a drink. One elder smiled at young Jiang Chen. Elder, is that request really not too much? Those old dragons have already reached the pinnacle of their paths. Another elder chuckled. Heh. My request is simple. When young Jiang Chen rises in the future, he should retrieve the few immortal herbs that our Jiang family lost in the various life-forbidden zones. The third elder laughed heartily. Third brother, aren't those few immortal herbs of our Jiang family all flourishing nicely in the herb fields? When did they scatter outside? A newly inducted young elder questioned, puzzled. What do you know? The third elder glared at him in exasperation. In the 3,000 Dao region, if a piece of low-grade spirit stone falls, it must belong to the Jiang family, let alone those immortal herbs. Oh. The newly inducted elder was momentarily stunned by the rebuke, then turned to young Jiang Chen and made a wish. Young Jiang Chen, my wish is simple too. When you rise in the future, please retrieve the dozens of imperial weapons and a few divine stones, as well as several spirit lands that our Jiang family lost. Upon hearing this, not only the other elders, but even Jiang Chen himself felt a wave of incredulity. Good heavens, it's really you. Indeed. In the 3,000 Dao region, Any treasures must belong to the Jiang family, right? Indeed, indeed. Our Jiang family's prodigy, a natural chaos body, a supreme bone. The future is limitless. Just then, a weathered voice suddenly echoed from outside the great hall. In the next moment, a gaunt old man appeared before everyone without a sound. Dressed in ancient armor, his face was lined with wrinkles and age spots, and his hair was caked with dirt, as if he had just crawled out from the depths of the earth. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable old man exuded a terrifying aura that left the elders feeling as though they were facing an abyss capable of devouring all things. Even the heavenly paths trembled beside him. "You are the golden sage ancestor." The elders were initially taken aback, but upon recognizing the identity of the old man, they immediately knelt in reverence. Jiang Jingsheng. As history rewound to the ancient times, the name Jiang Jingsheng was undeniably a monumental presence. With a single blade, he once caused rivers of blood to flow throughout the entire 3,000 Dao region. With an untainted body, he slayed emperors, shaking the heavens. Hailed as an unparalleled master of his era, even emperors during that time were overshadowed by his brilliance. However, after the ancient era ended, this forbidden existence inexplicably vanished, and the world believed he had perished. Who would have thought he would re-emerge at this moment? At this instant, Jiang Jingsheng's figure flickered, silently appearing before Jiang Chen, cradling young Jiang Chen in his arms. His gaze was profound as he quietly observed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up, neither crying nor fussing, meeting his gaze. Truly the ancestor. How formidable. It seems my background in this life is rather extraordinary. Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Jiang Jingsheng laughed heartily. Good, good, good. A natural chaos body. A supreme bone. Such talent is rare throughout the ages. In the future, my Jiang family is likely to regain the glory of the imperial era through him. How foolish you young ones are, thinking to conceal this child's brilliance. Ancestor, we are merely concerned that someone may pose a threat to this child. One elder mustered the courage to respond. In the outside world, they were revered elders of the Jiang family, wielding great power, capable of deciding the fates of countless beings with a mere word. Yet, in the presence of this ancestor, they felt like children. Dare to lay a hand on this child? Do you truly believe my Jiang family is feeble? The old man's voice was filled with dominance, radiating an aura of menace. A chill swept through the crowd upon hearing those words. If this venerable ancestor were to truly emerge, it would undoubtedly send tremors throughout the entirety of the 3,000 Dao States. No, it would extend beyond the 3,000 Dao States. The entire myriad of heavens and realms would be engulfed in a tempest. The blade has arrived, ancestor. At that moment, a newly appointed elder pointed towards the ancestral dragon outside the hall, his voice trembling with fear. Chapter 4. The Sealing of the Emperor's Son. The blade has come. Jiang Jingsheng's brows furrowed slightly. In the next instant, he abruptly turned, his pupils widening in surprise. There, amidst the void outside the Divine King Palace, an ancient battle blade was indeed hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. The blade was slender and obsidian, emanating an overwhelming power that caused the void to collapse and the heavens to shatter, as if the entire world was being cleaved in two by this weapon. This is an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, an elder exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. The pinnacle of humanity is the extreme Dao. Extreme Dao Emperor weapons are the exclusive armaments of emperors, akin to their incarnations in the mortal realm. Within the expanse of the 3,000 Dao States, only those ancient and illustrious sacred lands or eternal clans possess such weapons. Each extreme Dao Emperor weapon carries monumental significance, seldom wielded unless in dire circumstances. Yet, at this moment, an extreme Dao Emperor weapon had silently manifested within the Jiang clan's domain. Could it be that an enemy had come knocking? Who could it be? The ancient dragon cave? The undying sacred mountain? Or perhaps those life-restrictive zones? Regardless of who dared to strike at my Jiang clan, they would surely pay the price. Immediately summon my Jiang clan's emperor weapon. Today, let it go forth without return. The elder's expressions darkened with fury, and Jiang Chen, at the forefront, let out a cold snort. In an instant, a time-worn ancient tower surged forth from the Jiang clan's ancestral hall. An ancient coffin materialized in the sky, and a divine sword silently tore through the void to arrive. The ancient emperor tower, the coffin of the buried emperor, and the god-slaying sword. For ordinary factions, possessing even a single extreme Dao Emperor weapon would elevate them to the status of overlords in the 3,000 Dao States. Yet the Jiang clan boasted at least 3 such weapons on the surface alone. This was the foundation of their dominance over the 3,000 Dao States for countless ages. At that moment, as the 3,000 Emperor weapons simultaneously awakened, a terrifying aura of extreme Dao erupted forth. Strangely, however, these Emperor weapons, possessing sentience, seemed reluctant to target the ancient heavenly blade hurtling toward them. allowing it to approach unimpeded. What could be the reason for this? Confusion flickered in everyone's eyes. Jiang Jingsheng, cradling Jiang Chen, narrowed his gaze at the battle blade. Ultimately, his attention fell upon the child in his arms, murmuring, "Chaos heavenly blade, chaos body. Little one, could this heavenly blade be drawn here because of you?" His words hung in the air like a prophecy. And scarcely had he spoken when the chaos heavenly blade cleaved through the void, coming to a halt before him. More precisely, it paused in front of little Jiang Chen. Ding! The chaos heavenly blade has been issued. Please take note of your receipt. The system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. In the next moment, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, the chaos heavenly blade transformed into a streak of light and entered little Jiang Chen's body. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Jiang Jingsheng nearly dropped the child in his shock. By the heavens! Although he had surmised that the appearance of the chaos heavenly blade was linked to Jiang Chen, he had never anticipated that it would directly merge with the child's being. This was an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Such a weapon could forge an unparalleled sacred land or an indomitable immortal dynasty. This was an Emperor weapon companion birth. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply and slowly began to speak. Throughout history, some prodigies, upon their birth, due to their extraordinary nature, had a chance to summon divine weapons as companions. For instance, the illustrious Emperor of Thunder, Wan Lei, was said to have summoned a thunderous staff amidst a cataclysm of lightning upon his birth, which became his exclusive sacred weapon. Similarly, in ancient times, the unparalleled genius known as the Sovereign of Dragons had his body entwined with dragon chi at birth, transforming into a sovereign dragon sword that merged with him, destined to become his supreme divine weapon. However, the current dilemma was that others' companion divine weapons were typically only sacred weapons at best. What in the world was this little one? An emperor weapon companion birth? Good heavens! Even in fictional narratives, such a concept would be deemed too far-fetched. Jiang Jingsheng considered himself quite well-versed, having witnessed the rise of countless prodigies from antiquity to the present. Yet, he had never encountered one so abnormally gifted. A natural chaos body, supreme bone. And now the birth of an emperor weapon. It wasn't just him. The surrounding elders were equally struck dumb with astonishment. Jiang Chujian stared blankly at his wife, Zhou Yuechen, lying on the palace bed, muttering, "My dear, what kind of monstrous child have you brought forth?" Zhou Yuechen replied, "I am as bewildered as you are." While everyone was lost in thought, Jiang Jingsheng took a deep breath and declared, "I hereby announce that from this day forth, little Jiang Chen shall be the emperor's son of my Jiang clan. All resources shall be directed towards him. The Jiang clan's emperor's son." This was not merely a symbolic title. It signified supreme status and unparalleled resources. The younger generation of the Jiang clan numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Yet from among them, only the 10 strongest would be bestowed the title of Holy Son. The emperor's son, however, would stand above these 10, effectively designating him as the next leader of the Jiang clan. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances but raised no objections. The golden age had descended. Talented individuals from various clans surged forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, as the overlords of the 3,000 Dao States. The current Jiang clan had indeed produced a remarkable array of talents, all vying for supremacy. Yet, compared to little Jiang Chen, they paled in comparison. From this day forth, I shall personally oversee the family, guiding little Jiang Chen in his cultivation and safeguarding his path until he fully rises to prominence. After uttering these words, Jiang Jingsheng playfully ruffled little Jiang Chen's hair. "Little one, once you ascend to greatness, my only request is for you to take down a few old monsters for me." "Wait, ancestor, why are you starting to make wishes too?" Jiang Chen blinked his bright eyes. Time flowed slowly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. News of Jiang Chen's birth spread throughout the 3,000 Dao States, with everyone aware that the Jiang clan's divine king had sired an extraordinary son. Upon his arrival, countless phenomena manifested, prompting the clan's ancestor to personally emerge to safeguard him. However, details regarding Jiang Chen's unique constitution and the birth of his emperor weapon remained tightly contained under the elders' careful restrictions. If such information were to leak, it was easy to imagine the uproar it would cause across the 3,000 Dao States, potentially even drawing the attention of ancient beings eager to quash him in his infancy. Chapter 5. Breaking through the limits of the physical body. The path of cultivation is divided into stages, ascending from the physical body to Qi gathering, dust transformation, spirit sea, cave heaven, divine ability, king sealing, saint, saint king, saint emperor, quasi-emperor, path mastery, and finally, the emperor. There exist a total of 14 realms, each further divided into 9 tiers. Among these, the body realm serves as the initial stage of cultivation, which is subdivided into 4 critical thresholds: skin refinement, bone tempering, blood transmutation, and muscle forging. Once one surpasses these 4 thresholds, their physical form transforms akin to that of a dragon, thus granting them access to the gathering Qi realm. In the ancestral hall of the Jiang family, within a secluded chamber, Jiang Jingsheng is imparting knowledge of cultivation. Opposite him, young Jiang Chen sits cross-legged upon a mat, listening intently. At merely 3 years of age, he possesses a remarkably youthful appearance, yet his brow betrays a maturity that belies his years. Over the past 3 years, due to his tender age, he is not engaged in cultivation. However, Jiang Jingsheng has been diligent in employing various potent herbs and divine blood to purify his physical form daily, especially on the day of Jiang Chen's 3rd birthday. He personally harvested an immortal herb from the Jiang family's medicinal fields to bestow upon him a physical baptism. Ancestor, what is the limit of the body realm? Jiang Chen inquires with curiosity. Jiang Jingsheng chuckles softly, elaborating. The human body possesses boundless potential. The notion of a limit is nearly non-existent. However, an ordinary individual who perfects the body realm can muster a strength of 30,000 jin with a single arm. Some prodigious talents may even unleash a might of 50,000 jin. Yet, the human race is inherently frail, and theoretically, 100,000 jin represents the uppermost limit in the body realm. In contrast, those formidable beasts and demon progeny possess innate advantages in this realm, often achieving strengths exceeding 100,000 jin with a mere arm. 100,000 jin. Jiang Chen murmurs to himself, then promptly closes his eyes to cultivate. He is practicing the ancestral imperial scripture of the Jiang family, the universe Dao canon. Throughout the family's history, 5 emperors have emerged, leaving behind no fewer than 10 imperial scriptures. Among them, the universe Dao canon was crafted by the last emperor, the universe Saint Emperor, who synthesized all the imperial scriptures after attaining enlightenment. Mastering it allows one to command the universe, standing above myriad paths. Boom. As Jiang Chen begins his cultivation, a thunderous roar emanates from within him, his vital energy surging like a vast ocean. 3 years of accumulation, coupled with the baptism from various sacred herbs and spiritual entities, culminate in a powerful eruption at this moment. A beam of vital energy shoots skyward from Jiang Chen's forehead. Skin refinement, bone tempering, blood transmutation, muscle forging. Within the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen traverses a path that would typically require years for an ordinary person, achieving mastery in the body realm. The terrifying vital energy swirls within him, resembling an ancient true dragon coiled inside. Is this truly the pinnacle of the body realm? Jiang Jingsheng gazes in astonishment. Goodness, I knew your talents were extraordinary, but must you be so monstrous? Clearing his throat and suppressing his shock, Jiang Jingsheng encourages, excellent, excellent. It is worth my years of effort to purify your body. Ancestor, is muscle forging truly the final threshold of the body realm? Jiang Chen suddenly inquires with a furrowed brow. Jiang Jingsheng, taken aback, responds, why do you ask this all of a sudden? Muscle forging is indeed not the ultimate barrier of the body realm. According to ancient texts and the deductions of powerful beings, there exists a special level beyond muscle forging known as the opening of the orifices. This level is also referred to as the ascendance of the body. However, in reality, no one has ever achieved it, at least, not since the ancient era. I sense that my body has yet to reach its limit. It feels as if I can continue to break through, Jiang Chen states earnestly. The next moment, he shuts his eyes and channels the universe Dao canon. His vital energy coalesces into a true dragon, fiercely lunging toward that mysterious 5th threshold. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberates from within him. In the next instant, an invisible barrier is shattered, and a torrent of vital energy bursts forth simultaneously from all 720 acupoints in his body. These energies intertwine and coalesce into a radiant sun that hovers behind Jiang Chen, emanating a fervent aura. Bathed in the glow of the vital energy sun, Jiang Chen appears to radiate a hazy light, resembling a celestial being descended from myth. Jiang Jingsheng stands transfixed, astonished. Has he truly broken through the 5th threshold of the body realm? The venerable ancestor of the Jiang family, who has witnessed countless epics, finds himself rooted to the spot, muttering in disbelief. This is indeed a monster. In my time, merely overcoming the 4 thresholds of the body realm took me over a year. Yet this lad has not only surpassed them in less than an hour, but has also shattered the limits, stepping into the legendary 5th threshold. By the heavens, comparing one to another is utterly disheartening. In my era, I too was regarded as a prodigy, yet in comparison to young Jiang Chen, such titles seem but a jest. How do you feel now? Jiang Chen replies earnestly, very well. My vital energy flows like a dragon, ceaseless and vigorous. Good lad. Give your ancestor a punch and show me how much strength you possess in the body realm now. Jiang Jingsheng, intrigued. wonders just how much power young Jiang Chen wields after breaking through the limits of the body realm. Can he rival those formidable beasts and demon progeny? Bang! Jiang Chen, without a moment's hesitation, unleashes a powerful punch. The vital energy within him resonates in response, erupting with a sound akin to thunder. This punch, of course, poses no threat to Jiang Jingsheng. Ancestor, how was that? Jiang Jingsheng takes a deep breath, slowly responding, one punch, a million gene. A million gene of sheer strength. If this were to circulate, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the 3,000 states. Such power is unheard of within the body realm. Heavenly tier beasts? Demon progeny? Not even worthy to carry his shoes. Ding! A new checkpoint has been established, the Celestial Golden List. The system's prompt suddenly resonates in his ears. Jiang Chen's eyes gleam with delight. 3 years. The system has finally unveiled a new checkpoint. But what exactly is this Celestial Golden List? Should he inquire with his ancestor? With this thought, Jiang Chen turns towards the still-stunned Jiang Jingsheng, directly asking, Ancestor, do you know where the Celestial Golden List is located? The Celestial Golden List, Jiang Jingsheng explains, is a divine tablet left behind by the Celestial Emperor during ancient times, used to assess one's combat prowess. If one manages to secure a position on the list, there exists a chance to obtain the Celestial Emperor's legacy. Currently standing tall in the city of 10,000 emperors. At this point, Jiang Jingsheng, smiling, inquires, So, young Jiang Chen, do you wish to go and test your mettle? Yes, yes. Jiang Chen nods eagerly with his bright eyes. Very well, let us see where our young Jiang Chen ranks on the Celestial Golden List. Jiang Jingsheng agrees with a smile. Chapter 6. The City of 10,000 Emperors, the Enchanting Celestial Maiden. The City of 10,000 Emperors. This is a magnificent city, suspended in the sky. Its walls are mottled, bearing the scars of countless battles, as if silently narrating the vicissitudes of time. The existence of the Celestial Golden List has transformed this city into a pilgrimage site for every generation of prodigies and wonders. At this moment, within the city of 10,000 emperors, before the Celestial Golden List, an ancient divine tablet towers into the clouds. A young maiden clad in black battle attire stands before the tablet, her expression solemn. The young girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, possesses skin as smooth as jade and a finely crafted visage. Her long hair, cascading down to her waist, is casually tied into a high ponytail, flowing elegantly behind her. Despite her tender years, her figure has blossomed into a delicate and alluring form, clad in a form-fitting black attire that accentuates her tall, slender physique, particularly her long, graceful legs that exude charm and allure. She is none other than the celestial fairy of the Nine-Cold Palace, unexpectedly here to challenge the prestigious golden rankings. A few onlookers recognized her identity. The celestial fairy? The one who has achieved 7th place on the beauty list at such a young age? Truly a paragon of beauty. To be listed on the beauty list by the Celestial Pavilion is no small feat. Few can rival her in mere appearance. As an extraordinary fairy, one wonders what sort of achievement she might secure on the golden rankings of Hangyu. Rumor has it that the celestial fairy not only possesses unparalleled beauty but also extraordinary talent. However, her innate Yin physique foretells a short life destined for early demise. The Yin physique, a rare and unique divine body naturally attuned to the power of the moon, it is immensely powerful, rivaling legendary bodies such as the ancient sacred body and divine monarch body. Yet, those endowed with such a physique seldom live long, often meeting an untimely end. Throughout history, apart from 1 or 2 individuals who successfully transcended this curse, none have survived past the age of 20. Such a stunning fairy, seemingly fated to wither away prematurely. What a pity. Disregarding the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Qingyan raised her delicate hand and struck the divine steel before her. The power of Yin swirled in her palm, exuding an icy chill. With a resounding crash, the golden rankings of Hangyu erupted in a burst of light. 100,000 pounds. Rank, 87,000. Indeed, as expected from one with a Yin physique, a single strike yielding 100,000 pounds. Remarkable. Comparable to many young beasts of the heavenly realm and offspring of demon gods. Ranking over 80,000 is impressive. Throughout history, countless prodigies have challenged the golden rankings of Hangyu. To be even listed is a testament to one's status as a formidable prodigy. In the face of the crowd's accolades, Lu Qingyan maintained an air of indifference, her exquisite features betraying no emotion. Just then, a raucous laughter broke through the atmosphere. Ha ha, no wonder she has caught my eye. A youth, appearing around 16 or 17, leaped forth, accompanied by a tall elder. The youth, with striking features, spoke with an air of arrogance. He is Chunyang of the Radiant Sun Holy Land, rumored to be of the innate Yang spirit body, pursuing the celestial fairy. As one person revealed his identity, Lu Qingyan furrowed her brow and turned to leave, But Qin Yang called out to her directly. Lu Qingyan, hiding from me is futile. Your innate physique ensures you shall not see beyond 20 years. To break the curse of your physique, you must rely on my innate yang spirit body. Furthermore, I have already sent someone to propose to the Nine-Cold Palace. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingyan turned back, stating coolly, Qin Yang, I have long said that between us, it is impossible. A forcibly harvested fruit is never sweet. Qin Yang scoffed, I care not for sweetness. I only seek to quench my thirst. The physique is exceedingly rare. Although it is bound by the curse of early demise, it inherently contains a strand of primordial essence. The two combined may aid one in achieving the rebirth of their physique. Qin Yang's eyes were fixated on Lu Qingyan. His intentions clear. He sought the primordial essence within her to transform his yang spirit body into the legendary solar sacred body. With such an evolution, he might surpass all others and ascend to the status of an emperor. At that moment, from afar, a carriage piercing through the sky captured everyone's attention. The carriage, though not ostentatious, was intricately inscribed with runes, emanating an aura that sent shivers down spines. Most astonishingly, it was drawn by 9 colossal flood dragons, each possessing the strength of a king-level cultivator, their black scales glimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun. Who could the master of this carriage be? To command 9 king-level flood dragons? Onlookers marveled. King-level cultivators are considered formidable even across the vast expanse of the 3,000 states. In some lesser regions, they could establish sects and be revered as ancestors. Yet here, the 9 king-level flood dragons were merely a means of transport. I recall that the city of 10,000 emperors has a no-fly rule. Even saints must comply, yet this carriage disregards the regulations. With this remark, curiosity about the carriage's owner intensified. Even Lu Qingyan, who had intended to depart, paused, intrigued. The carriage soon came to a halt before the golden rankings of Hangyu, and the curtain was drawn aside. A figure emerged, Jiang Chen, appearing no older than 3, yet his youthful countenance bore an unexpected maturity. His entire being shimmered with a divine radiance, akin to that of a celestial being. A child? The crowd was taken aback. They had anticipated a prominent figure to emerge from such an impressive vehicle, only to be met with a mere toddler. However, Lu Qingyan's gaze sharpened. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Chen with disbelief. At the moment he stepped out, she felt her primordial essence within her being suppressed, as if confronted with an immense terror. Could it be that this child possessed the ability to help her break the curse of her physique? At that instant, Jiang Chen leaped from the carriage and, ignoring the astonished crowd, strode directly to the golden rankings. The towering ancient steel radiated a grand aura as Jiang Chen instinctively reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact with the golden rankings, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding dong. Detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location. Would you like to sign in immediately? Sign in. Jiang Chen silently affirmed within his mind. Chapter 7. The Indestructible Scripture, Punching Through the Limits. Sign in. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, the ethereal tone of the system resonated in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the golden rankings of Hangyu. Reward obtained. Indestructible Scripture. In an instant, countless profound runes surged into Jiang Chen's mind, flowing rapidly. Indestructible Scripture, the foremost body-refining technique of the ages, divided into 10 levels. Each breakthrough results in a rebirth of the physical body. When practiced to its zenith, the body achieves a state of indestructibility, impervious to heaven and earth, able to traverse the river of time without falling. Ah, this is impressive. Without a doubt, the Indestructible Scripture is a premier body-refining technique of the contemporary era. Cultivating this method can forge the body to an extraordinarily terrifying extent, impervious to the ravages of time. Time flows perilously, and even the mightiest emperors, once ensnared within its currents, may find themselves obliterated in an instant. This alone serves to underscore the formidable nature of the Indestructible Scripture. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen resolutely began to cultivate the Indestructible Scripture. Thunderous roars erupted within him, as his rich vital energy resonated like a tempest. A colossal sun, formed from his life force, gradually emerged behind him. The intense heat radiated outward, compelling everyone to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Their gazes filled with astonishment as they beheld Jiang Chen. Such incredible vitality this child possesses, murmured one onlooker. Even during the ancient times, body cultivators did not exhibit such astonishing prowess. It feels as though this young lad's physique surpasses even the most fearsome offspring of heavenly beasts and demonic deities. The spectators were utterly taken aback by the sight. The sheer power of his vital essence caused many high-ranking cultivators present to change countenance. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. Perhaps due to transcending the fifth barrier of physical cultivation, He found the practice of the indestructible scripture to be exceedingly effortless. He encountered no obstacles and naturally stepped into the first realm. Every fiber of his being was now imprinted with shimmering golden runes, which, as they flickered, autonomously absorbed the surrounding essence of heaven and earth. This was the extraordinary nature of the indestructible realm. Once the first level was successfully breached, the runes etched in his flesh would continuously operate, fortifying his body even without conscious effort. Moreover, his strength had dramatically increased. Jiang Chen instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. Previously, upon breaking through the 5 barriers of the physical realm, he could unleash a force of 1,000,000 pounds with a single arm. Now, he sensed that his strength had multiplied tenfold or more. I am quite curious to discover just how formidable my physique has become, he murmured softly, lifting his gaze toward the cosmic golden list. Clenching his fist, his vital essence coalesced into a true dragon, gathering at the tip of his punch, as the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. They were all intrigued. What could this somewhat juvenile child truly achieve? If he were to make his name on the list, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire empire. Historically, the youngest to etch their name on the cosmic golden list were around 11 or 12 years of age, someone whispered. Boom. Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful punch toward the cosmic golden list. This strike bore no resplendent divine light, no terrifying patterns, only the purest essence of vitality. In the next instant, the ancient monument, which had stood for countless ages, began to tremble violently. A brilliant number was inscribed upon the monument, 12,000,000 pounds. All present gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what they were witnessing. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly implausible that a child who appeared merely 3 or 4 years old could unleash such a terrifying force. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Jinsheng's expression momentarily faltered. Good heavens! It seems this boy held back when he struck me before. My word, 12,000,000 pounds with a single punch. Surely even the pure-blooded offspring of the 10 great beasts cannot compare. Lu Qingyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization. If she had previously harbored doubts, she was now certain that this child possessed an exceedingly extraordinary constitution. However, the pressing question remained. How could she persuade him to willingly assist her in breaking the curse on her physique? Coercion? She glanced at the majestic 9 dragons palanquin nearby and decisively shook her head. Enticement? The thought made her cheeks flush. It seemed there was no other recourse available to her. As Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his fist, a brilliant golden light erupted from the cosmic golden list. In an instant, his name ascended to the pinnacle of the list. With a punch of 12,000,000 pounds, he has shattered the limits of the physical realm and claimed the top position. The emperor bestows great rewards. A grand voice echoed across the heavens. Wow! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Jiang Chen suddenly, someone recalled something, exclaiming in astonishment. The throng turned their gazes toward him, curiosity piqued. Who was this prodigious child? 3 years ago, the royal family of the Jiang clan welcomed a prodigious child. Known as the Qilan's son, it appears this is him, a voice spoke slowly. He is indeed the son of the white-clad divine king of the Jiang family. No wonder. I thought no child could be so extraordinary. The Jiang family truly lived up to their reputation as the most powerful lineage of longevity, having produced an unparalleled white-clad divine king, and now his son was even more astonishing. Once this boy's existence becomes widely known, the figures from the ancient dragon cave and the eternal holy mountain will surely be rattled. Murmurs of speculation erupted among the crowd. Those who had initially intended to approach Jiang Chen to take him as a disciple halted their advances. A descendant of the imperial family, the son of the white-clad divine king, who among them could claim the right to teach him? Amidst the crowd, a golden beast bone descended from the heavens, landing in Jiang Chen's hand. It was the reward for claiming the top spot on the cosmic golden list. Jiang Chen probed the beast bone with his consciousness and instantly discerned that it contained an unparalleled inheritance, the calm and orderly decision. Indeed, it is this sword technique. Jiang Chen mused in surprise. The calm and orderly decision was one of the 4 great sword techniques from the era of imperial descent. It was said that during that chaotic time when the 3,000 states were weak, a peerless warrior single-handedly quelled the turmoil with this invincible sword technique. Moreover, though referred to as a sword technique, the calm and orderly decision was also a supreme method for refining one's soul. Mastered to perfection, one could transform their soul into a sword, slaying all beings. The other beast bone contained a supreme method titled Original True Resolution, Divine Guidance. It was said that the complete Original True Resolution comprised 3 chapters, holding the secrets to immortality. Although the Divine Guidance chapter was merely a foundational segment, it recorded the fundamental runes of the myriad paths among all races. Mastering it could lay the groundwork for achieving immortality. What a fortuitous gain. Jiang Chen felt elated as he stored the rewards and turned to return to the Nine Dragons palanquin. Lu Qingyan, noticing this, bit her lip and stepped forward. Your Highness, please wait. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, turning to regard Lu Qingyan. It must be said that ascending to the 7th rank on the beauty list, her appearance was undeniably stunning, perhaps even deserving of the phrase heavenly beauty. However, Jiang Chen was not the sort to be swayed by such allure. Women? To him, they were merely optional embellishments. Furthermore, given his status, he could have any beauty he desired, even the top-ranked fairy on the list, simply by uttering a word. What is it you wish to discuss? Jiang Chen asked coolly. Lu Qingyan took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I hope to become your follower, Your Highness, and I kindly request an opportunity. Chapter 8. Overbearing. As soon as Lu Qingyan's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many infatuated admirers were left heartbroken, their faces painted with disbelief. The goddess they had revered from afar was now, astonishingly, proposing to follow someone else. Henceforth, the picturesque paths they longed for in the woods would be adorned with white dew each morning. No, with the tone of a dramatic recitation. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, surveying Lu Qingyan with keen interest. You wish to follow me? In the realm of the 3,000 states, or rather, throughout the myriad worlds, it is quite common for the weak to follow the strong. If it had been anyone else, they would have likely accepted Lu Qingyan's proposition without hesitation, given her stunning beauty. However, after a thorough appraisal of her, Jiang Chen slowly replied, Give me a reason why I should accept you. I wish to live. Lu Qingyan replied resolutely, her face flushing as she continued in a softer tone. I am aware that Your Highness possesses an extraordinary constitution. If you assist me in breaking the curse of my physique, once my constitution reaches its pinnacle, the innate lunar essence within me will surely be bestowed upon you. Innate lunar essence? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had encountered references to this essence in an ancient tome. In the primordial era, a powerful being with an ancient sacred body had once helped a woman with an innate lunar physique break free from her curse. Subsequently, the two became husband and wife. With the innate lunar essence nurtured within her body, that ancient sacred body achieved a miraculous transformation into the legendary innate holy body during the twilight of his life. How formidable would my chaotic body become if it were to undergo another transformation? With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen's gaze towards Lu Qingyan softened. Just then, a chilling voice interjected. Lu Qingyan, you wretched woman. After pursuing you for so long without a response, you now eagerly offer yourself as someone else's follower and even propose to relinquish your lunar essence. Xianxiang approached with a frosty demeanor. Over the years, he had fervently pursued Lu Qingyan, yet had met with no success. Now, she was voluntarily seeking to become another's follower. If this were to spread, where would he hide his face? Yet, Lu Qingyan did not even spare him a glance, her gaze fixed solely on Jiang Chen, awaiting his response. You dare to disregard me? Xianxiang seethed with anger. Since childhood, he had always acquired whatever he desired. With this in mind, he took a deep breath to suppress his fury and coldly instructed, Old Kuei, seize her. I shall make her understand the consequences of ignoring me. The burly elder who had been following him stepped forward, his large hand reaching out directly towards Lu Qingyan, unleashing the unique pressure of the king realm. Lu Qingyan's expression changed. However, at that moment, a small figure intervened, standing protectively in front of her. Who dares to lay a hand on my chosen maid? Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet it bore an undeniable authority. Old Kuei's expression shifted slightly, and he gradually retracted his outstretched hand. Xianxiang's eyes darkened momentarily, but were quickly suppressed. He stepped forward with forced bravado and said, I am Xianxiang of the Sunfire Sacred Land. May I request, Your Highness, that you grant me the favor of letting this woman go? He pointed towards Lu Qingyan behind Jiang Chen. Sunfire Sacred Land. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with amusement. In the realm of the 3,000 states, any force that could be termed a sacred land was undoubtedly a hegemonic power, capable of determining the fate of the world. However, the Sunfire Sacred Land was somewhat peculiar. Although they had once produced an emperor-level powerhouse and boasted a long lineage with profound heritage, their supreme imperial weapon, the Sunfire Bell, had mysteriously vanished thousands of years ago. Since then, deprived of such an invincible asset, the Sunfire Sacred Land had been spiraling into decline. Especially in recent years, as several major sacred lands banded together to encroach upon them. The overall strength of the Sunfire Sacred Land had diminished drastically, teetering on the brink of losing its status as a sacred land. It was laughable that Xianxiang was still oblivious to the situation, attempting to leverage the waning Sunfire Sacred Land against him. Not to mention the already decayed Sunfire Sacred Land, even during its prime. It would not have dared to act recklessly in front of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen mused silently before lifting his gaze to Chun Yang and calmly stated, "You wish for me to grant you a favor? Then you must first answer me a few questions." Chen Yang, thinking there was hope, brightened and promptly replied, "Your Highness, please proceed. First, what are you, Chen Yang? Second, what is the Sunfire Sacred Land? Third, why should I grant you a favor?" Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among all present. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Everyone instinctively turned to the small figure at the center of the scene. Good heavens! Truly, he is the offspring of the white-clad God King. His demeanor is undeniably domineering. Even Chen Yang, being the son of the Grand Elder of the Sunfire Sacred Land, found his lofty status utterly diminished by this young lord. Lu Qingyan could not help but stifle a laugh, her gaze on Jiang Chen's back filled with admiration. This little fellow is rather formidable. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Jinxing nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he is of my Jiang lineage. What spirit! He has not brought shame upon us. Chun Yang's face turned crimson with rage, his eyes betraying a murderous intent he could hardly contain. Jiang Chen, you are courting death. However, before he could finish, a middle-aged man clad in armor appeared silently before Jiang Chen. As the Jiang family's heir, Jiang Chen's protectors were not limited to Jiang Jinxing alone. It was unreasonable to expect the elder to handle every petty matter. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, an aura of terrifying sanctity enveloped the vicinity. Before Chen Yang could react, he was rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground, while old Kuei, who was following him, was left frozen in fear, unable to move. Below the sage, all are but ants. This phrase was not merely a saying. Very well, Jiang Chen. I shall remember this incident. In the future, you will certainly regret it. Chen Yang spat defiantly, though he seemed oblivious to the absurdity of his situation. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile, walking towards Chen Yang, and under the latter's murderous glare, he lifted his foot and placed it squarely on Chen Yang's head. Regret? Huh, how laughable. I stand here today. If a single hair on my head falls, tomorrow Jiang Chujian will lead the Jiang family's iron cavalry to trample your Sunfire Sacred Land's gates, ensuring that every soul within pays the price. Do you believe it? In just a few words, the imperial family's dominance was laid bare. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. In a moment of reverie, the diminutive figure within the arena grew extraordinarily tall, resembling an emperor reigning supreme. The Jiang family truly possesses remarkable fortune, having given birth to such an extraordinary prodigy. An elder let out a sigh, then turned to the younger generation beside him, delivering a sharp slap, admonishing them for their lack of diligence. I expect more effort from you. Chapter 9. At 300 years of age, it is indeed the time to break through. In the boundless azure sky, a nine-headed divine serpent pulled an ancient carriage, slicing through the void. Inside the carriage, Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyan were seated opposite each other. However, in stark contrast to Jiang Chen's languid demeanor, Lu Qingyan appeared considerably more anxious. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Observing his demeanor, reminiscent of a young dignitary, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle, her tension easing considerably. At that moment, however, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out, his hand moving toward her abdomen. Your Highness, isn't this a bit too hasty? I'm not quite prepared yet, Lu Qingyan stammered, her cheeks flushing, her breath becoming erratic. What is this woman thinking? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. If you are this nervous, how can I assist you in suppressing the yin energy within you? So it's about suppressing the yin energy. Lu Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing she could dig a two-bedroom, one-hall apartment in the carriage and hide within. Calm down and do not resist, Jiang Chen's voice came again. Lu Qingyan quickly steadied her mind, repeatedly reminding herself that he was merely a child, just a child. Yet, as Jiang Chen's hand made contact with her, she could not suppress a soft whimper. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this woman was rather too sensitive. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it, focusing instead on sensing the source of Lu Qingyan's inner essence. Before long, his consciousness seemed to drift into an ethereal space, surrounded by swirling yin energy. Is this the essence of the yin body? Jiang Chen mused, examining the scene before him. The strands of yin energy emitted an extreme chill, capable of freezing all things in existence, while simultaneously eroding Lu Qingyan's life force. It was no wonder that those born with the yin body were often destined for an early demise. Without the suppression of robust yang energy, the yin energy would eventually consume its host's life entirely. Jiang Chen shook his head, beginning to assist Lu Qingyan in suppressing her yin energy. Though he lacked the power of pure yang, the chaotic essence within him transcended all paths, naturally exerting a suppressive effect on worldly energies. As streams of chaotic essence flowed into Lu Qingyan, Her delicate form shivered slightly. The mingling of essences felt akin to two individuals embracing without garments, a rather stimulating experience. Lu Qingyan bit her red lips, her face flushed as red as a monkey's bottom. Yet soon, she began to feel a warmth emanating from within her. The yin energy is being suppressed, she exclaimed, astonished, for her body had always been cold due to her yin constitution. This warmth was an experience she had never known before. Unable to contain herself, she let out a moan of pleasure, her flushed face resembling that of a beguiling vixen. What else with this woman's unnecessary exclamations? Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his hand, speaking softly. The yin energy within you has been sufficiently suppressed. At the very least, it won't erode your life for the next decade or so. Once my cultivation advances further, I will help you completely subdue it. Lu Qingyan rose, humbly bowing her head. Thank you, Your Highness. In the future, I will repay your kindness with all my heart. With the suppression of her yin energy, she felt her magical energy flowing much more smoothly, even sensing a hint of a breakthrough. Just remember your promise. Jiang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Meanwhile, at the Liang Sacred Ground, on Shouyang Peak, the secluded abode of the Grand Elder Chen Tianfeng, Xianyang stood at the foot of the mountain, his face shadowed with anger. Has my father still not emerged? He fumed, recalling the scene in Wandiqing where Jiang Chen had mocked him by stepping on his head. The desire for vengeance surged within him. Jiang Chen, Lu Qingyan, I will make you pay dearly. As he gritted his teeth, his gaze remained fixed on the summit of Shouyang Peak. In the past, whenever he had provoked anyone, his father's intervention had always ensured that the other party would apologize. Thus, after suffering humiliation at Jiang Chen's hands, his first instinct was to return home and call for his father. Suddenly, a scorching aura erupted from the peak. As a golden sun slowly ascended, the terrifying pressure unique to a saint enveloping the entire Liang sacred ground. Wonderful. The Grand Elder has succeeded. He has broken through to the saint realm. The disciples of Liang sacred ground cheered in jubilation, while the Lord of the sacred ground rushed to greet the Grand Elder upon his emergence. My father has ascended to sainthood. Xianyang's face brightened with excitement. With his father now a saint, he felt far more confident. Not only would he ensure that Jiang Chen pays for his insolence, but he would also teach Lu Qingyan a proper lesson, making her accompany him for at least a year. Atop Shouyang Peak, Chen Tianfeng, clad in white, emerged amidst the blazing sun, reveling in his breakthrough. In his youth, he had been of merely average talent, outshone by numerous prodigies within Liang's sacred ground. He had thought he would continue living a mundane life. Yet, unexpectedly, he had come into his own later in life, his cultivation soaring. Within a mere century, he had ascended from an ordinary disciple to the Grand Elder, and now, he had achieved sainthood. In contrast, many of those who had once outpaced him in youth had stagnated at the divine realm or the king realm. Temporary advantages meant little. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not belittle the impoverished youth, nor the struggling middle-aged, and certainly do not mock the elderly in poverty. What of being 300 years old? It is precisely the age of breakthrough. Chen Tianfeng murmured, reflecting on his journey. Indeed, my son has grown wise. Knowing to welcome me upon my return, he noted, spotting Xianyang at the foot of the mountain. With a flicker of his figure, he landed beside his son. Father. Xianyang's face instantly contorted with grievance as he knelt and clung to his father's leg. The disciples of Liang's sacred ground who witnessed this scene exchanged scornful glances. Xianyang, who often behaved tyrannically within the sacred ground, would have likely faced dire consequences if not for his father, a 300-year-old who was still striving to break through. My dear son, what troubles you? Who has provoked you? Chen Tianfeng helped Xianyang to his feet, his affection for his only son evident. The matter unfolded as Xianyang recounted the events that transpired today in Wandi City. With a countenance marked by grievance, he implored his father, Father, you must stand up for me. Ensure that Jiang Chen pays the price, and as for Lu Ruyan, if she refuses to accompany me for a year, she must not be spared. His father, Chen Tianfeng, had initially been all smiles, but his expression darkened ominously upon hearing the name Jiang Chen, the progeny of the white-clad god king of the Jiang family. An aura of terrifying majesty enveloped them, causing all present to tremble involuntarily. Indeed, Father, you must champion my cause and help me seek justice, Xianyang continued, his tone heavy with indignation. However, before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Chen Tianfeng seized Xianyang by the collar, erupting in fury. Do you wish to bring ruin upon your father? Or perhaps upon our entire Liang sacred land? Chapter 10, Seeking Forgiveness, the Enlightenment Pill. Xianyang was momentarily stunned by the forceful slap, his face swelling instantly. He gazed at his father, bewildered. Father, why did you strike me? It felt surreal to him. After all, this was the first time his father had ever raised a hand against him. Who told you to provoke the son of the white-clad god king? Do you have any idea what calamity this could bring upon our Liang sacred land? Chen Tianfeng's voice trembled with restrained rage. His excitement over breaking through to the Saint realm dashed completely. I only acted for Lu Qingyan. If he had not rejected her, I would not have, Qinyang protested, still clutching his face. You foolish child. I see you are utterly infatuated. For the sake of a mere woman, you dare to provoke such a formidable being? Chen Tianfeng's wrath was palpable, and he delivered another resounding slap to Chun Yang's face, sending him crashing to the ground, his breath becoming shallow and weak. Do you understand the weight of the name Jiang family? That white-clad god king, Jiang Chujian, is notoriously protective of his kin. Should he learn of this incident, it matters not that your father is merely a newly ascended saint. Even if I were to surpass that, I would still meet my end. Why on earth did you choose to provoke such a harbinger of doom? Qin Tianfeng scolded mercilessly. Had Qinyang not been his only son, he would have wished to strike him down on the spot. Father, it cannot be that serious, Qinyang stammered, genuinely frightened. Not serious? Qin Tianfeng scoffed. When the white-clad god king arrives with the Jiang family's iron cavalry, you will understand just how grave this situation is. What should I do? Father, I truly recognize my error. I shall never dare to act so recklessly again. Please, save me. Qinyang, nearly paralyzed by fear, clung to his father's leg, tears streaming down his face. Humph. At least you possess a modicum of sense, not attempting to retaliate on your own, but knowing to seek your father's aid. Qin Tianfeng remarked, coldly. With a swift motion, he conjured a thorny vine from the Liang sacred land and cast it before Qinyang. This Liang thorn, a specialty of their realm, harbored the power of the blazing sun, causing excruciating pain upon contact. Wear this. I shall take you to the Jiang family to seek forgiveness from that young prince. There may yet be a chance for redemption. Qinyang swallowed hard, hesitating. Father, this seems rather painful. Painful or not, wear it. Understood. Trembling, Qinyang picked up the Liang thorn and strapped it to himself. Instantly, the sharp spikes pierced his flesh, searing his blood. He grimaced in agony, just as he was about to summon his powers, when Chen Tianfeng barked, If you dare to use your powers to resist today, I will personally see to your demise. Despair gnawed at Qinyang's heart. Although not the brightest, he understood the severity of this incident. Submissively, he followed his father towards the Jiang family. Along the way, onlookers expressed their astonishment at the sight. Isn't that the grand elder of the Liang sacred land? Why does his son Qinyang bear the Liang thorn? What is he about to do? Who is he seeking forgiveness from? Brother, are you not aware? Qinyang has offended the Jiang family's young prince in Wandi City. The young prince of the Jiang family? Who is that? I've never heard of him. The son of the white-clad god king, Jiang Chujian. Ah, now it makes sense why he seeks to atone. At the Jiang family, within the God King Palace, Jiang Chen lounged lazily on a cushion, while Lu Qingyan served him like an attentive maid. A servant approached, announcing, Your Highness, the Grand Elder of the Liang sacred land has come with his son to seek forgiveness. Seeking forgiveness? Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered with interest. Who would have thought that Qinyang, despite his lack of intellect, had a rather astute father? Show them in, he commanded coolly. Before long, Qin Tianfeng entered, wearing a sycophantic smile. Ah, as expected of the God King's son, Your Highness, you are truly a paragon of virtue and grace, a figure of ethereal beauty. I have heard that you recently shattered the record on the Hengyu Gold List, ascending to the top. Indeed, you possess the demeanor of an emperor, destined to rule over the fates of all. Qin Tianfeng immediately adopted a subservient posture, unlike his usual domineering self. Lu Qingyan looked on, somewhat taken aback. And then? Jiang Chen asked leisurely, taking a sip of the tea in his hand. Lu Qingyan promptly refilled his cup. Qin Tianfeng continued to ingratiate himself. I have heard that a misunderstanding occurred between Your Highness and my son in Wandi City, and I have brought him here today to offer his sincerest apologies. With that, he shouted towards the door, You rascal, come in and bow to the young prince to admit your faults. Qinyang, burdened by the Liang thorn, trembled as he entered. His entire body was stained with blood, the thorns scorching his flesh, eliciting involuntary cries of anguish. All previous transgressions were my fault. I implore Your Highness to consider my earnest regret and grant me another chance. I shall never dare to act so foolishly again, Qinyang pleaded, kneeling and bowing deeply. Jiang Chen toyed with his teacup, remaining silent. Qinyang, noticing this, turned his gaze toward Lu Qingyan. Fairy, I was wrong to provoke you. I beseech you, for the sake of my sincere contrition, grant me another opportunity. Lu Qingyan's expression remained indifferent, causing Chen Tianfeng's heart to twitch. He feared that Jiang Chen might dwell on this matter, and if pursued, both he and the entire Liang sacred land would face dire consequences. Resolving himself, he produced a porcelain vial from his robe, saying, Your Highness, During my travels across the 3,000 states, I fortuitously obtained an ancient enlightenment pill from a hidden realm. I humbly request your highness to accept it. The enlightenment pill? Lu Qingyan's heart raced. This was a renowned elixir from ancient times, said to be crafted from the essence of the enlightenment tea tree. Consuming it not only enhances one's comprehension, but also allows one to enter a state of sudden insight, truly priceless. Jiang Chen, taken aback, had not expected Chen Tianfeng to part with such a treasure. He smiled and accepted it. Thank you kindly. As for the matter between myself and Chen Yang, it was merely a jest. Do not take it to heart. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yang, kneeling on the ground, exhaled a long sigh of relief. Chen Tianfeng clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your magnanimity." After departing from the Jiang residence, Chen Yang set aside the burdensome Luyang taboo, and with the matter resolved, he felt significantly lighter. However, Chen Tianfeng remained sullen. "Father, are you all right?" Chen Yang asked, somewhat sheepishly. "All right." Chen Tianfeng's heart bled. "I have even given away the Dao enlightenment pill for you, ungrateful wretch. If you stir up trouble again, neglecting your cultivation, just see if I don't break your legs." Chapter 11, A Decade. In the Jiang family, within the Divine King Palace, after Chen Tianfeng and his son had left, Jiang Chen drained the spiritual tea in his hand. Lu Qingyan, noticing, hurried to refill his cup, but Jiang Chen waved her off. "You are a body of the Taiyin. It would be a waste to have you serve as a maid. Go and cultivate diligently, striving for the perfection of your physique. This prince hopes to obtain the innate Taiyin essence within you as soon as possible." Lu Qingyan respectfully nodded, her cheeks flushing as she recalled something. "Yes, the innate Taiyin essence within me shall always be reserved for your highness." With that, she withdrew gracefully. That wretched woman, why is she blushing again? Jiang Chen shook his head, then took out the original True Resolution Divine Introduction he had acquired from breaking the Hongyu Golden List. It contained the foundational runes of myriad races, integrating them to forge the foundation of immortality. In a hushed voice, Jiang Chen made his way to the ancestral hall. The foundational runes of countless races were exceedingly numerous. Although Jiang Chen possessed unparalleled talent, mastering them all by himself would require considerable time. It was at this moment that the value of a good teacher became evident. "You wish for me to expound the Tao for you?" Jiang Jingsheng gazed at the original True Resolution Jiang Chen presented, a smile gracing his face. "I beg your pardon, ancestor," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. As the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Jingsheng was but a step away from entering the imperial realm. Had he not been constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, he would have likely shattered the final shackles and attained the Tao long ago. Such resources, Jiang Chen would naturally not let slip by. "You young rascal," Jiang Jingsheng remarked, observing the earnest expression on Jiang Chen's face. "Your ambition is truly substantial. If you successfully forge the foundation of immortality, our Jiang family may very well produce an invincible immortal king." Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, refraining from responding. "Very well then. Let us begin. From this day forth, I shall impart the Tao to you for 3 hours each day." Jiang Jingsheng picked up the original True Resolution and began his profound, yet accessible explanation. It must be said, the teachings of such a powerful being were indeed terrifying. As he spoke, astonishing phenomena unfolded, with golden lotuses continuously blooming from the void. Golden lotuses bloom from the tongue. Seeing this, Jiang Chen swiftly consumed a Dao enlightenment pill. In an instant, he entered a peculiar state, as if the sounds of the Tao were singing in his ears, and his comprehension soared exponentially. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. This year, Jiang Chen had reached the age of 13. The youth had grown into a tall and slender figure, exuding an ethereal radiance, each gesture imbued with an air of detachment from worldly concerns. At times, Lu Qingyan would observe him practicing and, lost in her reverie, would find her cheeks flushed, unaware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. Over these 10 years, Jiang Chen's most significant transformation was in his cultivation. In the ancestral hall, Jiang Chen focused his mind and opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 13 years old. Physique, chaotic body, supreme bone. Cultivation, 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Cultivation techniques, Universe Tao Sutra, Indestructible Sutra, 2nd level. Divine powers, Chaos Resolution, perfected. Treasure, Chaos Heaven Blade, Tao Longevity Lock, Guardian of the Underworld. Task system, not activated, will activate upon reaching the Cave Heaven realm. 10 years had passed, and Jiang Chen's cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. This was largely due to his focus on comprehending the original True Resolution during this decade. Otherwise, with his talent, he would likely have reached the King's realm long ago. Nonetheless, the rewards were gratifying. He had completely mastered the foundational runes of myriad races recorded in the original True Resolution. Now, he only awaited a fortuitous opportunity to integrate them and forge his foundation of immortality. Yet, he had waited a full 2 years for such an opportunity. The foundation of immortality, indeed, could not be forced. Jiang Chen sighed, murmuring, "Very well, let everything follow its course. For now, let us aim to break through to the cave heaven realm." For others, each breakthrough to a new realm was fraught with difficulty, accompanied by various dangers. Yet for Jiang Chen, it was as effortless as eating and drinking. At this moment, as he closed his eyes, the techniques began to operate, and a magnificent divine ring emerged behind him, with countless essences surging forth. This was the unmistakable sign of a practitioner in the cave heaven realm. Such practitioners connect the cave heaven to the heavens and earth, wielding the power of the cosmos with ease, their inner essence and magical power inexhaustible. Cave heaven realm. Jiang Chen felt neither joy nor sorrow. For him, opening the cave heaven was simply a matter of course. "Have you broken through?" Just then, Jiang Jingsheng's figure appeared silently before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen calmly nodded. "What a prodigy! A 13-year-old in the cave heaven realm. When I broke through, I was nearly 20. Moreover, this lad spent most of the last decade comprehending the original True Resolution. If he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, it's unimaginable." Jiang Jingsheng lamented. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. He felt like a complete failure beside this young prodigy, aside from being a bit older. After exiting the ancestral hall, Jiang Chen returned to the Divine King Palace, where Lu Qingyan, who had been waiting for some time, immediately approached him. Clad in a delicate, elegant palace gown, her figure was impossible to conceal. Her slender waist could easily be encircled by a single hand, and her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded casually behind her. In 10 years, the young girl had blossomed into an even more captivating beauty. Remarkably, her ranking on the exquisite list established by the Tiangong Pavilion had risen to 3rd place, referred to by a swarm of admirers as the Moonlight Fairy. It is noteworthy that a few years prior, Jiang Chen had also made the list, not the exquisite list, but the talented list, ranking 36th. Of course, this ranking was not entirely accurate, as Jiang Chen had spent the last decade cultivating within the Jiang family and had not ventured out. His only notable action was signing in at the Hengyu Golden List when he was 3. Yet, even so, his ranking was not insignificant. "Qingyan, I greet His Highness." "The prince," Lu Qingyan said softly, her red lips parting slightly. "Didn't I mention before that you need to tidy my room? Focus on your cultivation." Jiang Chen sighed softly. Over the years, Lu Qingyan had diligently tidied his room at the same hour each day. No amount of protest seemed to sway her. At times, he would find himself lost in thought, staring at her dreamily. This audacious woman, could it be that she truly craved his company? It is said that women become as fierce as wolves at 30 and as tigers at 40, and as insatiable as the earth at 50. Yet she hadn't even reached 30, and already exhibited tendencies reminiscent of both wolf and tiger. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled Lu Qingyan to withdraw, turning instead toward the grand hall of the Divine King Palace. Upon entering the hall, he was suddenly greeted by a murmur of voices. How swiftly time flies. Little Chun was already 13 years old. In my opinion, it is high time to arrange a marriage for him. Is that not perhaps too early? Too early? Do you not wish to hold your grandchild sooner? Well, I think the saintess from the neighboring 5-element sacred land is quite splendid, first on the beauty rankings. With an innate 5-element divine body, her potential is astounding. The eldest princess of the Inviting Moon celestial dynasty is also commendable. It is said she possesses a natural dragon body, albeit she is a bit older, yet she knows how to cherish others. There is also Yi Qingsheng from the imperial Yi family, Ling Yao from the spirit clan, and the princess of the demon clan, Yen Ruyu. In my view, all these young women are quite suitable. It's a dilemma, as I cannot decide whom to choose. Why not let Jiang Chen marry them all? After all, with his talent and cultivation, he would be more than capable of matching any of them. Chapter 12. The Request for Aid from the 10,000 Holy Sect. Listening to the discussions within the hall, Jiang Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Good heavens, I am but 13. What do you mean by marrying them all? He shook his head, shifting his feet in preparation to leave. Just then, the great doors swung open. Zhou Yuechen, with a playful reproach, grasped her son's hand. You've reached the doorway. Where do you think you're going? Afraid that your father and mother will consume you? With that, she pulled Jiang Chen back into the hall. Upon entering, Jiang Chen was astonished to find his grandfather present, and he promptly bowed respectfully. Chen pays respects to grandfather. To father as well. Zhou Yuechen shot him a glance, leading him to a seat, and then handed him a spirit fruit. Try this. It's a primordial spirit fruit just delivered by the medicine god sect, said to be extremely beneficial for the primordial spirit. Jiang Chen took a bite. It was quite palatable, and after consuming it, he felt his primordial spirit become clearer and more refined, indicative of its extraordinary nature. Such a spirit fruit, if presented in the outside world, would likely incite a fierce scramble among cultivators. Yet for the Jiang family, it was merely an everyday occurrence. Your father and mother were just discussing arranging a marriage for you. My dear grandson, what are your thoughts? Jiang Chen teased his grandson with a smile. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Chen is currently focused solely on cultivation. I have yet to consider matters of romance. Moreover, I am still too young. Marriage seems premature. Chen, a man must never claim to be too young, Jiang Chujian interjected. At your age, I already had a plethora of confidants. What did you say? Zhou Yuechen's gaze sharpened. My apologies, my dear wife. I misspoke. Jiang Chujian quickly capitulated. Who could have imagined that this formidable white-clad divine king, known for his domineering demeanor, was so thoroughly governed by his wife at home? Just as the family enjoyed their harmonious gathering, a black-armored guard rushed in with urgency. I am Jiang Ming, here to see the clan head and the divine king. Jiang Qingtian halted his movements and inquired, What is the matter? Speak. Jiang Ming, being his personal attendant, would not intrude unless it were of great importance. Without delay, Jiang Ming responded, Clan head. The saintess of the 10,000 Holy Sect has come to pay her respects. The 10,000 Holy Sect? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he began to ponder. As one of the top dominions among the 3,000 Dao States, the Jiang family resided in Yunzhou, naturally commanding various vassal powers. Among these, the 3 sects and 4 families, along with the 5 directions pavilion, stood the strongest. The 10,000 Holy Sect was one of these 3 sections. Though it is termed a sect, in truth, prior to the ancient era, the Heavenly Saint sect was once a remarkably powerful sanctuary. However, with the conclusion of the ancient era and the onset of the era of decline, the Heavenly Water Sacred Land began its descent. First, they lost their imperial weapon, and then one ancestor after another passed away. Fortunately, during this perilous time, the Heavenly Water Sacred Land produced an exceptionally rare talent, a natural slaughter body, whose brilliance caught the eye of a contemporary saint from the Jiang family, who took him on as a follower. From that point on, the Heavenly Water Sacred Land clung to the Jiang family, becoming one of their vassal powers. As the time for tribute had yet to arrive, the saintess of the 10,000 Holy Sect arriving now suggested that something significant must have transpired within the Heavenly Saint sect. Jiang Qingtian pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, smiling. My dear grandson, I entrust this matter to you. Entrust it to me? Jiang Chen was taken aback. As the heir of the Jiang family, destined to assume the clan leader's position, consider this a chance to familiarize yourself with the responsibilities. Jiang Qingtian chuckled. Jiang Chen hesitated briefly before nodding in acceptance, then addressed Jiang Ming, who was kneeling on the ground. Lead the way. I wish to meet this saintess of the Heavenly Saint sect. In the Jiang family's reception hall, Lucien and Yi Meizhen sat facing each other. Perhaps due to having just endured a fierce battle, both bore the marks of bloodshed and fatigue. Yi Meizhen, in particular, was covered in numerous wounds, each glimmering with traces of Dao patterns that incessantly eroded her body. Saintess, are you truly willing to hand over the 10,000 Holy Order to the Jiang family? That is the key to whether our 10,000 Holy Sect can reclaim its former glory from the ancient era. Yi Meizhen spoke with reluctance. Lucien sighed softly. I wish it were otherwise, but if we do not proceed this way, my master's life may be at stake, and the foundation of our 10,000 Holy Sect will be utterly destroyed. The 10,000 Holy Order. It is said to be a relic left behind by the first emperor of the 10,000 Holy Sect, containing the essence of immortal inheritance. Over the years, the 10,000 Holy Sect has sought to unravel its mysteries, hoping to restore itself to the peak of the ancient era. Yet now, as the sect faces near annihilation, offering the 10,000 Holy Order to the Jiang family may provide a slim chance of survival. During their conversation, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the reception hall. Lucien and Yi Meizhen, not daring to be negligent, immediately stood to look outside. One glance, and Lucien gaze fell upon the young man leading the group. It is difficult to describe this youth, perhaps around 13 or 14 years of age. He stood tall and slender, exuding an ethereal glow. His every movement carried an indescribable air of nobility, as if he had stepped forth from the annals of myth. Lucien who considered herself a celestial being, found herself involuntarily feeling a sense of inadequacy in the presence of this youth. How could such an exquisite young man exist in the world? Lucien couldn't help but marvel inwardly, while Yi Meizhen also found herself momentarily entranced, astonished by the youth's appearance. There is no need for formality. Please take a seat. Jiang Chen greeted them with a warm smile, then proceeded to his seat at the head of the table. May I ask who you are? Lu Xian'er inquired with curiosity. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that today's affairs will be handled solely by me. Jiang Chen lifted the meticulously prepared spirit tea from the table and took a delicate sip before directly inquiring. Now, pray tell, what brings you here today? Lu Xian'er and Yi Meizhen exchanged glances, and Lu Xian'er promptly responded, Your Highness, Yi Fan of the Taishan sect has colluded with one of our elders, seeking to annex our Wansheng sect. They have now imprisoned our sect leader, and we beseech you to uphold justice for us. As she spoke, tears glistened on Lu Xian'er's fair cheeks, her exquisite countenance evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Were it not for the presence of discerning onlookers, those infatuated admirers would likely rush forth to console her. Yet, Jiang Chen merely chuckled lightly, unmoved. If this is merely the crux of your grievance, then you may take your leave. The Jiang family's governance of their subordinate factions was characteristically straightforward and ruthless. Tribute was the only expectation. As for internal conflicts and rivalries, they were of no concern. Whichever faction emerged victorious was still required to deliver tribute to the Jiang family punctually and obey their commands. The question of who held power was utterly inconsequential to them. Chapter 13. The Immortal supports my crown, bestowing eternal life. Lu Xian'er had already anticipated rejection prior to her arrival. After all, in recent years, the Wansheng sect had similarly devoured and annexed several smaller factions in the vicinity. Biting her crimson lip, she retrieved the Wansheng order she had prepared in advance. Your Highness, please wait. My Wansheng sect is willing to offer a treasured artifact in exchange for the Jiang family's protection. With that, she respectfully extended the Wansheng order into Jiang Chen's hands. A treasured artifact? Jiang Chen mused, examining the token with keen interest. How intriguing. Within it lay a trace of profound power. Might it be connected to the great emperor? This Wansheng order was left by our founding emperor, and it conceals a legacy that is suspected to be related to the immortals, Lu Xian'er revealed, disclosing a startling secret. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling a passage from an ancient tome he had encountered. It was said that the founding ancestor of the Wansheng sect, the great emperor Wansheng, had exhibited unremarkable talent in his youth, so much so that he could be regarded as utterly mediocre, easily overlooked in a crowd. Yet, in the twilight of his life, he unexpectedly acquired the legacy of an immortal, experiencing a second life. Thus, he surged forth, rising from obscurity to achieve renown across the world, ultimately overpowering all adversaries and proclaiming his invincibility in the starry void. In his final days, he would often murmur, The immortal supports my crown, bestowing eternal life. Some in later generations speculated that the great emperor Wansheng might have indeed encountered an immortal. With this thought, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he placed the token back on the table. Lu Xian'er felt her heart tighten at this gesture. Jiang Chen then spoke with a measured tone. The legacy of the great emperor Wansheng is indeed commendable. However, if you believe this alone will persuade my Jiang family to intervene, it is insufficient. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian'er exhaled in relief. The implication of insufficient indicated that he was already intrigued, and all she needed to do was to present additional leverage to secure his assistance. Yet, the question lingered. What more could she offer? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Xian'er suddenly clenched her teeth, as if resolutely making a decision, and knelt before Jiang Chen. Her voice softening. Your Highness, should you choose to assist, I am willing to follow you and serve you henceforth. At this juncture, her face flushed slightly as she discreetly glanced up at Jiang Chen. Becoming a follower of such a young man seemed rather appealing. Jiang Chen, however, raised an eyebrow slightly. This presumptuous woman, does she wish to take and consume? With this thought, Jiang Chen scoffed. It seems the saintess is somewhat mistaken. To wish to follow me, you likely lack the merit. He continued, let us discuss practical matters. Aside from this Wansheng order, what else can your Wansheng sect offer to sway me? At this, Lu Xian'er's delicate face paled slightly, and she inwardly chuckled at her predicament. Under ordinary circumstances, few men could refuse such overtures from her. After all, in terms of beauty, she was undeniably impeccable, rivaling even the most stunning celestial maidens. Yet, in Jiang Chen's eyes, beauty, it was the most useless of attributes. No matter how enchanting one might be, if they could not ascend to become an emperor, they would merely become dust and a mere skeleton in the annals of time. I wonder what else our Wansheng sect possesses that could possibly impress your Highness. I humbly request your guidance, Lu Xian'er spoke, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This woman is quite the charmer. Had she said so earlier, I might have been more amenable. I have heard that within your Wansheng sect lies a sacred cultivation ground known as the Wansheng Tower, left by the great emperor Wansheng, which aids in the honing of one's path to immortality. The Wansheng Tower? Lu Xian'er blinked in surprise before offering a wry smile. Your Highness may be unaware. But while the Wansheng Tower indeed exists, it was designated by the great emperor for his successors. One must ascend the nine-tiered heavenly ladder to reach its summit and truly refine their path. The areas below the ninth tier are merely ordinary realms of cultivation. Over the years, our Wansheng sect has produced many prodigies, yet none have succeeded in reaching the pinnacle. That is of no concern to you. If you wish for me to take action, then the Wansheng Tower shall be ceded to my Jiang family from this day forth. How does that sound? Jiang Chen stated matter-of-factly. He practiced the original true scripture, merging the foundational runes of myriad races into his being. Yet, he remained but a step away from forging his immortal foundation. The Wansheng Tower, capable of refining one's path, might just offer him the opportunity he sought. If your Highness can reach the summit, the Wansheng Tower shall be yours to command. Should you fail to ascend, then even our Wansheng sect would be unable to forcibly relocate the tower. Lu Xian'er readily agreed to this condition. If that is the case, let us set off, Jiang Chen declared, taking the lead without further ado. Now, we are departing this instant. Lu Xian'er was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the expediency. What? Do you not wish to rescue your master as soon as possible? Jiang Chen quipped with a knowing smile. And no, Lu Xian'er stammered before solemnly clasping her fists. I am grateful for your Highness's assistance. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Not long after, above the Jiang family's estate, a colossal ancient warship ascended into the sky. The battle vessel, adorned with mystical banners, was manned by countless armored warriors standing at the ready. An aura of unyielding lethality enveloping the air. These armored soldiers were none other than the famed iron cavalry of the Jiang family, whose reputation echoed across the 3,000 Dao States. Each warrior possessed a minimum of divine abilities, with many among them being unparalleled figures such as kings and sages. Observing the densely packed ranks of armored cavalry, Lu Xian'er could not help but feel a twinge of awe. Contemplating the Jiang family's reputation as the dominant force ruling the 3,000 Dao States for countless ages, even the mere glimpse of their formidable strength was staggering. In comparison, the Wansheng sect of the ancient pinnacle era would likely appear as nothing more than a slightly larger insect before the Jiang family. The warship soared through the air, opening a massive spatial portal. As the potent energies of space surged forth, the entire vessel vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was already hovering above the Wansheng sect. Your Highness, the Wansheng sect has arrived, a low voice reported from a black-armored sentinel. Jiang Chen opened the door to the cabin and stepped onto the deck. Lu Xian'er and Yi Meizhen gazed anxiously at the Wansheng sect below. In stark contrast to its former splendor, the Wansheng sect now appeared exceedingly desolate, shrouded in a crimson hue. Is this truly the Wansheng sect? Jiang Chen surveyed the scene with an indifferent expression. Just then, a mechanical notification from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! A destined individual has been detected in this area. Issuing system task, Destiny Assassin. Task details. Eliminate the chosen one, Yi Fan, and seize all the fortune contained within him. Task rewards, dependent on the host's performance, with a guaranteed minimum of one formidable divine art. Chapter 14. The Chosen One Yi Fan. The system task has finally been issued. The task system is a newly unlocked feature for Jiang Chen following his breakthrough to the Dantian realm. The system randomly assigns tasks, with substantial rewards upon completion. Of course, there are no repercussions for failure, leaving the decision entirely to Jiang Chen's discretion. However, Jiang Chen found himself perplexed by the concept of the Chosen One. Could it be that he was destined to be the villain? As Jiang Chen pondered this, the system promptly responded. Ding! Rest assured, host, you bear no villainous fate. In terms of fortune, your destiny surpasses that of many chosen ones. The so-called Chosen One is an individual born under the auspices of heavenly fortune, inherently favored by the heavens, endowed with extraordinary luck. I knew it. With such a fortuitous start, how could I possibly be a villain? Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Ding! The task has been issued. Will the host accept it? Was there even a need for contemplation? A guaranteed minimum reward of 10 formidable divine arts was too enticing to resist. Accepted immediately. What of the Chosen One? I am eager to see if this world's Chosen One truly embodies the invincibility depicted in novels, akin to an indestructible cockroach. A smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips as his gaze fell upon the Wansheng sect below. Simultaneously, within the Wansheng sect, in a secluded chamber, a young man who had been in deep meditation suddenly opened his eyes, dressed in black martial attire, with a tall and imposing figure. His handsome face radiated determination and resolve. A massive, ancient weapon lay across his lap. At this moment, as he opened his eyes, a flicker of azure flame flashed within them. What is it, Yi Fan? Have you successfully refined the Qinglian Xiankong fire? A spectral figure emerged from the ring on Yi Fan's hand, transforming into an elderly man clad in coarse robes. his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Yi Fan. "Yes, I have succeeded," Yi Fan replied, though no joy reflected in his eyes. "Then what troubles you?" the elder inquired, puzzled. "A sense of unease suddenly crossed my mind. It feels as though a great calamity is imminent, causing my spirit to waver," Yi Fan said, his expression grave after a moment of contemplation. "It must be a delusion. The situation is settled. The Wanxing sect is destined for assimilation. What could possibly go awry?" The elder chuckled, attempting to reassure him. Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged. "My instincts have always been reliable. Could it be that Lu Xiener truly enlisted the Jiang clan's intervention?" The elder's face suddenly changed, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. "I cannot say." Yi Fan took a deep breath and pondered for a moment before asserting. "This Qinglian heart fire has been refined by me. Regardless of the circumstances, I will not relinquish it. Not even to the Jiang clan." As he spoke, an image of a delicate face flashed involuntarily through his mind. He was not a native of the 3,000 Dao States, but had ascended from a lower realm. Initially, he had been infamous as a waste, unable to break through even the skin refinement stage after years of cultivation. In his darkest hour, Suner appeared, casting light upon his heart. From that moment, he vowed to bring her home as his bride. Yet later, he discovered Suner's true identity. She was a descendant of a hidden saintly clan from the upper realm's 3,000 Dao States. The vast disparity in their statuses rendered any possibility between them impossible. Consequently, Yi Fan devoted himself fervently to his cultivation. Fortunately, the heavens favored the diligent. At a crucial juncture, the elder appeared. Not only did he restore Yi Fan's lost talents, but he also took him as a disciple, imparting supreme techniques. From that point on, Yi Fan underwent a complete metamorphosis from a waste to a genius, shining brilliantly in the lower realm and hailed as an extraordinary talent not seen in 5 millennia. In the ensuing years, he persevered, ultimately entering the 3,000 Dao States through the 100 Dynasties War and being personally recognized by the ancestor of the Taishan sect, who appointed him as the Taishan Holy Son. Now, the assimilation of the Tiansheng sect marked his first endeavor as the Taishan Holy Son. The objective was simple. First, to solidify his position, as many within the sect opposed him, and he needed to achieve results to silence them. Secondly, the exotic fire. The technique bestowed upon him by the elder, known as the flame art, could be enhanced through the devouring of heavenly exotic fires. The Wanxing sect possessed the Qinglian heart fire, ranked 10th on the exotic fire list. He had previously sought it from the Tiansheng sect, only to be denied. Thus, he set his sights on the Tiansheng sect. Little Leaf, have you truly considered this? Once the Jiang clan intervenes, no matter how flawless your plans may be, you will inevitably have to yield before such a colossal entity, the elder sighed, advising Yi Fan. What of the Jiang clan? Anyone who dares obstruct my path to Suner shall face annihilation, Yi Fan declared resolutely. The elder could not help but smirk at his response, thinking, truly, the ant knows not the heights of heaven and earth. The Jiang clan has dominated the 3,000 Dao States for countless ages. How could you presume to challenge them? Shaking his head, the elder ceased further discussion, transforming into a stream of light and returning to Yi Fan's ring. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed into the chamber in a panic. Yi Fan, trouble is brewing. That wretched Lu Xiener has indeed summoned the Jiang clan. Their worship is now hovering above our sect. What shall we do? The newcomer was none other than Qin Zhouping, the grand elder of the Wanxing sect. The rapid acquisition of the Wanxing sect by Yi Fan was largely due to the collaboration between him and Qin Zhouping. As predicted, it has come to pass. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, then gradually rose, addressing Qin Zhouping with calm indifference. Why the alarm? What of the Jiang clan? Even if the heavens were to fall, I shall bear the weight. Come, let us greet the Jiang clan. The bronze warship soared through the air, pausing above the Wanxing sect. Under the protection of numerous black-armored sentinels, Jiang Chen descended onto the sect's main square alongside Lu Xiener and Yi Meizhen. Upon witnessing this, Qin Zhouping immediately approached. Bowing respectfully and smiling obsequiously, I humbly welcome the esteemed members of the Jiang clan to our Wanxing sect. His demeanor was akin to that of a humble servant. Jiang Chen descended into the principal seat of the square, observing the scene with a placid expression, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Lu Xiener and Yi Meizhen glared at Qin Zhouping, their faces etched with fury. Qin Zhouping, you treacherous traitor, dare to appear here again. Today, I shall tear you apart. Yi Mei's voice was laced with fury, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Lu Xiener, though silent, radiated a similar aura of hostility. Had it not been for his collusion with Yi Fan, which allowed him to breach the protective array of the Wanxing sect from within, the sect would not have been so swiftly consumed by the Taishan sect. Qin Zhouping trembled uncontrollably under the weight of their murderous glares, but his fear was not directed at them. Rather, it was the figure seated behind them, Jiang Chen, that instilled dread within him. Chen Zhouping parted his lips to utter a word, yet at that moment, a soft laugh resonated in the air. Ah, my two esteemed friends. Why such hostility towards Elder Chen? This was all my idea. Any grievances you have should be directed at me. In the next heartbeat, a figure descended from the heavens. Clad in black attire and bearing an ancient heavy ruler on his back, his gaze was resolute, and his features were sharply defined. It was none other than Yi Fan. Chapter 15, My Rules Are Laws. Yi Fan. The sight of an adversary ignited a fierce flame within them. Lu Xiener and Yi Mei both yearned to charge at each other and rend one another to shreds. In contrast, Yi Fan appeared remarkably composed. A faint smile lingered on his steadfast face. Although his gaze was fixed upon Lu Xiener, he was subtly assessing the true mastermind lurking behind them, Jiang Chen. He understood that this young man was the one to be reckoned with. Jiang Chen, equally intrigued, lifted his gaze towards him. So, this is the fated child of destiny? As Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Yi Fan, a property panel materialized before him. Name, Yi Fan. Age, 23. Cultivation, pinnacle of Linghai realm. Talent, bloodline of the Flame Emperor, weak, body of glazed divine fire. Cultivation technique, flame art. Divine abilities, 3,000 thunder movements, collapse extremity palm. Buddha's fury lotus. Treasure, Flame Emperor's ruler, great wilderness tower, blazing divine armor. At just 23 years of age, achieving the pinnacle of the Linghai realm seems rather weak. Jiang Chen noted the ancient ring adorning Yi Fan's hand, sensing a peculiar fluctuation of soul energy emanating from it. Is the old man in the ring his hidden trump card? Jiang Chen mused, a smile breaking upon his lips. At that moment, feeling Jiang Chen's gaze upon him, Yi Fan instinctively looked up. Their eyes met in the air, and Yi Fan's body trembled, his breath quickening involuntarily. In a moment of disorientation, he envisioned scenes of apocalyptic devastation unfolding before him. A profound terror enveloped his heart, as if an insurmountable calamity was fixated upon him. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, the spirit residing within him emitted a faint wave of soul energy, snapping him back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. Little Leaf, be cautious. This individual is not simple. The voice of the spirit echoed in his mind, and Yi Fan nodded unconsciously. Initially, upon first sight of Jiang Chen, he had harbored a dismissive attitude, thinking him merely a 13 or 14-year-old boy. However, in this moment, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, shedding any notions of contempt. Yi Fan, release my master. Lu Xiener admonished sharply, while Yi Mei drew her weapon, coldly regarding him. Yet, Yi Fan paid them no heed. Instead, he bowed respectfully towards Jiang Chen, declaring, as a subordinate force, we shall pay tribute in due time and heed your commands, but any mutual devouring or encroachment shall not concern us. May I inquire? Your Highness, was this rule set forth by the Jiang family themselves? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. You are Yi Fan? Yi Fan replied with poise, indeed. Jiang Chen straightened, looking down upon Yi Fan. Since you are aware of my origins, you should kneel before me. His voice, though not loud, resonated in Yi Fan's ears like the tolling of a great bell, carrying an indescribable authority. Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly, about to voice a retort, when a cold command cut through the air, kneel. With that, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloped Yi Fan, akin to Mount Tai crashing down upon him. Instantly, the square erupted into a fearsome energy storm, with faint runes flickering within. So, this is the extent of His Highness's power. How formidable. Both Lu Xiener and Yi Mei's expressions altered, startled by the immense pressure. Thud. Caught unawares, Yi Fan's legs buckled, and he fell prostrate to the ground. When he finally dared to lift his gaze again, he found Jiang Chen standing before him, having approached without his notice. A profound humiliation coursed through Yi Fan, and he let out a primal roar. Is this truly the manner of the esteemed Jiang family? Such tyranny. The rules he set forth are treated as mere child's play. I, Yi Fan, shall remember this day, and I will repay you 100-fold in the future. The last sentence echoed within his mind. Having fought his way up from the lower realms to become the saint son of Tai Xian, Yi Fan was no fool. He understood that at this moment, uttering further threats would be futile and only serve to incite his enemies. A barking dog never bites. Jiang Chen regarded the kneeling Yi Fan, a smirk gracing his lips. Rules? My rules are absolute. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, he lifted his foot and aimed it at Yi Fan's head, declaring, die. As his foot descended, a gale of terrifying force followed. Yi Fan's complexion shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated Jiang Chen's decisiveness in this manner, granting him no opportunity for retort. Move. In a moment of desperation, he urged his inner power, seeking to break free from the oppressive weight. Yet, no matter how he struggled, it proved futile. Reluctantly, he called out to the spirit within him. Sigh. A soft sigh echoed as the spirit's figure flickered from the ancient ring into existence. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically. Finally, just as Jiang Chen's foot was about to descend, he managed to break free from the oppressive force, retreating like a specter. Has the old man in the ring intervened? Jiang Chen remained calm, his gaze steady upon Yi Fan. Huff, huff. Yi Fan gasped for breath, relief flooding over him as he narrowly escaped. Noticing the look of fury in Jiang Chen's eyes, he felt a pang of apprehension, a surge of azure flames igniting in his gaze. Little leaf, do not act rashly. Find a way to escape. The Jiang family is not something you can provoke at this moment. The spirit's voice resonated urgently in his ears. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing the rage that threatened to consume him. I understand, but I shall remember today's events, and one day, I will make him pay 100-fold. With a fierce determination, Yi Fan dashed towards the exit of the Wanqing sect, but just then, a mocking voice rang in his ears. Do you think you can escape? Yi Fan's expression shifted as he instinctively turned to look, only to see a fist imprint hurtling towards him with astonishing force. His face morphed in surprise, quickly replaced by a savage grin. Come, then. Empowered by the ancient spirit, his cultivation had been forcibly elevated to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. With a mere glance, he discerned that Jiang Chen's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the cave heaven realm. In that moment, he brimmed with unwavering confidence, certain he could effortlessly crush his opponent. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. However, as their fists collided, Yi Fan's expression twisted into one of disbelief, his eyes reflecting utter incredulity. How could this be possible? In the next instant, he was sent hurtling backward, unable to control his trajectory. Chapter 16, Provocation. Bang! Yi Fan's body crashed violently to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion paling. How could this happen? His face was a mask of incredulity. He was being overwhelmed by someone of a significantly lower cultivation level. It was known that he had always fought across realms, and within his own realm. He had never encountered a rival. Now, despite holding the advantage, he found himself being utterly dominated. At that moment, a crack formed in his Dao heart. Too weak. Disappointing. Let it end. Jiang Chen would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. With strides resembling those of a war god, he advanced directly towards Yi Fan, raising his hand to unleash another punch. Boom. The potent force of his blood energy swirled around his fist, subtly revealing golden runes. This punch left no room for reservation. The dense blood energy surged upwards like a blazing inferno. One could easily imagine that if Yi Fan were struck, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Was this truly the end? As he beheld the terrifying fist imprint drawing nearer, a flicker of despair crossed Yi Fan's eyes, and the visage of Sun'er floated into his mind. Suddenly, a sigh echoed within his heart. Little Yi, you have done well. Now allow me, the old man, to take over. With that, an astonishing power surged forth from within Yi Fan. Boom. Endless spiritual energy erupted from his being, transforming into a tempest of energy. Even someone as formidable as Jiang Chen was compelled to take 2 steps back from this energy storm. A quasi-emperor? Is he not even pretending? Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, having anticipated this moment long ago. However, those around them displayed expressions of sheer terror. A quasi-emperor. Among the myriad realms, they are unparalleled top-tier powerhouses, capable of establishing sects and claiming the title of ancestor. Such beings have transcended human limitations, wielding incomprehensible might. Young friend, might I implore you, for the sake of this old man's face, to grant my disciple a chance at survival? The spirit-s figure emerged from Yi Fan, bowing solemnly to Jiang Chen. Though he was merely a soul at that moment, an unutterable aura of authority emanated from him. Yet, Jiang Chen perceived the underlying truth. This ancient spirit, despite exuding an aura akin to a quasi-emperor, was ultimately insubstantial in essence. His true combat prowess likely equated to that of a holy emperor. Once a quasi-emperor in life, now reduced to a mere primordial spirit, he could only manifest the strength of a holy emperor. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon the spirit and suddenly remarked, Esteemed elder, your association with Yi Fan is merely a means to restore your corporeal form. Why not join our Jiang family? I assure you, should you align with us, we will spare no effort in aiding your return to flesh. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly. The reason the spirit resided within him was that he had promised to exhaust every avenue to assist the spirit in regaining his body once he rose to prominence. Yet now, Jiang Chen presented such an enticing proposition. Fear gripped him, a dread that the spirit might indeed accept Jiang Chen's offer and abandon him. The spirit was his greatest reliance. The consequences of losing that support were unimaginable. Master Yi Fan stammered, glancing anxiously at the spirit. After absorbing Jiang Chen's words, the spirit lowered his head slightly, feeling a flicker of temptation. With the Jiang family's might, if they were willing to assist him, he could indeed regain his corporeal form and return to his former peak. Even his past adversaries would seem like mere ants before the Jiang family's colossal presence. However, just as he lifted his gaze, he suddenly noticed the subtly frigid glint in Jiang Chen's eyes. Turning to look at the visibly anxious Yifan, the spirit quickly realized the implication. Provocation. The spirit was filled with trepidation. Had he agreed to Jiang Chen's terms, he would have likely been forcibly slain upon arriving at the Jiang family, leaving Yifan severely impacted. Even if he managed to escape today, his Dao heart would undoubtedly suffer. What a formidable young man. At such a tender age, he possesses such cunning. The spirit couldn't help but marvel. By comparison, Yifan seemed like a naive novice before him. Esteemed elder, have you reached a decision? Jiang Chen's gentle laughter resonated at the opportune moment. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but this matter is too trivial to trouble the Jiang family. I believe my disciple will undoubtedly assist me in restoring my corporeal form, the spirit replied gravely. Have you seen through it? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. This act of provocation was merely a casual endeavor. Its success or failure mattered not. Today, both Yifan and the spirit were doomed. None could alter that fate. With that thought, Jiang Chen calmly declared, make your move. As soon as his words fell, a figure materialized next to the spirit. It was an elderly man clad in black armor, devoid of any distinctive aura, his presence seemingly that of an ordinary mortal. Yet, upon his sudden appearance, the spirit's expression shifted noticeably, for he sensed an exceedingly dangerous aura emanating from this seemingly unassuming elder. It felt akin to encountering a natural enemy in the wild. Without a moment's hesitation, the spirit let out a long howl, instinctively retreating. Just a mere quasi-emperor soul, can you escape? The elder sneered, raising his withered hand and directly reaching out. The terrifying laws of the quasi-emperor coiled around his grasp, and before the spirit could even react, he was seized. Little Yi, run. At the critical moment, the spirit roared, summoning his final reserves of strength to force open a spatial passage. He understood that he was doomed today. His only hope now was to ensure Yifan's escape. Master. As he witnessed his master on the verge of capture, Yifan's eyes widened in desperation. Yet he knew that should he remain, he would not only be unable to assist but would become a burden. Thus, without hesitation, he charged towards the spatial passage. But just then, an overwhelming force erupted from Jiang Chen's body. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the spatial passage forcibly created by the spirit was obliterated, and Yifan was uncontrollably cast out. I told you, none of you will leave today. Jiang Chen's figure appeared like a specter, instantly standing before Yifan. Scram. I'll fight you to the end. Yifan was utterly frenzied, azure flames erupting from within him, coalescing into a dragon of azure fire that surged towards Jiang Chen. Exotic fire? A trivial matter, Jiang Chen scoffed, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. With a single punch, the azure fire dragon was utterly shattered. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to close the distance, and with a sudden, forceful kick, he aimed directly at Yifan's face, commanding, kneel. Thud. Yifan was slammed into the ground, reduced to a pitiful state akin to that of a dead dog. Gushing blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered. Turning to glare at Jiang Chen, his eyes ablaze with fury, emitting a roar akin to that of a wild beast. Jiang Chen, I, Yifan, vow once more. If I survive this calamity today, I shall return to trample the Jiang family, repaying this humiliation 100-fold. Hearing this, Jiang Chen merely scoffed, unfortunately. You are destined to die here today. With that, he exerted force with his foot. Crack. The sound echoed as Yifan's head exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 17. The Innate Charming Body. Yifan was dead, his skull crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. Beside him, the spirit elder was similarly crushed to oblivion by the black-armored elder, his true spirit extinguished, leaving no possibility of resurrection. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, this corpse had no need to remain. Jiang Chen casually tossed out a strand of Dao essence, which enveloped Yifan's headless corpse. Instantly, it turned to ashes, dissipating into the void. With Yifan's demise, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating the destined child Yifan, completing the system task. Task settlement commencing. Settling, please wait. Settlement complete. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Destiny treasure chest, gold. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 10,000 luck points. Detecting host's acquisition of luck points, system store has been automatically opened. The system store? Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred, and a panel materialized before him. He examined it closely. Overlord Spear, 100 luck points. Tianwen Sword, 500 luck points. Non-aggression, 500 luck points. Falling Stars of Light, 5,000 luck points. Frostmourne, 5,000 luck points. Fire of Joy, 5,000 luck points. Four Swords of the Immortal Execution, 1 billion luck points. Chaos Green Lotus, 1 billion luck points. Celestial King Shroud, 1 billion luck points. Good heavens! Truly, the system does not disappoint. This store boasted even the most formidable imperial weapons, celestial artifacts, and even weapons of the Celestial King level. Within the system, Jiang Chen even glimpsed techniques akin to the divine elephant suppression technique and the transformation into the unfettered method, capable of reaching the Celestial Emperor level. Jiang Chen's desire surged. Yet each item bore an exorbitant price, calculated in billions, equivalent to 10,000 xianxiafans. Ding. Rest assured, host, in the myriad realms and floating worlds, countless children of destiny exist. By completing system tasks or signing in, you also have a chance to acquire luck points. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind. System, you are forcing me down the path of the ultimate villain. Jiang Chen's expression was filled with helplessness. Ding. Host, you're practically overflowing with excitement. It's quite evident. Is it that obvious? Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Well, for him, as long as luck points were available, becoming the ultimate villain was of little concern. A villain? In this lifetime, Jiang Chen shall embrace the role of the villain, undertaking villainous deeds, stepping over the corpses of all destined protagonists, ascending step by step to the pinnacle. Closing the store panel, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon the treasure chest of the destined protagonist. Just as he was about to open it for inspection, a trembling, middle-aged woman approached. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she possessed extraordinary beauty, surpassing even Lu Xiener in appearance, with a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring. However, at this moment, the woman appeared somewhat haggard, her complexion pale, and her hair in disarray. This woman was none other than Lu Yu, the current leader of the Wanqing sect. In her youth, Lu Yu was renowned across 3,000 Dao States, a celebrated fairy. She not only ranked among the top 3 on the list of beauties, but also possessed an innate charming body. It was said that many illustrious prodigies had fallen under her spell, and even sons of sacred lands had forsaken their fiancés for her. At this moment, Lu Yu approached Jiang Chen, bowing deeply, and said softly, "Thank you, Your Highness. Were it not for your timely assistance, my Wanqing sect would have surely faced disaster." "You are too courteous, sect leader Lu." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Your Highness, I am aware of the transaction you made with Xiener. Regardless of whether you succeed in reaching the final level of the Wanqing Tower, I assure you that I will allow you to take it. However, regarding the Wanqing order." At this point, Lu Yu's voice faltered as she subtly glanced at Jiang Chen's expression, then steeled herself to continue. "Might I inquire if His Highness would permit me to exchange it for something else?" The Wanqing order. It was the key to whether the Wanqing sect could rise again and reclaim its former glory, possibly containing the legacy of an immortal. If possible, Lu Yu would never part with it, even at the cost of her life. After all, she had vowed before her ancestors that she would restore the Wanqing sect to its peak during her lifetime. Without the Wanqing order, it would be impossible for her to achieve this. Lost in thought, a unique aura suddenly emanated from her, enveloping Jiang Chen. Under this aura, Jiang Chen felt a tremor in his body, his vision momentarily blurred. The allure of Lu Yu seemed to amplify infinitely, every gesture and glance imbued with irresistible charm. This was indeed the effect of Lu Yu's innate charming body. However, just as she believed, she had successfully captivated Jiang Chen. She raised her gaze to find his eyes cold and indifferent. "Your Highness?" Lu Yu's heart sank. "Heh, sect leader Lu, are you attempting to seduce me?" Jiang Chen reclined lazily in his seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. The crisp sound echoed like a peculiar enchantment, resonating in Lu Yu's heart. "I wouldn't dare." Lu Yu's demeanor sharpened, her heart stirred by a tempest. This youth, though seemingly young, exuded a presence that felt more terrifying than her own as a sage. Moreover, her charm had seemingly failed. It was well known that once activated, the effects of her charming body could hardly be resisted by anyone below the sage level. Even sages risked being influenced if they were not cautious. Yet, here was Jiang Chen, appearing unaffected. "Is there anything you would dare not do?" Jiang Chen scoffed. As the heir of the Jiang family, he possessed treasures that could withstand mental influences. "I now present you with 2 choices. First, you may leave at once, and thereafter, the Wanqing sect shall increase its offerings to my Jiang family by 50%, and I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Each year, the tribute is increased by 50%, which effectively drives the Wanqing sect towards a dire fate. "Of course, you may opt for the second choice." Jiang Chen's voice resonated softly. "Let all members of the Wanqing sect accompany you to the grave." As he spoke, the figure of the armored elder abruptly materialized before Jiang Chen, a heavy pressure descending upon Lu Yu. Lu Yu's expression shifted, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. "How foolish of me. How could I have considered targeting the Jiang family? This truly is a case of losing both the chicken and the rice. Lu Yu then spoke with a melancholic tone. Your Highness, I choose the first option. Excellent. A wise choice. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile, and then he stepped forward, playfully lifting Lu Yu's chin. I have heard that those born with a charming physique possess primordial yin within, which not only aids in enhancing one's cultivation, but also solidifies one's foundation and refines the roots. What do you mean, Your Highness? Lu Yu discerned Jiang Chen's intentions, her voice becoming increasingly strained. I believe the primordial yin within the head of Lu's sect should still be present. Tonight, come to me. The additional 50% tribute can be considered as a jest on my part. Surely, the head of Lu's sect would not wish to see the disciples of Wanqing's sect living in dire straits henceforth. With that, Jiang Chen tossed a token into the air, then chuckled as he returned to the ancient worship. Chapter 18. The Divine Emperor's Command, the Ancestral Land's Secret Realm. Jiang Chen re-entered the ancient worship. Lu Yu remained rooted in place, her expression troubled, her gaze intermittently glancing up at the warship that loomed over the Wanqing sect. To go, or not to go? This was a challenging decision, as an increase of 50% in the annual tribute could significantly diminish the cultivation resources available to the disciples of Wanqing's sect. Over time, the overall strength of the sect might also decline. It's merely primordial yin. At this thought, a resolute expression suddenly crossed Lu Yu's delicate features as she gritted her teeth and declared, I am nearly 300 years old. How old is he? I shall not lose in this exchange. As she spoke, Lu Yu's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. The night, the moon hung like a disk, adorned by a sky full of stars. The ancient worship spanned across the heavens above the Wanqing sect. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged within the ship's cabin. Though referred to as a cabin, due to the spatial array, the interior was astonishingly expansive, comparable to several football fields combined. At this moment, Jiang Chen was seated upon a cushion, holding a golden, ethereal treasure chest in his hands. Destiny treasure chest, Yifan. Open. As Jiang Chen focused his thoughts, a crisp sound echoed as the lid of the treasure chest sprang open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Destiny treasure chest, Yifan. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Kunping technique. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 10 holy herbs. Kunping technique. One of the 10 fearsome beings, the Kunping's original divine ability, unparalleled speed in the world, upon reaching its peak. One can wield control over the river of time. To think it is this divine ability. Jiang Chen's eye sparkled. The 10 fiends, the strongest 10 beings in existence. Their bloodline power is extraordinary. Once they reach maturity, they can naturally attain the path of an emperor. Their corresponding original divine abilities are immensely powerful, each corresponding to the pinnacle of a specific realm. The Kunping technique, correspondingly, is renowned for its speed, with few capable of rivaling it. With this thought, Jiang Chen immediately immersed his mind in the practice. The 10 fiend techniques are profoundly mysterious, filled with dense, intricate runes akin to a vast ocean. Even the most exceptional prodigies require painstaking effort to grasp them. However, Jiang Chen was different. Thanks to the system's rewards, he could naturally master the initial state without comprehension. At this moment, as he delved into the technique, countless runes intertwined in his mind, ultimately transforming into a golden celestial palm. The body of the palm was adorned with black patterns, exuding an aura of primal wilderness. This was indeed the legendary Kunping technique. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen activated the runes in his mind. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Moments later, the afterimage solidified. In the blink of an eye, he had nearly traversed the entirety of the Wanqing sect. His speed was so remarkable that he evaded detection by anyone. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, the Kunping technique is unparalleled. Even at its preliminary stage, my speed now rivals that of a king-level cultivator. His gaze then shifted to the remaining rewards. 10 holy herbs. In this world, the qualities of various spiritual roots and divine medicines can be categorized from low to high as follows: spiritual medicines, king medicines, holy medicines, divine medicines, and the legendary immortality elixirs exclusive to emperors. Among these, those reaching the level of holy medicines possess the ability to resurrect the dead and restore the bones. 10 holy herbs, if presented in the outside world, would drive all cultivators to madness, potentially inciting a bloodbath among countless beings. However, for Jiang Chen, holy medicines were hardly precious. After all, with his status, a mere word from him would ensure a plethora of holy medicines at his doorstep by the next day. They are of little significance. Jiang Chen shook his head and stored the 10 holy herbs in the system space. After reviewing the rewards from the Destiny treasure chest, Jiang Chen then retrieved an ancient ring. This ring, known as the Bone Flame Ring, is a bona fide sacred weapon, obtained as a spoil after slaying Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan held a lowly status, it was well known that the protagonists of Destiny often lacked nothing in terms of opportunities, constantly stumbling upon fortuitous encounters. I hope it brings me some surprises. With a thought, Jiang Chen's consciousness penetrated the interior of the ring, quickly extracting numerous items to lay before him. Upon a cursory glance, he found that the majority were useless trinkets. Yet, 3 items caught his attention. Flame Decision, an imperial-level cultivation method. Upon reaching its peak, not only can one attain the path of an emperor, but one can also command the Tao of Flame. Furthermore, by devouring exotic flames, one can undergo a transformation into the legendary 10,000 Flames body. The 10,000 Flames body is a supreme physique said to exist only in legends. Once fully realized, it grants mastery over the essence of the flame path, possessing terrifying power capable of challenging ancient emperors. Its strength even surpasses that of the ancient sacred physiques. Regrettably, it holds no value for me. Jiang Chen sighed. As a natural chaotic body, the cultivation methods he practices, whether the Undying Sutra or the Cosmic Tao Sutra, surpass the Flame Decision. In the future, should he require followers of the fire path, this could serve as a reward to grant. Murmuring softly, Jiang Chen stored it in the storage ring and then turned his gaze to the next item. It was a fragmented token. At the center of the token, engraved with ancient inscriptions from the imperial fall era, was a character of antiquity. Jiang Chen was certain he had never encountered such a character before. Yet, upon seeing it, he instantly comprehended its profound meaning. Emperor. Grasping the token in his hand, an inexplicable message surged into his mind. The Divine Emperor's command. The bearer of the Heavenly Emperor's token is transported into the secret realm of the Heavenly Emperor every year to compete against other inheritors. Those who emerge victorious in 10 consecutive battles within this realm shall obtain the complete legacy of the Heavenly Emperor. Along with this, a fragmented scripture entitled Ancient Scriptures of the Divine Spirits is also imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. Although incomplete, the profound truths expounded within are immensely profound. If the full version of the Ancient Scriptures of the Divine Spirits were to exist, its rank would likely surpass that of the Cosmic Tao Scriptures and even rival the original scriptures of the Jiang clan. The Jiang family, with its countless epics of heritage, naturally possesses supreme ancient texts that transcend the Cosmic Tao Scriptures. However, such ancient texts are concealed within the secret realm of the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, which opens only once every 100 years. All descendants of the Jiang clan may enter, with a chance to inherit the original scriptures. Each time the ancestral secret realm opens, it marks the most fervent competition among the younger generation of the Jiang family. The rankings of the top 10 holy sons are reevaluated, and ordinary disciples seize the opportunity to challenge them. Should they succeed, they may take their place. Considering the passage of time, it is not long before the ancestral secret realm will open again. In a soft murmur, Jiang Chen could not suppress a smile. His curiosity regarding the family's original scriptures was boundless. Furthermore, despite being recognized as the son of the emperor since birth, surpassing the top 10 holy sons, many of the younger generation in the Jiang family have shown discontent towards his status. Some holy sons have even boldly declared their intention to challenge him in the upcoming ancestral secret realm, vying for the title of son of the emperor. This opportunity would allow him to decisively subdue them all. Chapter 19. The Fated Female Protagonist. Jiang Chen silently murmured, storing the Heavenly Emperor's token within his internal realm. According to the feedback from the token, the next opening of the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm will occur in 6 months. At that time, all holders of the Heavenly Emperor's token will be forcibly transported into the secret realm. Finally, Jiang Chen picked up the last item. It was an ancient, yellowed piece of parchment, inscribed with a multitude of intricate runes. These runes intertwined to form a special map. At the center of the map, a peculiar pink lotus flower was engraved. The lotus seemed to emanate a unique allure. Just one glance sent a wave of intense heat surging through Jiang Chen's mind. A pink fire lotus began to evolve spontaneously within his spiritual consciousness, exuding a scorching aura that incessantly burned his essence. This is divine fire, the scorching world demon lotus. Jiang Chen recognized the origin of this fire lotus, astonished. In this world, the myriad divine artifacts birthed by nature are countless. Among them, flames are categorized into 3 special rankings: the alien fire ranking, the heavenly fire ranking, and the divine fire ranking. Were it an ordinary alien fire or heavenly fire, Jiang Chen would not even spare a glance. However, divine fire is different. The divine fire ranking records 10 types of divine fire, each possessing an astonishing origin. Some even make emperors yearn for them, capable of incinerating all paths in the world. Even the mightiest emperors cannot forcibly deduce their existence. the Scorching World Demon Lotus. In particular, is the fearsome Divine Fire ranked third on the Divine Fire ranking. It contains the power to scorch the world, igniting all evils within the heavens and earth. It is said that during the era of competing emperors, there existed an invincible emperor who wielded the Scorching World Demon Lotus. Known to the world as the Scorching World Demon Emperor, even amidst the brilliance of that era, the Scorching World Demon Emperor stood at the pinnacle among the formidable emperors. Truly, he is the child of destiny. Such fortune is indeed extraordinary. Holding a map that records the location of the Scorching World Demon Lotus is remarkable. Jiang Chen exclaimed in awe before unhesitatingly storing the parchment within his internal realm. Unfortunately, this map is incomplete. To locate the Scorching World Demon Lotus, he must gather the remaining 3 maps. Sighing, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. As for the other items in Yifan's storage ring, he did not scrutinize them too closely. With a flicker of flame, he incinerated everything to ashes. Just as the flame reached a jade pendant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. An ethereal figure emerged from the pendant. It was a young girl in her teens, her countenance serene, illuminated by 5-colored divine light, adorned in resplendent garments. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, golden light shimmering within. Coldly fixating on Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes as they locked gazes, an implicit spark igniting between them. Who are you? Why does Yifan's jade pendant rest in your possession? The girl spoke first, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Yifan. Jiang Chen grinned, suddenly inquiring. What is your relation to him? The girl's brow furrowed, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, answer my question, or face death. Jiang Chen chuckled. Even without her declaration, he could surmise her identity. She was likely Yifan's childhood companion, a fated daughter of destiny. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, the girl's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as a long sword silently materialized in her hand. At that moment, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. I'm afraid you've arrived too late. Yifan is already dead. Dead. The girl's expression faltered, her face turning pale as her beautiful eyes fixated intensely on Jiang Chen, each word laced with disbelief. You are lying, Yifan. Before she could finish, Jiang Chen interrupted. It was I who killed him. I stomped on his head until it exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. At this, a slight curve formed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Too bad you weren't there to witness such an exhilarating scene. With that, he raised the bone flame ring in his hand. Swish. The girl, without warning, slashed her sword. The terrifying sword energy, accompanied by a piercing sound, surged towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen merely waved his hand casually, dispersing the sword energy effortlessly. He then seized the girl by the neck, applying pressure. Pop! The girl's ethereal form shattered, and the jade pendant disintegrated into dust. Eldering, Jiang Chen whispered, as the elder in black armor concealed in the shadows appeared. Greetings, Your Highness. Elder Ying was one of the guardians assigned to Jiang Chen by the Jiang family. With peak quasi-emperor cultivation, he was but a step away from mastering the Tao. Investigate the origins of this girl. Jiang Chen mentally projected the image of the girl he had just encountered. Rather than waiting passively for danger to approach, he preferred to take proactive measures, eliminating threats in their infancy. Yes, Your Highness. Elder Ying's figure flickered and vanished. Meanwhile, in another realm, the heavenly continent, within an ancient secret realm, lay the dwelling of the reclusive holy clan, the celestial human clan. In ancient times, the celestial human clan once flourished, renowned as the supreme imperial clan. Their unique fated divine physique was considered one of the strongest physiques throughout history. Once fully developed, it grants imperial-level combat prowess. During the zenith of this illustrious clan, the 6 legendary fated physiques coexisted in an unparalleled era, dominating and suppressing all realms. Regrettably, the resplendent days of this lineage were all too fleeting. In the twilight of antiquity, the 6 fated legendary physiques fell one after another, reduced to ashes. Consequently, the celestial race succumbed to decline, and in the subsequent ages, no further fated legendary physiques emerged from their ranks. Ultimately, this clan was compelled to seal themselves within a hidden realm, retreating from the world. At this moment, within the secret realm of the celestial race, in the Hall of Myths, Ling Suner abruptly opened her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her delicate face paling drastically. Miss, are you all right? A nearby maid, startled by the scene, rushed forward with concern. However, Ling Suner did not spare her a glance, frantically retrieving a jade pendant from her bosom. This pendant, known as the Mandarin Duck Jade, was an unexpected acquisition during her time in the lower realms. She and Yifan each possessed one, both imprinted with their life forces. At this moment, as Ling Suner unveiled the pendant, she discovered that the once vibrant flame of life emanating from Yifan had, to her horror, extinguished. It's true. Brother Yifan, Ling Suner collapsed to the ground, her face a mask of desolation. "Miss, what has happened?" The maid, bewildered, hurried to assist her. After all, as the sole bearer of a fated legendary physique in the present celestial race, Ling Suner embodied the hope for the clan's resurgence. Should anything befall her, the entire celestial race would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. "Xiao Dai, go find out what has happened to Brother Yi Fan." Ling Suner grasped the maid's arm fiercely. The maid hesitated. "Miss, the Grand Elder has issued a strict order forbidding any contact between you and Yi Fan." Before she could express more, she met Ling Suner's murderous gaze. "Go quickly." "Yes." The maid trembled in fear, having never before witnessed such an expression from her mistress. She wasted no time and hurried out. In the grand hall, only Ling Suner remained. "Brother Yi Fan, no matter who it may be, I shall avenge you." Chapter 20. Primordial Yin, 10 Heavenly Caverns. Night. A veil cloaked the heavens. On an ancient warship, Jiang Chen reclined lazily in the main seat. Beside him, a cup of spiritual tea emitted wisps of steam. Within the cup, tea leaves inscribed with golden sacred bell runes churned in the bubbling spiritual spring. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, an aromatic fragrance wafted in, accompanied by a series of knocks on the door. "Enter." As Jiang Chen's voice faded, Liu stepped in, adorned in a flowing crimson palace gown. With her innate charm, she exuded an enchanting allure with every movement, compelling one to cradle her tenderly. The vivid scarlet of her gown accentuated her captivating essence, igniting an uncontrollable desire in the hearts of onlookers. Yet, for Jiang Chen, even if the 9 heavens celestial maiden descended, without worth, she would merely be a withered beauty. "Greetings, Your Highness." Liu Yu graciously bowed, her alabaster skin radiating brightness that illuminated the space. "Please, take a seat." Jiang Chen gestured to the mat before him with indifference. "Your Highness, perhaps it is best to attend to business first," Liu Yu replied softly, her red lips biting her silver teeth. Having reconciled with her fate after the mental preparations of the day, she was willing to offer her body for the advancement of the sacred sect. As she spoke, she boldly unfastened the ties of her crimson gown, allowing it to slip from her shoulders, revealing her beauty. A wave of springtime allure enveloped the space. Liu Yu closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor of surrender. "Heh." At that moment, a light laugh broke the tension. Liu Yu instinctively opened her eyes, finding Jiang Chen gazing at her with an unperturbed expression, devoid of any emotion. Too young, lacking experience in matters of intimacy, perhaps too shy to take the initiative. Liu Yu mused, then stepped towards Jiang Chen, reaching for his hand. "In that case, allow me to guide him." "Master Liu, you seem to have misunderstood something." Jiang Chen interjected, his brow furrowing as he gestured for her to remain still. Liu Yu's eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Chen straightened, shedding his languor, and remarked, "While I do require the primordial yin within you, there are myriad methods of extraction. As for dual cultivation," he chuckled lightly, "that is merely a rudimentary approach. The consensus in the cultivation world is that dual cultivation can siphon the primordial yin from female cultivators. Yet, it bears a significant drawback. Even with the aid of techniques, there will inevitably be a loss of some primordial yin during the process. In contrast, Jiang Chen possessed superior means to extract Liu Yu's primordial yin. Furthermore, he had no intention of cheaply offering his own yang to her. Was I overthinking?" Liu Yu's cheeks flushed. Although she was no longer young, this was her first encounter with such a situation. "Remain still. I shall proceed," Jiang Chen stated calmly. Then reached out to touch Liu Yu's abdomen, the very locus of her primordial yin. A soft sensation greeted him, causing Liu Yu to shudder slightly. In her heart, she reassured herself, "Everything I do is for the sect. It is worth it." If Jiang Chen could hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up for her self-encouragement. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from Jiang Chen's chest. The supreme bone within him began to tremble slightly, the golden runes inscribed upon it rapidly spinning. Ritual of all things. As a divine ability inherent to the supreme bone, the effects of the ritual of all things were both simple and formidable. It could sacrifice all under heaven, stripping away the essence of the world. Not only was its power boundless, but it could also claim everything it desired through living sacrifice. If Jiang Chen's strength were sufficiently potent, he could even sacrifice the heavenly laws, transforming them into his sustenance. At this moment, utilizing it to extract Liu Yu's primordial yin was a trivial task. Almost in the blink of an eye, the primordial yin within Liu Yu was drawn forth. She felt an emptiness within her. "It is done. You may leave," Jiang Chen stated nonchalantly. The innate charm of Liu Yu, coupled with her saintly cultivation, imbued her primordial yin with an exceptionally pure force. Jiang Chen sensed that if he could refine this power, his cultivation foundation would experience explosive growth. "Is that it?" Liu Yu's voice seemed tinged with disappointment. Yet she obediently complied and withdrew. Once Lu Yu departed, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the mat, swiftly circulating his techniques to refine the extracted primordialine. Within moments, pure energy was distilled, integrating into every cell and sinew of his being. Boom, boom. The aura surrounding Jiang Chen surged with a visibly palpable vigor. Behind him, a pristine celestial realm gradually materialized. Subsequently, the second, third, and fourth celestial realms emerged in quick succession. Within moments, 8 celestial realms circled around Jiang Chen, exuding a sanctified essence. 8 realms of the celestial domain. With 9 being the apex, it is generally understood that within the celestial domain, one must establish 5 celestial realms to solidify one's foundation and prepare for a breakthrough to the next realm. Some prodigies can even manifest the 6th, 7th, or even the 8th celestial realm. However, the 8 celestial realms represent the limit for the vast majority. As for the 9th realm, it exists only in theory. Even the most exceptional geniuses find it arduous to attain. In a low whisper, Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred as the universe's great Tao began to operate frantically. The residual yuan he had seized from Lu Yu still amounted to over 2/3. At this moment, with the frantic refining of the universe's great Tao, an overwhelming energy began to spread within him. The 9th celestial realm. Open. Jiang Chen let out a low roar, and a brand new celestial realm gradually emerged behind him. Compared to the previous 8, this 9th celestial realm was notably grander, its essence even more sanctified, resembling a full moon, suspended behind Jiang Chen, radiating ethereal light. The 9th celestial realm, the theoretical limit that all beings can achieve within the celestial domain. Yet, this is not my limit. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Chen refined all the remaining yuan energy within him, simultaneously retrieving all 10 sacred herbs from the system space and swallowing them whole. If others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly condemn him as a prodigal. What a sight! Consuming sacred herbs as if they were mere cabbages. Such extravagance. If these were used in alchemy, they could yield at least a dozen sacred pills. To consume them directly, at least 30% of their potency would dissipate. Even if one had a mine at home, such wastefulness is unfathomable. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen cared not for such matters. The phantom of the 10th celestial realm was already beginning to materialize behind him. Just one final step remained for it to solidify completely. With a thunderous roar, as the 10 sacred herbs were simultaneously consumed, an unimaginable torrent of energy erupted within Jiang Chen. Were it an ordinary individual, they would likely have been obliterated by such overwhelming force. Yet, the might of Jiang Chen's physique was terrifyingly formidable. Even in the physical realm, he could unleash a force of millions of pounds with a single punch. If he were to break through the celestial domain, ascending to an even higher level of physical prowess, he would naturally fear nothing. As the universe's great Tao continued to operate, the overwhelming energy was gradually refined and infused into the 10th celestial realm behind him. The originally illusory realm began to solidify, radiating a golden sacred light. In comparison to the previous 9 celestial realms, the 10th was not only more majestic and divine, but it also shimmered with a resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of a divine kingdom from myth. Most peculiarly, within this 10th celestial realm, a golden phantom was seated within. At that moment, Jiang Chen bellowed, 10th celestial realm, open for me. An intricate array of Tao symbols surged forth from his body, inscribing themselves upon the still somewhat ethereal 10th celestial realm. A resounding hum echoed. In an instant, the 10th celestial realm, which existed between the realms of illusion and reality, fully coalesced. With a thunderous roar, an immeasurable amount of celestial essence erupted forth. What is a celestial realm? It is the bridge connecting heaven and earth. Cultivators of the celestial domain can utilize the celestial realms within their bodies to channel the power of the cosmos, ensuring their magical essence flows endlessly. Such cultivators scarcely experience the possibility of exhaustion, effortlessly wielding the celestial power with every gesture, easily suppressing all lower realm practitioners. Even those top-tier prodigies find it exceedingly difficult to contend against cultivators of the celestial domain. At this moment, as the 10th celestial realm was established, Jiang Chen could distinctly sense the surrounding cosmic pathways becoming clearer. With but a thought, he could summon the celestial energies around him at will. If the bridge connecting an ordinary celestial domain cultivator to the cosmos is akin to a humble footbridge, then Jiang Chen's connection is a magnificent bridge reaching the heavens themselves. System, open personal panel. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a translucent blue system panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 13 years. Physique, chaos body, supreme bone. Cultivation, pinnacle of the celestial domain, 10 celestial realms. Technique, universe's great Tao, indestructible scripture, second layer. Divine ability, chaos suppression, perfection, Kuimping technique. Treasure, chaos heavenly blade, Dao longevity lock, guardian of the underworld. Excellent, splendid. Observing his personal attributes, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, the opportunity to forge a celestial foundation had yet to be discovered. Otherwise, he might have advanced further within the celestial domain. Jiang Chen sighed softly. At present, his cultivation had reached the utmost limit of the celestial domain, and he could step into the next realm whenever he wished. However, he sensed that 10 celestial realms were not the ultimate limit of the celestial domain. He could perceive a distinct barrier. If he could shatter this barrier, he could advance further within the celestial domain. Alas, even with his extraordinary talents, he could not yet shake this barrier, let alone break it. Perhaps if he were to forge a celestial foundation, a glimmer of possibility might arise. As he pondered, Jiang Chen approached the window and gazed downwards, his gaze fixating on the Wansheng Tower, which stood at the heart of the Wansheng sect. May tomorrow bring me some surprises. It is said that at the apex of the Wansheng Tower lies the celestial fortune left behind by the great emperor of Wansheng. Yet in all these years, no one has ever set foot at the top. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Jiang Chen concluded his cultivation and opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing through his hands. After a night of practice, his newly attained cultivation was now thoroughly solidified. The aura emanating from him was as profound and unfathomable as the ocean, instilling fear in those around him. Your Excellency, I have investigated the identity of the person you instructed yesterday. At that moment, Elder Ing emerged from the void, respectfully handing a jade slip to Jiang Chen. After completing this task, her figure flickered and vanished once more into the ether, as though she had never appeared. Jiang Chen picked up the jade slip, his consciousness delving into it, and a wealth of information immediately flooded his mind. Ling Sunner, the contemporary saintess of the celestial race, gifted with a divine mythic physique. She fused 3 pieces of destiny stones and has now reached the pinnacle of the celestial domain, having opened 9 celestial realms. The celestial race regards her as the hope for their resurgence. After perusing all the information recorded in the jade slip, an odd expression crossed Jiang Chen's face. The celestial race. Truly, it is a narrow path for enemies. During the ancient era, the 6 mythic destiny powerhouses of the celestial race coexisted, basking in unparalleled glory. Regrettably, the 6 legendary myths of destiny mysteriously vanished, leading to the decline of the celestial race. However, the reasons behind their disappearance remain an enigma that has perplexed the 3,000 Dao States, with no definitive explanation to date. Some speculate that the 6 legendary myths of destiny may have ventured forth to battle on the path to immortality, only to meet with failure and thus perish. Others conjecture that the celestial race has been biding its time, suggesting that the 6 legendary myths have not actually fallen but are instead concealed in the shadows, gathering strength in preparation for a potential opening of the gates to immortality. There are also those who surmise that the 6 legendary myths were covertly slain by others. In any case, a myriad of theories abound. Nonetheless, only a select few are aware that the 6 legendary myths of the celestial race ultimately fell into the hands of the imperial clan, the Jiang family. In ancient times, the 3,000 Dao States were in a state of decline. The supreme realms across the myriad worlds, divine, otherworldly, and celestial, sought to seize this opportunity to devour the essence of the 3,000 Dao States to fortify themselves. The 6 legendary myths of the celestial race also believed that the 3,000 Dao States were hopeless. Consequently, they led the entire celestial race in secret preparations to ally with the divine realm. Furthermore, they covertly seized the ancestral veins of several hundred states within the 3,000 Dao States, intending to present these as tokens of allegiance to the divine realm. Upon learning of this, an elder of the Jiang family revived and personally intervened, wielding 3 unparalleled imperial weapons. In the shadows, he forcefully eliminated the 6 legendary myths of destiny. Had it not been for the celestial race's past contributions to the 3,000 Dao States, this race would not have survived to this day. Intriguingly, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he spoke softly. Elder Ing, please ascertain the current location of the celestial race. Yes, a hoarse voice resonated through the void. Jiang Chen then composed himself and stepped out of the worship. After a night of rest, the once blood-soaked Wansheng sect had been revitalized, now brimming with life and vigor under the morning light. Some disciples had already begun their morning exercises in the sect square, practicing under the sun. Yet, regardless of who it was, upon gazing at the ancient worship looming overhead, a profound sense of reverence welled up within them. Your Highness, Lu Xiener, who had been awaiting his arrival, hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. Your Highness, the sect master is unwell today. Allow me to escort you to the Wansheng Tower. Chapter 22, Thunder Realm, Purple Sky Thunder. The Wanxing Tower, standing 9 stories tall. Each level constitutes its own space, serving to assist in cultivation. At this moment, under Lu Xiener's guidance, Jiang Chen arrived at the front of the Wanxing Tower. Viewed from a distance, the tower did not appear particularly imposing, even evoking a sense of mediocrity. However, standing before it now instilled an innate sense of awe, as if what confronted him was not merely a tower, but a primordial beast of legend. The invisible aura emanating from it was enough to make one's heart race. Your Highness, this is the Wanxing Tower. Lu Xiener pointed to the towering structure and explained. Nearby, passing disciples of the Wanxing sect cast curious and respectful glances. Is this the young prince from the Jiang family? He appears so youthful, someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with surprise. In their minds, the princes of the Jiang family were typically robust and imposing. Yet Jiang Chen exuded an inexplicable charm, appearing strikingly handsome, even more so than many renowned celestial beauties. Should anything happen with His Highness, I would willingly consume sacred herbs daily and lie amidst divine essence to cultivate. A bold young woman gazed at Jiang Chen with an infatuated smile. I wonder how far the young prince will ascend within the Wanxing Tower? Another curiously inquired. The Wanxing Tower has 9 levels, each imbued with oppressive energy. The higher the level, the more terrifying it becomes. Your Highness, do you wish to enter now? Lu Xiener looked towards Jiang Chen. According to the original plan, it was supposed to be the master personally guiding His Highness into the Wanxing Tower today. However, for some unknown reason, the master had taken ill this morning, leaving Lu Xiener to step in. Even sages can fall ill? Perhaps it's due to the exertion of the past few days, Lu Xiener mused inwardly. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded and pushed open the grand doors of the tower. Creak. With a series of harsh grinding sounds, a door rich with spatial power came into view. Jiang Chen stepped directly into it. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an expansive grassland, with spiritual energy swirling around him, far denser than in the outside world. This was the first layer of the Wanxing Tower, known as the Myriad Spirits Realm, with a concentration of spiritual energy 10 times greater than that of the outside world. 10 times the spiritual energy? Jiang Chen's gaze was peculiar. Indeed, the density of spiritual energy in this space surpassed that of the outside world, yet compared to the Jiang family, it seemed somewhat barren. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, where a portal to the next layer floated amidst the heavens. Your Highness, this portal is the entrance to the second layer. Lu Xiener continued her explanation. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared before the portal. A faint oppressive force surged forth. Interesting. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, his body trembling slightly, and in an instant, all oppressive forces shattered. Calmly, he stepped through the portal. When he reappeared, he found himself in the second layer of the Wanxing Tower. Before him lay a vast desert, waves of heat rolling across the landscape. This layer was known as the Lava Realm, containing the essence of fire. Within it, both fire-based cultivation techniques and divine abilities received tremendous enhancement. Moreover, the fiery energy contained within had a unique effect of tempering one's mana. Quite intriguing. Jiang Chen continued onward to the next realm. The third layer of the Wanxing Tower was named the Sword World. Not only was it filled with sword energy, but it also harbored a strand of sword energy left by the great emperor of Wanxing, offering immense benefits for sword cultivation. Sky-Sea Realm, Beast Realm, Hidden Soldier Realm, Magnetic Realm. Jiang Chen pressed forward, quickly arriving at the 8th layer of the Wanxing Tower. Before him stretched a terrifying area of thunderous explosions, where countless bolts of lightning ravaged the heavens and earth, exuding an utterly terrifying aura. These bolts of lightning seemed to be exceptionally beneficial for tempering the physical body. Murmuring softly to himself, Jiang Chen willingly approached a tempestuous area of thunder. In an instant, boundless lightning rained down upon him. Jiang Chen relaxed his defenses, allowing the storm of lightning to strike him. Boom! The thunder raged, silver serpents dancing wildly. When everything settled, Jiang Chen could distinctly feel a subtle enhancement in his physical form. Quite interesting, though it's a pity that the power of these lightning bolts is too feeble, limiting their effectiveness for body tempering. Just as Jiang Chen concluded his thoughts, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. In the distance, a flash of dark purple lightning streaked across the sky. This is the purple sky thunder. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. The purple sky thunder, ranked 10th on the list of extraordinary lightning, contains a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao, and its might is boundless. If I were to use this purple sky thunder to temper my physical body, I might very well elevate the second level of the indestructible sutra to its pinnacle. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's figure flickered, and he boldly charged into the region of purple lightning. Come forth, let the storm rage even more fiercely. With arms outstretched, Jiang Chen actively drew down countless bolts of purple sky thunder. In an instant, the heavens thundered, enveloping every inch of his flesh and blood in purple lightning. A violent, tingling sensation coursed through him. Unfazed, Jiang Chen focused his mind and allowed the indestructible sutra to operate wildly within him. Boom! A terrifying suction force emanated from every pore of his body. The surrounding purple sky divine lightning was actively absorbed into his being. Should anyone else witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with unparalleled astonishment. Just how powerful must his physique be to dare to do such a thing? That is, after all, the purple sky divine lightning. For an ordinary cultivator in the cave heaven realm, not only would they be unable to absorb it willingly, but even a mere touch would result in grievous injury, if not death. Ecstasy. Countless bolts of purple sky thunder rampaged within him, yet as the indestructible sutra operated, these lightning bolts were refined and absorbed, transforming into a unique energy that nourished every inch of Jiang Chen's flesh and bones. The runes of the indestructible sutra, imprinted upon his body, grew increasingly profound and intricate at this moment. Not yet, just a little more. Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide and suddenly opened his mouth. In the next instant, all the lightning in the surrounding space was actively absorbed into him, and he swallowed it all in one gulp. At that moment, Lu Xian'er stepped through the spatial gate. "Your Highness, you are moving too swiftly. I can't keep up." She had just begun to speak, but upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a scene she would never forget in her lifetime. In the vast expanse, boundless lightning converged, forming an extremely terrifying storm. And at the epicenter of this lightning explosion stood Jiang Chen, clad in white, his garments billowing wildly, as he absorbed countless bolts of lightning into his body. Resembling a deity of thunder from myth, Lu Xian'er's lips parted slightly, unable to utter a word, her eyes wide with disbelief, as though she had seen a ghost. Chapter 23. The Harmonization of All Things. On the 8th level of the Wanxing Tower, the sky was filled with rampant lightning, resounding with thunderous roars. Jiang Chen, draped in white, stood at the center of the storm, akin to a legendary thunder deity. Lu Xian'er gazed at this sight, her expression one of utter astonishment. In this moment, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to her arrival, fully engrossed in the operation of the indestructible sutra. Every inch of his flesh and bones radiated a brilliant golden light. The runes of the indestructible sutra imprinted within him frantically absorbed the power contained in the surrounding lightning. Success! Suddenly, Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide. A glimmer of brilliance flashed within them, followed by the rhythmic beating of his heart, akin to war drums. The indestructible sutra had officially broken through to the pinnacle of its 2nd level. His vitality surged like a dragon, his body as strong as divine iron, unyielding and indestructible. Within him, it felt as if an ancient true dragon lay coiled. At this moment, with merely the strength of his physical body, he could likely crush all cultivators of the same realm. A smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your breakthrough in profound arts and your body's advancement." Upon witnessing this, Lu Xian'er hurriedly approached to offer her congratulations. However, after taking just 2 steps, her body involuntarily stumbled, collapsing to the ground. The oppressive force of the lightning realm was terrifying. Even she could only barely withstand it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen flicked his wrist, releasing a thread of magical energy to help her mitigate the surrounding pressure. He then turned his gaze toward the spatial gate suspended in the heavens. Before that gate floated the 9-tiered celestial staircase. The 8th level of the lightning realm had such an effect. One could only wonder what lay hidden in the 9th level. With a faint smile, Jiang Chen strode directly toward the 9-tiered staircase. "Be careful, Your Highness. The 9-tiered staircase is extraordinary. Its pressure is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand," Lu Xian'er urgently warned. Historically, many prodigious talents of the Wanxing sect had attempted to ascend the 9-tiered staircase. Yet without exception, they all failed. Some had even perished due to the overwhelming pressure of the 9th tier. If Jiang Chen were to fail, it would be of no great consequence, but if an accident were to occur, the Wanxing sect would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic repercussions. "I hope that Your Highness does not encounter danger," Lu Xian'er silently prayed. Yet, when she lifted her head again, she beheld a scene that was immensely shocking. Jiang Chen, with an expression of tranquility, stepped onto the 9-tiered staircase. In leisurely strides, he swiftly ascended the 9 tiers, arriving before the spatial gate. How is this possible? Lu Xian'er's eyes widened, a tempest of emotions surging within her. Had the feat never been accomplished in the history of the Wanxing sect truly been achieved by him? Could it be that the 9-tiered staircase was faulty? Lu Xian'er murmured to herself, braving the pressure around her, and with great difficulty. She reached the base of the 9-tiered staircase, instinctively stepping onto it. Boom! A terrifying wave of pressure descended upon her like a mountain. Puffed! Lu Xian'er immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward and crashing to the ground. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, furrowed his brow slightly and flicked out another thread of magical energy to assist Lu Xiener in rising from the ground. You need not follow me any longer. Wait for me here. With that, he turned and stepped into the spatial gate. As she watched Jiang Chen's figure vanish into the gate, Lu Xiener was overwhelmed with astonishment. The 9-tiered staircase was functioning normally. This meant that Jiang Chen had entirely relied on his own strength to ascend. A prodigy. It seemed that the Jiang family would soon welcome another invincible emperor in this lifetime. With this thought, Lu Xiener's mind began to race. Orphaned since childhood and taken in by her master, she had grown up within the Wanqing sect. For years, she had regarded the revival of the Wanqing sect as her personal mission. Yet, her innate talent was limited, without extraordinary opportunities. Her greatest achievement in this lifetime would be to attain the status of a sage. To restore the Wanqing sect to its former glory was, without a doubt, a mere dream. If I could become His Highness' follower, once he ascends to the throne, the Wanqing sect would also bask in his glory. Not to mention restoring the ancient splendor, at the very least, we could advance to become a prominent sect. With this in mind, Lu Xiener began to contemplate how she might capture His Highness' attention. It seemed there was no choice but to resort to this method. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiener produced an ancient tome emanating a faint glow from her bosom. The harmonization of all things. This was a supreme technique she had unexpectedly obtained during her previous ventures. It belonged to the ancient demonic sect, the Yin-Yang harmonization sect. The effects of this technique varied between genders. For men, it allowed them to commune with all things, seizing the essence of heaven and earth. When cultivated to perfection, it enabled them to achieve a transformative union with the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Conversely, for women, it transformed them into a furnace capable of containing the forces of nature. Previously, Lu Xiener would undoubtedly have dismissed the practice of this particular cultivation technique. After all, for women, this method was rather redundant. Transforming oneself into a furnace would only serve to empower others. However, her perspective has since undergone a transformation. The outside world. As Jiang Chen successfully ascended to the 9th level of the Wanqing Tower, the entire structure began to tremble violently. A beam of celestial light shot skyward from the tower's apex, its magnificent aura radiating outward. In that instant, everyone from the Wanqing sect instinctively paused, their expressions blank as they gazed toward the direction of the tower. Within the sect leader's chamber, Lu Yu lay wearily upon her bed. The extraction of her primordial yin left her appearing somewhat fatigued. That little rascal is far too greedy, draining me completely without leaving a trace. She sighed with a hint of melancholy, her eyes filled with resignation. Suddenly, an invisible tide of celestial energy surged forth. Lu Yu sprang upright, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked toward the Wanqing Tower. This aura. Could it be that someone has reached the pinnacle of the Wanqing Tower? Is it him? How is that possible? Astonishment and disbelief flooded her beautiful eyes. Since the disappearance of the Wanqing Emperor, no one had managed to step foot on the tower's apex. Yet now, someone has achieved it. With this thought, Lu Yu soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived beneath the Wanqing Tower. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered before the tower, all staring blankly at the towering structure. The resplendent celestial light enveloped them, and the oppressive aura of supreme imperial power surged forth. Witnessing this scene, disbelief etched itself onto Lu Yu's enchanting face. He truly succeeded. A bittersweet feeling blossomed within her heart. Although she had verbally promised to relinquish the Wanqing Tower, deep down she had convinced herself that Jiang Chen could never reach the apex, and therefore, he could not take it away. Yet, she never anticipated that her assumptions would be contradicted so swiftly. Chapter 24, The Wanqing Emperor. The Wanqing Tower. The pinnacle. As the power of space enveloped the area, Jiang Chen's figure gradually materialized. So, this is indeed the apex of the Wanqing Tower, he murmured softly, raising his gaze to survey his surroundings. This was a uniquely shaped space resembling a diamond. Compared to the previous 8 levels, this area seemed rather pitifully small, merely a few hundred square feet. At the center of this level stood an ancient altar, crafted from an unknown azure stone, stained with copious amounts of blood. Atop the altar loomed an archaic throne. Just as Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the throne, a majestic silhouette began to coalesce upon it. It was a tall middle-aged man, unremarkable in appearance, one who could easily be overlooked in a crowd. Yet, the aura he exuded was terrifying, akin to a sovereign of unparalleled might. Simply sitting there was enough to render one's breath momentarily suspended. Most peculiar were his eyes, within which the sun, moon, and stars revolved continuously, as if a genuine universe were evolving within. Jiang Chen felt his primordial spirit nearly succumb to that mesmerizing gaze, unable to extricate itself. Gasping for breath, Jiang Chen recognized the identity of the middle-aged man before him. the true unparalleled overlord, who once dominated the universe, invincible across the lands. However, it seemed that the figure before him was merely a phantom. The immortal supports the crown, granting longevity. The Wanqing Emperor's voice resonated deeply, each simple word appearing to contain the essence of the celestial Tao, causing the surrounding space to tremble uncontrollably, as if it might shatter at any moment. Suddenly, a command token erupted from Jiang Chen's body, landing in the Wanqing Emperor's grasp. This token was none other than the Wanqing order that Lu Xiener had previously entrusted to him. As the token rested in the Emperor's spectral hand, his voice grew increasingly fervent. The space around them quaked violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The dark red blood stains adorning the altar suddenly burst forth with a sinister light. A dense aura of annihilation surged forth, wildly intertwining with the phantom of the Wanqing Emperor upon the throne. Jiang Chen's expression shifted. A peculiar energy had fixated upon him, rapidly approaching like a ravenous beast intent on devouring him. This bizarre energy was terrifying, its aura rivaling that of a quasi-emperor. Seeking death, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as a blade of light erupted from his hand. In an instant, the chaotic force surged forth, obliterating the strange power that threatened him. Simultaneously, an ancient celestial blade materialized in Jiang Chen's hand, the Chaos Celestial Blade. The power of the ultimate Tao radiated outward. It seemed that under the influence of this ultimate force, the bloodstains that had initially targeted the Wanqing Emperor suddenly redirected their assault toward Jiang Chen. Those bloodstains coalesced, transforming into a grotesque monster with a gaping maw, as if intent on swallowing Jiang Chen whole. Clearly, the rumors were misleading. The apex of the Wanqing Tower harbored not opportunities, but rather great terrors. The creature formed from the bloodstains exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Chen gripped the Chaos Celestial Blade tightly. Just then, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. The phantom of the Wanqing Emperor spoke once more. The immortal supports the crown, granting longevity. This time, his voice was piercingly sharp. The Wanqing order in his grasp erupted with a blinding celestial light. In the next moment, cracking sounds echoed, and the surrounding space shattered like fragile glass. A massive hand eerily emerged from the void, reaching out toward the blood-formed monster. In a mere blink, the blood creature was crushed, disappearing without a trace. A monstrosity surpassing the quasi-emperor level was simply obliterated. Jiang Chen's heart raced as he tightened his grip on the Chaos Celestial Blade, cautiously scrutinizing the abruptly materialized hand. Although it seemed devoid of malice, the preceding events had been too bizarre, compelling him to remain on guard. Simultaneously, he gripped the token left to him by his ancestor, ready to shatter it for instant transportation should the need arise. I mean no harm. At that moment, a tranquil mental wave emanated from the great hand. It then pointed toward Jiang Chen, and in the next instant, countless images flooded his mind. In those visions, the aged Wanqing Emperor sat upon the throne, surveying his surroundings with an imperious gaze. Despite his gray hair, he radiated an aura of invincibility, while three dark emperors from another realm confronted him from a distance. A few individuals appeared to be embroiled in a heated dispute, yet the essence of their quarrel was shrouded by an enigmatic force, rendering Jiang Chen incapable of grasping the full context. Ultimately, an extraordinarily fierce battle erupted among the four, shaking the very heavens and earth to their core. Their fierce skirmish spanned from the starry skies to the depths of chaos itself. In the climax of this conflict, the Grand Saint Emperor single-handedly vanquished the three dark emperors. The blood-stained monstrosity that had recently materialized was, in fact, the very blood of the three dark emperors, splattered upon the altar during the fierce confrontation. The scene came to an abrupt end, leaving Jiang Chen in a state of astonishment. Such was the might of a powerful emperor. Even blood spilled from eons past possessed a terrifying strength that transcended ordinary emperors. The Grand Saint Emperor's prowess was even more formidable. In the twilight of his life, he managed to slay three dark emperors with sheer force. At this juncture, Jiang Chen could not help but take a deep breath. Historical records regarding the Grand Saint Emperor were scarce. The world knew only that, in his old age, he was rumored to have received the legacy of an immortal. However, details regarding his combat abilities remained largely undocumented. Some even speculated that among all emperors throughout history, the Grand Saint Emperor might be the weakest. After all, compared to other emperors, he ascended to power at an advanced age, his vitality nearly waning. Some even referred to him as the Elder Emperor. As for his achievements, the Grand Saint Emperor had not taken action since his ascension. Yet, it now seemed that this Elder Emperor was far more formidable than the world had imagined. To single-handedly confront three dark emperors and decisively slay them was a feat that could only be deemed defiant against the heavens. At that moment, a colossal hand suddenly materialized before Jiang Chen. In an instant, it pointed swiftly, striking his forehead. In that fleeting moment, celestial radiance erupted, and countless celestial runes began to coalesce within Jiang Chen's mind. Simultaneously, an unimaginably pure essence of celestial energy manifested within him. Chapter 25. A Sense of Crisis. Celestial Energy? Jiang Chen's gaze intensified, keenly aware of the changes occurring within his body. Moreover, the celestial energy infused into him was not of ordinary quality. It was the true essence of celestial Tao, imbued with the quintessence of the celestial path. It is worth noting that even within the four supreme worlds, the celestial realm did not necessarily possess such quality of celestial energy. As for the celestial runes that emerged in his mind, they comprised an unnamed celestial scripture. This scripture was not lengthy, consisting of merely 10 characters, yet each character seemed to encapsulate the profound principles of the universe, exuding immense profundity. This was a serendipitous acquisition of celestial scripture by a young man. For an ordinary individual, mastering even 1 or 2 characters could lead to ascension as an emperor. To grasp half of it would allow one to attain immortality amidst the mortal realm. To master all of it, a wave of spiritual resonance surged once more. Jiang Chen was astonished. This unnamed celestial scripture was indeed astonishing. To master 1 or 2 characters could lead to emperorship. This was undoubtedly more than mere celestial verses. It could potentially touch upon terrifying existences beyond even immortals. Jiang Chen's gaze turned towards the colossal hand, eager to inquire further. However, just then, a peculiar shadow flickered past, and the previously shattered space began to gradually mend, while the colossal hand began to dissipate slowly. My time is limited. Doom is imminent, and all realms shall face it. Hurry and become an emperor. Only by becoming an emperor. The hand left behind these poignant spiritual resonances before fading away. He sensed that the final spiritual transmission from this hand was of great significance. Yet, the crucial information seemed to have been forcibly erased by a mysterious force. What could it possibly mean? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, his eyes filled with bewilderment. At that moment, his consciousness suddenly faltered. When he regained his senses, he was horrified to discover that the tainted blood, which should have been obliterated by the hand, still lingered upon the altar. The surrounding space bore no trace of destruction. Even the ethereal image of the Grand Saint Emperor upon the throne had vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Was everything that had transpired merely an illusion? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. His primordial spirit became disordered, and memories began to blur, as if a mysterious force sought to obliterate all that he had witnessed. No, this was certainly not an illusion. At the critical moment, the 10 mysterious characters imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind simultaneously radiated light, shielding him from the enigmatic force. His primordial spirit cleared as if dust had been wiped away. However, his expression grew increasingly grave. After a prolonged moment, he finally relaxed his brow. Indeed, the depths of this world were perilously profound. From where did the Grand Saint Emperor acquire this celestial scripture? What was the origin of the mysterious hand that had appeared? What did the final spiritual resonance signify? And what of the mysterious force that sought to obstruct everything? In a low murmur, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. An involuntary sense of urgency swelling within him. I am still far too weak. If I were powerful enough, no matter the specters or malevolent entities, I would suppress them with a single punch. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Nevertheless, this experience had yielded him significant rewards. The essence of celestial Tao and the mysterious celestial scripture. Either of these alone could drive all beings across the realms into a frenzy, particularly those from the celestial realm, who would likely stop at nothing to seize them. With this essence of celestial Tao at hand, establishing a foundation for immortality should pose no issue. Jiang Chen's mind delved deep into his being, where he noticed a slender strand of celestial energy, a finger's width, slowly rising and falling at the location of his heart. It radiated a milky white hue, with wisps of celestial energy continuously emanating from it, nourishing every inch of his flesh and bones. The primary distinction between the essence of celestial Tao and celestial energy lay in the former's ability to ceaselessly release celestial energy, nurturing the physical body and primordial spirit. Over time, it could even induce a remarkable transformation of the physical body, evolving into the legendary celestial body. However, for Jiang Chen, the notion of a celestial body was utterly unnecessary. After all, before the chaos body, any celestial body was mere refuse. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen stepped forth, vanishing from his previous location. When he reappeared, he found himself outside the Grand Saint Tower. With a wave of his hand, the entire Grand Saint Tower began to shrink at a visible pace, ultimately reducing to the size of his palm, which he grasped firmly. The Grand Saint Tower itself was a quasi-emperor-grade weapon. As for Lu Xiener, still within, she was forcefully teleported out. Having completed these actions, Jiang Chen wasted no time returning to the warship. At present, He was eager to return to his family and establish a foundation for immortality. Your Highness, we bid you farewell. The members of the Grand Saint sect, led by Lu Yu, respectfully bowed as they saw him off. Only after the warship had completely vanished into the horizon did they rise and disperse. Xianxianer, come with me, Lu Yu called out. Just as Lu Xianxianer was preparing to leave. What business do you have with me, master? Lu Xianxianer inquired. Lu Yu remained silent until they returned to the grand hall of the sect. With a deep gaze fixed upon Lu Xianxianer, Lu Yu finally spoke slowly. Xianxianer, be honest with me. Are you cultivating the harmony of all things technique? Lu Xianxianer, having no intention of deceiving her master, nodded earnestly. You foolish girl. Lu Yu sighed. She was acutely aware of the heavy price women pay when practicing the harmony of all things technique, becoming a vessel for others, doomed to a life of hardship, ultimately becoming a mere wedding garment. Lu Xianxianer chuckled lightly, unconcerned. If it means reviving and strengthening the sect, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Lu Yu wished to say more, but the words faltered on her lips, transforming instead into a profound sigh. After a moment, she lifted her gaze toward her disciple. Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer dissuade you. If you have resolved to follow His Highness, then go. There happens to be a place available for training at the Jiang family. Prepare yourself, and in a few days, you shall depart. Thank you, master. Lu Xianxianer's eyes sparkled with excitement. A chance to study at the Jiang family would mean more opportunities to encounter His Highness. Meanwhile, as the power of space enveloped them, the ancient battleship tore through the void, returning to hover above the Jiang family. After greeting them, Jiang Chen plunged into the secret chamber of the ancestral hall. At that very moment, within the Divine King Palace, Jiang Qingtian and Jiang Chujian sat across from each other. Before them, a jade slip illuminated a peculiar scene, an account of all that had transpired since Jiang Chen's visit to the Wanqing sect. Truly my son, though still young. He conducts himself with remarkable poise, Jiang Chujian exclaimed, repeating good thrice. Jiang Qingtian nodded in satisfaction beside her. However, Xianxianer has shown a bit too much mercy. Although Yi Fan is dead, the Taishan sect remains unharmed. Furthermore, he still has many friends in the lower realms. Once enmity is established, one must eradicate it completely. One must remember, if the roots are not uprooted, the spring breeze shall bring forth new life. Jiang Chujian agreed, nodding thoughtfully. After all, Xianxianer is still young. It's normal for him to lack ruthlessness. But leave the unfinished business to me, his father. With that, he produced a jade slip from his robes, inscribed with a multitude of names, all connected to Yi Fan, and these individuals were all marked for death. Chapter 26. The Formation of the Celestial Foundation. In the Jiang family's ancestral hall, Jiang Chen was seated upon a mat, the essence of celestial Tao emanating a hazy aura, nourishing his physical body and spiritual essence. It was at this moment that he sought to forge his celestial foundation. With a mere thought, a flurry of intricate runes surged forth from within him. These were the fundamental runes recorded in the original true understanding of the divine. Consolidate, Jiang Chen commanded, extending a finger as all the runes intertwined and coalesced. In but a moment, a pearlescent platform materialized before him. This was the foundational essence of the celestial Tao, known as the Celestial Foundation. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed. The newly formed celestial foundation emitted a repulsive force, causing countless runes to clash and splinter apart. This was precisely why Jiang Chen, despite mastering all fundamental runes from myriad clans, had previously been unable to solidify his celestial foundation. Different runes represent distinct paths, many of which are inherently incompatible: water and fire, light and darkness. To forcibly merge these would not only shatter the foundation, but could also result in backlash upon oneself. During his first attempt at forging the celestial foundation, Jiang Chen had sustained grievous injuries as a consequence. Consolidate. As he witnessed the imminent collapse of the foundation, Jiang Chen hastily drew forth the essence of celestial Tao from within, infusing it into the crumbling foundation. The essence of celestial Tao, imbued with formidable power, possesses an astonishing capacity for harmony. Even paths that are mutually exclusive can be reconciled through its mediation. It is said that in the celestial realm, a formidable figure known as the Light-Dark Emperor achieved a remarkable fusion of the opposing paths of light and darkness after fortuitously acquiring a strand of celestial Tao essence in his youth, thus embarking upon an invincible path that led him to vanquish all adversaries and ascend to the rank of emperor. With the infusion of celestial Tao essence, the rapidly fracturing celestial foundation regained its stability. The corresponding paths of all runes were forcibly merged together by the celestial Tao essence. In this process, Jiang Chen himself fell into a uniquely ethereal state, as the resonances of the Tao echoed in his ears. The surrounding celestial paths became exceptionally vivid before him, granting him the sensation that he could reach out and grasp them. Most astonishingly, as the celestial foundation solidified, Jiang Chen's physical body, spiritual essence, and magical power began to undergo a profound transformation. Wisps of celestial energy cascaded down from the merging foundation, enveloping Jiang Chen entirely, ultimately forming a celestial cocoon around him. Within this cocoon, Jiang Chen entered a state of profound stillness. His life force appeared to wither, and without careful examination, one might even fail to perceive the existence of his vitality. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, at the moment he began to metamorphose within the cocoon, the flame of life, so intimately tied to his existence, extinguished abruptly within the Jiang family. Witnessing this scene, the elders erupted in chaos. Jiang Chujian and Zhou Yuechen sprang to their feet, rushing into the ancestral hall, fearing for their son's well-being. Yet upon seeing Jiang Chen encased in the cocoon, they fell into a state of stunned silence. Is this a profound metamorphosis? An elder rubbed his eyes vigorously, afraid he was hallucinating. It is known that such a deep metamorphosis not only enhances one's strength, but also elevates one's life tier. Even saints and quasi-emperors struggle to enter such a state without extraordinary fortune. Yet here was Jiang Chen, merely at the cave heaven realm, achieving this feat. Within the celestial cocoon, although Jiang Chen's life force was dormant, a careful observer would discern a faint ember of life flickering deep within him, gradually rising. Truly my son, entering a profound metamorphosis at the cave heaven realm. How could he not be extraordinary in the future? Jiang Chujian laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement. The elders nodded slowly in agreement, recognizing such talent as indicative of a being destined for ascension. From this day forth, seal the surroundings. Within a radius of 10,000 miles of the ancestral hall, no one is to approach, Jiang Qingtian declared suddenly. Though the benefits of a profound metamorphosis are numerous, they are fraught with peril. Any disturbance could lead to grievous injuries, shattered foundations, or, at worst, immediate death and the extinguishing of one's spirit. The three of us formed a group, taking turns to protect Jiang Chen. We must ensure that his nirvana encounter faces not a single mishap, one elder proposed. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, concealed in the shadows, Jiang Jinsheng was intently observing Jiang Chen. With the foundational runes of all celestial races as a basis, coupled with the essence of the celestial path as a guide, should this nirvana succeed, this young man might indeed forge an invincible celestial foundation, holding the potential to transcend into immortality. The word immortal, so brief, yet it ignites boundless reveries. Throughout history, how many prodigies and unparalleled emperors have tread the path in pursuit of immortality, yet none have succeeded, especially since the fall of the emperors, when the gates to immortality were sealed. The term immortal has nearly become a mere fantasy. In the supreme celestial realm of the myriad worlds, despite bearing the name celestial, no one has ever truly achieved immortality. Before the fall of the emperors, our Jiang family had once produced an invincible celestial king. Perhaps in this era, we may witness the emergence of another immortal. As he murmured softly, Jiang Jinsheng closed his eyes once more, his focus unwaveringly locked onto Jiang Chen. Should any unforeseen event arise, he would be ready to act in an instant. Time passed slowly, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the ancestral hall's secret chamber, a milky white celestial cocoon stood at the center. Inside, the young man sat cross-legged, clad in white robes, eyes tightly shut. His features strikingly handsome, exuding an aura that set him apart from mere mortals, with wisps of celestial energy swirling around his skin. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes, and within the depths of his gaze, boundless runes surged and flowed, tearing through the firmament, shattering emperors, collapsing stars, and reversing the sun and moon. Various terrifying visions flashing before him. Today, I feel a stirring in my heart. All laws converge, and the celestial foundation manifests, Jiang Chen murmured. In the next moment, a platform of densely packed runes, a milky white Dao platform, erupted from within him. The platform radiated celestial energy as various runes and Dao intertwined, merging into one. 10 years of comprehension, 3 months of nirvana. The celestial foundation had finally been established. Chapter 27. The pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Gazing at the celestial foundation platform suspended before him, Jiang Chen felt a surge of elation. After years of accumulation, the time had come to reap the rewards. Concurrently, in the outside world, as the celestial foundation solidified and was forged, the once clear sky abruptly darkened. Winds roared and clouds surged, thunder cracked, the sun and moon trembled, and stars fell. A myriad of terrifying phenomena manifested above the Jiang family. Simultaneously, endless dark clouds coalesced, with a swarm of lightning snakes darting within. A sense of annihilation permeated the air. This was the tribulation. All members of the Jiang family were stunned by this sudden spectacle. The source of the tribulation seemed to emanate from the ancestral hall. 3 months prior, I had witnessed the crown prince in secluded meditation within the ancestral hall's secret chamber. Could this tribulation have been invoked by the crown prince? As this thought crossed their minds, everyone instinctively turned to gaze in the direction of the ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders also sensed the anomaly in the sky. The tribulation. It originates from the secret chamber of the ancestral hall. One elder exclaimed with ecstatic fervor, "It is young Jiang Chen. He has succeeded. Nirvana is complete." They rejoiced, dancing with excitement, seemingly unfazed by the looming tribulation overhead. After all, to enter profound nirvana and forge a celestial foundation at the cave heaven realm was an extraordinary feat, and if no tribulation arose, that would have been the true surprise. Such a remarkable lad. It was not in vain that I imparted teachings to you for a decade. You have truly accomplished it. They laughed heartily. To break the emperor's shackles and ascend to immortality is no longer a dream. Our Jiang family shall once again produce an invincible being. Jiang Jinsheng, hidden in the shadows, could not contain his exhilaration. Turning his gaze back to the white-robed youth seated in the secret chamber, he momentarily envisioned an unrivaled true immortal gradually rising. Within the secret chamber, Jiang Chen also felt the presence of the tribulation. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him. It felt as though a pair of unseen eyes were fixated upon him. Jiang Chen's countenance remained impassive, his heart tranquil. The celestial foundation had been established. Now, it was time to seize this opportunity to break through to the ultimate realm of the cave heaven. No sooner had he uttered these thoughts than 10 cave heavens simultaneously emerged behind Jiang Chen. As they rotated around him, they resembled 10 radiant suns suspended in the air, accentuating his transcendental presence. Merge. At his command, the Dao platform, emanating a hazy celestial aura, transformed into a streak of light and fused into the 10th cave heaven. Boom. In an instant, the cave heaven trembled violently. The golden figure seated within the 10th cave heaven suddenly rose, radiating blinding golden light. As the Dao platform entered the 10th cave heaven, it voluntarily soared beneath the golden figure, transforming into a lotus pedestal. The golden figure settled upon it, and the two merged into one. A grand chant resonated, akin to an immortal imparting wisdom or a Buddha reciting scriptures, profound and sacred. Simultaneously, with the addition of the Dao platform, the already immense 10th cave heaven surged explosively. Countless runes coalesced and intertwined within it. The other 9 cave heavens seemed to receive an inexplicable guidance, actively soaring towards the 10th cave heaven. 10 cave heavens united, intertwining and merging. They ultimately transformed into a divine ring, suspended above Jiang Chen's head. The sounds of the great Dao resonated ceaselessly, and endless vital energy surged forth from the divine ring, imbued with a sacred aura, transcending the mundane. Is this the cave heaven? The unification of the 10 cave heavens has evolved into a divine ring. Outside the secret chamber, the gathered elders stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. This was entirely beyond their comprehension, even breaking the confines of logic. Could the cave heavens truly merge into one? After a long moment, as they regained their senses, the elders sighed in awe. Young Jiang Chen is about to defy the heavens with this. The unification of the 10 cave heavens has forged an unprecedented path within the cave heaven realm. The divine ring, formed from the amalgamation of the 10 cave heavens, while not grand in appearance, emitted an extraordinarily terrifying aura. In terms of the cave heaven realm, throughout the annals of history, it seemed no one could compare to young Jiang Chen. He was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. While the elders were engrossed in their discussions, a thunderous roar erupted. The tribulation overhead grew increasingly menacing, as if it could descend at any moment. "Humph, a mere tribulation dares to threaten my son," Jiang Chujian scoffed, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. In the next instant, he raised his hand and struck out a fist towards the impending tribulation above. Boom. Instantly, the void shattered, and the tribulation was obliterated on the spot. Sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, cascading down upon the earth once more. Beside him, the elders exchanged glances, astonished. "Chujian, have you entered the mastery of the Dao realm?" One elder inquired with uncertainty. The mastery of the Dao realm, to command the great Dao of heaven and earth. The practitioners of this realm are often referred to as forbidden powerhouses. With every gesture and movement, they exude an extraordinary might, having recently gleaned insights that fortuitously led to a breakthrough. Jiang Chujian chuckled softly. At this revelation, the crowd was left in astonishment. It is noteworthy that Jiang Chujian is barely over a century old. A century-old master of the Dao path is indeed a remarkable existence across the myriad realms. a son defying the heavens, a father unparalleled, murmured an elder. Perhaps, in this lifetime, the Jiang family might produce two emperors at once. A dual emperor lineage. The emperor, who wields the very essence of heaven and earth, transcends all paths. Due to their immense power, the heavens typically sanction only a few individuals to ascend to emperorhood in each era. This is why the phrase "the struggle for supremacy among emperors" exists. Emperors are never merely cultivated. They are forged through confrontation. Without contention, one can never become an emperor. Furthermore, within the 3,000 Dao States, which belong to the supreme world, the abundance of source energy permits several individuals to attain emperorhood in every era. In contrast, in other worlds across the myriad realms where the source is scarce, no one has achieved emperorhood for eons. However, this era is somewhat unique. The golden age has arrived, and the source energy across the major worlds is plentiful. A forbidden powerhouse has predicted that this era may allow for over 10 individuals to ascend as emperors simultaneously. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed, as the heavenly tribulation that Jiang Chen had shattered began to coalesce once more, becoming even more formidable than before. Again? Is this truly provoking me to unleash my true fire? Jiang Chen snorted coldly, preparing to strike again and obliterate the heavenly tribulation. At that moment, Jiang Chen stepped out from the secluded chamber. The 10 heavens converged into a divine ring, floating behind him, rendering him even more ethereal, as if an immortal descended upon the mortal realm. Father, allow me to face this heavenly tribulation myself. Jiang Chen addressed the crowd with a slight bow and spoke calmly to Jiang Chen. Are you confident? Jiang Chen inquired. I wish to refine my physical body through the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Chen replied, beaming with confidence. Very well. Jiang Chen nodded in approval. This heavenly tribulation is entrusted to you. Chapter 28. Confronting the Heavenly Tribulation. Jiang Chen transformed into a streak of light as he surged into the void. As if sensing the Master's arrival, the heavenly tribulation grew increasingly violent, dark clouds roiling above, with countless bolts of lightning surging and tearing through the air, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Simultaneously, the members of the Jiang family below noticed Jiang Chen in the sky. It is the Prince of Emperors. My guess was indeed correct. This heavenly tribulation was invoked by the Prince of Emperors. Truly worthy of the title, even at the Tao Convergence realm, he can summon a heavenly tribulation. The words of the Divine King, proclaiming my son possesses the bearing of an emperor, were not mere platitudes. The Prince of Emperors is so striking, more dazzling than many celestial maidens. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood as the focus of attention, with everyone fixated upon the white-clad youth beneath the vast sky. With a resounding crack, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, carrying with it the power of annihilation, aimed squarely at Jiang Chen. Excellent. Jiang Chen extended his arms wide, eagerly welcoming the bolt of heavenly tribulation without a hint of defense. Be careful, Prince of Emperors, someone hastily warned. Withstanding the heavenly tribulation with one's physical body could be fatal. Even the ancient body cultivators would hesitate to attempt such a feat yet, as the lightning struck. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, instead opening his mouth wide and swallowing the bolt whole. As the undying scripture activated, the heavenly tribulation lightning was swiftly refined, transforming into pure energy that nourished his flesh and blood. Did he just consume the heavenly tribulation lightning in one gulp? My goodness, how powerful must his body be? Truly, the Prince of Emperors is astounding. The bystanders were left in a stupor, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Thunder rumbled once more as successive bolts of heavenly tribulation fell. Jiang Chen repeated his feat, swallowing each bolt effortlessly. The endless lightning raged within him, only to be refined shortly thereafter. This heavenly tribulation is surprisingly weak. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head, gazing at the storm clouds above. The next moment, he took the initiative to charge into the fray. This action seemed to provoke the heavenly tribulation. A multitude of lightning bolts descended from the sky, converging upon Jiang Chen with lethal intent, transforming the surrounding void into a realm of explosive thunder. The onlookers below were left dumbfounded. Is this truly a heavenly tribulation that a Tao Convergence realm practitioner can invoke? The intensity is such that even a royal sealing realm practitioner might struggle to withstand it. The elders exchanged worried glances upon witnessing the overwhelming storm of lightning. Can young Jiang Chen endure a heavenly tribulation of this magnitude? One voiced their concern. Chu Jian, perhaps you should intervene and assist young Jiang Chen in dissipating this heavenly tribulation. Our Jiang family's prodigy must not face any calamity, suggested an elder to Jiang Chen. The power of this heavenly tribulation is rather terrifying, far beyond what is typically designated for Tao Convergence realm practitioners. Rest assured, I have faith in Chener. Jiang Chen calmly shook his head. his fierce gaze fixed upon the heavenly tribulation. At last, this power begins to hold some intrigue. Within the tempestuous realm of lightning, Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, arms outstretched, allowing the torrents of lightning to rain down upon him. Following the rebirth transformation, his physical form had become all the more formidable. Even the might of a royal sealing realm's heavenly tribulation could not inflict a scrap of harm upon him. Conversely, the power contained within the heavenly tribulation lightning was rapidly refined by the undying scripture, transforming into nourishment for his body. Suddenly, as if sensing that their assault yielded no results, the once dense bolts of heavenly tribulation dissipated mysteriously. The previously thunderous sky fell into an eerie silence. Is it over? No. It seems something greater is about to unfold. Jiang Chen keenly perceived that while the storm clouds above appeared tranquil, the air was saturated with an increasingly terrifying aura of destruction. The calm before the storm? Boom. At that moment, a crimson bolt of lightning hurtled down from the heavens, radiating a momentum capable of annihilating all, aimed directly at Jiang Chen. The crimson flame heavenly destruction divine thunder, ranked first on the heavenly thunder list. Excellent. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he soared upward, colliding fiercely with the crimson flame heavenly destruction divine thunder. Boom. Divine light erupted, and boundless crimson flames surged, enveloping the surrounding space in a scarlet hue, blinding all who beheld it. Once the tumult subsided, a beam of sunlight pierced the dark clouds. In that sunlight, Jiang Chen, clad in white, appeared serene, surrounded by a halo of celestial light. He had withstood the impact of the crimson flame heavenly destruction divine thunder purely through the strength of his physical body, and within him, the flow of vitality surged. With the undying scripture's inscriptions glowing with golden radiance, becoming increasingly profound and intricate. Moreover, as these inscriptions flowed, they morphed into a unique divine ability. This was indeed a sign of the undying scripture breaking through to its third level, the inscriptions of the physical body manifesting as divine abilities. Jiang Chen immersed his consciousness within the inscriptions of his body, the 10,000 transformations overarching hand, transforming the miraculous into decay. Upon discerning the effects of this corporeal divine ability, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The 10,000 transformations overarching hand not only wielded boundless power, but also possessed the astonishing capability to transmute the extraordinary into the mundane. Regardless of how profound one's Tao or remarkable their divine abilities might be, under the 10,000 transformations, they would inevitably become unremarkable. System, activate the personal attribute panel. Jiang Chen commanded with a mere thought. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 13 years. Physique, chaotic body, supreme bone. Cultivation, pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. The soul cave heaven. Techniques, universe-esque grand Tao scripture, indestructible scripture, second layer. Ancient divine scripture, incomplete. Nameless immortal scripture, incomplete. Divine abilities, chaos dispersal technique, complete. Kuanpeng method, 10,000 transformations, overarching hand. Treasure, chaotic celestial blade, 10,000 saints tower, Tao longevity lock, guardian of the underworld. Excellent, splendid. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a sudden beam of violet light descended from the heavens, directed towards him. This was the reward following the tribulation. The violet dew, sweet as nectar, possessed miraculous effects that could cleanse the physical body, rejuvenate the primordial spirit, and heal injuries. Regrettably, it bore little use for him. With the tenfold cave heavens unified, forging the foundation of an immortal, Jiang Chen's physical form, primordial spirit, and internal magical energy had all reached their zenith. Although precious, the violet dew offered him scant benefit. Let it be bestowed upon you all. With a casual wave of his hand, countless droplets of violet dew transformed into a cascade of purple rain, showering down. The younger generation of the Jiang family gazed upon this spectacle with faces alight with excitement. This was indeed the violet dew, a divine object that typically only manifested after one had transcended the tribulation. For ordinary cultivators, it was an unimaginable boon. Thank you, Prince. In an instant, many bowed respectfully in the direction Jiang Chen had departed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 29. The Reborn, the opening of the ancestral secret realm. The purple rain, birthed from the violet dew, fell from the heavens. All the younger members of the Jiang family were beside themselves with joy. For them, this was a rare fortuity, leading many to breakthroughs. In that moment, their gazes turned towards the direction Jiang Chen had left, filled with awe and gratitude. Elsewhere, within the first sequence mansion, a young man observed the violet rain cascading from the sky, murmuring softly, "My cousin truly is as extraordinary as rumored, defying the heavens." Dressed in a flowing azure robe, he exuded an air of refined elegance, presenting a demeanor that was both amiable and approachable. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a formidable aura of demonic energy lurking beneath his genteel exterior, akin to an ancient celestial demon, with a backdrop of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood ever shifting behind him. However, this demonic essence was soon supplanted by a glimmer of divinity, rendering him reminiscent of an ancient war god. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen, the foremost son of the Jiang family's first sequence. Endowed with the divine heart and demonic bone, it was said that upon his birth, both divine and demonic entities coalesced, giving rise to the evolution of the grand Tao demonic lotus and the sacred golden lotus, allowing for their mutual existence. Your Highness, in just a few days, the ancestral secret realm will be opened. A young woman, one of Jiang Shenma's followers, voiced her concern. The Divine King Palace's occupant has just broken through. This expedition to the ancestral secret realm may very well make them our greatest adversary. Do not fret, Jiang Shenma replied calmly with a light smile. Though my cousin possesses astonishing talent, he is still but a child. With the opening of the ancestral secret realm and the initial ancient scriptures at stake, I am determined to claim them. Should he dare impede me, I would not hesitate to strip him of his title as the prince. His words, though not particularly loud, resonated with an undeniable confidence as he gazed toward the direction of the Divine King Palace, as if his gaze transcended time and space. After all, you are my cousin. Akin to a brother, a beloved kin. I hope you recognize your place. Meanwhile, within a floating divine island, Jiang Zhantian gripped a bronze spear. His gaze fiercely fixed upon the Divine King Palace, an unmistakable surge of battle intent radiating from him. Have you broken through to the cave heaven's apex? You were once on my list of prey, even ranking within the top 10. Yet now, you stand just beneath Jiang Shenma. With the ancestral secret realm approaching, Jiang Zhantian mused, I am eager to discern what merit has granted you the title of prince. He muttered to himself, the bronze spear in his hand swirling, unleashing a terrifying battle aura that sent shockwaves through the surrounding void. He was the third son of the Jiang family sequence. Although he lacked any extraordinary physique or talent, he had fortuitously inherited the legacy of the 100 Battles Emperor in his youth. Among the 10 sons of the Jiang family, he was the sole mortal body. Yet he had managed to overshadow many extraordinary prodigies. In the Jiang family S branch, a young girl sat cross-legged in the air, absorbing the spiritual power emanating from the falling purple rain. Surrounding her, golden flames coalesced into the ethereal form of a phoenix, continuously swirling and emitting melodic cries. As the cascade of purple rain came to an end, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, revealing 10 majestic cave heavens manifesting behind her. The golden phoenix encircling her descended into the cave heavens, unleashing a terrifying aura. The girl, named Jiang Yutong, belonged to a branch of the Jiang family. 10 cave heavens achieved. Jiang Yutong's eyes sparkled with joy. In her previous life, although she had advanced to the Pathmaster realm, she had only managed to open 9 cave heavens during her time in the cave heaven realm. This limitation had rendered her foundation significantly weaker compared to other top prodigies, ultimately leading to her downfall and becoming a mere skeleton in the struggle for supremacy. Yet fortune smiled upon her, granting her a chance at rebirth. Since the heavens have bestowed upon me this opportunity, I shall not let the imperial throne slip from my grasp. As she murmured to herself, an astonishing aura erupted from Jiang Yutong. However, when her gaze fell upon the direction of the Divine King Palace, she paused momentarily. The prince of the white-clad Divine King. Jiang Yutong's expression shifted, revealing a hint of confusion. In her memories from her past life, the white-clad Divine King, Jiang Chujian, indeed had a son, but he had perished in the womb prior to birth. Yet in this life, that child not only survived, but was also designated as the Jiang family's prince. This diverged entirely from the course she remembered. Perhaps this is the butterfly effect brought about by my rebirth, altering certain events, Jiang Yutong mused, not dwelling on it further. Armed with the memories of her past life, she was confident in her ability to suppress all adversaries across the realms. The imperial throne in this life was hers to claim. For now, however, she needed to devise a means to secure the initial ancient scriptures of the Jiang family within the ancestral secret realm. As she contemplated this, a surge of fervor coursed through her. The initial ancient scriptures of the Jiang family were genuine immortal scriptures, their rank surpassing even the texts of the emperors, guiding towards the true path of immortality. Should she obtain them, her strength would undoubtedly undergo a meteoric rise. And just as this thought crossed her mind, boom, boom, a resplendent golden pillar of light suddenly surged skyward from the direction of the Jiang family ancestral hall, emanating an astonishing imperial aura. Within this brilliant golden beam, an ancient bronze giant door appeared, flickering in and out of visibility. The ancestral secret realm had been unlocked. Jiang Yutong's eyes brightened, and in the next moment, she soared into the sky, hastening towards the ancestral hall. Not only she, but nearly all the youthful generation of the Jiang family rapidly rushed towards the ancestral hall. Ha ha! The ancestral secret realm has finally opened. Our opportunity has arrived, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement. The ancestral secret realm of the Jiang family was established by the first ancestor, containing not only the original ancient scriptures, but also a plethora of extraordinary opportunities. Immortal gold, various sacred and divine herbs. Indeed, throughout the history of the Jiang family, some had discovered a true immortal pond within the ancestral secret realm, bathing in it to achieve a rebirth into an immortal body. Furthermore, it also housed treasures such as the true dragon's heart's blood and the legacy of emperors. Each opening of the ancestral secret realm was a rare grand feast. Who would emerge victorious in the final arena this time? Someone gazing at the bronze giant door within the golden pillar murmured, "The ancestral secret realm will last for a full month. In the final stage, the ultimate arena will descend. All Jiang family disciples may step onto the arena to vie for supremacy. The victors will be richly rewarded. Moreover, the positions of the 10 sequential holy sons and the imperial son will also be determined through the arena's contest. It can be said that every appearance of the final arena is a fierce battle, especially this generation, as the position of the imperial son has been preordained by the ancestor. The 10 sequential holy sons will undoubtedly challenge that imperial son. I wonder if he can successfully defend his title." Chapter 30. The Prodigies of the Jiang Family. In the palace of the Divine King, Jiang Chen had just returned to the palace when he sensed an anomaly emanating from the ancestral hall. The ancestral secret realm had opened. The timing was perfect. Jiang Chen did not linger and set off towards the ancestral hall. Before the ancestral hall lay a vast plaza, and at this moment, with the opening of the ancestral secret realm, all the young generation of the Jiang family had gathered there. The air buzzed with animated discussions. The ancestral secret realm, which opened once every century, was finally upon them. This time, who would ascend to the pinnacle of the final arena and acquire the ancient scriptures? Figures like Jiang Shenma, the undefeated Jiang Zhantian, and the indomitable Jiang Tongqing were all formidable contenders for the ultimate victory. Then there was the branched descended Jiang Yutong, a naturally gifted celestial phoenix body. Though she was merely at the cave heaven realm, her potential was remarkable, and she might just seize a position as a sequential holy son this time. The most challenging opponent remained the imperial son, rumored to be challenged by all 10 sequential holy sons, seeking to dethrone him. If he were indeed overthrown, it would surely render him a laughingstock within the family. Nonetheless, one must admit, for this ancestral secret realm, I still support the imperial son. After all, he is quite young. Were they of the same age, the 10 sequential sons might not be his match. Having just bathed in the sweet dew, I've broken through a significant realm. I, too, support the imperial son. Many commented. The golden pillar of light above the ancestral hall was nearly solidifying, and the spatial door connecting to the ancestral secret realm could open at any moment. Everyone awaited in anticipation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Look, the 7th sequential holy son, Jiang Yun, has arrived." The crowd looked up to see a young man clad in black, treading upon the void. He was not particularly tall nor striking in appearance, yet an aura of formidable sword intent emanated from him, as if he could tear the heavens asunder. It was said that Jiang Yun possessed an innate clarity of sword heart and wielded a sealing sword that had once cleaved through 13 prodigious talents in the 5-element state. A year ago, he had stepped into the realm of divine powers. One wondered how his cultivation fared now. Recently, Jiang Yun had declared his intention to challenge the imperial son within the ancestral secret realm. Should they clash, who would ultimately prevail? As Jiang Yun landed at the forefront of the plaza, the crowd instinctively parted, creating space for him. The 5th sequential holy son, Jiang Tianlong, has also arrived. Came another gasp of astonishment. A colossal golden-scaled dragon soared into the sky, and as it hovered above the ancestral hall plaza, it transformed into a towering young man, with 2 dragon horns atop his head and an overwhelming dragon might radiating from him. It was Jiang Tianlong, the 5th sequential holy son of the Jiang family. Much like Jiang Zhantian, lacked any special constitution. However, his mother was a descendant of the ancient dragon clan, and thus, he naturally bore a fragment of dragon blood within him. Notably, in his youth, he had accidentally entered the lair of the ancient true dragon and acquired a drop of true dragon heart's blood and some true dragon legacy, allowing his originally weak dragon blood to undergo a transformation, endowing him with a portion of true dragon might. True dragons, one of the 10 fearsome beings. Even a mere trace of true dragon blood is astonishing. Jiang Yun, I see you are well, Jiang Tianlong called out with a smile as he touched down. If you come any closer, I shall slay you, Jiang Yun replied, drawing his sword from behind. a menacing aura of sword intent howling forth. The surrounding crowd gasped in alarm and retreated hastily, fearing the repercussions. Before we even enter the secret realm, are we to witness a battle between sequential holy sons? Jiang Tianlong, however, appeared unperturbed, chuckling. Wasn't it just a piece of immortal gold you lost to me in the Xiantian secret realm? Is it really worth such concern? That was theft. It was clearly a deceitful scheme to trick it from my grasp, Zhang Yun retorted with a cold snort, though he did not make a move. Oh, those matters are insignificant, Jiang Tianlong said with a grin, leaning closer to Zhang Yun and whispering. I heard Jiang Shenmo recently brought back quite a few treasures from an ancient tomb. Are you interested in teaming up? Let us seize them together. Zhang Yun cast a disinterested glance at him. If you wish to die, do not involve me. Jiang Shenmo, the unequivocal first among the 10 sequential holy sons. A figure of unfathomable combat prowess. There are even rumors that he withstood a full-strength strike from a sage during his travels and single-handedly ascended the immortal sacred mountain, slaying 3 top prodigies and returning unscathed. As their conversation continued, another voice rang out in astonishment. The first sequential holy son, Jiang Shenmo, approaches. Everyone instinctively looked up. And there he was, Jiang Shenmo, gliding through the air in a flowing green robe, his hair a striking blend of gold and black. Though his demeanor was refined, each movement exuded immense pressure. What is so impressive about him? One day, I shall seize from him, Jiang Tianlong scoffed. Technically, he ought to address Jiang Shenmo as cousin, but they had been at odds since childhood, often clashing, with Jiang Tianlong frequently on the losing end. 2 younger cousins. It has been a while, Jiang Shenmo greeted with a smile as he landed beside them. Zhang Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Jiang Tianlong took a step back. Uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Is that the dominance of divine nature? Jiang Shenmo, a being of both divine and demonic essence due to his unique cultivation method, possesses an intrinsic duality within him. His temperament shifts with the prevailing influence of either his divine or demonic nature. Jiang Tiantian exhaled a sigh of relief, acknowledging the gravity of Jiang Shenmo's demonic state, which he found truly fearsome, an unrestrained force. As time unfolded, prodigious talents from the Jiang family began to emerge, not limited to the top 10 ranked holy sons, but also including various elite figures, each remarkable for their extraordinary physiques or astonishing talents. Then, the illustrious figure of the young prince materialized in the ethereal void. Dressed in white, the young man stood tall, his features transcendent and picturesque, surrounded by an aura of celestial grace, exuding an indescribable nobility. With every flutter of his eyelids, boundless visions seemed to manifest. This youth was none other than Jiang Chen. The young prince is so handsome, his beauty is truly unparalleled, a girl exclaimed, captivated by Jiang Chen's presence. He glides like a startled swan, making it hard to look away. I wish to bear his children. Simultaneously, the top 10 holy sons turned their gazes toward him, unable to suppress their astonishment. Although Jiang Chen was younger than them, the aura he radiated was equally formidable. Our little cousin is quite extraordinary, remarked Jiang Shenmo with a faint smile. Jiang Tiantian nodded in agreement, his playful demeanor replaced by a serious acknowledgement. I eagerly anticipate our encounter on the final arena. He shall be my finest sharpening stone. Jiang Yun, brimming with fighting spirit, wielded his divine sword, which emitted a chorus of resonating sounds. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Jiang Yutong squinted at Jiang Chen with intrigue. The son of the god king, who was destined to perish in the womb, seems far more powerful than I had anticipated, she whispered softly. Chapter 31. Entering the secret realm, Dragon Berry's Flower. As Jiang Chen made his entrance, he instantly became the focal point of the assembly. All eyes were fixed upon him, whether with indifference, fervent ambition, or predatory intent. Yet, one sentiment unified them all, none were willing to yield. Buzzing. At that moment, the golden pillar of light above the ancestral hall solidified, and the massive bronze door gradually creaked open. Several aged figures appeared before the door, the foremost being Jiang Qingtian. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze momentarily pausing on Jiang Chen before he proclaimed, the ancestral secret realm, which opens once every century, is now accessible. The rules require no elaboration, you are all well aware. With that, Jiang Qingtian nodded to a few elders behind him. They stepped forward, waving their hands, causing each Jiang family disciple to receive a beast bone token, inscribed with the character Jiang at its center. This is the life-preserving token. Although the ancestral secret realm was established by our forebears, it is fraught with peril. Savage natives, ferocious beasts, and treacherous terrains abound. While the Jiang clan possesses the means to handle these threats, we have chosen not to overly intervene, allowing them to unfold as a trial for the younger generation. The life-preserving token serves as a safeguard for our youth. Should a disciple encounter life-threatening danger within the secret realm, the token will shatter, forcibly transporting them out. Now, you may enter the secret realm. With the tokens distributed, Jiang Chen wasted no time and withdrew the clan leader's insignia. Buzzing. The spatial gate suspended within the golden pillar of light began to open slowly, releasing a torrent of rich, celestial essence. I am coming to the ancestral secret realm. An excited voice erupted, and within the crowd, streaks of light surged towards the spatial door. Everyone, proceed ahead. Jiang Chen transformed into a magnificent golden dragon. Soaring into the air, radiating an overwhelming dragon might as he plunged into the portal, disappearing from sight. I shall await you on the final arena. I hope you do not disappoint me, Jiang Yun murmured, casting a glance at Jiang Chen before he too vanished into the spatial gate. My little cousin. I eagerly anticipate our duel. Jiang Shenma greeted Jiang Chen with a smile, his figure flickering before he vanished as well. The remaining holy sons cast lingering glances at Jiang Chen before entering the secret realm. Jiang Zhantian, in particular, unabashedly declared, I am quite interested in your position as the young prince. On the final arena, I shall be the first to dethrone you from that title. With that, he too disappeared. A smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. Interesting, they all have their eyes on my position as the young prince. Very well, I shall subdue you all at once. As he spoke, he stepped forth, channeling the energies of gold and black, merging them into the formidable might of the Kunping. With a piercing cry, Jiang Chen transformed into a majestic Kunping, exuding an aura of primal ferocity as he soared skyward. The onlookers blinked in disbelief. When they came to their senses, Jiang Chen had already breached the spatial doorway. This is the Kunping divine ability. Gasps erupted among the crowd. No wonder he is the young prince. He wields such an invincible power, revealing a terrifying depth of heritage. Upon entering the spatial gate, Jiang Chen felt a momentary disorientation, the surroundings becoming a blur. When clarity returned, he found himself in a verdant valley where the spiritual energy was dense, invigorating his spirit with every breath. Deep within the valley, several spiritual herbs flourished, exuding a fragrance that revitalized the senses. The concentration of spiritual energy here was exponentially greater than that of the outside world. A day of cultivation in this realm would equate to several months in the mundane world. Jiang Chen murmured to himself before retrieving a map from within his being. The ancestral secret realm was vast and boundless, grander than many minor worlds, divided into core, inner, and outer regions. Most of the prime opportunities lay within the core zone. After glancing at the map, Jiang Chen realized he was situated in the outer area. Without hesitation, he activated the Kunping technique, swiftly propelling himself toward the core region. However, just as he set forth, an unforeseen incident transpired. With a resounding cry, a colossal golden pung descended from the sky, its wings shimmering with a metallic luster. Its talons swirling with dark radiance, emanating a fierce aura as it lunged at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his gaze, observing the golden pung, which rivaled a formidable practitioner of divine abilities, with unflinching composure. Above him, a divine halo formed from the convergence of 10 heavenly realms glowed, enveloping him in celestial light and swirling energy. His long black hair danced in the wind, while his white robes billowed with the gusts. With a thunderous roar, the golden pung unleashed a torrent of sword-like light from its talons. Yet, as it neared, it found itself ensnared by the unique power emanating from Jiang Chen's divine halo, rendering its struggles futile. The golden pung, a nearby beast king with a century of cultivation, was horrified. It could easily rend dragons and elephants apart, yet here it was, bound by a mere youth. Do you wish to consume me? Jiang Chen grasped the creature by its neck. The golden pung trembled, its fur bristling in terror, its eyes wide with fear. The youth before it was far too formidable. The intensity was staggering, sending shivers down one's spine. It emitted a series of mournful wails, pleading for mercy. So now it knows to beg for mercy? Too late. Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the golden rock in the void. The sky was drenched in rock blood, cascading like a torrential downpour. Jiang Chen emerged, bathed in the blood of the rock, and stepped forward. His figure flickered, and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared thousands of feet away. Help! At that moment, a cry for help echoed from afar. Jiang Chen paused. It was a Jiang family disciple in distress. Swiftly, he made his way towards the source of the sound. Though he was decisive in his killings, being of the Jiang family, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Upon reaching the source, he indeed found a Jiang family disciple bound tightly by a group of wild natives. Natives? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Although the ancestral secret realm housed indigenous inhabitants, their numbers were exceedingly rare, mostly concentrated in the core regions. The natives before him exuded a rather weak aura, merely equivalent to the gathering realm at best. Yet, within them surged an astonishing vitality, more potent than many spirit sea realm cultivators. Due to their lack of concealment, the natives noticed Jiang Chen observing them. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they chattered animatedly. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Although he could not comprehend their language, he grasped the essence of their words through their mental vibrations. Another pig has arrived. Take it back as nourishment for the dragon burial flower. The mention of the dragon burial flower piqued Jiang Chen's interest. This extraordinary spiritual herb was said to thrive only when nourished by dragon blood, from which one could extract dragon essence, remarkable for tempering the flesh. Furthermore, a unique formula for the undying golden body liquid was recorded in the Undying Canon, which utilized the dragon burial flower as a primary ingredient. Chapter 32, The Chosen One, Chu Tian, and the Life Simulation System. The Undying Golden Body Liquid, a special recipe noted in the Undying Canon, effective for those practicing it. However, the materials required for crafting the Undying Golden Body Liquid were exceedingly rare, particularly the dragon burial flower, which had nearly gone extinct in the outside world. To encounter it in this ancestral secret realm was truly unexpected. Help me. The Jiang family disciple, bound tightly, exclaimed with joy upon seeing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen cast a fleeting glance his way, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward the group of native wild men. Kill. The natives charged at Jiang Chen without a moment's hesitation. While their cultivation was not high, their physical prowess was extraordinarily intimidating. Moreover, it seemed this group of natives had mastered a unique combat technique, coordinating their strikes. They unleashed a force comparable to that of a formidable cultivator in the Divine Passage realm. Had they faced a cultivator from the Cave Heaven realm, a single misstep could have led to disaster. Alas, they encountered Jiang Chen. Crush. With but a flick of his finger, golden runes flickered. In an instant, the group of native wild men was struck as if by lightning, their vitality dissipating, collapsing to the ground. Their eyes were filled with terror, realizing they had kicked a steel plate. The leader hastily produced a horn, intending to call for reinforcements. Yet, before he could sound it, a massive hand pierced through his skull. Jiang Chen appeared expressionless before him, slowly retracting his bloodied hand. At that moment, he resembled an ancient deity of death, exuding an aura of coldness, decisiveness in his slaughter, effortlessly eliminating all the native wild men. The Jiang family disciple, still bound, was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Expressing gratitude, "Brother, thank you for saving me. Please help me out." Jiang Chen, untainted by blood, fixed his gaze upon him and replied coolly, "What pretense do you maintain before me? I can see you are not one of the Jiang family." The disciple's expression shifted, and he swiftly broke free from his bindings. "How did you discover my identity?" Ethereal light enveloped him, transforming his appearance to that of a native wild man. Jiang Chen, uninterested in dialogue, reached out with a large hand, directly seizing him. The man let out a howl, morphing into a streak of light, retreating rapidly. Jiang Chen's displayed power sent tremors through him. However, before he could distance himself significantly, a figure appeared before him out of thin air. "Think you can escape?" Jiang Chen scoffed, gripping his neck. The man attempted to struggle, but the divine light emanating from Jiang Chen's Cave Heaven divine ring bound him firmly in place. "Disguising yourself as a Jiang family disciple, ambushing my kin, I am eager to discover your motives, you native wild men." As he spoke, Jiang Chen pressed a finger to the man's forehead. "Soul search. I will not allow you to succeed. The young master will avenge me. You outsiders will pay the price." The man roared in fury, summoning his primordial spirit in a bid to self-destruct. "Before me, even death is a luxury you cannot afford." Jiang Chen remained impassive, unleashing a surge of primordial energy akin to a tsunami. His mastery of the calming chaos technique endowed him with primordial power far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. In the blink of an eye, the man's primordial fluctuations were subdued. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen invaded his spiritual sea, conducting a brutal search. In moments, the man's life unfolded before Jiang Chen like a film, revealing everything. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. The man's expression was vacant, for the forced soul search had severely injured his primordial spirit. "Let me grant you liberation." With a casual squeeze, Jiang Chen crushed him on the spot. Then, he gazed deeply toward the direction of the core area of the secret realm. From the man's memories, he learned that within the ancestral secret realm, the indigenous wild men were originally divided into three major tribes: the White Bear tribe, the Black Eagle tribe, and the Shin Turtle tribe. These three tribes mutually constrained one another. Due to the restrictions imposed by the ancestral secret realm, all indigenous wild men were limited to the King Sealing realm, and cultivation was extraordinarily arduous. Yet, a decade ago, the White Bear tribe produced an extraordinarily gifted youth named Chu Tian. He possessed unparalleled talent, and created a blood vitality cultivation method akin to that of ancient body cultivators. Through this method, he not only assisted the leader of the White Bear tribe in breaking the limitations of the king-sealing realm, achieving sanctification through blood vitality, but also led the tribe in conquests across the ancestral secret realm. In merely 2 years, he unified all indigenous tribes within the ancestral secret realm. The reason the wild men began hunting Jiang family disciples was that not long ago, Chu Tian had devised a special blood sacrifice method, using the bloodlines of Jiang family members to forcibly breach the realm, opening a passage to the outside world. With this, the wild men would no longer be constrained by the secret realm and could cultivate freely. Moreover, they could seize the rights to the ancestral secret realm from the Jiang family, thus gaining complete control over it. Furthermore, it seemed that Chu Tian had somehow deciphered the Jiang family's life-saving tokens. In this brief span of time, they had already captured numerous Jiang family disciples. Chu Tian. How intriguing. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his ears. Ding. Destiny child detected. Issuing system task. Seize destiny. Seize destiny. Task details. Eliminate the destiny child, Chu Tian. Task rewards. Failure penalty, none. Hint. The destiny child, Chu Tian, is a time traveler endowed with a system. Upon the host's successful elimination of the target, this system will automatically seize the opponent's system, thereby acquiring substantial rewards. Indeed, my conjecture was not mistaken. This Chu Tian is undoubtedly the destiny child. Moreover, he is a time traveler equipped with a system. Jiang Chen's gaze deepened, his eyes seemingly traversing endless realms, ultimately resting upon an altar hidden within the depths of the secret realm. At the same time, deep within the ancestral land's secret realm, the White Bear tribe stood. The ancient altar towered into the clouds, suffused with a sanguine hue. A youth clad in black sat cross-legged atop the altar. The boy was tall and possessed an alluring countenance, surrounded by a dense aura of vitality. This youth was none other than Chu Tian, the son of the White Bear tribe's chief. It was precisely due to his presence that the once mediocre White Bear tribe swiftly ascended among the 3 major tribes, devouring all the indigenous tribes within the secret realm, ultimately becoming the undisputed sovereign of this domain. Ding. A great terror has descended. Please evacuate promptly, host. A great terror has descended. Please evacuate promptly, host. Suddenly, the system's urgent voice rang out. The practicing Chu Tian was abruptly roused. A great terror? System, what is happening? Chu Tian hurriedly inquired. He was originally an ordinary young man from Earth, who, after graduating from university, spent his days living off his family under the guise of pursuing further studies. His greatest pleasure was indulging in novels, particularly those featuring protagonists who reveled in their own grandeur and vanquished their foes. He often fantasized about how exhilarating it would be if he were to experience a similar journey through time. Remarkably, his wish came true after being struck by a massive truck. Not only did he traverse into a fantastical world, but he also awakened the life simulation system. Each day, he could simulate a life, reaping various rewards. Utilizing the system, he developed a method of cultivating vitality, enabling one to attain sanctity through physical means. Additionally, he inadvertently discovered the path to mastering the secret realm, thus opening the gateway to the outside world. While ruling over the indigenous savages and proclaiming dominance within the secret realm was exhilarating, the women among these tribes were lamentably unattractive. As a time traveler endowed with a system, how could he not possess his own harem? He was confident that once he reached the outside world, with the system's assistance, he could undoubtedly conquer the celestial maidens and divine beauties listed among the most stunning of all. System, what exactly does your warning of a great terror entail? A sense of unease crept into Chu Tian's heart as he queried the system. A great terror has descended. Please evacuate promptly, host. The system's prompt remained unchanged. Foolish system, it seems I must rely on my own capabilities. Chu Tian muttered under his breath, then proceeded to activate the system for a life simulation. Let me see what this great terror truly is. Chapter 33, Chu Tian's Life Simulation. Life Simulation. Initiating. As Chu Tian focused his thoughts, a myriad of texts materialized before his eyes. You have entered the life simulation. Upon receiving the system's warning of a great terror, you feel a profound sense of unease. I shall discover what this terror entails, you ponder. You dispatch numerous personnel to search within the secret realm, attempting to uncover the source of the system's warning regarding the great terror, yet you find nothing. You speculate that the great terror indicated by the system may be related to the recent arrival of the Jiang family, as there have been no other changes within the secret realm during this period. Could it be that the Jiang family has discovered my plans? You think to yourself, deciding to accelerate your scheme, for you must seize complete control of the secret realm before the Jiang family fully realizes what is happening. You deploy all the strong individuals within your tribe to commence a frenzied hunt for the Jiang family members. You successfully capture numerous Jiang family youths. But before you can revel in your success, bad news arrives. The third strongest in the tribe, Agulu, has been slain by a prodigy of the Jiang family named Jiang Chen. Agulu's death fills you with rage, yet you find yourself powerless, as the youth named Jiang Chen is extraordinarily formidable, having single-handedly decimated numerous strong members of your tribe. You resolve to summon your sage father to confront him. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. You believe this should ensure victory, yet wails of despair echo throughout the tribe. A prodigy of the Jiang family named Jiang Tianlong has stealthily infiltrated your tribe, slaughtering many strong warriors and absconding with a divine herb you had meticulously cultivated, the dragon's funeral flower. This was a divine herb you had nurtured specifically to achieve sanctity through vitality. You are consumed with fury and personally take action to eliminate him, only to discover with horror that his power is on par with yours. Ultimately, you manage to reclaim the dragon's funeral flower and repel the foe, but at a grievous cost, sustaining severe injuries. Your sense of unease intensifies. Just then, more bad news arrives. A girl named Jiang Yutong, seizing the opportunity while you are injured, has invaded your tribe, her objective likewise being the dragon's funeral flower. You employ secret techniques and engage in battle once more. Upon seeing Jiang Yutong, you are struck by her beauty. She is the most stunning woman you have ever laid eyes upon, and her combat prowess is formidable. You are profoundly excited. You vow to seize an opportunity to add her to your harem. Under your deliberate leniency, Jiang Yutong successfully plucks several divine-grade herbs and vanishes, liberating many captured Jiang family members in the process. Everything seems to be spiraling towards disaster. After many days, you finally receive good news. The 9 dragons' funeral flowers you cultivated with great care have all transformed into divine-grade herbs. Utilizing your secret techniques, you successfully extract a trace of true dragon bloodline from the 9 divine-grade dragons' funeral flowers. You prepare to break through to the king realm. You are filled with confidence, believing that once you successfully advance to the king realm, you will be able to subdue all enemies across the heavens. No matter the Jiang family's prodigies, they will all be quelled by your might. You activate the method of sanctifying vitality, absorbing the true dragon bloodline. You successfully break through to the king realm. Your physique has reached its utmost strength, akin to divine gold, capable of hurling mountains and tearing apart the void. Additionally, during your breakthrough to the king realm, you successfully refine the true dragon bloodline, acquiring the bloodline of the dragon race, and thus evolving a divine ability, dragon transformation. In your dragon transformation state, your entire body is adorned with dragon scales, and a dragon tail sprouts from your back, capable of effortlessly shattering anything in your path. The breakthrough in your cultivation has greatly bolstered your confidence. You resolve to take the initiative and capture all the members of the Jiang family, thereby seizing control of the secret realm. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen calamity strikes. A youth clad in white bursts into the tribe with an overwhelming presence, brandishing the severed head of your father. A wave of terror engulfs you. Your father is a sage, and to see him decapitated is unfathomable. Amidst the fear, an intense anger surges within you. As a time traveler endowed with a system, you are the protagonist of this world. The fact that your father has been slain, despite your lack of deep emotional ties to him, fills you with a profound sense of humiliation. Driven by rage, you resolve to avenge your father by confronting this adversary personally. You channel your vital energy and engage the young man in combat. To your despair, you quickly realize that this youth possesses an almost absurd level of strength. You find yourself utterly outmatched. Even your once proud physique is crushed under his might. A sense of dread overwhelms you, and as you attempt to flee, he delivers a punch that obliterates your head. You have met your demise. The life simulation concludes. This simulation's assessment, Grade E. You receive the following rewards. 1. An elevation in cultivation to a minor realm, applicable only to levels below the divine ability realm. 2. 3 dragon burial flowers, herb grade. 3. A trace of weak, true dragon bloodline. 4. Universal soil, which accelerates the growth of all spiritual roots and divine herbs. 5. 1 simulation attempt for today. As the system's voice fades, Chu Tian regains his senses from the life simulation. His expression is exceptionally grim. He has died. Although merely in a simulation, if he does not make a change, his fate in reality will mirror that of the simulation. Damn it, how can I die? I am the protagonist of this world. I still have a harem to build, and I have yet to include Jiang Yutong in it. Chu Tian lets out a frantic roar. At this moment, a faint voice speaks beside him. Young master, are you all right? It is his personal maid, who is also one of his harem members. She is relatively pleasing to the eye, considered a great beauty among the wild natives. Previously, Chu Tian held her in high regard, but after encountering the exquisite Jiang Yutong in the simulation, he finds himself somewhat dismissive of her. Come here. I am in a foul mood. Chu Tian forcefully pulls the maid down, seeking to release his pent-up frustration. After a brief moment, the maid departs to freshen up, and Chu Tian accesses the system to claim his rewards. I refuse to believe I can die again. He initiates another simulation. The life simulation commences. Damn it. Moments later, Chu Tian opens his eyes in fury. He has perished once more, once again at the hands of the white-clad youth. Moreover, compared to the previous simulation, this time he met his end even more swiftly. The entire white bear tribe has been decimated by that youth. I refuse to accept that I cannot defeat you. Chu Tian growls, eager to attempt another simulation. Ding. Today's simulation attempts have been exhausted. A prompt appears before him. Chu Tian takes a deep breath, suppressing his anger. In the king realm, I am no match for you. But I refuse to believe that once I attain sagehood, I will not be your equal. As he speaks, Chu Tian retrieves the 3 herb-grade dragon burial flowers and the universal soil rewarded from his first simulation. With the enhancement from universal soil, the efficacy of these 3 dragon burial flowers will significantly improve. He then produces a vial of quasi-imperial dragon blood from within him, a boon he acquired in the secret realm. Over the course of 10 years, apart from a few places inaccessible to native wildlings, he has thoroughly exploited the opportunities within the secret realm. Chu Tian pours the dragon blood onto the dragon burial flowers. The sacrificial method must not cease. If I can control the secret realm, whatever great terror exists shall be subdued. In the meantime, Chu Tian dispatches numerous powerful individuals to pursue the Jiang family members. As for the white-clad youth, he wisely chooses not to provoke him again, considering that his sage father was slain by this very adversary during the first simulation. Until he possesses absolute confidence, Chu Tian decides to remain still. The white-clad youth is not to be trifled with. But Jiang Yutong, thinking of Jiang Yutong's delicate features from the life simulation, Chu Tian cannot help but feel a surge of desire. It's perfect. Let my father bring Jiang Yutong to me. Even if a forced engagement is not sweet, it will still quench my thirst. With that thought, Chu Tian rises from the altar and heads to the stone dwelling of his father. Before long, a beam of bloodlight, imbued with overwhelming sage might, soars from the white bear tribe. Chapter 34. The Dao Tribulation Golden. Jiang Yutong's heart stirred. In the ancestral secret realm, within the inner regions, Jiang Chen transforms into a kunpeng, swiftly traversing the void towards the direction of the white bear tribe. He spares no time. After all, the most effective way to deal with a child of destiny is to deny them the opportunity to mature. Before they can rise, one must strike with thunderous force and eliminate them directly. Roar. Just then, a furious roar echoes from the side. A colossal golden giant, towering several dozen zhang high, suddenly appears atop a nearby mountain. Though humanoid in form, his entire body is covered in golden scales, a dragon horn protruding from his head, wielding a spiked iron club. He bellows and hurls it towards Jiang Chen. The terrifying force generates fierce winds in the void. Jiang Chen is unfazed. He is accustomed to the myriad ferocious beasts of the ancestral secret realm. Periodically, he faces unwelcome assaults from these creatures. However, those that dare to attack him either meet their demise or find themselves consumed within his inner sanctum. As the iron club descends, Jiang Chen raises his hand and deftly seizes it. The golden giant is momentarily taken aback. Before he can react, Jiang Chen exerts force, causing the giant to feel a jolt in his hands. In the next moment, the iron club slips from his grasp uncontrollably. This iron club. Jiang Chen's eyes glimmer with surprise. Within this club lies a trace of subtle Dao Tribulation Gold. Dao Tribulation Gold, one of the 9 divine metals. It can forge supreme imperial weapons. Even a speck the size of a grain of dust is worth a fortune. If a trace is infused during the crafting of a treasure, it can elevate the quality of the artifact. Furthermore, each of the 9 divine metals possesses unique characteristics. The trait of Dao Tribulation Gold is its remarkable potential for growth, allowing it to evolve by absorbing the power of tribulations. Within this iron club, there exists a piece of Dao Tribulation Gold the size of a fingernail. What a delightful surprise. Jiang Chen's eyes are unable to conceal his joy. Roar, roar. The weapon was seized, and the golden giant let out a furious roar, raising its hand to deliver a devastating punch towards Jiang Chen. Thank you for presenting me with such an opportunity. As a token of my gratitude, I shall send you to the afterlife. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, swinging the iron rod in his hand. With a crisp sound, the colossal form of the golden giant was crushed into a pulp. However, this golden giant was indeed remarkable. Despite his body being shattered, he did not succumb to death immediately. Instead, a divine golden light emanated from within him, and his fragmented form began to mend itself autonomously. Not dead yet. Then let us try again. This time, Jiang Chen unleashed an invisible sword aura, striking at the golden giant, which was unmistakably the calm decimation technique, designed to sever the very essence of one's soul. In a mere stroke, the golden giant's soul was obliterated, leaving him utterly lifeless. At that moment, a ball of Dao fire erupted from Jiang Chen's hand, igniting the iron rod in a frenzied blaze. In mere moments, the rod melted away, revealing a piece of Dao calamity gold the size of a fingernail. Regrettably, this Dao calamity gold was too diminutive. It fell short of what was needed to forge a magical artifact. Jiang Chen decisively stored the tiny piece of Dao calamity gold within his body for future use, and continued his swift journey towards the White Bear tribe. Just then, from the distant void, a young girl soared towards him at great speed. She was enveloped in golden flames, with the ethereal image of a true phoenix manifesting behind her. The girl was none other than Jiang Yutong, though she appeared quite disheveled at that moment. Behind her, a crimson light approached rapidly, exuding a formidable aura of a saint. It was him. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. He recognized the identity of the blood light instantly. The father of the chosen one, Chu Tian, the chieftain of the White Bear tribe. He was also the sole saint among the wild indigenous people, Chu Feiyun. Jiang Chen had seen his visage during a soul search previously. Beep. Detected the presence of someone closely associated with the chosen one. Should the host eliminate them, substantial rewards and fortune points will be granted. The ethereal voice from the system rang abruptly in his ears. Killing someone close to the chosen one would yield rewards as well. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and he dashed forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yutong was sprinting desperately, her heart filled with frustration. According to her original plan, she intended to first head to the White Bear tribe to procure a dragon burial flower. After all, she possessed a natural phoenix physique, and the dragon burial flower could extract true dragon bloodlines. If she were to obtain it, the fusion of dragon and phoenix would bring her immense benefits, potentially allowing her to undergo a rebirth and elevate her innate qualities to a higher echelon. However, to her dismay, she had barely approached the White Bear tribe when she inexplicably exposed herself. The most absurd part was that this tribe harbored a saint, which was entirely different from her memories of the bear tribe in her previous life. Have I truly been reborn? Or have I traversed into a similar world? First, the son of the white-clad divine king did not perish but successfully emerged, becoming the imperial offspring of the Jiang family. Now, the White Bear tribe has apparently defied the restrictions of the secret realm to produce a saint. Even if my rebirth has stirred the butterfly effect, the changes should not be this drastic. Jiang Yutong could not afford to delay for even a moment. She fervently activated her secret techniques and raced forward. This indicated that the chieftain of the White Bear tribe pursuing her had certain flaws. Though his blood had ascended to sainthood, his combat prowess, while comparable to that of a saint, ultimately lacked the power of saintly laws. Otherwise, a complete saint would have captured her long ago. Submit to your fate. You cannot escape my grasp. Chu Feiyun's indifferent voice resonated from behind, carrying a terrifying saintly aura. With a sudden impact, Jiang Yutong was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood as the overwhelming pressure diminished her speed significantly. It was over. A glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes. She had thought that with her rebirth, she would be invincible and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Yet, she never anticipated her downfall would come here. Suddenly, just as despair enveloped her, a beam of golden light shot forth from the distance. Within that golden radiance stood a young man clad in white, exuding an air of celestial grace, as if he were a transcendent being. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Is it him? Jiang Yutong recognized Jiang Chen, and after a moment of hesitation, she immediately transmitted her thoughts. Run. He is a saint. His target is me. Jiang Yutong did not wish for Jiang Chen to be embroiled in her troubles because of her. Run. Jiang Chen cast a casual glance at Jiang Yutong. The system's rewards were right before him. There was no reason for him to flee. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, and a strand of his magical energy enveloped her, pulling her behind him. At that very moment, Chu Feiyun also closed in. Quickly flee. This is a saint. Jiang Yutong's face turned pale as she urgently tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Can we escape? Chu Feiyun scoffed, speaking with an air of indifference. I intended to capture just this little girl, but it seems I have stumbled upon an unexpected delight. You two shall accompany me back. Chu Feiyun's confidence was overwhelming, dismissing the two as inconsequential. All beneath a saint are but ants. This phrase was not mere rhetoric, no matter how extraordinary one's talents or formidable one's combat prowess. Prior to attaining sainthood, they were but insignificant beings in the presence of a saint. Even if Chu Feiyun possessed certain flaws as a saint, lacking the laws of a saint, he still wielded absolute dominion over those beneath him. With a thunderous eruption, his formidable blood essence surged forth. Accompanied by a terrifying saintly aura, Chu Feiyun, elevated above them, reached out his hand towards Jiang Chen and Jiang Yutong, his gaze filled with contempt. Is this the end? Jiang Yutong felt a bitter pang in her heart. In this lifetime, she had not only failed to ascend to the throne, but had not even reached the accomplishments of her previous life. Nevertheless, to perish alongside the imperial son could be considered a small consolation. Would this make them a pair of star-crossed lovers? Jiang Yutong shut her eyes, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. Yet, in that moment, a sharp flash of light sliced through the air. Jiang Yutong sensed something amiss and instinctively opened her eyes. She witnessed an overwhelming aura of chaos engulfing the surroundings, as the heavens were torn apart, creating a gaping rift that seemed to stretch into infinity. Saintly blood cascaded down, and lifeless bodies plummeted. The young man in white stood before her, brandishing a celestial blade, resolutely poised. A surge of emotion welled within Jiang Yutong's heart. This scene would forever leave an indelible mark upon her soul. Even years later, after she had ascended to the throne, standing above myriad paths, the mere recollection of this moment would cause her heart to race uncontrollably. Chapter 35. The Living Sacrifice of a Saint. Jiang Chen wielded the chaos celestial blade. An unfathomable power of chaos enveloping him, intertwined with the ultimate laws. His white garments billowed in the fierce winds surrounding him. Opposite him, the corpse of Chu Feiyun fell from the void like a kite severed from its string. Beneath the might of the ultimate imperial weapon, even a saint was reduced to mere insects. Ding! The host has successfully slain the son of destiny, Chu Feiyun, the father of the son of destiny, and has received a reward, 5,000 vitality points and dark immortal gold. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Dark immortal gold. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dark immortal gold, one of the 9 immortal golds, harbors an exquisite attribute of darkness. Treasures and weapons forged from dark immortal gold can disregard the laws of heaven and earth, striking directly at the enemy. The coffin of the buried emperor, one of the 3 supreme imperial weapons of the Jiang clan, is crafted from dark immortal gold. Jiang Chen decisively chose to claim the reward, subsequently immersing his mind into the system space. There, a piece of dark immortal gold, the size of a human head, lay quietly within the system space. Perfectly suitable for forging treasures and weapons. The system truly delivers. Jiang Chen felt elated. Meanwhile, Jiang Yutong, positioned behind Jiang Chen, was in a state of shock. He is dead. A formidable saint has been slain just like that. Jiang Yutong felt as though she were in a dream. Gulp. Instinctively, she swallowed hard. Her gaze fixated on the heavenly sword in Jiang Chen's hand. The aura of chaos permeated the air, and intricate laws intertwined. Undoubtedly, this was a supreme imperial weapon. However, the issue was that she had never heard of the Jiang clan possessing such an imperial weapon. In her previous life, as a master of the Dao, she had held a high position within the Jiang clan and had even wielded the clan's imperial weapon to vanquish life and death adversaries. She was intimately familiar with the imperial weapons under the clan's control, both known and hidden. She could assert with certainty that the Jiang clan possessed no such imperial weapon. With this thought, Jiang Yutong suddenly recalled a rumor. It was said that when the prince of the emperor was born, celestial light illuminated the world, and chaos enveloped the air, accompanied by a heavenly sword that tore through the firmament. Could this be that very sword? Jiang Yutong's lips parted slightly, waves of astonishment crashing within her heart. Across the vast realms, it was not uncommon for prodigies to be born alongside divine weapons. But the concept of an accompanying imperial weapon was utterly bizarre. Moreover, the heavenly sword increasingly evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Could it be the supreme heavenly sword said to be naturally birthed from the essence of chaos? Jiang Yutong recalled that in her previous life, as she ascended the path of the emperor, she had glimpsed a matchless heavenly sword floating amidst the chaos in an ancient land of chaos, separated by infinite time and space. At that time, several holy lands and celestial powers had coveted that heavenly sword, even deploying multiple supreme imperial weapons in an attempt to suppress and seize it. However, that heavenly sword erupted with astonishing power, breaking free from the combined suppression of those imperial weapons, vanishing into the chaos. Some claimed that this heavenly sword might be the strongest imperial weapon of the era, infinitely close to becoming a celestial artifact. If this truly is that heavenly sword, how extraordinary must the talent of the prince of the emperor be to invoke such an entity to accompany him at birth? Jiang Yutong took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her shock. She had originally believed that her return to life would allow her to suppress all foes and ascend to the pinnacle, even dominating all enemies of her generation, becoming invincible across the cosmos. But now, it seemed she was merely dreaming. As she looked at the white-clad youth before her, an absurd feeling surged within her heart. How could there exist such a defiant individual in this world? Unbeknownst to Jiang Yutong, Jiang Chen was entirely oblivious to her inner thoughts. At this moment, after reviewing the system's rewards, his gaze shifted toward the corpse of Chu Feiyun. A saint's corpse is a treasure trove, deserving to be called a human elixir. Whether for alchemical purposes or forging weapons, it serves as exceptional raw material. Particularly since Chu Feiyun had ascended to sainthood through the path of vitality, his flesh and blood were invaluable to cultivators. Jiang Chen descended from the void. Approaching Chu Feiyun's corpse, the surrounding aura of sanctity intertwined. Any ordinary cultivator who ventured too close would likely be crushed and obliterated by the saintly pressure. Even in death, a saint's might is not something an ordinary cultivator can dare to approach. Fortunately, with the chaotic heavenly sword in hand, Jiang Chen was unafraid of the surrounding saintly pressure. A live sacrifice of a saint who attained strength through vitality. One could only wonder how much my corporeal form would enhance. Murmuring softly, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged before the corpse of Chu Feiyun. At his chest, the supreme bone radiated a golden light. Dense supreme runes erupting from it, and descending upon Chu Feiyun's corpse, fervently absorbing its essence. All things sacrificed, a living sacrifice to heaven and earth. Chu Feiyun's corpse began to wither and decay gradually. An exceptionally pure essence of vitality was absorbed by Jiang Chen. He decisively operated the undying scripture. On the other side, regaining her composure, Jiang Yutong, upon seeing Jiang Chen seated before Chu Feiyun's body, immediately noticed the glowing golden divine bone on Jiang Chen's chest. This was the supreme bone. Jiang Yutong's heart, which had slightly calmed, raced once more. The innate supreme bone. This was an exceptionally formidable talent, referred to as the innate supreme. It bore astonishing potential. The inherent supreme divine ability it bestowed was truly boundless in power. Rumors had it that those who possessed an innate supreme bone would undergo an astounding transformation upon successfully attaining the title of emperor, transcending into the legendary celestial bone. Little did she expect that the prince of the emperor possessed such a talent. No wonder he was so extraordinary. Jiang Yutong's heart filled with understanding. However, had she known that, in addition to the supreme bone, Jiang Chen also bore the chaotic body, she would have been even more astonished. At that moment, Jiang Chen was drawing energy from the saint's corpse. Jiang Yutong hesitated briefly before landing a short distance away from Jiang Chen, retrieving a pill to restore her own injuries while preparing to protect Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, in another location, Chu Tian was pacing back and forth in his chamber. He had grown increasingly impatient. Why hadn't he, that old fool, yet captured Jiang Yutong? After all the effort he had put into helping him attain sainthood, if he couldn't even handle such a trivial matter, he would truly be worthless. Thinking of Jiang Yutong's enchanting visage as seen within the life simulation, a surge of wicked desire ignited within Chu Tian. He yearned to pin her down on the bed and unleash his pent-up frustrations. Just then, a guard hurriedly rushed in. Chu Tian frowned, his expression darkening. "Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's urgent?" The guard quickly responded, "Young master, something terrible has happened. The soul lamp of the clan leader has extinguished." At this revelation, Chu Tian's expression changed dramatically as he seized the guard by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "Say that again. What happened to him?" The guard trembled in fear, shakily producing a jade slip from his robe. "This is the final image transmitted from the clan leader's soul lamp before it extinguished." Chu Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and opened the jade slip to inspect. The image revealed a white-clad youth wielding a heavenly sword, who, with a single strike, had slain Chu Feiyun. Behind the white-clad youth, Jiang Yutong, pale-faced, clutched his garment. "It's him." Chu Tian recognized Jiang Chen's identity. However, his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Yutong. "Humph. The woman I desire is actually so close to another man. Once I claim her for my harem, I will ensure she receives a proper education." This is Chu Tian's first reaction after perusing the jade slip. He can no longer be described merely as a man driven by primal instincts. He has transcended into a veritable stallion. As for the demise of Chu Feiyun, it scarcely occupies his thoughts. In his mind, Chu Feiyun is nothing more than a tool, a mere blade in his hand. A father? He has never regarded this indigenous savage as such, merely a biological progenitor. He is the destined protagonist. With a single strike, he can slay a sage, possessing powers that surpass even the saints themselves, as simulated. It appears he must hasten the cultivation of the dragon burial flower. Chu Tian's gaze coldly fixed upon Jiang Chen in the jade slip, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. How dare he covet the woman he desires? He must pay the price. Chapter 36. The Ruthless Chu Tian, Breakthrough of the Indestructible Sutra. In the White Bear tribe, within the medicinal field, the rich essence of heaven and earth swirled around, emanating a fragrant aroma. As far as the eye could see, The medicinal field was densely populated with dragon burial flowers, ranging from spiritual to sacred medicinal grades. At the far end of this field, 3 divine-grade dragon burial flowers were planted in 5-colored soil. Not far from these 3 divine-grade flowers hovered a magnificent divine island, radiating an astonishing dragon might. How much longer until these 3 divine-grade dragon burial flowers are fully matured? Chu Tian strolled through the medicinal field, addressing a girl clad in animal skins nearby. The girl, named Laxam, possessed a striking appearance with a high nose bridge and deep-set, clearly defined eyes. However, perhaps due to her cultivation of the blood saint method, her skin appeared somewhat coarse, lacking in allure. Laxam was the daughter of the Black Hawk tribe's chieftain. Yet, long before the Black Hawk tribe was obliterated by the White Bear tribe, she had already been taken into Chu Tian's harem. The annihilation of the Black Hawk tribe was intricately linked to her, the chieftain's daughter. The Black Hawk tribe was safeguarded by an ancient formation, impenetrable even to sages. At a critical moment, it was Laxam, driven by her infatuation, who activated the formation from within, allowing Chu Tian's White Bear tribe to swiftly invade. Following that, the Black Hawk tribe fell, with the chieftain and numerous elders perishing in battle. Yet for Laxam, as long as Chu Tian remained, the hatred of her tribe's extermination and the vendetta against her father could be set aside. Furthermore, Laxam possessed a unique constitution, naturally attuned to nature, capable of manipulating the essence of flora to cultivate spiritual herbs and divine medicines, significantly boosting their growth rate. After being welcomed into Chu Tian's harem, she willingly came to the medicinal field to assist in planting the dragon burial flowers. At this moment, upon seeing Chu Tian's arrival, Laxam's eyes sparkled with delight. She dashed forward, akin to a fledgling sparrow returning to its nest, leaping into Chu Tian's embrace. Previously, he would have reciprocated, but now, his heart was solely occupied by Jiang Yutong. After all, compared to Jiang Yutong's exquisite features and delicate skin, Laxam appeared almost like a mere servant. Chu Tian subtly stepped aside, his gaze shifting to the 3 divine-grade dragon burial flowers. Laxam approached him from behind, assuming she had inadvertently upset him, and whispered, "These 3 dragon burial flowers should mature in about 10 days. However, if you were to nourish them with my blood, combined with the dragon blood from True Dragon Island, they could be fully matured in approximately 3 days, and their efficacy would be even more astounding." Listening to Laxam's response, Chu Tian furrowed his brow. He could not afford to wait 3 days. According to the timeline in the life simulation, Jiang Chen would likely arrive by tomorrow. Noticing Chu Tian's troubled expression, Laxam stepped closer and softly murmured, "Brother Chu Tian, if you feel pressed for time, I can provide more blood daily. That would significantly reduce the time required." Due to her unique constitution, her blood was exceptional, greatly accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs and even possessing a certain probability of allowing them to undergo rebirth and transformation. Although she was not lacking in cultivation talent, the reason she remained at the Gathering Death Realm for so long, despite practicing the Blood Saint method, was largely due to her daily need to use her blood to nourish the dragon burial flowers. "Laxam, I appreciate your efforts," Chu Tian said gently as he caressed her face. "As long as I can assist Brother Chu Tian, I do not find it burdensome at all." Laxam responded with a smile. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden, searing pain erupted in her chest. She instinctively looked down to see a large hand piercing through her heart. "Why?" Laxam's face was a mask of disbelief as she stared blankly at Chu Tian. "I'm sorry, Laxam. I cannot wait 3 days. I must use your life to nourish these dragon burial flowers," Chu Tian murmured softly. With that, he exerted a sudden force, and Laxam's body exploded into a shower of blood, which he gathered and poured over the dragon burial flowers. "Jiang Chen, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would not have had to kill Laxam. Once I achieve sainthood, you will pay the price." As he spoke, Chu Tian soared toward the floating divine island above the medicinal field, known as True Dragon Island. It was the greatest opportunity he had acquired in the secret realm over the years, seemingly the resting place of a true dragon. All his dragon burial flowers had originated from this island. However, the island was protected by formations, and he had only been able to wander the periphery thus far. He had never set foot in the core area. The success of his rebirth and transformation, achieving a saintly physical form, hinged on this moment. Chu Tian let out a low roar, retrieving a jade vial from his robe. Within it swirled dragon blood. Each year, True Dragon Island yielded a single drop of true dragon blood. Over 10 years, he had gathered 10 drops, and now, he poured them all over the 3 divine-grade dragon burial flowers. With the nourishment of both the true dragon blood and Laxam's entire blood essence, the 3 dragon burial flowers began to grow at a visibly accelerated rate. In the blink of an eye, they blossomed into full maturity. Yet, this was not the end. The 3 dragon burial flowers began to undergo rebirth and transformation, a colossal phantom of a true dragon slowly materializing, then swiftly descending, merging with the 3 flowers. Astonishing dragon might erupted, accompanied by brilliant golden light from the flowers. Remarkably, all 3 dragon burial flowers had evolved to the threshold of half-step immortality. Ha ha ha, it's done. It's done. I have succeeded. Chu Tian could not contain his ecstatic laughter. 3 half-step, immortal-grade dragon burial flowers were sufficient to facilitate his ultimate rebirth, propelling him from the realm of divine abilities into the echelon of saints. Come, Jiang Chen, I will ensure you pay the price. Chu Tian growled softly, seizing the 3 half-step, immortal-grade dragon burial flowers and swallowing them whole, quickly channeling the method to achieve sainthood. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dense, towering forest, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Before him, the corpse of Chu Feiyun had been entirely corroded and shriveled by golden runes. The immense energy contained within had been completely absorbed by him, as the rich power of blood and vitality swirled within him like an ocean. As the indestructible scripture circulated, every sinew and bone of his body emanated a resplendent golden light. The runes inscribed by the scripture began to undergo a mysterious transformation, becoming increasingly profound, as if they contained the true essence of the cosmos. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded from within Jiang Chen. At that moment, his flesh and bones shattered with a thunderous roar, rendering him akin to a puddle of mud. His aura, once vibrant, began to wane at a visible pace. Jiang Chen observed this scene with a detached demeanor, devoid of sorrow or joy. He understood that this was a harbinger of the indestructible scripture about to break through to its 4th tier. The flesh must shatter to be reborn, giving rise to life within the abyss of despair. Beside him, Zhang Yutong gasped in shock at the sight. Are you all right? She approached cautiously, fearing that an accident had befallen Jiang Chen during his cultivation. Yet, as she drew near, a rhythmic thumping, akin to a war drum, erupted from Jiang Chen's body. Instantly, his previously languid aura surged forth, revitalizing with remarkable vigor. Boom, boom. An astonishing surge of vitality erupted as a crimson beam of light shot skyward from his crown. In that moment, every living being within 100 miles was compelled to kneel in terror, trembling as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. Zhang Yutong staggered back, her complexion paling. It worked. Jiang Chen rose from the ground, unable to suppress a grin. The indestructible scripture had indeed broken through to its 4th tier. His physical strength ascended to a terrifying new level, reaching an unprecedented magnitude. His vitality surged within him like an unfathomable ocean. With merely his physical prowess, he could now contend against formidable sovereigns. Furthermore, with the breakthrough of the indestructible scripture, his body began to transform towards immortality. With an essence of undying power permeating his flesh, capable of self-repairing any injuries. As long as he wasn't instantaneously obliterated, his body could regenerate infinitely. Jiang Chen's spirit soared. With a mere thought, he activated the system panel to assess his status. Chapter 37, Refining Divine Seeds. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 13. Physique, chaotic body. Supreme bone, cultivation, 1st layer of divine power realm. Techniques, Universe-S Great Tao Scripture, Indestructible Scripture, 4th tier, Ancient Divine Scripture, incomplete. Nameless Immortal Scripture, incomplete. Divine Powers, Peaceful Disorder Technique, complete. Kunpeng Technique, All-Encompassing Hand. Treasure, Chaotic Heavenly Blade, 10,000 Saints Tower, Great Tao Longevity Lock. Guardian of the Underworld. Upon reviewing his personal attributes, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The breakthrough of the indestructible scripture not only significantly enhanced his physical strength, but also propelled his cultivation to the realm of divine powers. Within this realm, he could condense divine seeds, even evolving corresponding beings through them. For instance, by employing the Kunpeng technique, he could transform into a Kunpeng, harnessing a fragment of its formidable power. In this realm, a cultivator's combat prowess would experience an explosive enhancement. However, the number of divine seeds a cultivator could condense was intimately linked to the number of caves they had opened in the cave heaven realm. The more caves opened, the greater the number of divine seeds they could condense. One cave corresponded to one divine seed. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that Jiang Chen's cave had already crystallized into the cave heaven divine ring. Thus, how many divine seeds could he condense in the divine power realm? Intrigued, Jiang Chen attempted to condense a divine seed using the peaceful disorder technique. As one of the 4 ancient sword techniques, its power was unquestionable. Having mastered this technique over the years, Jiang Chen found the process of condensing a divine seed to be remarkably smooth, without any hindrance. A palm-sized, ancient gray sword materialized before his eyes. Clearly the divine seed born of the peaceful disorder technique. With a mere thought, The ancient gray sword transformed into a streak of light, merging into the cave heaven divine ring on his back. Nurtured by the divine ring, the ancient sword would grow increasingly formidable, amplifying the power of his future applications of the peaceful disorder technique. He could continue. The second divine seed he condensed was the 10,000 things sacrifice inscribed upon his supreme bone. As a naturally bestowed supreme divine art, the efficacy of the 10,000 things sacrifice was self-evident, sacrificing heaven and earth to nurture oneself. In that moment, the 10,000 things sacrifice transformed into a divine seed, manifesting as an ancient small cauldron, accompanied by the haunting sounds of ancient rites echoing around it. Ultimately, this small cauldron too merged into the cave heaven divine ring. Following suit, the Kunping technique and all-encompassing hand also effortlessly transformed into divine seeds, nurtured within the divine ring. He sensed that the cave heaven divine ring could still harbor more divine seeds, and unlike other cultivators' caves, the divine ring was even more extraordinary, nurturing divine seeds of greater strength. Jiang Chen's spirits soared high. Meanwhile, Jiang Yutong, having witnessed Jiang Chen's entire process from breakthrough to the nurturing of divine seeds, felt her lips part in awe, her expression blank. To break through to the divine power realm and consecutively condense 4 divine seeds, what an extraordinary talent. Typically, a cultivator in the divine power realm would condense a single divine seed with each minor breakthrough, proceeding in a steady and methodical manner. Jiang Chen's ability to condense 4 divine seeds right after his breakthrough was truly a rare occurrence. Moreover, what astounded her even more was the exceptional nature of each divine seed Jiang Chen condensed. She even recognized the presence of the Kunping technique among them, a divine art of great renown. Throughout history, few could master all its intricacies. His talents were unparalleled, his background unfathomable, and his foundation astounding. In this era of imperial contention, he might very well become an insurmountable obstacle for all others. Jiang Yutong sighed inwardly. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "You haven't left yet?" Looking up, she found Jiang Chen standing before her, gazing down with an air of superiority. Clad in white garments, he exuded an ethereal quality, every gesture radiating a mystical aura. Though merely 13, he possessed a maturity that belied his years. Jiang Yutong's gaze faltered slightly. In her past life, as a formidable master of the path with aspirations of attaining imperial status, she had countless suitors, many of whom were remarkable prodigies. Yet, in terms of countenance, none could rival this young man. Even before Jiang Chen, she felt a momentary daze, a sense of inadequacy washing over her. "You saved my life. I shall guard you." Jiang Yutong cleared her throat, attempting to mask her embarrassment, her delicate face tinged with a blush. "What is happening to me? In my past life, I was a master of the path. How could I nearly be entranced by a mere child? Then it seems we are even." Jiang Chen nodded, turned, and departed without hesitation. His heart was devoid of romantic distractions. His focus lay on more pressing matters, leaving no time for idle chatter. And just like that, he leaves. As she watched Jiang Chen dissolve into golden light and vanish, Jiang Yutong momentarily stood in a daze. Truly a Sigma man. Well, I too shall seek my own fortuitous encounters. The opening of the ancestral land's secret realm presents an unparalleled opportunity for me. As for his life-saving grace, if memory serves correctly, within the ancestral land's secret realm lies a perilous area concealing one of the 9 secrets, the Doozy secret. Once I obtain it, I can offer him a portion as a token of my gratitude for saving my life. With that thought, Jiang Yutong's figure flickered, and she too disappeared from her location. Elsewhere, in the White Bear tribe, amidst the medicinal fields, a tremendous surge of vitality erupted, swirling around Chu Tian's head. In that moment, Chu Tian's muscles bulged. His raven-black hair danced wildly, and his eyes sparkled with electric intensity, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sage with every movement. "System, display personal attribute panel," he commanded within his mind. Instantly, a translucent azure panel materialized before him. Name, Chu Tian. Age, 25. Physique, savage divine body. Cultivation, first layer of spirit sea realm. Physical body, quasi-saint. Techniques, blood chi ascension technique, savage decision. Divine powers, 10,000 beast fist, universe in palm. 6 paths reincarnation fist. Treasures, beast god cauldron, damaged. Beast god armor, 9 transformations celestial silkworm gauntlets, human king divine seal. Today's life simulation attempts, 0 times. Observing his personal attribute panel, Chu Tian inhaled deeply, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. "It is regrettable that I still fall slightly short. With my physical body only at the half-step quasi-saint level, yet this is still sufficient. Furthermore, should I encounter defeat, I can always resort to forbidden artifacts to obliterate my enemies." I may lack in certain respects, but I am not short on various magical treasures. Chapter 38. Kingship? Sagehood? Is it truly formidable? Golden light tore through the void as Jiang Chen emerged from it, gazing ahead. The lush, primordial forest exuded a vibrant life force. At the heart of the forest lay an expansive valley, shrouded in swirling white mist that obscured the view, rendering the exact scenery indistinguishable. So this is the White Bear tribe? Jiang Chen's gaze pierced through the mist, settling upon the valley where, amidst the flickering runes in his eyes, he discerned stone houses and a towering, ancient altar. However, before he could take in the details, the layers of white mist suddenly glimmered with runes, severing Jiang Chen's line of sight. Is there a sage-level formation safeguarding this place? Jiang Chen's expression remained calm as he swiftly darted towards the valley. To others, a sage's formation might pose an obstacle, but to him, it was utterly inconsequential. You've lost your mind. Just as Jiang Chen hovered above the White Bear tribe, preparing to breach the formation with force, a voice abruptly echoed from the side. Following that, a subtle ripple in the void emerged as a young man stepped forth. With dragon horns adorning his head, it was none other than Jiang Tianlong. However, at that moment, Jiang Tianlong lacked his usual heroic and imposing demeanor, appearing rather furtive and oddly unseemly. Upon his emergence, he hastily retrieved a carpet-like artifact from his bosom. In an instant, the power of the void enveloped him, causing both him and Jiang Chen to vanish from sight. An artifact forged from the hide of a void beast at the sage level? Jiang Chen cast an astonished glance at Jiang Tianlong. The void beast, a primordial anomaly, was innately adept in the ways of the void, capable of traversing it silently and mysteriously. Every inch of its flesh and bones served as exquisite material for crafting void-type artifacts. For instance, the historically renowned Void Halberd and Void Mirror were crafted from the remains of a void beast at the pinnacle of the Path Mastery realm. However, since ancient times, the void beast race had been mysteriously annihilated, leaving behind a scarcity of artifacts crafted from their material. Each remnant artifact now holds immeasurable value. I never expected Jiang Tianlong to possess one. A stroke of luck, an unexpected gain. Jiang Tianlong chuckled, concealing the fact that he had stolen this void beast hide from the grave of an elder from a certain holy land. However, he quickly donned a serious expression as he regarded Jiang Chen, saying, "By the way, you must be insane. The White Bear tribe is guarded by sages, with not just one but multiple kings in residence. Storming in like this, are you courting death?" Although they were not particularly close due to the imperial son status, being from the Jiang family, he could not simply stand by and watch Jiang Chen walk into his demise. Before Jiang Chen could utter a word, Jiang Tianlong continued, "If I am not mistaken, you must also be after the dragon burial flower, right? Would you be interested in collaborating? I have discovered that there are over 100 dragon burial flowers of the saint-level quality within the White Bear tribe, and even 3 at the divine medicine level. If we manage to acquire them, we would be striking it rich. We can split it 70-30. I take 70, you take 30. As he spoke, Jiang Tianlong's eyes gleamed, unable to restrain his drooling. During their time in the secret realm, he had been seeking opportunities to infiltrate the White Bear tribe and steal the dragon burial flower. Unfortunately, he had found no chance while the sage was present. Finally, with that sage gone, he encountered the White Bear tribe activating their great formation to seal the surroundings. Out of desperation, he sought collaboration. After all, he possessed a trace of true dragon bloodline within him. If he could obtain the dragon burial flower and extract its true dragon blood, his bloodline power would ascend to new heights. No interest. Jiang Chen shook his head indifferently and turned to leave. Collaborate? There was absolutely no need. Hey, why are you leaving just like that? If you're unsatisfied with the 70-30 split, we can do 60-40. Jiang Tianlong hastily called out. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen had already stepped onto the void beast hide carpet, arriving above the White Bear tribe, and then slowly clenched his fist, delivering a sudden, powerful punch. Boom. A terrifying surge of vitality erupted from his body, transforming into a massive fist imprint that descended with overwhelming force. Boom. The entire White Bear tribe trembled violently. At that critical moment, the dense runes emerged from the white mist enveloping the White Bear tribe, dissipating the punch's might. Nevertheless, the White Bear tribe still suffered greatly from the impact. Countless stone houses crumbled, and some of the weaker inhabitants of the tribe were obliterated, turning to blood mist. What the hell? You are truly insane. Jiang Tianlong gaped in shock at the scene before him. He had initially thought Jiang Chen's refusal to collaborate meant he intended to stealthily infiltrate the White Bear tribe to steal the dragon burial flower. Now, it seemed he had miscalculated. This fellow was nothing short of a madman, brazenly launching a punch in such a manner. What difference was there between this and courting death? Damn it, encountering such a lunatic is my misfortune. Jiang Tianlong muttered a curse under his breath, swiftly manipulating the void beast's skin to soar towards Jiang Chen, hoping to whisk him away to safety. Yet, Jiang Chen merely cast a detached glance in his direction, remaining motionless in the void. Didn't you hear what I just said? The White Bear tribe is protected by a sage and more than one king-level powerhouse. Even if you wish to court death, there are more prudent ways to do it. As Jiang Tianlong spoke, he grasped Jiang Chen's hand firmly. Jiang Chen withdrew his hand, a faint smile suddenly gracing his lips. A king? A sage? Are they truly formidable? Jiang Tianlong was left bewildered. How could he dismiss the might of a king and a sage? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the White Bear tribe. Impudent! Who dares to provoke my White Bear tribe? As the voice reverberated, 3 elderly figures, their skin sagging, swiftly emerged from the tribe. Each was an elder of the White Bear tribe, possessing the formidable strength of a king-level cultivator. With the wind howling, Jiang Tianlong hastily retreated into the void beast's skin, vanishing into the ether. The 3 king-level powerhouses furrowed their brows slightly, then turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen. The title of king alone signifies the profound strength of a practitioner within this realm, often referred to as the Great Power Realm. Across the 3,000 provinces, many sect leaders reside within this formidable level. It's not that I refuse to save you, but rather that you are seeking your own demise. Jiang Tianlong sighed helplessly as he concealed himself. Even he, despite his prowess, would not stand a chance against 3 king-level powerhouses. Moreover, with the White Bear tribe just below, should he become entangled, his fate would be sealed upon the return of that departing sage. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly facing a dire calamity. Even if he survived, he would lose his eligibility to remain in the secret realm. However, when he raised his head again, he was met with an astonishing sight. There stood Jiang Chen, clad in white, the surrounding winds causing his garments to flutter dramatically, an ethereal aura swirling around him. Before the 3 king-level powerhouses of the White Bear tribe, he simply raised his hand and unleashed a single punch. A torrent of blood energy erupted forth, interwoven with countless runes. Boom! In an instant, the 3 king-level powerhouses were obliterated before they could react, leaving not even a trace of their remains. How can this be? Jiang Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. 3 king-level powerhouses, vanquished in an instant. What absurd combat prowess was this? Even the great emperors of his youth could scarcely compare. Jiang Tianlong pondered to himself. If he were in that position, he might not be slain outright. And with all his strength, perhaps he could take down 1 or 2. Yet, the notion of Jiang Chen dispatching 3 king-level powerhouses with a single blow was beyond the realm of his imagination. Was this truly Jiang Chen? Or was it a mighty emperor's spirit that had taken residence within him? Chapter 39. The Might of a Single Punch. Jiang Tianlong was utterly astounded. He even harbored grave doubts that the Jiang Chen before him was the real Jiang Chen, suspecting instead that he had been possessed by some powerful entity. After all, what kind of celestial talent would a mere 13-year-old boy possess to annihilate 3 king-level powerhouses with a single strike? Simultaneously, within the White Bear tribe, the death of the 3 elders ignited a wave of fury among the tribe's members. Impudent! Who dares to slay the elders of my White Bear tribe? Who is this person? Does he seek death? They vowed to make him pay dearly, to capture him, seal his cultivation, and throw him into the snake pit, torturing him for 100 years as retribution. Have we, the White Bear tribe, gone 10 years without shedding blood, leading others to believe we are weak? Shouts of indignation echoed throughout. For a decade, they had ruled the ancestral secret realm, instilling in all White Bear tribe members a sense of superiority. The White Bear tribe was the sovereign of this domain, an emperor of unmatched supremacy. Anyone who dared to provoke them would meet their end. At that moment, Chu Tian also appeared before the crowd. The young master has arrived. Humph, if the young master intervenes, he will surely slay this intruder in an instant. We implore you, young master, to act and vanquish the foe, thus upholding the might of our White Bear tribe. The members of the White Bear tribe bowed respectfully to Chu Tian, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Over the span of 10 years, Chu Tian's prestige within the tribe had even eclipsed that of their leader, Chu Feiyun. Presently, faced with the fervent pleas of his tribesmen, Chu Tian chose to disregard their requests, instead lifting his gaze to the void where Jiang Chen stood. Simultaneously, a series of alert chimes resonated within his mind. Ding! A great terror has been detected. Please, host, evacuate swiftly and avoid confrontation. Ding! A great terror has been detected. Please, host, evacuate swiftly and avoid confrontation. Red alerts flashed continuously before him. Evacuate. Avoid confrontation? Chu Tian scoffed. Why should I shy away from his prowess? Who kills whom remains to be seen. Host, you are courting death. The system chimed once more. Silence, you useless system. I am the destined protagonist of this world. Do you comprehend the weight of those 4 words? Chu Tian huffed disdainfully. Since his arrival in this world, everything he attempted had progressed smoothly. Even in moments of peril, before he could act, the crises seemed to resolve themselves mysteriously. This had fostered his growing arrogance, leading him to believe he was the destined protagonist, shielded by the divine will of fate. At this moment, gazing at Jiang Chen suspended in the void, he sneered. You've arrived just in time. I shall see just how terrifying you truly are. As he spoke, he addressed those behind him nonchalantly. 36 heavenly gangs, 72 earthly fiends. At your command, 2 legions, 1 black and 1 white, materialized behind Chu Tian. These were his meticulously trained death servants, each possessing the strength of the divine ability realm. Furthermore, the 2 legions were equipped with the 36 heavenly gang formation and the 72 earthly fiend formation. In formation, they could contend with a sage. Send them to exhaust Jiang Chen first, and then I shall strike, enhancing my odds. Rest assured, young master, we shall sever the head of that madman. The 36 heavenly gang and 72 earthly fiend legions responded in unison before their figures flickered and surged forth from the grand formation. In the void, Jiang Chen surveyed the valley below. Even through the veils of mist, he instantly recognized Chu Tian amidst the throng. The destined child had made his appearance. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes, but just then, the 36 heavenly gang and 72 earthly fiend legions surged forth from the ancient realm. The moment the 2 legions emerged, they formed a fierce formation, targeting Jiang Chen with predatory intent. Audacious madman, you dare to provoke my white bear tribe? You seek death. They roared in unison, the overwhelming blood energy surging from their heads like a tempest. Under the transformation of the 36 heavenly gang array and the 72 earthly fiends array, 2 colossal statues of vitality materialized, 1 black and 1 white, wielding long spears forged from the essence of life itself, swiftly thrusting towards Jiang Chen. Come forth. Jiang Chen roared, unleashing a punch infused with an intricate web of vitality and runes. Divine light radiated, intertwining with the pathways of the universe. In this moment, Jiang Chen held nothing back. Not only did he unleash the entirety of his inner vitality, but the celestial ring floating behind him also emanated a dazzling golden light. 4 supreme divine abilities simultaneously erupted from within: the calmness of order, the Kunping's might, the 10,000 transformations hand, and the universal offering. These 4 pinnacle abilities fused into one, forcefully contained within this singular punch. Crack, crack. The sheer power of this strike was terrifyingly immense. The energy waves alone shattered the surrounding void. Is this truly the might that a practitioner at the divine ability realm can unleash? Jiang Tianlong, concealed within the void as a void beast, observed the battlefield with wide eyes, utterly stunned by the force of Jiang Chen's punch. Although he himself had reached the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, he felt an undeniable fear in the face of such power. Could I withstand such a blow if it were aimed at me? A sense of dread enveloped him. In the White Bear tribe, Chu Tian's gaze sharpened. His previous confidence waned significantly, although he had cultivated the path of vitality and had a physique comparable to that of a quasi-saint. The mere gust of wind generated by Jiang Chen's punch sent shivers through his body. As for the vitality statues formed by the 36 heavenly gang and the 72 earthly fiends, they were obliterated in an instant, reduced to blood mist that dissipated into the void as if they had never existed. Jiang Chen's aura was unparalleled, resembling an invincible war deity as he strode above the White Bear tribe. Another punch was unleashed, intertwining the 4 divine abilities, each containing profound truths, coalescing into a singular strike imbued with terrifying vitality and astonishing magical power, crashing down upon the saintly law array. Crack! The saintly law array above the White Bear tribe, already in disrepair, shattered upon receiving the full force of Jiang Chen's punch. The mist enveloping the tribe dissipated, and as Jiang Chen stepped forth from the fog, the onlookers instinctively recoiled in fear. Chu Tian felt an overwhelming surge of panic. As if he were witnessing a tragic fate he had once simulated in his mind. You are Chu Tian. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon him. He spared no words for his enemy. Like a specter, he closed in on Chu Tian. Kill. Chapter 40. Apologies, I've killed her. Kill. Jiang Chen's mind was devoid of hesitation as he raised his hand, delivering a punch. Terrifying vitality swirled above his head, and the 4 divine truths intertwined within his fist, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding void. Come. Chu Tian roared in response, also throwing a punch. He was filled with confidence. Although his cultivation was inferior to Jiang Chen's, his path to sanctification through vitality had rendered his body formidable, comparable to that of a quasi-saint. He relished this clash of raw physical strength. Die. The sound of crashing waves echoed from within him as his vitality surged forth. Ethereal manifestations of beasts, Tao Tai, Qi Long, Tian Peng, Bai Zhe, swirled around him. The 10,000 Beasts Fist. This was a divine ability that Chu Tian had unexpectedly acquired within a secret realm. With a punch unleashed, the howls of myriad beasts filled the air, an overwhelmingly terrifying display. The potency of this ability was deeply tied to the strength of his vitality. The stronger the vitality, the more fearsome the power. In ancient times, powerful body cultivators wielded this ability to slay quasi-emperors. Now, while Chu Tian's might did not compare to that of those ancient titans, it was still formidable. The myriad beasts surged, colliding with Jiang Chen's fist. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, collapsing the surrounding void, while the terrifying energy waves shattered the entire valley where the White Bear tribe resided. Many tribespeople caught unawares were obliterated in an instant. Die! Chu Tian's vitality erupted, his muscles bulging as he emanated an aura of primal ferocity. Charging through the energy waves unleashed by the collision, lunging at Jiang Chen with alarming speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye before delivering a crushing blow. Want to compete in physical strength? I shall oblige. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, his heart unmoved. Having broken through the 4th level of the Indestructible Sutra, his physique had undergone a terrifying transformation. This moment was perfect for him to test his mettle against Chu Tian. Kill! As their fists collided, a sound akin to thunderous explosions filled the air. Their figures moved like lightning, leaving afterimages in their wake. Interesting. While both were children of destiny, Chu Tian surpassed Yifan by several tiers. Jiang Chen mused in surprise. The fact that Chu Tian could endure a clash with him in the realm of physicality demonstrated the formidable power of his physique. However, at this moment, it was Chu Tian who felt more astonished. Following the path of vitality to sanctification, akin to the ancient body cultivators, his physical strength had reached the quasi-saint level. Coupled with the system he bore, which had enhanced his body with the Bodhi Gold body liquid and true dragon blood, he should, in theory, be invincible in the realm of physicality, overpowering all adversaries of the same realm. Yet, before him stood a mere practitioner of the divine ability realm. And his physique was not inferior in the slightest. In their prior collision, while it appeared that both physiques were evenly matched, Chu Tian felt a subtle sense of suppression. Jiang Chen's vitality was imbued with resplendent golden runes. Each strike against him carried astonishing force, causing his body to tremble. Kill! Chu Tian's agitation surged, and he unleashed all his vitality in a single, decisive punch, aiming to subdue Jiang Chen at once. Come! Jiang Chen's vitality surged, the indelible runes of the Indestructible Sutra glowing upon his flesh and bones. His vitality radiated golden light, coalescing in his fist as he met Chu Tian head-on. Boom! The earth beneath them crumbled, revealing a massive pit stretching thousands of meters deep. Amidst the swirling dust, both Chu Tian and Jiang Chen staggered back. Jiang Chen's hand was shattered, brilliant golden blood splattering forth, while Chu Tian too suffered a shattered hand, his arm convulsing, the vitality within him restless. With the aid of the system, most of Chu Tian's vitality had been enhanced through various divine pills and elixirs, leaving his foundation precariously shallow. In contrast, Jiang Chen, while also possessing a system, had forged his vitality and cultivation through relentless self-discipline, granting him an unshakable foundation. As their battle unfolded, the initial signs may have been subtle, yet the disparity was palpable. The ability to combat has persisted until this day, and the solid advantages of his foundation have suddenly become apparent. Moreover, due to the breakthrough of the indestructible scripture to the 4th level, his flesh and bones now harbor a trace of immortal power. The shattered tiger's mouth was almost instantly restored. Die! Adhering to the principle of ruthlessly striking a drowning dog, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity, transforming himself into a streak of golden light as he swiftly charged toward Chu Tian. He directly grasped his arm, channeling immense force throughout his body. Chu Tian let out a pained wail as Jiang Chen forcibly tore his arm off with sheer might, blood and shredded flesh erupting forth. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared, flames of Tao igniting in his hands, instantly reducing Chu Tian's severed hand to ashes. Next time, I shall directly twist your head off. In that moment, Jiang Chen, clad in blood-stained white, radiated an aura akin to an invincible demon king, his icy gaze fixated upon Chu Tian. A shudder of fear gripped Chu Tian's heart, a faint tremor of terror creeping in. His prolonged reliance on the system and a smooth journey had rendered his Tao heart exceedingly fragile. At this juncture, a slight setback in battle sent him into a state of agitation. How could I possibly lose? I am the destined protagonist, the sole fated individual in this world. destined to ascend to greatness. A frenzied roar echoed within him, and just as he was about to charge forward, Jiang Chen's speed eclipsed his own. In an instant, he lunged once more at Chu Tian. Chu Tian, caught off guard, attempted to defend himself, but already suppressed, and now missing an arm. He was no match for Jiang Chen. In but a moment, a punch pierced through his chest. Jiang Chen's arm, like a spear, pinned him to the void. With a sudden surge of strength, he seemed intent on tearing him apart. "Ah!" Chu Tian cried out in agony, his entire being surging with vitality as memories of his previous simulation flashed in his mind, where he faced Jiang Chen's fate. "No, no, I will not die. It is impossible for me to die." He emitted a beast-like howl, and in the next moment, he ignited his vitality, forcibly breaking free from his restraints, and seizing the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch toward Jiang Chen's chest. A desperate struggle. Jiang Chen disregarded the approaching punch, countering with a strike of his own, both exchanging injuries. Chu Tian was sent flying, his body riddled with cracks, while Jiang Chen, having absorbed the full force of Chu Tian's blow, remained unscathed. The hidden immortal power within his flesh not only healed his wounds in an instant, but also dissipated the impact. "It is over," Jiang Chen declared, striding forward with a commanding presence, intent on concluding the battle. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Whoosh! A figure wielding a dagger suddenly emerged from the void, lunging toward him with a thrust aimed at his chest. It was a strikingly beautiful young woman, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, tall and curvaceous. Named Chunyu, she was one of Chu Tian's harem and particularly favored. Born with a void physique, she excelled in the art of assassination. Seeking death, Jiang Chen's expression betrayed no emotion, his vitality surging. Before Chunyu could approach, she was sent hurtling back by the shockwave. Jiang Chen seized her by the neck, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Release me, you villain. How dare you harm Brother Chu Tian? I will make you pay." Chunyu struggled fiercely, but Jiang Chen's grip was like an iron vice, rendering her efforts futile. A sudden smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips as he turned to Chu Tian. "Is this your woman? What do you intend to do?" A sense of foreboding unfurled within Chu Tian. In the next moment, Jiang Chen exerted tremendous force. Puffed! An explosive sound erupted as Chunyu's body burst apart like a watermelon, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Ding! Killed the heroine, gaining 1,000 fortune points. "I apologize, I have killed her," Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. A heartless act. Chu Tian's face turned ashen, fury igniting in his eyes. Though he held little emotional attachment to the women in his harem, witnessing his beloved reduced to a mere blood mist stirred an uncontrollable rage within him. His Tao heart cracked anew. "Jiang Chen, I will kill you. You will pay for this. I want you dead." Chu Tian roared, his demeanor frenzied. In the next moment, he produced a shattered small cauldron from within himself. The cauldron was adorned with intricate carvings of countless beastly apparitions. Boom boom. An overwhelming aura of extreme power erupted from the broken cauldron. Chapter 41. Slaying the destined protagonist, Abundant Rewards. The Beast God Cauldron. This shattered small cauldron was the greatest fortune Chu Tian had obtained over the past decade in the secret realm. The 10,000 beasts fist he mastered was also derived from this Beast God Cauldron. At this moment, as he summoned the Beast God Cauldron, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. The very fabric of space shattered like glass, and the earth trembled violently, continuously collapsing. The might of the extreme power was terrifying. Despite the Beast God Cauldron being reduced to a mere fragment, its potency remained formidable. "Jiang Chen, I want you dead. Not just you. All the Jiang family members in this secret realm will accompany you to the grave." Chu Tian's face contorted, laughing maniacally. In his mind, the outcome of the battle was already predetermined the moment he revealed the Beast God Cauldron. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, eager to see fear and despair reflected on his face. But the result was beyond his expectations. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Beast God Cauldron, Jiang Chen's expression remained strikingly calm, devoid of any ripple of emotion. "Even at death's door, you still pretend." Chu Tian sneered coldly, retrieving a divine pill from within and consuming it. His previously waning aura surged back to its peak, and his severed arm quickly regenerated. He poured all his vitality into the Beast God Cauldron. As an extreme imperial weapon, even a damaged Beast God Cauldron was not something an ordinary person could wield. Despite Chu Tian infusing all his vitality into it, the Beast God Cauldron only trembled slightly, emanating a hint of extreme power. However, in Chu Tian's eyes, this was more than sufficient. Let alone Jiang Chen, even a quasi-imperial powerhouse would perish before this trace of extreme might. "Die." Chu Tian laughed with excitement, envisioning Jiang Chen being torn apart by this overwhelming force. Yet, The next moment unfolded in a way that left him wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. As the extreme power surged toward him, Jiang Chen conjured an ancient heavenly blade from thin air. Chaos intertwined, and extreme power permeated the air. Flash! Jiang Chen raised the chaotic heavenly blade above his head and struck downward with great force. Puffed! An endless chaos mingled with extreme power, transforming into a fierce blade of light that sliced through the air. Buzz, buzz! The collision of extreme forces caused the entire secret realm to tremble. Surrounded by an expanse of nothingness, the entire White Bear tribe was instantaneously reduced to mere dust. At that moment, apart from Jiang Chen and Chu Tian, all living beings present perished without exception. Concealed within the void, Jiang Tianlong beheld this scene, his heart racing uncontrollably with trepidation. The power of the extreme Tao. What on earth happened in the White Bear tribe? Could it be that my little cousin is the cause of this? Jiang Tianlong instinctively swallowed hard, his mind swirling in disbelief. However, he dared not linger any longer in this perilous place, where the clash of extreme Tao posed a significant threat to his life. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly commanded his void beast, 7, to traverse the void and vanish from sight. Meanwhile, despite the collision of extreme Tao rendering everything around them into oblivion, an ethereal aura began to emanate from within the secret realm, gradually mending the shattered remnants. Chu Tian, his face a canvas of disbelief, gazed at Jiang Chen. This is impossible. How could you possess an intact extreme Tao imperial weapon? A medley of envy, jealousy, and incredulity flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Yet, these emotions swiftly morphed into sheer terror as Jiang Chen unsheathed the chaos heavenly blade, causing the damaged beast god cauldron to tremble uncontrollably, as though it had encountered its nemesis. Ultimately, it transformed into a streak of light, shattering the void as it fled into the endless abyss. Return. Come back to me. I am your master. How dare you flee at such a critical moment? Chu Tian bellowed in desperation upon witnessing this. The beast god cauldron was his most formidable trump card, and its loss would spell dire consequences. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. A damaged extreme Tao imperial weapon should not be allowed to slip away. Rolling back, Jiang Chen growled, hurling the chaos heavenly blade with great force. In the next instant, the blade surged forth like a comet, hurtling towards the fractured beast god cauldron with relentless speed. In mere moments, the damaged cauldron was compelled to return under the might of the chaos heavenly blade. Well done. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight as he decisively absorbed both extreme Tao imperial weapons into his being. With the chaos heavenly blade exerting its pressure, he was untroubled by any potential disturbances from the beast god cauldron within him. Jiang Chen, you scoundrel. Return the beast god cauldron to me. It belongs to me. Chu Tian's eyes bulged with rage, unable to accept that his most cherished trump card had fallen into the hands of his adversary. How dare you bark at me in this moment? It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation, Jiang Chen sneered, looking down upon Chu Tian with disdain. With no mercy, he brought his foot down upon Chu Tian's head. You seek death. Chu Tian, filled with urgency, felt the vitality he had poured into the beast god cauldron leave him feeling utterly feeble. All he could do was watch helplessly as Jiang Chen's foot descended. I will fight you to the end, Chu Tian shouted, raising his hand to unleash his treasured artifacts, which included several forbidden devices and sacred weapons, all acquired through the system over the years. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen merely withdrew the chaos heavenly blade from within him and effortlessly slashed downward. With a sickening sound, all of Chu Tian's artifacts shattered, and his head was ruthlessly crushed beneath Jiang Chen's foot. Jiang Chen, I swear, I will not let you go. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Do you dare give me 3 years? 3 years hence, we shall battle on equal terms, and I shall ensure you pay the price. Chu Tian raged uncontrollably. 3 years. Jiang Chen scoffed. You are truly delusional. Would it not be simpler for me to eliminate you now? With that, he exerted force through his foot. Chu Tian felt a searing pain, as if his head were about to explode. In that moment, he finally felt fear. No, do not kill me. I am the destined protagonist. I should not perish here. Spare me. I do not wish to die. Yet, before he could utter another word, his head exploded like a watermelon. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. You have successfully slain the destined protagonist, Chu Tian. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 50,000 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the protagonist's treasure chest. Ding. You have slain the destined protagonist, Chu Tian. Commencing absorption of the opponent's system. Absorbing, please wait. Absorption complete. The system has successfully advanced to version 20. From now on, whether signing in or completing system tasks, the reward level has increased by 100. Absorbing the system of the destined child yields such effects? Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. A 100 increase in reward levels. This could lead to unprecedented heights. With that thought, Jiang Chen flicked his fingers, launching a strand of magical energy that ensnared Chu Tian's storage ring. After accomplishing this, he ignited a strand of Dao fire, incinerating Chu Tian's physical form completely. This was to ensure no traces remained, leaving no chance for resurrection. Having completed these actions, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts and retrieved the protagonist's treasure chest, awarded by the system. Open. With a crisp sound, the chest lid sprang open automatically. Ding. You have opened the protagonist's treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Phoenix Blood Red Gold. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Xilan Divine Ability. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, 9 Secret Precepts. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, 108 Sacred Herbs. The rewards from the system were as formidable as ever. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. This wave of rewards was extraordinarily generous. Phoenix Blood Red Gold, one of the 9 celestial golds, embodying the power of rebirth. Artifacts forged from it possess terrifying self-repair capabilities, capable of gradually restoring themselves even after being shattered, experiencing a rebirth with each restoration and growing stronger each time. Chapter 42, The Path of Soul Cultivation. The Method of Longevity. The piece of Phoenix Blood Red Gold Jiang Chen extracted from the protagonist's treasure chest was as large as his palm. It was more than sufficient for forging artifacts. With Dao Tribulation Gold, Dark Celestial Gold, and Phoenix Blood Red Gold now in his possession, he had already mastered 3 types of celestial gold. If he could gather all 9 celestial golds and fuse them into one, he might forge the legendary celestial artifact or even a celestial king artifact. Jiang Chen's mind stirred at the thought. It is said that if one can collect all 9 celestial golds and forge them into a weapon, the resulting weapon could possess the potential of a celestial king artifact or even an emperor Dao artifact. Throughout history, many powerful emperors have aspired to achieve this feat, yet all have inevitably failed. To acquire even a single type of the 9 celestial golds is a tremendous opportunity. Gathering all 9 celestial golds. Throughout the vast expanse of time, no one has ever accomplished such a remarkable feat with this thought in mind. Jiang Chen carefully placed the Phoenix Blood Red Gold along with the other 2 pieces of divine gold into the system's spatial realm. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the second reward, the Xilan Divine Ability. Among the 10 fearsome beings, the Xilan embodies the essence of divine power. The Xilan, a creature of auspicious nature, stands just beneath the true dragon, the undisputed king of the 10 fearsome beasts, renowned as the most formidable entity among them. The Xilan possesses unparalleled combat prowess and is inherently sheltered by the celestial principles of the universe, harmonizing with the heavens. Its divine ability is not only immensely powerful and unmatched in its lethality, but also allows for communion with the cosmos, thereby receiving protection from the great laws of existence. Throughout history, those who have mastered the Xilan divine ability have invariably been individuals of profound fortune, blessed with extraordinary luck and a plethora of serendipitous encounters. Thus, it can be asserted that among all 10 fearsome divine abilities, the Xilan's essence stands as the most practical and effective, even surpassing that of the true dragon's divine ability. With this realization, Jiang Chen decisively seated himself and began to contemplate. Before long, a deep roar erupted from within him, resonating with power. A cascade of 9-colored radiance erupted behind him, revealing a colossal phantom of a Xilan. Its head resembled that of a dragon, adorned with antlers akin to a deer, eyes like those of an ox, and a tail reminiscent of a serpent, all draped in lustrous white scales. Focused, Jiang Chen willed the Xilan phantom to transform into a seed of divine power, which then merged into the celestial ring behind him. He then shifted his attention to the next reward, one of the Taoist 9 secrets, the precept of the front. When soldiers approach, they must array themselves before the battle. The Taoist 9 secrets are said to have been created by the 9 legendary celestial beings of Taoism, with each corresponding to a unique method of attaining immortality. Esteemed as the pinnacle of human legacy, comparable to the 10 fearsome divine abilities. The precept of the front, purportedly crafted by the mythical celestial and the transcendent celestial, primarily focuses on the cultivation of the primordial spirit, allowing one to refine their spirit to a state of purity and flawlessness. Although Jiang Chen had mastered the calming method, an extraordinary technique for cultivating the primordial spirit that enables one to transform their spirit into a sword and cleave through the heavens. The effectiveness of the calming method in honing the primordial spirit pales in comparison to that of the precept of the front. Furthermore, aside from enhancing one's primordial spirit, The most terrifying aspect of the precept of the front is its capacity to foresee the future, enabling one to anticipate their adversaries' moves. This ability to pierce through the veil of time for combat purposes is truly a divine skill. In ancient times, an emperor once employed the precept of the front for divination, declaring that should anyone master it to its utmost extent, they could decipher the great laws of the universe, transcending all paths of existence and existing within the past, present, and future. It represents a true method of immortality. This particular emperor, in the twilight of his life, reached such a state, with his primordial spirit departing from his corporeal form, never to awaken again. Some speculate that the emperor succeeded in mastering the precept of the front to its zenith, allowing his spirit to transcend all paths and attain eternal life. Consequently, during the ancient era, a unique path of cultivation emerged from this, known as the soul path. Practitioners of this lineage regard the primordial spirit as supreme, viewing the physical body merely as a vessel that confines the original spirit. To transcend and achieve immortality, one must abandon the corporeal form. After the ancient era, perhaps due to differing ideologies, practitioners of this lineage detached themselves from the 3,000 Dao provinces, establishing the soul realm under the leadership of an invincible being. Although the soul realm may not rival the supreme worlds among the myriad realms, it possesses immense strength, with 1 or 2 soul emperors emerging in each era. However, these soul emperors often have short lifespans, fading away swiftly. Of course, while outsiders perceive this as disappearance, to those who practice soul cultivation, these powerful soul emperors have successfully achieved ultimate nirvana. The corporeal form transcends the great laws of the universe, existing within the past, present, and future, thereby embodying true immortality. To think that the primordial spirit could transcend the cosmos and achieve eternal life? Jiang Chen shook his head, firmly disbelieving in such notions. Abandoning the corporeal form to solely focus on the primordial spirit is utterly unwise. In his view, the path of cultivation is akin to a mortal navigating the turbulent seas of suffering, where the body serves as the vessel and the primordial spirit as the sail, both equally vital, inseparable. Body cultivation and soul cultivation represent 2 distinct systems of practice. Focusing solely on one may appear overwhelmingly powerful in the short term, yet ultimately harbors its own shortcomings. Mastering both the body and the primordial spirit, refining them to their utmost perfection, is the true path to invincibility. With this thought, Jiang Chen settled into meditation, initiating the precept of the front. In the next moment, a radiant light emanated from his brow, and the primordial spirit within his spiritual sea exuded a sacred aura. Mysterious chants began to resonate in his mind, providing support and protection for his primordial spirit. Then, with a flicker of thought, the precept of the front transformed into a seed of divine power, merging into the celestial ring. As for the final sacred herb, Jiang Chen could hardly muster the interest to even glance at it. System, open the personal attributes panel. With a mere thought, a pale blue virtual panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 13 years. Physique, chaos body, supreme bone. Cultivation, first layer of divine ability realm. Techniques, universal Dao scripture, imperishable scripture, fourth layer. Ancient divine scripture, incomplete. Nameless immortal scripture, incomplete. Divine abilities, calming method. Kuanping technique, 10,000 transformations covering the sky. Qilan technique, precept of the front. Treasure, chaos celestial blade. 10,000 holy tower, Taoist longevity lock, underworld guardian. Beast god tower. After a casual glance at his personal panel, Jiang Chen retrieved Chu Tian storage ring to begin his examination. Having lived in the secret realm for 10 years, alongside various system rewards, Chu Tian storage ring was undoubtedly brimming with valuable items. Countless divine herbs and sacred weapons were at his disposal, including some divine herbs Jiang Chen had never even heard of. This is rather intriguing. His gaze fell upon an ancient and grand scale, which was as large as 3 or 4 soccer fields combined, its entire surface shimmering with a grayish-golden hue, exuding a faint dragon's might. Upon touching it, he felt a metallic texture. Even with all his strength, he could not leave a single mark upon it. Regrettably, the divine essence contained within this dragon scale had long since dissipated. Jiang Chen sighed, promptly storing the massive dragon scale away. He had an inkling that this scale was extraordinary, far beyond the possession of an ordinary dragon creature. Perhaps it bore a connection to the true dragon. As he contemplated, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the floating divine island above him. Despite the earlier cataclysmic clash, this hovering island remained utterly unscathed. The island of the true dragon. This renowned site of opportunity within the ancestral secret realm is said to have been acquired by the ancestor of the Jiang family from the depths of chaos. Purportedly the resting place of the true dragon. across countless ages, whenever the ancestral secret realm opens. Many of the younger generation from the Jiang family venture to the island of the true dragon in search of fortune. Indeed, there have been instances where individuals have discovered the heart's blood of a true dragon on the island, a remarkable stroke of luck. The resting place of the true dragon. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, rising to his feet and striding towards Jinlong Island. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianlong, after a prolonged wait, confirmed that the surroundings had settled into tranquility, devoid of any disturbance, and cautiously approached the direction of the White Bear tribe, the Dragon Burial Flower, and Jinlong Island. These were two opportunities they were unwilling to forsake. However, upon returning to the vicinity of the White Bear tribe, he was met with a scene of utter horror. The entire tribe lay reduced to rubble, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Amidst this boundless void, a divine island radiating an astonishing dragon's might floated in the air, Jinlong Island. Jiang Tianlong's eyes brightened as he recognized this illustrious island, renowned within the ancestral land's secret realm. Once assured that no dangers lurked nearby, he promptly wielded the void beast skin and soared towards Jinlong Island. Chapter 43, The Sea of Reincarnation, the Corpse of the True Dragon. Upon Jiang Chen's arrival on Jinlong Island, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of dragon might, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down upon him, accompanied by intermittent roars echoing in his ears. Yet, if one listened closely, they would discern that there was nothing there. Surrounding the sacred island lay the remnants of various ferocious beasts. Some loomed over 10,000 feet high, and despite having perished eons ago, their decaying bones still emitted a terrifying pressure. Others exuded a palpable murderous intent that sent chills down the spine. The time-space blood tiger, the chaotic beasts. The meteor beasts. Jiang Chen encountered many legendary creatures' remains. Regardless of whether this truly was the resting place of the true dragon, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen hastened towards the depths of Jinlong Island. Behind him, the celestial ring glimmered, emanating divine light that shielded him from all surrounding pressures. From an external perspective, Jinlong Island may not appear grand, but upon stepping within, its vastness was undeniable. Jiang Chen traversed through its expanse for quite some time, yet the end remained elusive. Moreover, the deeper he ventured, the more formidable the dragon's might in the air became, instilling a sense of dread within him. Suddenly, a cacophony of surging waves resonated in his ears. A sea? Jiang Chen was taken aback. How could there be a sea on an island? He opened his divine sight and gazed into the distance. At the island's terminus lay an expanse of ocean, its waves crashing violently against the shore, beside which stood a colossal stone monument reaching towards the heavens. Inscribed upon the monument were three characters that Jiang Chen had never encountered before. However, upon seeing these characters, their meaning inexplicably flashed in his mind. Sea of Reincarnation. At the bottom right of the stone tablet, a series of inscriptions read, "Those who wish to cross the Sea of Reincarnation must humbly bow and chant my true name. Sins shall be absolved, and your true spirits shall remain undying, defying the heavens." Defying the heavens. Jiang Chen instinctively murmured the true name. In the next moment, the once turbulent Sea of Reincarnation became eerily calm, as if a mysterious power had forcibly suppressed all chaos. Simultaneously, a small boat emerged slowly from the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation, eventually coming to a halt before Jiang Chen. The vessel was constructed from bones, and upon its mast hung a blood-red human skin. As the sea breeze rustled, the skin flapped, emitting mournful cries of anguish. At the bow of this skeletal vessel sat a bony skeleton, creating a scene that was profoundly eerie. A golden ocean with a boat of bones, a sail of human skin, and a skeleton rowing. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Chen resolutely stepped onto the bone boat. At that instant, the skeleton seated at the bow cast a ghostly glance in his direction. Jiang Chen felt a mysterious force sweep over him, as though it intended to peer into his very soul. Yet, this enigmatic power vanished just as swiftly. Simultaneously, the skeleton began to paddle, steering the vessel of bones and skin further into the sea of suffering. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianlong, filled with excitement, set foot upon Jinlong Island. Before him lay a desolate landscape, surrounded by several divine-grade dragon burial flowers flourishing proudly. At the land's edge, a blood pool floated in the air. Above the blood pool, the ethereal figure of a true dragon occasionally manifested, emitting a resounding roar. This was the dragon blood pool. Jiang Tianlong's breath quickened. It was said that the dragon blood pool was formed from the essence of true dragon blood, and bathing within it could lead to one's rebirth. In Jiang family history, there had been an exceptional prodigy who fortuitously discovered a dragon blood pool on Jinlong Island, achieving rebirth and transformation, reaping immense benefits. Ha! I have truly struck gold this time. My luck has finally turned around. Jiang Tianlong laughed exuberantly. possessing a trace of true dragon bloodline. Bathing in the dragon blood pool would yield even greater effects, potentially intensifying the dragon blood within him. However, just as he eagerly rushed towards the dragon blood pool, he was met with an astonishing sight. At the land's edge, a bone and skin boat was gliding slowly through the air. At the bow sat Jiang Chen and a bony skeleton facing each other. Jiang Tianlong was left utterly stunned, sensing that this bone and skin vessel was far from ordinary, perhaps harboring remarkable opportunities. Of course, seeing that Jiang Chen was still alive filled him with joy, especially after the previous cataclysmic clash, which had been overwhelmingly intense. I must go take a look. Jiang Tianlong flew towards the bone and skin boat, but curiously, just as he attempted to approach, an invisible force barred him from advancing. He and Jiang Chen were separated by no more than 100 meters, a distance that, under normal circumstances, he could cover in the blink of an eye. Yet, between them lay an imperceptible chasm, defying all his efforts to cross. Could it be? A storm of thoughts surged within Jiang Tianlong. He suddenly recalled a legend he had encountered in an ancient tome during his studies. Different individuals who stepped onto Zhenlong Island would experience divergent events and encounter varying opportunities. The stronger one's talent, the more likely they were to gain extraordinary fortunes. Throughout Jiang family history, countless individuals had set foot on Zhenlong Island within the secret realms. Yet most returned empty-handed, with only a select few receiving extraordinary opportunities, whether it be the dragon blood pool, fragments of true dragon inheritance, or even the heart's blood of a complete true dragon. The visions seen by these individuals on the island also varied greatly. Hence, some speculated that Zhenlong Island was not merely a burial ground for true dragons, but potentially a place of true dragon inheritance. Only those with exceptional talents could gain the true dragon's recognition and thereby receive the complete inheritance. This conjecture seemed highly plausible. Indeed, different individuals stepping onto Zhenlong Island encountered vastly different sights, and my opportunity lies within this dragon blood pool and these dragon burial flowers. Murmuring softly to himself, Jiang Tianlong plucked all the dragon burial flowers and approached the dragon blood pool, settling down to meditate. As he closed his eyes, he stole another glance at Jiang Chen seated upon the bone and skin boat, sensing a premonition that his younger cousin might encounter an extraordinary opportunity on Zhenlong Island. On the skeletal vessel made of human skin, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged at the bow, utterly oblivious to Jiang Tianlong's presence. At this moment, he lifted his gaze, and what met his eyes was still the boundless sea of reincarnation. As the human skin and bone boat continued its advance, the previously calm surface of the sea began to grow tumultuous, with terrifying figures intermittently emerging from its depths. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air towards Jiang Chen. It was a colossal celestial rock, its entire body enveloped in darkness, with wings akin to divine blades that unleashed a myriad of sword energies with each flap. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, extending a finger to unleash a divine light that shattered the incoming sword aura, simultaneously striking down the winged rock with a single gesture. However, before he could catch his breath, other monstrous beings surged forth from the ocean, launching their assaults upon him. Each of these entities was immensely powerful, some being mythical beasts of legend. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, seated at the bow, engaging in fierce combat with these formidable foes. As time slipped by amidst this carnage, over half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. One day, the skeletal vessel abruptly came to a halt, revealing an ancient lair before Jiang Chen's eyes. Mists billowed, and chaos surged as this lair appeared unexpectedly in the sea of reincarnation. But what was most astonishing was the massive dragon carcass coiled around it. An overwhelming dragon might radiated from the remains of the dragon. This was the corpse of a true dragon. Jiang Chen rose from the bow, gazing up at the colossal dragon corpse that circled the lair. It was immense, with each scale the size of a mountain, gleaming brilliantly as it emanated a golden light, dazzling like the sun and blinding to behold. Even after countless eons of death, its flesh remained remarkably vivid, with the golden patterns on its scales clearly visible, giving the impression that it could revive and soar into the skies at any moment. However, what was shocking was the multitude of gashes and wounds marring the belly of this gigantic true dragon corpse, from which darkened blood continuously flowed. One particular sword mark nearly severed it in half, and even after the passage of endless time, a terrifying sword aura still raged within. The true dragon had been slain by someone. Jiang Chen instinctively swallowed hard. What manner of being could possess the strength to slay a true dragon, transcending the realm of immortals? Just then, a massive golden warship unexpectedly appeared not far from the sea of reincarnation. Though the ship was not particularly grand, it exuded a terrifying aura. Upon its deck stood three entities, human in form but with beastly heads, their bodies covered in crimson scales, enveloped in divine light. exuding an extraordinary presence. Each of these three was immensely powerful, radiating a minimum aura of quasi-emperor level. As Jiang Chen scrutinized these three figures, they too became aware of him. However, their attention was quickly drawn to the enormous true dragon corpse nearby. "This is the corpse of a true dragon," they exclaimed in simultaneous astonishment, before their faces lit up with frenzied excitement. "We never expected to encounter a true dragon's remains in this sea of reincarnation. It is said that before its fall, the true dragon banished itself deep into the sea of reincarnation, and now we find that the legends are indeed true. This is a treasure beyond imagination. Dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon tendons, dragon marrow, dragon bones, each one worth its weight in gold." Amidst their ecstatic laughter, they maneuvered the golden warship rapidly towards the true dragon's lair. Yet, just as they drew near, a sharp sword light descended. In the blink of an eye, the three were instantly slain, and the golden warship was shattered, sinking into the depths of the reincarnation sea. Were three beings of saintly stature truly annihilated in such a manner? Jiang Chen was horrified, raising his gaze in the direction from which the sword light emanated. There, a broken golden dragon horn floated, surrounded by an aura of dragon might. "The true dragon horn," Jiang Chen gasped, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. The earlier sword aura had conveyed a sense that not even a quasi-emperor, let alone a master of the Tao, would stand a chance against it. Just then, the skeletal vessel beneath him began to move once more, gliding towards the true dragon lair. The floating true dragon horn immediately targeted Jiang Chen, sword energies swirling around it, poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Chen decisively drew the chaos celestial blade from within, gripping it tightly. Simultaneously, the broken beast god cauldron was summoned, hovering above his head. Yet, despite his preparations, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. The aura radiating from the true dragon horn was overwhelmingly fearsome, even surpassing the laws of the extreme path. To his surprise, the true dragon horn did not launch an attack. Instead, it emitted a beam of golden light that enveloped the skeletal vessel, gently guiding it to a stop beside the true dragon lair. Standing at the bow, Jiang Chen hesitated to make any sudden movements. Suddenly, the skeletal figure across from him pointed a finger, forcefully propelling him onto the true dragon's lair. After completing this act, the skeletal figure offered a silent smile before gradually dissipating into the endless sea of reincarnation. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the chaos celestial blade, remaining vigilant as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. However, as his gaze fell upon the apex of the true dragon lair, his pupils constricted sharply. He beheld 3 eggs, each about a meter in diameter, intricately adorned with dragon patterns that radiated an astonishing dragon aura. These were true dragon eggs. Jiang Chen's heart raced. He had not anticipated the presence of a clutch of true dragon eggs within this lair. The 3 dragon eggs, intertwined with dragon patterns and covered in dragon-shaped seals, exuded an impressive vitality. However, Jiang Chen soon discerned an anomaly. Among the 3 eggs, 2 had perished, filled with essence yet devoid of life. Only the one in the center emitted a faint life force. Yet, that life force was exceedingly fragile, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, liable to extinguish at any moment. Jiang Chen refrained from approaching immediately, as it was evident that these 3 true dragon eggs were likely protected by formidable restrictions. To advance recklessly would be exceedingly perilous. Just then, the true dragon horn suspended above the lair suddenly dove down, settling beneath the one remaining egg with a flicker of life. It then began to drag the egg slowly toward Jiang Chen. For me, Jiang Chen was taken aback, sensing a mental pulse emanating from the true dragon horn. Did this broken horn still possess consciousness? At that moment, the true dragon horn emitted a radiant glow, projecting numerous images in the void. These were scenes from the true dragon's past battles, showcasing its golden form standing alone against 9 great dark emperors, its claws tearing through the cosmos, its majestic body transcending the boundaries of time and space. The 9 dark emperors confronted the true dragon, utterly powerless against its might. Ultimately torn asunder, the true dragon pierced through the darkness with its dragon horn, dissipating into the depths of the cosmos. Such is the true dragon, immensely powerful, having undoubtedly transcended the realm of emperors. As Jiang Chen murmured to himself, the scene in the void shifted once more. This time, it remained a battlefield. Yet alongside the true dragon, the silhouettes of other formidable beings emerged: Kunpeng, Qilin, and the celestial phoenix. Their adversaries were equally terrifying, enveloped in an aura of eerie light, interwoven with sinister and ominous forces, showing no signs of weakness even against the 10 fiends. A fierce battle ensued, causing stars to collapse and the sun and moon to plummet, Even the river of time itself was affected, with fragments of time splintering and scattering. This conflict endured for an indeterminate span of years. Ultimately, the 10 fiends emerged victorious, eradicating all that was bizarre and malevolent. However, they paid a tremendous price, suffering grievous wounds. The ominous aura bore a resemblance to the foes faced by the Emperor of All Saints prior. Jiang Chen whispered softly, pondering this similarity. At that moment, the scene transformed again. This time, it depicted the aged true dragon, standing alone against a foe steeped in malevolence. Although it succeeded in slaying the enemy, the true dragon seemed to have reached the brink of exhaustion. Yet, in the final moments of the image, Jiang Chen beheld an individual who defied his expectations. A robust middle-aged man emanating celestial energy, every gesture exuding an aura of dominance. Though the man's visage was obscured, Jiang Chen recognized him instantly as the founding ancestor of the Jiang clan, having seen his silhouette in ancestral portraits. The essence and demeanor were unmistakable. The two figures in the image appeared to be engaged in conversation, though the specifics were veiled by a mysterious energy. As their dialogue progressed, a quarrel erupted, escalating to the brink of physical confrontation. Ultimately, it seemed the true dragon conceded to something, choosing to dissolve into the sea of reincarnation, its physical form transforming into the true dragon's lair. Long ago, your ancestor promised to protect my child's birth. Now, the time has come to fulfill that promise. A ripple of spiritual energy emanated from the true dragon's broken horn. In the next moment, a dragon egg, still pulsating with life, was forcibly sent into Jiang Chen's celestial ring. Jiang Chen. He promptly opened the celestial ring to investigate. As soon as the dragon egg entered, it began to voraciously absorb the essence of the surrounding world, nurturing itself. Its previously feeble life force visibly strengthened at an astonishing rate. Jiang Chen's mind was filled with questions. At that moment, the true dragon's horn trembled again, and a drop of true dragon blood fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Subsequently, a palm-sized piece of dark green celestial gold emerged from the true dragon's lair, landing in his grasp. Chapter 45. The final battle approaches. This was the true dragon's heart blood and celestial tear green gold. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Celestial tear green gold, one of the 9 celestial golds, is indestructible and imbued with devouring properties. Weapons forged from it automatically absorb the essence of the world and the essence of other treasures, enhancing their quality. In the outside world, even a speck the size of dust of celestial tear green gold could fetch a fortune, inciting fierce competition among beings. As for the true dragon's heart blood, it goes without saying how precious it is. Each drop from the true dragon, one of the 10 fiends, contains unfathomable power, capable of aiding in rebirth and transformation. The drop from the true dragon's broken horn not only harbored intense energy, but also intertwined with countless dragon-shaped runes. Jiang Chen perceived at a glance that this drop contained the complete true dragon treasure technique, the origin divine ability of the leader among the 10 fiends, undeniably invaluable. This is the reward for assisting in the birth of my child, and it is also one of the agreements with your ancestor. Another wave of spiritual energy emanated from the true dragon's broken horn. Rest assured, I will safeguard your progeny, ensuring their safe passage into the world, Jiang Chen declared earnestly. With the true dragon's heart blood, celestial tear green gold, and the complete true dragon treasure technique in hand, what more could one desire? Jiang Chen's mood soared with elation. The spoils of this encounter were beyond abundant. Thank you. After transmitting one last wave of spiritual energy, the true dragon's broken horn vanished, along with the entire true dragon's lair and the boundless sea of reincarnation. When Jiang Chen regained his senses, he found himself back on True Dragon Island. The surroundings lay desolate, yet the remains of the fierce beast had inexplicably disappeared. If not for the dragon egg within his celestial ring, along with the true dragon's heart blood and celestial tear green gold in hand, he might have doubted whether the preceding events were mere illusions. At that moment, he turned to find Jiang Tianlong seated in the pool of dragon blood. Jiang Tianlong appeared to be at a critical juncture in his own rebirth, drenched in blood, with a 100-foot golden dragon phantom swirling behind him, exuding an overwhelming dragon might. Peak of the divine ability realm? Jiang Chen marveled at the aura radiating from Jiang Tianlong. Indeed, none who could ascend to the position of the Jiang clan's holy son were mediocre. Considering the time, the final arena of the secret realm would soon commence. It was time for him to seize the opportunity to undergo rebirth and amass power for the impending battle. As he murmured to himself, Jiang Chen's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from the spot. Shortly after his departure, Jiang Tianlong suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura surged from within him, and the dragon phantom behind him swiftly descended, merging into his body. In the next moment, A formidable dragon might swept forth in all directions. I did it. I have successfully undergone rebirth. The true dragon bloodline within him intensified, enhancing his physical form, primordial spirit, and magical power. In the forthcoming arena battle, his position as the Holy Sun might ascend even further, perhaps even rivaling that of the Emperor's son. As he contemplated this, Jiang Tianlong's expression faltered, involuntarily recalling Jiang Chen's terrifying punch that vanquished the three powerful kings of the White Bear tribe. Perhaps the Emperor's son position is best left alone. That little monster can engage in combat as he pleases. I shall not involve myself, Jiang Tianlong murmured. Meanwhile, in the core area of the ancestral land's secret realm, amidst a certain desolate location, a resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. As the celestial phoenix emerged from the abyss, cloaked in flames. I did it. The celestial phoenix has undergone rebirth and significantly increased its power. Moreover, the secret of the fighting character has been successfully obtained. At this juncture, Jiang Yutong assumed a distinctive pose. In an instant, an overwhelming battle intent surged from within her. Though she was a woman, at this moment she resembled a sovereign ruler, commanding the world with an imperial presence. The Duzi secret, one of the 9 secrets of Taoism, was crafted by the legendary supreme being, the primordial heavenly sovereign. It is an unparalleled art of warfare, renowned as the most formidable technique of life and death in existence. Capable of endless transformations, it can manifest all conceivable methods of combat, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. As Jiang Yutong relaxed her stance, an image of a youthful figure unconsciously surfaced in her mind. In due course, she would bestow the Duzi secret upon him, as a token of gratitude for saving her life. Having spoken, she vanished from her position in a flash. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the imprint of that young figure in white was becoming increasingly entrenched in her thoughts. In the 100 Battles Soul Arena, Zhang Zhantian stood bare-chested, his muscles coiling like a dragon, exuding a bronze hue that embodied raw ferocity and dominance. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded, I have triumphed, he exclaimed. Having broken through to the 6th level of the 100 Battles heavenly scripture, his battle intent coalescing into a palpable form. In this world, who can rival me? Armed with a bronze spear, he laughed heartily. Although he was merely a first-tier mortal body, his journey had been one of relentless advancement. He had never tasted defeat, save for his encounters with Jiang Shenma. Undying in battle, relentless until death, perfectly encapsulated his essence. This time, I shall unseat that pompous imperial prince. How dare a mere child, still wet behind the ears, presume to claim the title of imperial prince of the Jiang family? Once he is dethroned, it will be your turn, Jiang Shenma. With that, Jiang Zhantian narrowed his eyes, having never regarded Jiang Chen as a worthy opponent. Instead, he viewed Jiang Shenma as his greatest adversary. Meanwhile, on the divine demon battlefield, Jiang Shenma sat cross-legged atop a mountain peak. Behind him, the powers of divinity and malevolence intertwined, sacred yet sinister. As these two fundamentally opposed forces collided, Jiang Shenma's aura morphed repeatedly. One moment, he appeared transcendently divine, exuding an aura of holiness. The next, he radiated a demonic energy, a true demon lord among mortals. Suddenly, Jiang Shenma opened his eyes with intensity. The powers of divinity and malevolence were entirely absorbed into his being. He seemed to return to a state of primal purity, devoid of any detectable aura. Divine nature, demonic nature, they were merely external forces. The true strength resided in my inherent humanity. By mastering my humanity, I shall harness both divine and demonic forces, forging my own path. With this declaration, Jiang Shenma took a single step forward, emanating no overwhelming presence, yet projecting an aura of ordinariness, akin to that of an average mortal. However, each step he took was as if he were traversing vast distances instantaneously, appearing 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, amidst the mountains, Jiang Chen utilized his formidable abilities to carve out a cavern within the mountain. After establishing protective formations, he retrieved the true dragon heart's blood, infused with the essence of the true dragon's innate powers, from within his body. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Final Arena. The arrogant Jiang Zhantian. Rumbling, the surging spiritual energy roared within him, vast and magnificent. Yet, this force was not sharp. Rather, it was remarkably gentle, as if it had undergone a unique refinement. Upon entering Jiang Chen's body, it autonomously nourished every inch of his flesh and bone. He felt a warm sensation emanating from within, as if he were submerged in a hot spring. Every pore opened to absorb the spiritual energy. The Cosmic Tao Sutra and the Indestructible Sutra began to operate autonomously. Jiang Chen delved deeply into the true dragon heart's blood, which contained the essence of the true dragon's innate powers. Countless dragon-shaped runes manifested in his mind, intertwining and coiling into a minuscule true dragon. It must be said, in terms of the complexity of the runes, the Thunder Dragon's innate powers were undoubtedly the most intricate Jiang Chen had ever encountered. Even with his comprehension, he could not grasp it immediately and had to rely on diligent effort to unravel its mysteries. During this process, dragon-shaped imprints emerged upon his surface. Each rune contained the profound truths of the Tao, elucidating the supreme mysteries of heaven and earth. As Jiang Chen's understanding of the true dragon's innate powers deepened, the dragon-shaped imprints seemed to come alive, transforming into a true dragon that spiraled around him. Gradually, Jiang Chen fell into a state of profound enlightenment. Isolated from the external world, immersed in a wondrous realm, with the sounds of dragon roars echoing in his ears. As time flowed slowly, the external world underwent monumental changes. In the center of the secret realm, ancient arenas gradually materialized, 11 in total. Each corresponded to the Jiang family's 10 sequential holy sons and the singular position of the imperial prince. Behold, the final arena has manifested. This is our chance to challenge the sequential holy sons and take their place. Some individuals exclaimed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with ambition as they gazed upon the arenas. The 10 sequential holy sons of the Jiang family represented not only honor, but also resources and status. The position of the imperial prince was even more exalted, tantamount to the next appointed head of the Jiang family, intricately linked to the greatest opportunities within the secret realm. Gradually, nearly all of the younger generation of the Jiang family gathered around the 11 arenas. Look, Jiang Yun has arrived. Suddenly, someone cried out. The crowd turned their gaze. Compared to a month ago, Jiang Yun now appeared far more formidable. Bearing a divine sword upon his back, an endless aura of sword energy surged around him, a terrifying presence that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. However, Jiang Yun did not ascend to the 7th arena that corresponded to him. Instead, he positioned himself at the base of the arena, his gaze fixed intensely upon the imperial prince's position, igniting a tremor of battle intent among those nearby. Jiang Yun was clearly intent on vying for that singular title of imperial prince. The crowd recognized his ambition. 2 more figures soon arrived. Jiang Rou, the 9th sequential holy son of the Jiang family, and Jiang Tonglei, the 3rd sequential holy son, also did not take their respective positions on the sequential holy son arenas, but instead set their sights on the coveted imperial prince title. Indeed, this generation's imperial prince, Jiang Chen, appeared too youthful compared to the other 10 sequential holy sons, and with fewer accomplishments to his name, it was natural that the others would harbor discontent. It was said that His Highness Jiang Chen possessed an extraordinary talent, bearing the grace of an immortal. However, unfulfilled potential was merely that, potential. In this world, true importance lay in strength. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In the following moments, the 10 sequential holy sons of the Jiang family made their appearances one by one, each pausing at the base of the arena, their eyes keenly focused on the imperial prince's position. Look, Jiang Xiantian is here. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Jiang Xiantian, the most legendary sequential holy son of the younger generation of the Jiang family, who ascended against all odds with a mortal body. He was idolized by many among the younger generation of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Xiantian stood bare-chested, his entire being radiating a primal battle intent. The moment he appeared, all the sequential holy sons present involuntarily furrowed their brows. Undoubtedly, compared to before, Jiang Xiantian has become significantly more powerful. The mere aura he exudes sends a chill down the spines of those present. Humph, has Jiang Chen not yet arrived? The moment Jiang Xiantian appears, he lets out a cold snort, and amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, strides directly onto the platform corresponding to the position of the prince. All eyes involuntarily narrow slightly. He is directly targeting Jiang Chen, and his attitude is audacious, showing no signs of mercy. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar resonates through the air. Jiang Tianlong transforms into a colossal golden dragon, arriving with unmatched majesty. Upon his arrival, his gaze immediately fixes on Jiang Xiantian, who stands upon the prince's platform. However, after a mere glance, he strides directly onto his corresponding platform in the 4th sequence, showing no inclination to engage with the prince's position. Heh, Jiang Tianlong, I never expected you to have no interest in the position of the prince. I thought you might want to join the fray. Jiang Xiantian chuckles derisively. Nevertheless, Jiang Tianlong merely glances at him indifferently and replies, the position of the prince is not easily claimed. Do you truly believe that Jiang Chen is my equal? Jiang Xiantian's fighting spirit soars, and he lets out a dissatisfied snort. In his eyes, a mere 13-year-old boy, no matter how extraordinary, cannot possibly be his rival. Jiang Tianlong shakes his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Initially, he shared Jiang Xiantian's sentiments, Yet reality has dealt him a harsh slap. Despite having successfully undergone his own rebirth and grown stronger, he still recalls with trepidation Jiang Chen's terrifying punch that annihilated 3 formidable King Realm experts in the White Bear tribe. Meanwhile, within a cave, Jiang Chen sits cross-legged, having reaped tremendous rewards. He has begun to master the primordial dragon's essence and divine abilities. Countless dragon-shaped runes coalesce above his head, ultimately transforming into the seed of a divine ability, which he nurtures within the celestial ring. Simultaneously, the true dragon's heart's blood within him is fully absorbed. With a slight clench of his fist, an astonishing power erupts from within him, radiating divine light from his physique. System, open the personal attribute panel. A thought crosses Jiang Chen's mind. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 13 years old. Physique, chaotic body, supreme bone. Cultivation, 9th heaven of the divine ability realm. Techniques, Universal Dao Sutra, Indestructible Sutra, 4th level. Ancient Divine Sutra, incomplete. Nameless Immortal Sutra, incomplete. Divine abilities, True Dragon Technique, Calming Technique, Kuanping Technique. 10,000 Transformations Technique, Qilan Technique, 1,000 Character Secret. Treasure, Chaotic Celestial Blade, Myriad Saints Tower, Dao Longevity Lock, Guardian of the Underworld, Beast God Tower. Chapter 47, Betting begins. The pinnacle of the divine ability realm. Jiang Chen's mood is exceptionally buoyant. 1 drop of true dragon heart's blood has propelled him through 8 minor realms, elevating him from the 1st heaven of the divine ability realm to the 9th heaven zenith. His physical body, magical power, and primordial spirit have all reached their peak. Furthermore, the Indestructible Sutra has undergone another breakthrough, advancing from the early stage of the 4th level to its later stage. The runes of the Indestructible Sutra, now imprinted within his flesh, have become even more formidable. It feels as though they are on the verge of weaving a new physical divine ability. Next, it is time to acquire the original ancient scriptures. As he speaks, Jiang Chen steps forward, and the Kuanping divine ability seed nurtured within the celestial ring instantly bursts forth. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen transforms into a Kuanping, soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, he arrives at the area where the final platform is situated. The prince has arrived. Upon witnessing this, everyone turns their gaze towards him, all eagerly anticipating how this prince will respond to the challenges posed by the various sequence holy sons. After all, among the 10 sequence holy sons of the Jiang family, nearly all harbor discontent towards him, believing his strength does not match his status. Some even assert that his ascension to the prince's position relies solely on his divine king father and clan patriarch grandfather. Ha ha ha, you finally came. Step onto the stage and face me. I will make you realize just how fragile you are before me. On the platform of the prince, Jiang Zhantian exudes arrogance as he looks down upon Jiang Chen, his gaze brimming with aggression. He is a naturally ordinary body, with his parents' backgrounds also quite average within the Jiang family. Before obtaining the inheritance of the Battle Emperor, his status within the Jiang family was merely ordinary. Thus, he harbors deep disdain for someone like Jiang Chen, who he believes has climbed to the prince's position through backdoor means. In response to such provocation, Jiang Chen will not indulge him. Fragile? Are you speaking of yourself? Get down. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen leaps into the air, directly landing on the prince's platform, standing toe-to-toe with Jiang Zhantian. Boom! As their gazes meet, a sound akin to thunder reverberates. The two exude an overwhelming presence that collides in an invisible clash, generating an astonishing pressure. Is a peak battle about to erupt right from the outset? The prince versus the 2nd sequence holy son, who will prove stronger? It is a foregone conclusion, undoubtedly Jiang Zhantian. Though the prince possesses extraordinary talent, he is still too young, having trained for 7 to 8 years less than Jiang Zhantian. Moreover, Jiang Zhantian's ascent to the 2nd sequence holy son position as an ordinary body attests to his formidable strength. What a pity, the prince is too young. With his talent, had they been of the same age, he might not have been significantly weaker than Jiang Zhantian. But alas, this world offers no room for such hypotheticals. This battle is destined to see the prince crushed. The crowd cannot help but sigh. The other sequence holy sons cast sympathetic glances at Jiang Chen, recognizing him as the first prince to be dethroned. After today, Jiang Chen is fated to become the laughingstock of the entire family. Perhaps even his will might be affected as a result. Only Jiang Tianlong, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, cannot help but let a glimmer of mischief flicker in his eyes. Everyone believes Jiang Chen will lose. I might as well seize this opportunity to make a profit. With this thought, he rises from the 4th sequence holy son platform and calls out to the crowd, "Bets are open. Bets are open. Prince versus Jiang Zhantian. Prince's odds are 10 to 1. Jiang Zhantian's odds are 1 to 1. The more you wager, the more you earn." Jiang Tianlong's announcement instantly captures the attention of the crowd. What the hell? Jiang Tianlong has gone mad. He dares to open a bet on such a guaranteed loss. Even offering Jiang Zhantian 1-to-1 odds, it's practically a gift. Jiang Tianlong, rarely generous, declares, "Brothers, I'm going all in. 100,000 spirit stones. Betting it all on Jiang Zhantian to win. Although I have benefited from the prince's grace and advanced several minor realms, I have decided to back Jiang Zhantian this time. After all, why refuse a gift? With these odds, I can't resist going all in." As soon as Jiang Tianlong opens the betting, nearly everyone opts to place their bets on Jiang Zhantian. In their eyes, despite Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent, he stands no chance against Jiang Zhantian. The disparity in age and experience is evident. However, a portion of the crowd gazes at Jiang Tianlong with puzzled expressions. They are well aware that this fellow tends to avoid risky ventures, never engaging in transactions that would lead to losses. Thus, his sudden decision to open betting with such an unusual odd is entirely out of character. Particularly, Jiang Yun furrows his brow and looks at Jiang Tianlong in surprise. He knows Jiang Tianlong's demeanor and modus operandi all too well. To dare to open betting at this moment surely indicates he possesses absolute confidence. Could it be that Jiang Chen might actually defeat Jiang Zhantian? He originally intended to go all in for a hefty profit, but at the last moment, he managed to restrain himself. Ha ha ha, Jiang Tianlong, do you truly believe I would lose to him? At that very moment, Jiang Zhantian on the Imperial Prince's platform suddenly bursts into laughter. Jiang Tianlong casts him a faint glance. Dare you place a bet? I fear you may not be able to afford the loss. A smirk graces Jiang Tianlong's lips. Since I have dared to open the betting, I am not afraid of your wager. Rather, I fear you may choose not to bet at all. Very well, I shall wager on my own victory. 10 million spirit stones, along with this piece of Deluo silver gold. Jiang Zhantian laughs heartily as he produces a palm-sized piece of shimmering celestial gold. Deluo silver gold, one of the 9 celestial metals, is interwoven with the essence of the universe, capable of inscribing the great Tao. Hiss. As expected of the second-ranked Holy Sun, he directly presents such a substantial piece of celestial gold. In the outside world, this could be worth the life of a quasi-emperor. Jiang Zhantian aims to bankrupt Jiang Tianlong. TSK. This must put Jiang Tianlong in an awkward position. If he declines, it would indicate his cowardice, leading him to be overshadowed by Jiang Zhantian in all future endeavors, and should he accept, he would face immediate ruin. The crowd casts sympathetic glances at Jiang Tianlong. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Tianlong not only accepts the wager decisively, but also smiles as he turns to the other Holy Sons. Gentlemen, would you care to join in on the fun? The remaining Holy Sons ponder for a moment before placing their bets on Jiang Zhantian as well. Particularly, Jiang Tonglei, the third-ranked Holy Son, directly produces a vial of Thunder Tribulation liquid to raise the stakes. The Thunder Tribulation liquid, a concentrated essence of the heavenly tribulation's thunder, is immensely beneficial for comprehending the thunderous divine powers. How intriguing! Are they attempting to profit off my back? Jiang Chen chuckles inwardly and prepares to place his own bet. An odds of 1 to 10, such an opportunity is too good to pass up. Just then, a mental transmission suddenly resonates in his ear. Cousin, once this is accomplished, we split it 50-50. Leave the trickery to me. You just focus on thoroughly defeating Jiang Zhantian. Chapter 48. Jiang Chen versus Jiang Zhantian. How interesting. Jiang Chen raises his gaze to Jiang Tianlong. Sensing Jiang Chen's look, Jiang Tianlong's face reveals a fawning expression. Deal. But that piece of Deluo silver gold must belong to me. Jiang Chen replies through thought. Jiang Tianlong responds with an okay gesture. At that moment, Jiang Zhantian, across the way, seems to sense something, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen. Do you think I would lose? As he speaks, an overwhelming battle intent surges above his head, soaring into the heavens. Moreover, astonishingly, this formidable battle intent transforms into a savage beast, coldly regarding Jiang Chen. In an instant, the entire arena quivers involuntarily. This is a supreme secret technique recorded in the 100 Battles scripture, transforming battle intent into myriad forms. The stronger the battle intent, the more terrifying the force. The crowd is astonished. Jiang Zhantian is taking this so seriously that even before the battle begins, he employs such a method to concentrate his battle intent. Don't tell me the Imperial Prince requires Jiang Zhantian to exert his full strength to secure a victory. That would be rather absurd. Indeed, the age gap between the two is vast. Even if the Imperial Prince is extraordinary, at 13, he would likely only reach the realm of Dongtian. To contend against a peak divine power would necessitate full effort. The crowd's expressions reveal their confusion. At this moment, someone explains, this is Jiang Zhantian's consistent approach. He exerts full strength even against a rabbit. Hearing this, the crowd nods in understanding. Indeed, Jiang Zhantian possesses the capital to act as a lion. Compared to him, The imperial prince does indeed appear weak. Today, not only will you lose, but you shall lose spectacularly. Jiang Chen remains unfazed, entirely unaffected by Jiang Zhantian's battle intent. Arrogant. Then let us battle. Let strength speak for itself. Jiang Zhantian strikes first, launching a deadly attack without wasting a moment. Behind him, the surging battle intent morphs into a ferocious bird, opening its massive jaws to devour Jiang Chen. Battle intent transformed into myriad forms. This is one of the most representative secret techniques created by the 100 Battles Emperor. With one's own battle intent, it evolves into countless manifestations. At the peak of his power, the 100 Battles Emperor could easily rend the very fabric of the universe with this technique. Though Jiang Zhantian's current manifestation may not match the Emperor's terrifying might, it is still formidable. The beast formed from battle intent would not only devour a single person. Even thousands of cultivators would find themselves consumed. Swish! A sharp sound of air being sliced open suddenly resounds, as brilliant divine light erupts, shattering the ferocious beast of battle intent into the void. Jiang Chen calmly retracts his finger, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. The onlookers display astonishment. The other holy sons also narrow their eyes slightly. Remarkably, a single finger has neutralized Jiang Zhantian's lethal technique. Such prowess is truly disquieting. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a deep growl echoes, as a colossal Qilin apparition materializes from the void. The spectators on the platform feel their souls tremble, their eyes wide with shock. Qilin Fist. Someone exclaims. Qilin Fist. The supreme martial art of the Qilin clan, said to be derived from Qilin divine powers, is renowned as an invincible technique, possessing 30 to 40% of the complete Qilin divine powers might. At this moment, as Jiang Zhantian unleashes a punch, the immense Qilin apparition condenses within his fist imprint. The force of this punch is overwhelmingly terrifying. The Qilin roars, shaking the heavens and earth, tearing apart the surrounding void. The energy unleashed from the fist imprint causes the crowd below to instinctively retreat. However, what no one anticipated was that, in the face of such a terrifying punch, Jiang Chen stood his ground, unmoving, raising his hand to confront this invincible technique head-on. Boom! Boom! The clash of fists erupted with a sound akin to muffled thunder. The entire arena was illuminated by resplendent divine light, blinding all onlookers. Yet, as the divine light dissipated, they witnessed an astonishing scene. Jiang Chen remained steadfast, unmoving. While Jiang Zhantian staggered backward, his complexion pale, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Zhantian is at a disadvantage? How is this possible? The crowd is left in a daze, completely beyond their expectations, causing their hearts to tremble. You also understand Qilin Fist. On the platform, Jiang Zhantian wipes the blood from his mouth, the disdain in his gaze replaced by profound seriousness. Oh, Qilin Fist? Jiang Chen scoffs, and in the next instant, he forms an intricate hand seal. The divine essence of Dantian radiates behind him, and a Qilin corresponding to the divine powers bursts forth, transforming into a white jade Qilin that swiftly lunges at Jiang Zhantian. This is the complete Qilin divine power. Everyone is momentarily stunned. Since the fall of the imperial era, the 10 fiends have vanished, and the complete art of the Qilin has nearly become extinct. Even among the Qilin clan, what remains is merely a fragmented version of the Qilin techniques. At this moment, Jiang Chen astonishingly manifests this divine ability in its entirety. Roar! The Qilin bellows, its thunderous roar shaking the heavens. With unparalleled pressure, it engages in fierce combat with Jiang Zhantian. However, as the second holy son of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhantian's strength is formidable. In an explosive display of power, he ultimately tears the white jade Qilin apart before the onlookers. Such might leaves the spectators in awe. Just then, a resounding boom erupts. An astonishing fist imprint suddenly strikes forth, with endless dragon-shaped sigils swirling within. True dragon fist. Jiang Xianxia's gaze sharpens, and instinctively, he counters with a punch. Yet, upon contact, he is as if struck by lightning, sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Once he stabilizes himself, he casts a grave look at Jiang Chen and slowly utters, "Peak of the divine ability realm." This proclamation reverberates like thunder in a clear sky, leaving everyone present momentarily speechless. The peak of the divine ability realm. Jiang Chen's cultivation is astonishingly at the peak of the divine ability realm. How is this possible when he is merely 13 years old? Even if he had been cultivating since birth, this would still be preposterous. A 13-year-old at the peak of the divine ability realm is unprecedented throughout history. The expressions of all change, the shock is palpable. Even the ancient emperors of his age did not possess such a defiance against the heavens. The only one present who reveals a slight smile is Jiang Tianlong. Witnessing his smile, those who had previously bet on Jiang Zhantian feel a chill run through them. Did you know about his cultivation all along? Jiang Yun suddenly inquires of Jiang Tianlong. Jiang Tianlong simply smiles in silence. Cultivation? You will only understand what true defiance is once you witness that boy's outrageous combat prowess. But I underestimated you. I thought you were an ant. Yet you turned out to be a little dragon. However, in my presence, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, your fate remains that of defeat. On the arena, despite being at a disadvantage, Jiang Zhantian remains calm. He suddenly roars and charges at Jiang Chen with renewed vigor. Chapter 49. A contest of victory and life or death. Kill. Jiang Zhantian and Jiang Chen collide once more, their fierce clash resembling two mountains crashing together, a spectacle of tremendous force. In the previous battle, Jiang Zhantian, though at a disadvantage, found his fighting spirit growing ever more fervent. Around him, his soaring battle intent morphs into various ferocious beasts and divine birds, relentlessly pouncing at Jiang Chen. The 100 Battles heavenly scripture has been pushed to its zenith, unleashing a plethora of deadly secret techniques. Jiang Chen is equally astonishing. The divine rings of the celestial cave behind him radiate resplendent light, encircling him as each strike carries with it an overwhelming aura, causing the surrounding void to ripple. Kill. The two engage in a heated duel on the arena, transforming into mere afterimages, their speed terrifying, leaving trails of divine light in their wake. In the blink of an eye, they exchange blows hundreds of times, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Initially, it was believed that this would be a one-sided match dominated by Jiang Zhantian, yet Jiang Chen's strength surpasses all expectations, matching Jiang Zhantian blow for blow, and even subtly gaining the upper hand. This battle is destined to be a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. Kill. With a low roar, Jiang Zhantian unleashes an overwhelming force, his battle intent surging to the sky as various secret techniques and lethal strikes emerge in quick succession. One moment he resembles a soaring dragon, the next a celestial bird battling a dragon, launching a relentless offensive against Jiang Chen. Boom! He swiftly gestures, forming seals with his hands. One hand evokes the great sun, while the other manifests the radiant moon, the sun and moon standing together, releasing boundless secret power, causing the arena to tremble incessantly, as if it might shatter under this force at any moment. The sun and moon overturning seal. This is a forbidden divine ability derived from the 100 Battles heavenly scripture, possessing a terrifying might that shakes the arena to its core, threatening to break apart under its power. Swish! Jiang Chen glows with brilliance, his vital energy surging within, invincible as he meets the sun and moon with his fists. A blinding divine light erupts between them, the energy waves spilling forth like a torrential flood, were it not for the protective formations of the imperial sun's arena. The mere overflow of this energy would be enough to tear apart the majority of those present. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Chen's fist imprint radiates with brilliant light, an overwhelming surge of vital energy, pushing Jiang Zhantian back. Subsequently, two distinctly contrasting powers, one golden and one black, intertwine behind him, transforming into a pair of colossal gold and black kunpeng wings. Whoosh! As he unfurls his wings, a barrage of densely packed gold and black sword feathers shoots towards Jiang Zhantian. This is the grand technique born from Jiang Chen's kunpeng origin divine ability. Each sword feather, forged from kunpeng runes, contains immense power capable of instantly slaying ordinary divine ability realm cultivators. Bang! Jiang Zhantian braces himself with all his might. Countless battle intents coalescing into a luminous barrier before him. Yet, the storm of gold and black sword feathers descends upon this barrier, causing his vital energy to surge violently. Nevertheless, his battle intent only intensifies. In the end, this battle intent transforms into a peerless heavenly blade, cleaving downwards towards Jiang Chen with the force of a mountain. This is the terrifying aspect of the 100 Battles heavenly scripture, born for battle, ceasing only in death. The stronger the battle intent, the more formidable the secret techniques become. After years of tempering, Jiang Zhantian's battle intent has reached an unparalleled zenith. The heavenly blade born from his battle intent is truly fearsome, capable of rending the very fabric of space. Let alone divine ability realm cultivators. Even formidable kings would find themselves doomed to annihilation. Shatter! Jiang Chen meets the blow with his fist, the echoes of dragon roars resonating within his strike. As he unleashes his fist imprint, a colossal true dragon apparition emerges behind him, lunging to bite at the heavenly blade of battle intent. Crash! To the disbelief of the onlookers, Jiang Chen shatters the heavenly blade of battle intent with a single punch. Jiang Zhantian trembles, blood spewing forth. The heavenly blade was the embodiment of his entire battle intent. At this moment, with the blade shattered, he naturally feels its repercussions. However, This does not instill fear or trepidation in him. Rather, it ignites his excitement. His eyes blaze with fervor as he gazes at Jiang Chen. This is it, this is it. Let us fight with all we have. He seems to go mad, roaring with exhilaration, transforming into a streak of light as he charges once more at Jiang Chen. This battle makes his blood boil. At this moment, thoughts of the imperial sun's position vanish from his mind, consumed solely by the singular word, battle. The 100 battles heavenly scripture is pushed to its utmost limits. Radiant divine light swirling within his fist imprint. The two clash fiercely once more, symbols and divine light intertwining upon the arena. The terrifying might sends shivers down the spines of the spectators. How powerful. Both are incredibly strong. Most astonishing, however, is the imperial sun. Initially thought too young to withstand Jiang Zhantian's onslaught, yet now he defies all expectations. At merely 13 years of age, His Highness the Prince possesses an astonishingly formidable combat prowess. Had they been of the same age, perhaps Jiang Zhantian would have been utterly overwhelmed. We have all underestimated His Highness the Prince. The onlookers, their expressions a mix of shock and awe, gazed at Jiang Chen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Only Jiang Tianlong appeared exuberant, fully aware that this outcome was all but assured. The battle on the prince's arena had reached its final stage. Though Jiang Zhantian exuded an air of confidence, he had, in truth, reached a point of desperation. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen, devoid of excessive emotional fluctuations, maintained an unwavering aura that showed no sign of diminishing. It was clear that he had gained a tremendous advantage. Jiang Tianlong's spirit soared. It was time to bring this contest to a close. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from the arena. Jiang Chen advanced with the grace and might of an ancient deity, forcefully confronting Jiang Zhantian. It was indeed time to conclude the duel. The next strike would not only determine the victor, but also dictate the fate of the combatants. Jiang Zhantian growled softly, invoking secret techniques to elevate his fighting spirit to its zenith. In this moment, his essence surged to its peak. Die, he bellowed, launching a punch that coalesced his battle intent into a singular point, hurtling towards Jiang Chen with alarming speed. Come at me. Jiang Chen's backlit divine halo shimmered, illuminating all the mystical techniques contained within. The true dragon art, the Kunpeng technique, the Qilin method, and the peaceful chaos tactic, all were forcibly amalgamated and concentrated into his fist. With no reservations, Jiang Chen unleashed his full power. As Jiang Zhantian had proclaimed, this strike would indeed settle the matter of victory and mortality. The moment their fists collided, an earth-shattering roar resonated through the air, leaving everyone momentarily deafened. The arena trembled violently, fissures sprawling across its surface, seemingly unable to withstand the energy unleashed by their clash. Divine lights and runes collided violently in the void. Once the chaos subsided, all eyes were drawn to the prince's arena. Curiosity piqued regarding the outcome of this fierce confrontation. Chapter 50. To be bested by the prince, you need not feel inferior. As anticipation enveloped the crowd, the radiant divine light on the arena gradually dissipated. Everyone looked up to witness Jiang Chen standing resolutely in his white robes. Opposite him, Jiang Zhantian appeared battered and torn, his body marred by countless cracks through which ominous runes flickered, steadily eroding his life force. The victor was clear, the outcome was indisputable. Jiang Zhantian had been defeated. Yet, surprisingly, rather than displaying despair, his eyes brimmed with an indomitable fighting spirit as he gazed at Jiang Chen. I concede. Jiang Zhantian's voice was calm. I admit, I underestimated you. At merely 13 years old, your cultivation is indeed remarkable. He paused momentarily, excitement gleaming in his eyes. You possess the qualifications to be my sharpening stone. Akin to Jiang Shenmao. One day, I shall challenge you again and triumph. Jiang Zhantian spoke these words with remarkable candor, his resolve unbroken by defeat. Rather, his spirit seemed to strengthen through this encounter, his fighting zeal coalescing around him. Immortal in battle, he would fight until his last breath. It must be acknowledged that becoming the second holy son of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhantian, despite being of ordinary physique, was destined for greatness. In fact, had his opponent not been Jiang Chen, he might have seized victory on the prince's arena and emerged as the new generation's champion. However, such what-ifs are mere fantasies. As Jiang Zhantian finished speaking, all his injuries erupted simultaneously. With a resounding explosion, his body disintegrated into a crimson mist. Concurrently, the protective amulet activated, enveloping his essence and all remnants of his shattered form, vanishing from sight. Who else dares to challenge me? Jiang Chen turned to face the crowd below the arena. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an indomitable authority that sent a shiver down the spines of all present. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. Everyone gazed in awe at the figure clad in white on the arena. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family ancestral hall, with a flash of divine light, Jiang Zhantian's unscathed form was transmitted through the portal. It was he, Jiang Zhantian. He had seemingly perished within the ancestral secret realm, only to be returned. The gathered members of the Jiang family, awaiting his arrival, were left in disbelief. As the second holy son of the Jiang clan, Jiang Zhantian's strength was indisputable. Many considered him a formidable contender for the title of the next prince. Yet, they were astonished by his swift return. Had he encountered peril in the secret realm? Or had he engaged in battle with Xianxiaaudiobooks prematurely? Speculations ran rife. How did you meet your demise? An elder inquired curiously. Facing the question, Jiang Zhantian responded with forthrightness. I clashed with His Highness the Prince and was defeated in battle. His declaration was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Jiang Zhantian, defeated by the prince? How could this be? If memory serves, the prince is merely 13 years old. 13 years of age, and capable of besting Jiang Zhantian? Someone, please, pinch me. This must be a dream. No. Perhaps my ears deceive me. This is simply preposterous. Shock and disbelief washed over the faces of all present. They had considered the possibility that Jiang Zhantian might have fallen prey to danger in the secret realm, or been slain by Xianxiaaudiobooks, or even been conspired against by other holy sons. Yet, never had they entertained the notion that he could be bested by Prince Jiang Chen. After all, the age gap between the two was considerable. Yet here was Jiang Zhantian, openly declaring that he had been vanquished by Prince Jiang Chen. If his words rang true, how extraordinary must the prince's talents be? At 13, he wields such power that few throughout history could rival him. It is no wonder that Lord God King often speaks of my son Jiang Chen as possessing the grace of an immortal. I have a premonition that the Jiang family may one day give rise to a true celestial being. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their conversations buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, the elders of the Jiang family, in stark contrast to the astonishment of others, remained remarkably composed. After all, they were well aware of the exceptional talents of Jiang Chen and the terrifying strength he possessed. An elder approached Jiang Zhantian, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. There is no need for you to feel inferior for losing to the son of the emperor. It is only natural. Do not burden yourself with unnecessary thoughts. Jiang Zhantian, taken aback, pondered. Elder, are you comforting me or striking me down? What do you mean by saying it is only natural for me to lose to him? The tranquility of Jiang Zhantian's heart was shattered at that moment, as if struck by 1,000 blows. In the ancestral land's secret realm, the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. On the emperor's platform, Jiang Chen surveyed the gathered crowd with an air of calm. His gaze lingered momentarily on several of the ranked holy sons, particularly those who had previously declared their intent to challenge him. Ha ha ha, this is quite the turn of events, he mused. Suddenly, an inappropriate laughter erupted. It was Jiang Tianlong. Jiang Chen has defeated Jiang Zhantian. This time, he has truly struck gold. Without mentioning anything else, he had amassed a fortune of over 10 million spirit stones, along with countless spiritual roots, divine herbs, and magical artifacts. He handed half of this treasure, along with the Deluo silver gold, to Jiang Chen. You must have known all along how formidable his combat prowess is. Jiang Yun turned to Jiang Tianlong, who merely chuckled in response, saying nothing further. However, I am eager to witness just how strong he truly is. With a composed expression, Jiang Yun ascended the emperor's platform, carrying with him a sense of pride. Even though he was aware that he could not rival Jiang Chen, he was determined to face him in battle. Do you wish to challenge me? Jiang Chen inquired, his demeanor unruffled. Jiang Yun unsheathed his divine sword, its resounding cries echoing. I humbly request your guidance, your highness. Very well, I shall oblige you. Prepare for your defeat. Jiang Chen wasted no time, launching a powerful punch. The air hummed as Jiang Yun executed a flourish with his sword, and in an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. The platform became a tempest of sword energy, with countless blades slicing through the surrounding void. Chapter 51, Jiang Shenma, overwhelming the multitude. Approaches sanctity. On the emperor's platform, Jiang Yun and Jiang Chen clashed violently, a terrifying pressure sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. However, after less than 100 exchanges, Jiang Chen unleashed a single punch that shattered Jiang Yun's divine sword into fragments. He surged forward like a youthful deity, exuding an invincible aura as he charged at Jiang Yun. Ultimately, Jiang Yun was vanquished, sent flying off the platform with a pale complexion and blood trickling from his lips. I concede. From this day forth, I shall no longer question your position as the son of the emperor. Jiang Yun wiped the blood from his mouth, retrieved a divine pill from within, and ascended to the 7th-ranked Holy Sun platform that corresponded to him. How intriguing. I too wished to gauge the strength of His Highness the Emperor's son. The sixth-ranked holy son, Xianxia, laughed heartily as he took to the platform. Born with the 10,000 poisons divine body, this physique, though not particularly powerful among the myriad of physiques, allowed Xianxia to display an exceedingly terrifying strength. His mastery of toxins was formidable, and it was rumored that he had once poisoned a king-level expert while still in the spirit sea realm. Kill. With a roar, a true dragon materialized, its mighty roar shaking the heavens as a colossal dragon shadow emerged, bearing unparalleled might as it charged toward Xianxia. It was Jiang Chen making his move. The true dragon's innate divine ability struck with lethal intent. The two collided violently, releasing a torrent of toxic gas from Xianxia that enveloped the entire platform. This was a terrifying poison aimed at blood and spirit. For ordinary cultivators at the divine ability realm, even a hint of it would result in a swift demise. Yet, Jiang Chen remained undeterred, channeling his vitality to form a golden domain that repelled all toxins. Ultimately, after dozens of exchanges, Jiang Chen seized an opportunity, employing the 10,000 transformations overarching hand to send Xianxia tumbling off the platform. I am convinced. After consuming a pill, Xianxia returned to his corresponding Holy Sun platform. Now it's my turn. The ninth-ranked Holy Sun, Jiang Ro, leaped onto the platform. As the only female among the top 10 Holy Sons of the Jiang family, her appearance was not particularly striking, yet her strength was beyond question. This pace is far too sluggish. If anyone wishes to challenge me, feel free to come up all at once. Jiang Chen snorted in disdain, unwilling to waste any more time, declaring loudly. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. What was the son of the emperor planning? Did he intend to take on all the ranked holy sons by himself? Such confidence was astounding. Are you looking down on me? Jiang Ro's eyes narrowed as she coldly regarded Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen ignored her entirely, redirecting his gaze to the other holy sons present. Did you not all wish to measure yourselves against me? Come up and seize this opportunity to experience the taste of defeat. Jiang Chen's aura was ethereal, resembling a celestial being, yet his words were undeniably domineering. Arrogant. An exclamation rang out as someone leaped onto the platform. It was the 10th-ranked holy son, Jiang Feng. Born with the wind god source body, it was said that in his youth, he had refined a strand of chaotic wind from the depths of the chaos, making him exceptionally powerful. Kill. As soon as he ascended the platform, he charged directly at Jiang Chen. The chaotic wind surged, capable of effortlessly slicing through various divine metals. A truly terrifying force. At the same time, Jiang Ro also made her move. A spear materialized in her hand, and amidst the shimmering spear shadows, the roar of a flood dragon could be faintly heard. Get away from me. Jiang Chen, exhibiting no restraint, unleashed his full power from the outset. The various divine abilities he wielded merged forcefully into one. A vast column of blood energy erupted from the top of his head. With a resounding blow, the chaotic wind shattered, and the myriad spear shadows were instantly torn apart, leaving Jiang Ro and Jiang Feng reeling as if struck by lightning, both hurled off the platform. Is this really how it ends? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. With a single punch, he had subdued two prominent holy sons. The onlookers were left bewildered. They had already known of Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, yet they never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Both Jiang Feng and Jiang Ro were renowned holy sons of the Jiang family, any one of whom could dominate vast territories in the outside world. Yet, at this moment, they were unable to withstand even a single punch from the son of the emperor. We have lost. Jiang Feng and Jiang Ro exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Their resolve shaken. They had not foreseen such a conclusion. They too made their way to their respective holy sun platforms. Is there anyone else? Jiang Chen continued to survey the crowd. He had declared that on this journey to the ancestral land's secret realm, he intended to subdue all the ranked holy sons. Are you not coming up? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Jiang Tonglei, the strongest among the younger generation of the Jiang family, aside from Jiang Shenma and Jiang Zhantian. Born with the 10,000 gods thunder body, his mastery of thunder arts was legendary. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Tonglei shook his head and stated plainly, "In my current state, I am not your match. Even if I were to ascend, it would merely be a self-inflicted humiliation." With that, he directly mounted the third-ranked Holy Sun platform. The remaining sequence of Holy Sons chose to forfeit one after another. Witnessing this scene, the younger generation of the Jiang family exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. Is this how it ends? Long live His Highness the Prince. At that moment, an unknown voice cried out. In the next instant, everyone knelt in reverence. Undoubtedly, in this battle, Jiang Chen had conquered all present with unparalleled might. No one dared to question the value of his princely status any longer. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before everyone, silently manifesting. It was a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a flowing azure robe, exuding an air of elegance. Not a trace of energy escaped from him, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern an astonishing power concealed within him. Like a deity or a demon, he was Jiang Chen. At that moment, as Jiang Chen made his entrance, all eyes instinctively turned toward him. After all, the name Jiang Chen held immense legendary significance among the younger generation of the Jiang family, synonymous with invincibility. Since his cultivation began, he had never tasted defeat. Do you wish to challenge my princely status? Step forth and engage me in battle. Jiang Chen's gaze remained placid as he regarded Jiang Chen, devoid of any hint of fear. All present held their breath in anticipation. Jiang Chen versus Prince Jiang Chen. Without a doubt, this would be a climactic showdown for the younger generation of the Jiang family. However, Jiang Chen surprisingly shook his head and spoke softly. I am on the verge of attaining enlightenment. My cultivation far surpasses yours. This battle would be unjust for you. I will wait for you to reach enlightenment, and then we shall engage in our peak confrontation to determine the rightful heir to the princely title. As for the initial ancient scriptures, they shall remain with you for now. I will personally come to retrieve them later. After delivering these words, Jiang Chen turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, showing no interest even in his former position as the first sequence Holy Son. Chapter 52, The Celestial Pavilion. Jiang Chen departed with remarkable decisiveness. Yet the words he left behind were profoundly astonishing. He was soon to attain enlightenment. All present felt a wave of astonishment, Jiang Chen included. After all, Jiang Chen was barely over 25 years old. A sage at 25. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly resonate throughout countless realms. However, despite the surprise, Jiang Chen felt little else. After all, he was merely 13 years old himself. 25 is hardly a long wait, is it? Watching the direction in which Jiang Chen had departed, a smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Finally, a contender with a semblance of intrigue had emerged. You wish to wait until I attain enlightenment for a fair duel? You shan't have to wait long. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and settled into a meditative posture upon the prince's arena. In the ensuing time, none dared to challenge him. Meanwhile, the sequence Holy Sun arena erupted with fierce battles. The younger generation of the Jiang family comprised tens of thousands, among whom were many top-tier prodigies. Ultimately, two individuals succeeded in their challenges, earning the title of sequence Holy Sons. One was a young man named Jiang Xinyuan, who triumphed over Jiang Feng to claim the 10th sequence Holy Sun position. The other was Jiang Yutong, who successfully defeated the 6th sequence Holy Sun. Remarkably, two dark horses had emerged in succession, particularly Jiang Yutong, who had previously been little known, yet now displayed extraordinary prowess. Moreover, her beauty was unmatched, rivaling even the celestial maidens of the beauty rankings. I declare, from this day forth, Jiang Yutong shall be the sole goddess in my heart. The clamor of excited chatter erupted, as young men cast fervent glances toward Jiang Yutong. In this fervent age, who could resist such a gifted, formidable, and stunning woman? Nevertheless, Jiang Yutong remained unfazed by the intense scrutiny of the crowd. She gracefully descended from the 6th sequence Holy Sun arena and strode toward the prince's arena. As she passed, the young men instinctively straightened their postures. Yet, throughout her approach, Jiang Yutong did not spare them a glance. Her focus solely on the young man in white atop the arena. You wish to challenge me? Jiang Chen regarded Jiang Yutong with a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Although they had shared moments together, should she step onto the stage, he would not show her any mercy. Women? Merely stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. Jiang Yutong shook her head, remaining silent as she retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and tossed it to Jiang Chen on the arena, before returning to her position atop the 6th sequence Holy Sun arena. What did Jiang Yutong hand to the Holy Sun? A jade slip? Could it be a love letter? No, my goddess. At that moment, the sound of shattered hearts echoed. On the prince's arena, Jiang Chen examined the jade slip in his hand, his expression shifting notably. For within it was recorded a forbidden divine technique, one of the 9 secrets of Taoism, the secret of combat. Jiang Chen cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yutong. Then without hesitation, he closed his eyes to meditate. The instant he did so, a resounding chime echoed. The melodious waves of sound transformed into ripples that spread outward. It has concluded. The time for the ancestral secret realm's opening had come to an end. Some could not help but sigh, and in the next moment, beams of light descended from the heavens, forcibly transporting all present out of the secret realm. Ultimately, only Jiang Chen remained within the confines of the secret realm. The arena beneath him radiated with brilliance, a dense power of space enveloping him, whisking him away from his original location. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a celestial hall among the stars. The surrounding cosmos sparkled, streaks of light occasionally cutting through the darkness. At the end of the hall stood a colossal statue of a young man, lifelike to the point where even the pores of his skin appeared vivid. Strangely, however, a mysterious force obscured the statue's face, rendering it indistinct. Suddenly, a mental imprint shot forth from the statue's forehead. In the next moment, countless images overlapped and flashed before Jiang Chen's eyes. In a daze, he witnessed a vast sea of blood, millions of lives swirling within. He saw endless darkness engulfing the heavens, a forbidden being gazing down with indifference. He witnessed stars plummeting, the sun and moon collapsing, and battles raging in the depths of the cosmos, the aftermath of which devastated countless worlds. He also beheld, high above, 9 dragons pulling a coffin, the sound of chanting and sacrificial hymns resonating in the air. Yet, before he could absorb all the images, a mysterious force forcibly erased them. What was this meant to convey? Within these visions, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Was it an evolution of a certain period in time, or a portent of the future? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with confusion. Just then, an ancient celestial staircase descended, its end connecting to a magnificent celestial pavilion. At the same moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the grand hall. To seize the opportunity, ascend the heavenly ladder and reach the celestial threshold. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen stepped onto the heavenly ladder. In an instant, a formidable pressure descended upon him like Mount Tai. However, before this oppressive force could near, the vital energy within Jiang Chen surged and shattered the weighty presence entirely. He climbed the ancient ladder, step by step, until he reached the celestial threshold. Just as he set foot upon it, a mysterious power brushed against him. Jiang Chen felt his vision blur, and he succumbed to an uncontrollable slumber. When he awoke once more, he found himself in a celestial abode, surrounded by radiant clouds and ethereal mist. Above, celestial phoenixes danced and heavenly eagles soared. Most astonishingly, within this celestial residence, he beheld some extraordinarily powerful beings. A white jade Qilin descended, transforming into a towering youth radiating auspicious light. A young Taoist clad in a robe, with an ancient Tao sword on his back, floated gracefully through the air. He also spotted a maiden, garbed in a feathered gown, who descended with an otherworldly aura. What place is this? Jiang Chen mused in astonishment, as his perception swept over these beings, realizing they were not mere illusions, but truly existed. You, how rude you are. Carelessly probing into others with your awareness. A discontented voice chimed in, and Jiang Chen turned to see a small girl of 3 or 4, frowning at him with a pert nose. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, resembling a porcelain doll, her large eyes black and white. Most astonishingly, she cradled a pure blood phoenix in her arms. Chapter 53, The Celestial King's Discourse. Pure-blooded phoenix, Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. A phoenix, one of the 10 fearsome beings. Its bloodline defies the heavens, allowing it to ascend to immortality upon maturity. Yet, since the era of taboos, pure-blooded phoenixes had vanished from the 3,000 Dao States, unseen across the myriad realms. To witness one now, and in the embrace of a little girl, left Jiang Chen utterly astounded. Remove your greedy gaze from the little phoenix, or beware of my wrath. The girl waved her tiny fist at Jiang Chen, her discontent evident. Yet, her demeanor was so endearing that it elicited a smile rather than fear. My apologies, esteemed friend. My little sister is young and mischievous. Please forgive her. A youth clad in golden armor approached, exuding an air of divinity, offering an apologetic smile. May I inquire where this place is? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. This is the Taoist venue of the Hongsheng Celestial King. The golden-armored youth replied earnestly. The Hongsheng Celestial King? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. True immortals, profound immortals. Celestial kings. These were the realms described in the ancient texts of the Jiang family. A celestial king, transcending time, beyond the causality of the world, with a single thought. Rivers and mountains could be traversed, and with another, the world could be transformed. Such a realm embodies the ultimate limits of the universe. Suddenly, the sound of a great bell resonated, echoing with profound Taoist tones. The bell has tolled. Quickly, the Hongsheng Celestial King is about to begin his discourse. Shouts of excitement erupted around him as figures hurried towards the depths of the celestial abode. Let us depart together, my friend. The Celestial King's teachings are a rare opportunity. Perhaps only once in millions of years, the golden-armored youth urged Jiang Chen forward, while the small girl huffed in annoyance but quickly followed suit. Under the guidance of the golden-armored youth, Jiang Chen soon arrived at the foot of an ancient sacred mountain. At its summit stood a dark purple, ancient altar. Atop the altar sat an elder clad in coarse linen robes, his hair and beard white, exuding a benevolent aura. Though he appeared frail, a vibrant life force surged within him. the celestial king. This being had transcended the cycle of life and death. Even as heaven and earth crumbled, he would remain unscathed. As the sun and moon perished, he would not fade. At the base of the altar, rows of cushions woven from the legendary Tongtian Jinmu, the divine tree said to support heaven and earth, were arranged. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. The Tongtian Jinmu is said to possess unimaginable power. Even a small branch is worth a fortune. Here, there were 3,000 cushions, all crafted from this sacred wood. Friend, stop daydreaming and come quickly. The golden-armored youth urged Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen seated himself upon a cushion of Jinmu. Just then, the Hongxing celestial king began his discourse. The words flowed melodiously, each character elucidating the truths of the universe, embodying the principles of heaven and earth. Ethereal energy surged around them, chaos enveloping the space. Golden lotuses blossomed in the void, and wondrous celestial phenomena unfolded in the heavens. At first, Jiang Chen remained vigilant, but soon he found himself irresistibly captivated. The teachings of the celestial king brought him immense enlightenment. Not only he, but everyone present reaped great rewards. With occasional thunderclaps of heavenly tribulation echoing as some experienced breakthroughs in their realms. Time passed unmeasured until the discourse concluded, and the Hongxing celestial king seated upon the altar vanished from sight. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration. The gains he had acquired were monumental. Previously, the blood of the true dragon had allowed him to leap across 8 minor realms, propelling him from the first layer of the divine power realm directly to its pinnacle. However, this had left his foundation somewhat unstable. Yet now, the celestial king's teachings not only fortified that instability, but also solidified his foundation further. His physical body and primordial spirit had undergone a profound baptism. Moreover, his mastery over various divine powers had become more refined. Even the recently acquired Duzi secret had reached a state of perfection. System, open the personal attribute panel, Jiang Chen commanded in his mind. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 13 years. Physique, chaos body, supreme bone. Cultivation, divine power realm, 9th layer. Techniques, universe S grand Tao scripture, indestructible scripture, 4th layer. Ancient divine scripture, incomplete. Nameless immortal scripture, incomplete. Divine powers, true dragon technique, perfection. Peacekeeping decision, perfection. Kuanping technique, perfection. Transformative hand, perfection. Qilan technique, perfection. Xianxia secret, perfection. Duzi secret, perfection. Treasures, chaos heaven blade, 10,000 saints tower, grand Tao longevity lock, underworld guardian, beast god tower. Though his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the divine power realm, his battle prowess had increased by over 30% compared to before. If he were to confront Jiang Zhantian again, he could likely suppress him with a mere gesture. Jiang Chen felt a wave of elation wash over him. At that moment, the golden-armored youth approached with a smile, clasping his hands in congratulations. Congratulations, esteemed friend, on your advancement in cultivation. Your path to immortality seems promising. I presume your gains from this experience are considerable as well? Jiang Chen responded with a smile, sensing that the golden-armored youth possessed an extraordinarily terrifying cultivation, harboring an astonishing depth of energy akin to an unfathomable abyss. Indeed, there are indeed gains to be had, the young man clad in golden armor responded with a smile, before deftly shifting the conversation. In the not-so-distant Qingfeng Ridge, a gathering is taking place, attended by the luminaries of the younger generation. Would you care to join me, my friend? After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. However, just then, a voice called out to him unexpectedly. Friend, please hold. Turning around, he beheld a middle-aged Taoist with a distinctive handlebar mustache, whose demeanor was somewhat lecherous. Senior Shengong. The golden-armored youth initially expressed confusion, then proceeded to introduce Jiang Chen. This is Senior Shengong who, a disciple under the Hongxing immortal king, possessing the cultivation of a true immortal. Jiang Chen's heart sank at this revelation. A true immortal, infinite celestial lord, my young friend. My master has requested a word with you, Shengong who said, performing a respectful gesture before smiling at Jiang Chen. You are indeed fortunate, my friend, to have garnered the invitation of the Hongxing immortal king, the golden-armored youth remarked with envy. Yet, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. After all, he might not belong to this world. Could it be that the esteemed Hongxing immortal king sensed something amiss? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shengong who suddenly raised the floating dust in his hand. In an instant, the cosmos shifted. Jiang Chen felt a blur before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, he found himself within a grand hall. At the center of the hall stood an alchemical furnace, monumental as a mountain. At the far end, the Hongxing immortal king was seated at the heart of a Tai Chi Bagua diagram. As he spoke, A tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Chen. After countless epochs, I have crossed the river of time. The promise I made to that individual is now due for fulfillment. Chapter 54. The Inheritance of the Immortal King, the Invisible Hand. A tidal wave of emotions surged within Jiang Chen. At that moment, the Hongsheng Immortal King silently appeared before him. Jiang Chen remained unperturbed, for he understood that against such formidable beings, vigilance would be futile if they harbored ill intentions. Fortunately, the Hongsheng Immortal King meant him no harm. Instead, he gestured towards a nearby mat and said calmly, "Take a seat." Jiang Chen sat down with ease and, after a moment's thought, inquired, "May I ask, Immortal King, what era is this evening?" He harbored grave doubts that he had transcended the river of time to arrive at a temporal juncture foreign to him. "Immortal Ancient," the Hongsheng replied nonchalantly. "Immortal Ancient era?" Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment. "The era of taboos, the age of fallen emperors, the primordial era, the ancient era, among these. The era of taboos was recorded as the most distant in the annals of the 3,000 Dao States. Accounts from before the era of taboos are scarce, if not entirely absent. Thus, he truly had traversed the river of time to arrive before the era of taboos. Or perhaps, was all of this merely a figment of his imagination? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. All things in the world have their causality. The Hongsheng Immortal King seemed to perceive Jiang Chen's inner turmoil and spoke softly. Pausing his thoughts, Jiang Chen straightforwardly asked, "May I inquire why the Immortal King has taken the trouble to summon me?" "Someone traversed the river of time to find me, imploring me to impart to you an ancient scripture," the Hongsheng Immortal King replied, then pointed at Jiang Chen's brow from a distance. In an instant, countless runes materialized within Jiang Chen's mind. These runes intertwined, ultimately transforming into 13 unique characters of the immortal Tao. At first glance, these characters appeared unremarkable. However, upon deeper reflection, one could discern that each character concealed profound principles akin to the supreme scriptures of immortality. What astonished Jiang Chen the most was the undeniable familiarity he felt towards these characters, reminiscent of the scripture imparted to him by the great sage emperor. As he contemplated this, the characters bestowed by the great sage emperor swiftly resurfaced in his mind, resonating harmoniously with the new characters and emanating an enigmatic aura. Indeed, they shared a common origin. Jiang Chen was astounded. According to the great sage emperor, these characters were derived from an ancient scripture of immortality. For an ordinary person, comprehending even one or two of these characters could lead to the attainment of emperorhood, invincible throughout the ages. Mastering half would allow one to transcend mortality and become an immortal in the mortal realm. To comprehend them all would enable one to attain the status of an immortal king, transcending life and death, free from the entanglements of all worldly causality. Yet now, new characters had emerged. Just how terrifying was this scripture? Did it truly reach beyond the realm of immortal kings? Jiang Chen's breath quickened. He realized that this ancient scripture might have an astonishing origin, deserving of the title of the foremost immortal scripture across all eras. No, it could no longer be merely called an immortal scripture. It was an emperor's scripture. However, when he next opened his eyes, the Hongsheng Immortal King had already vanished without a trace. Half of the immortal scripture pointed towards emperorship. How formidable would the complete scripture be? Moreover, I was clearly in the ancestral land's secret realm, preparing to receive the initial ancient scripture inheritance. How did I suddenly traverse time and space to arrive here? Can I return? Who, exactly, traversed time to commission an immortal king to impart this ancient scripture to me? Jiang Chen's heart brimmed with uncertainties. From the great sage emperor to the ancestral land's secret realm inheritance, and now to this dreamlike return to the immortal ancient era. He sensed an unseen hand guiding his progression. Even if there truly exists an invisible hand manipulating me, treating me as a puppet, so what? I am still far too weak, lacking the power to resist. I must continuously grow stronger, to the point of invincibility, suppressing all adversaries. When that time comes, no matter who the enemy may be, they shall all be subdued. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen suppressed the turmoil within him and rose to exit the grand hall. The golden-armored youth awaited him. As soon as they met, the golden-armored youth approached with admiration, exclaiming, "Friend, you have made us all envious. To have gained the favor of the immortal king, a promising future in the immortal Tao awaits you, and longevity is within reach." The two of them journeyed together towards Qingfeng Ridge. After receiving the transmission of those 13 characters from the Hongsheng Immortal King, Jiang Chen had a premonition that he might not linger long in the immortal ancient era. Thus, he wished to witness as much of its splendor as possible before departing. As they soared through the skies, the golden-armored youth repeatedly accelerated, attempting to gauge the depth of Jiang Chen's cultivation. Yet no matter how he quickened his pace, Jiang Chen easily kept up. "Your cultivation is truly impressive," the golden-armored youth remarked sincerely as they landed above Qingfeng Ridge. "Jin Yuan, how tardy you are. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." At that moment, a raucous laughter erupted as several young individuals soared from the mountains below. Each was strikingly beautiful, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Jin Yuan, who is this?" Curious gazes turned toward Jiang Chen, with one young woman in particular, her eyes sparkling, captivated by his presence. After all, in terms of appearance, Jiang Chen surpassed the majority of the fairies and goddesses present, making it no exaggeration to call him a celestial youth. Jin Yuan smacked his forehead in embarrassment, stating, "Friend, having known each other for so long, I have yet to ask your name." "I am Jiang Chen," he replied. "Greetings, friend." They all chorused. After a few individuals exchanged formalities, they simultaneously descended towards Qingfeng Ridge. A considerable gathering of young prodigies from the ancient celestial era had already assembled here, hailing from diverse races, each one more astonishing than the last. Some possessed an aura so profound that even Jiang Chen found it inscrutable. They congregated to discuss and debate the principles of their respective paths. However, Jiang Chen was taken aback to discover that their discourse on law and the Tao was entirely dissimilar from the practices he had cultivated, resembling two utterly distinct cosmic paths. Moreover, their cultivation systems diverged greatly. These individuals primarily focused on spiritual roots and celestial energy, absorbing the essence of the cosmos to augment their strength. Jiang Chen listened intently, realizing that this might present an unimaginable opportunity. The collision of these two disparate systems could yield unique insights, significantly enriching his foundation and broadening his horizons. As he attentively absorbed their discussions, a youth with flowing white hair inquired, "Friend, why do you remain silent?" His name was Ji Shui, an ethereal figure surrounded by an aura of celestial energy. Jiang Chen replied, "The path I tread differs from yours." "Really? I too wish to explore a different route." "Let us engage in a friendly contest," chimed in Jin Yuan's younger sister, the little girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she set aside her celestial phoenix. "What? The little sprout of the Jin family wants to spar again?" the crowd teased. Just the other day, she claimed she would elevate the celestial Tao to its pinnacle, and now she wants to pursue a different path. They laughed jovially. Jin Yuan stepped forward, picking her up with a grin. "Forgive my sister, she can be quite mischievous." "I'm not mischievous. I am destined to become a celestial queen and will subdue you all," the little girl retorted defiantly. Jin Yuan playfully tapped her head, and she scampered away, demanding retribution. "Shall we engage in a duel?" Jin Yuan suggested with a smile. "Very well." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. After all, mere discussions could only yield theoretical insights. It was through combat that the truth would be ultimately tested. He yearned to discern the differences between the ancient celestial practices and the post-restricted pathways of cultivation. Chapter 55, The War of Annihilation. Jiang Chen was set to spar with Jin Yuan, igniting anticipation among all present. "I apologize for any offense," Jin Yuan said, clasping his hands in greeting, and initiated the confrontation with a pointed finger, releasing celestial energy that coalesced into a resplendent sword qi. "Is this the ancient celestial cultivation system?" Jiang Chen distinctly sensed the razor-sharp essence contained within that sword qi. The intertwining runes of the Tao were starkly different from his own understanding, akin to two entirely different species. Boom! Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful punch, channeling boundless vitality into a fist imprint that surged forth. However, the sword qi was rather peculiar. After being dispelled by his blood vitality, it remarkably reformed in the void. Again, Jiang Chen, somewhat astonished, noted that he had not exerted his full strength with that last blow, yet it was not something an ordinary individual could withstand, and yet that sword qi remained intact. Unknown to him, Jin Yuan was even more astounded. After all, he was aware that his cultivation level surpassed Jiang Chen's. The sword qi he had just unleashed was a remarkable ancestral technique of the Jin family, a true legacy. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been obliterated by it. Yet, not only had Jiang Chen emerged unscathed, but he had also nearly dispelled it with a single punch. "You possess exceptional skills," Jin Yuan remarked lightly, as divine light radiated from his golden armor. Countless sword qi gathered behind him, forming a pair of sword qi wings that flared into a tempest of slashing energy. "Come forth." Jiang Chen, no longer holding back, activated his Kunpeng technique, manifesting wings behind him that unleashed a flurry of sword feathers. The clash produced a dazzling display of divine light. As they battled, Jiang Chen simultaneously sought to comprehend the intricacies of their techniques. He discovered that the ancient celestial cultivation system was far more attuned to the essence of the Tao compared to later practices. The techniques and laws were predominantly derived from the fundamental nature of the Tao. For instance, The sword feathers Jin Yuan had just employed were fundamentally rooted in the Tao of the sword. In contrast, the techniques he practiced from later eras, while equally emphasizing the Tao, placed more focus on the physical body and the primordial spirit. However, this did not imply that practitioners of the ancient celestial system were lacking in these aspects. On the contrary, their physical bodies and primordial spirits were equally formidable. By igniting the Tao as a flame and utilizing celestial energy as fuel, they honed their physical bodies and spirits, thereby drawing closer to the Tao. Though the two cultivation systems were distinct, it was difficult to ascertain which was superior, yet their differences were pronounced. This realization greatly benefited Jiang Chen. Your path is indeed unique, with both your physical body and primordial spirit remarkably powerful. Moreover, compared to your understanding of the Tao, your techniques seem to emphasize the self more. An enthusiastic voice interjected, belonging to a top prodigy from the Dragon clan, whose aura was imposing. After finishing his remarks, he clasped his hands towards Jiang Chen. Friend, I am Longxing. May we engage in a duel? Certainly. Jiang Chen welcomed the opportunity, and the two engaged in an intense battle. It must be noted that this dragon youth was exceptionally impressive, with a profound understanding of the Tao. Every gesture he made was imbued with the true essence of the Tao, eliciting celestial phenomena, which was awe-inspiring. Ultimately, after hundreds of exchanges, both paused. You possess remarkable skills. Longxing sincerely exclaimed. It was well known that the Dragon clan was renowned for their physical prowess, yet in their recent spar, he had found himself at a distinct disadvantage. As time swiftly passed, several months slipped by. Jiang Chen engaged with the top prodigies and geniuses of the ancient celestial era, either discussing the Tao or sparring, yielding immense gains. He even forged friendships with several, including Jin Yuan, Longxing, and Jin Yuan's little sister, forming a harmonious bond. However, one day, upon awakening, Jiang Chen was confronted with an utterly terrifying scene. An endless darkness enveloped the land. In the sky, a colossal rift appeared, seemingly endless, from which grotesque claws emerged, shrouding the sun and exuding a sense of world-destroying malice, hunting all living beings. From this abyss of darkness, forbidden creatures emerged, intent on annihilating all existence. What on earth is happening? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he soared into the heavens, witnessing an even more horrifying spectacle. Deep within the cosmos, a monstrous blood-red eye, larger than the sun and moon, slowly opened, emanating boundless crimson light. A colossal beast of the cosmos, radiating an eerie and ominous presence, advanced through the cosmos, causing stars to shatter and the void to explode, plunging all into silence. The entire universe was saturated with a pungent stench of blood. Despair, fear, and wails of anguish intermingled, filling every corner of the cosmos. Kill. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Jiang Chen turned to look. It was Longxing. At this moment, he transformed into a magnificent dragon, surrounded by a host of peculiar and ominous beings intent on his demise. With a sudden thrust, a dark spear shot forth from the depths of the cosmos, impaling him in the void. Halt! Jiang Chen roared, swinging his fist, eager to retaliate. Yet, curiously, his strike passed straight through the enemy's form, as if he had been forcibly severed from this realm. Roar! Ignite my essence and vanquish you all. Another thunderous cry erupted. This was Jin Yuan. At this moment, he had succumbed to a frenzy, his entire being radiating with golden sword light, countless sword energies ravaging the surroundings. However, a tentacle, teeming with countless eyes, suddenly descended from the heavens, binding him tightly. The blood-red eyes emanated a ghastly glow, beginning to devour his life force. It is not that we are weak, but rather that the path of our cultivation has been fundamentally eroded, leading to grave issues. In his final moments, Jin Yuan let out a mournful wail before the blood-eyed tentacle pierced through his skull. With the last remnants of his strength, he unleashed a devastating sword energy, perhaps to his sister, Jin Ming, vanishing into the cosmic abyss. Am I merely a witness to this chapter of history? Furthermore, what does it mean that the ancient cultivation method has been corrupted at its very source? As Jiang Chen traversed the cosmos, he was fervently seeking the truth, ultimately arriving at a peculiar realm. Here, he beheld the Hongsheng immortal king. This transcendent being, unbound by the laws of heaven and earth, now engaged in fierce combat. His adversary was likewise an invincible immortal king, shrouded in strange and ominous power. Wherever he tread, reality itself warped in unimaginable ways. Not only was the Hongsheng immortal king embroiled in battle, but several other immortal kings from the ancient era were also locked in combat against these eerie, malevolent beings. Jiang Chen observed like a mere bystander, silently witnessing the unfolding chaos. He witnessed the blood of the immortal kings, the cosmos fracturing, and all living beings ultimately transforming into desiccated bones. He even witnessed the fall of powerful immortal kings, gradually succumbing to numbness. This was a war of annihilation, a cataclysm that engulfed the entire universe. Chapter 56, The Twilight of an Era. The immortal kings bathed in blood, billions of souls perished. Jiang Chen wandered through the cosmos, where his gaze fell upon a landscape strewn with skeletal remains. The invasion of the strange and the ominous was underway. The immortal kings drenched in blood, all life withered. Was this the ultimate reason for the conclusion of the ancient era? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. If one day my era also encounters such an invasion, what then? Will I, like those prodigies, become just another lifeless bone amidst chaos? A sense of urgency blossomed within Jiang Chen. Just then, an enigmatic force brushed past him, as if the entire world had been pressed to accelerate. When Jiang Chen regained his senses, a streak of light suddenly shot forth from the depths of the cosmos. Upon witnessing this, he swiftly pursued it. As he approached, he discovered an ancient warship, its hull marred by countless gashes and stained with blood. On its deck stood numerous prodigies from the ancient era. Yet, they bore no semblance to their former vigor. Fatigue and despair etched across their faces. These were the denizens of the ancient era. Jiang Chen recognized many familiar figures among them. The ancient era had drawn to a close. Our epic had met its end. Some wept in disbelief, tears streaming down their faces. I loathe my weakness, unable to join the fray, forced to cling to life. I refuse to accept this. I have yet to grow. Otherwise, we would not necessarily be weaker than those ominous creatures. A cry of defiance rose from the crowd. Enough of this sorrow. You are the last embers of hope. The most crucial task now is to cultivate diligently. We are not defeated yet. There remains a glimmer of hope. A figure emerged before them, a Taoist, Xingu Hu, a disciple of the Hong Sheng immortal king. A true immortal. Yet, at this moment, he exuded a waning aura. His body riddled with countless wounds, giving the impression he might disintegrate at any moment. One day, we shall return and reclaim our place. Someone roared. However, scarcely had the words left their lips when an ominous hand descended from above. The adversary of the ominous and strange kin, an immortal king, had made his move. With a single strike, the entire warship was crushed, its occupants extinguished. Was this a decree of total annihilation? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. He continued his wanderings through the cosmos, witnessing more ships from the ancient era emerging, each carrying embers of hope. Yet, soon, formidable adversaries from the strange and ominous kin appeared, eradicating all sparks of hope. The overwhelming power of the strange and the ominous instilled despair. Jiang Chen observed silently, like a mere traveler. At that moment, a fiery glow from the depths of the universe caught his attention. He soared forth, discovering an ancient altar floating in the cosmic void. The altar, though not grandiose, emanated an aura of profound mystery. Strange and ominous beings flitted by, utterly oblivious to its presence. Even the ominous immortal kings failed to perceive it. It seemed, much like him, to be an entity not belonging to this ancient history. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chen stepped onto the altar. Atop it, a faint flame flickered. An elder sat beside the flame, periodically casting scriptures into its embrace. The elder's eyes were ancient and weary, and as the scriptures were consumed, the flames grew increasingly fervent. Golden sky, sword technique, dragon transformation art, celestial transformation diagram, demon lord S tome. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The scriptures cast into the flames by the elder were extraordinary, representing the pinnacle of the ancient era's legacy, containing secrets of the immortal kings and unparalleled techniques. He was conducting a funeral for an entire civilization. Jiang Chen whispered softly. He is laying to rest the ancient era. The flames atop the altar blazed hotter and brighter, ultimately coalescing into a seed of fire. This seed was forged from the myriad inheritances of the ancient era, ignited by the myriad paths of the heavens, crystallizing into the essence of civilization. Just then, the elder abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto Jiang Chen. It was indescribable. Those eyes were ancient, profound, and mysterious. At that moment, a wave of enigmatic power washed over him, and Jiang Chen felt a moment of disorientation. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself back within the celestial realm of the ancestral land. Has it come to an end? Jiang Chen's thoughts cascaded, recalling the myriad moments spent in the ancient era. In the end, all musings converged into a sigh. Even a mighty epic such as the ancient era, with immortal kings aplenty, could not escape its twilight. Even those who transcended life and death, who eluded the cycle of cause and effect, ultimately became mere relics. When the time comes, will my era too face its conclusion? Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urgency within his heart. He yearned to grow stronger, strong enough to surpass all, to obliterate every ominous and peculiar threat, unafraid of the cataclysms of eras or the twilight of times. Boom! As his thoughts descended, a terrifying aura suddenly surged forth from within him. His flesh and blood, as well as his primordial spirit, were on the brink of transformation. Jiang Chen's cultivation soared, breaking through to a new realm. The foundation he had accumulated was more than sufficient. Everything unfolded as if it were destined. He had reached the king's domain. In hushed whispers, Jiang Chen took a step forward, his figure vanishing into the ancestral secret realm. Jiang Clan. Outside the ancestral hall, a group of elders awaited in silence. It seemed that young Jiang Chen was still undergoing the initial transmission of the ancient scriptures. TSK. At merely 13 years of age, he stood unrivaled among his peers, firmly securing his position as the emperor's son. Truly, young Jiang Chen was defying the heavens. His extraordinary prowess was not a sudden occurrence. I am now even more curious about the extent of his current cultivation. If I recall correctly, before entering the secret realm, young Jiang Chen had already reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Upon his return, he might have even breached the realm of divine powers. TSK. A 13-year-old practitioner of divine powers. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm of 3,000 Dao States. Rumor has it that over at the undying sacred mountain, a prodigy broke through to the divine powers realm at the age of 15 and has been widely lauded by various factions as the greatest prodigy of our time. When young Jiang Chen emerges, he should seize an opportunity to vanquish this rival, allowing the world to witness who truly reigns as the foremost prodigy. It is a foregone conclusion that young Jiang Chen has ascended to the realm of divine powers. I am merely curious about the specific level he has attained. The elders engaged in animated discussions, all eager to ascertain Jiang Chen's current standing. At that moment, a powerful surge of spatial energy erupted. In the next instant, a young man clad in white slowly stepped forth from the bronze giant door. Chapter 57. The Longevity of the Emperor. The youth, clad in ethereal white, bore a strikingly handsome visage that seemed unearthly, with an aura of celestial light radiating from him. As he emerged from the bronze door, he captivated the attention of everyone present. The young man was none other than Jiang Chen. Greetings, esteemed elders. Jiang Chen approached, bowing respectfully to each elder in turn. Little Jiang Chen, to what realm have you ascended? One elder inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The other elders turned their gazes toward him, equally intrigued. As for my cultivation, I have just breached the king's domain, Jiang Chen replied candidly. The king's domain? Is that for real? All the elders present were momentarily taken aback. The king's domain, also known as the Great Power Realm, is one where practitioners can establish sects in remote areas and claim the title of ancestor. Yet, how old is Jiang Chen? 13 years old. A practitioner of the king's domain at 13. Should this news spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the myriad realms. It could even rewrite history, surpassing numerous ancient sages, and be hailed as a mythic achievement. Observing the incredulous expressions of the elders, Jiang Chen refrained from further words and directly unleashed his aura. Boom! A unique pressure, characteristic of the king's domain, enveloped the space. While this pressure was inconsequential to the assembled elders at that moment, everyone bore expressions as though they had seen a ghost. Ha ha ha, my son truly embodies the essence of immortality. A hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Jiang Chujian and Zhou Yuechen entered together, standing before Jiang Chen. Father, mother, Jiang Chen greeted with respect. Jiang Chujian patted his shoulder, saying with pride, well done, well done. Not only have you broken through to the king's domain, but your foundation is also remarkably solid. Zhou Yuechen, smiling, pulled Jiang Chen closer, her voice tender with concern. Did everything go smoothly during your journey in the ancestral secret realm? Did you sustain any injuries? The phrase a mother worries for her son traveling thousands of miles resonated deeply within her. As a mother, Zhou Yuechen prioritized her son's safety above all else. I'm fine, mother, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed. Jiang Chen had now reached the age of 14. During this period, due to the firm establishment of his position as the emperor's son, the Jiang clan had constructed a dedicated palace for him. One day, within the emperor's palace, Jiang Chen concluded his meditation, slowly opening his eyes. Before him, a system panel materialized. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 14 years. Physique, chaotic body, supreme bone. Cultivation, 6th layer of the king's domain. Techniques, universal Dao scripture, indestructible scripture, 4th layer. Ancient divine scripture, incomplete. Nameless immortal scripture, incomplete. Divine powers, true dragon technique, perfection. Chaos subduing decision, perfection. Kuanpeng technique, perfection. 10,000 transformations. Sky concealment, perfection. Qilan technique, perfection. Secret of the word before, perfection. Secret of the word fight, perfection. Treasure, chaos heavenly blade. 10,000 saints tower, Dao longevity lock, guardian of the underworld, beast god tower. The path of cultivation grew increasingly arduous with each step forward. Generally speaking, practitioners of the king's domain, even if they were to seclude themselves for 2 or 3 years, might not achieve a minor breakthrough. Yet, Jiang Chen had stubbornly elevated himself by 5 small realms within just 6 months. Such a terrifying rate of advancement could only be described as astonishing. Your Highness, the Lord of the Divine Kings requests your presence at the Divine King Palace. The voice of Lu Qingyan suddenly resonated in his ear. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded, stepping forth to vanish from the chamber. Outside the Divine King Palace, Lu Qingyan had been waiting for quite some time. Today, she donned a light green gown that accentuated her graceful waist. Compared to their first meeting, Lu Qingyan had blossomed into an even more ethereal beauty over the years, earning her the title of fairy among mortals, and even once ranking first on the list of exquisite beauties. Her suitors were as numerous as the fish in a river, and within the Jiang clan, many young men had fallen at her feet. However, she remained indifferent to these admirers, for her heart had been claimed by Jiang Chen years ago. So you have reached the realm of divine powers. Not too shabby, Jiang Chen remarked with a casual glance, offering a token compliment. In his eyes, Lu Qingyan's greatest value lay in the innate lunar essence within her, while her beauty was merely a fleeting charm. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. Lu Qingyan's lips curled into a slight smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. Your Highness, may I assist you in changing attire? Lu Qingyan stepped forward eagerly. Should her admirers witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape. The usually aloof and ethereal Lu Qingyan was now exhibiting such initiative towards a man. The goddess they adored appeared almost subservient before him. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, gently brushing aside Lu Qingyan's outstretched hand. Rather than wasting time, it would be better to focus on cultivation and strive for early ascension to sainthood. The sacred body of the lunar essence will mature after one becomes a saint, and then I can reap its benefits. I will do my utmost, Your Highness. Lu Qingyan quickly replied, concerned that Jiang Chen might take offense. I have left a few sacred herbs for you in the chamber. Take them and cultivate diligently. After casting aside those words, Jiang Chen's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Observing his disappearing silhouette, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but clench her fists. Fear not, Your Highness. I shall not let you down. With that, she dove into the secret chamber to commence her seclusion for cultivation. In the Divine King Palace, as Jiang Chen pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Chujian and Zhou Yuechen seated upon the main thrones. Father, mother, may I inquire why you have summoned me? Jiang Chen respectfully inquired after offering a bow. Why do you come to your mother's side and act so strangely? Zhou Yuechen chided playfully, pulling Jiang Chen to sit beside her. Jiang Chujian smiled slightly at this and said, We have indeed summoned you for a matter that requires your attention. Zhou Yuechen added, In a few days, it will be your uncle's 1,000-year birthday. Your father has recently gained some insights and intends to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. I must accompany him, so I must trouble you to make the journey. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded in response. The uncle mentioned by Zhou Yuechen was none other than the current emperor of the great Zhou celestial dynasty, Zhou Qianlong. Born with the royal dragon physique, legend has it that upon his birth, the entire great Zhou celestial dynasty's fortune trembled, attracting 9 strands of royal dragon aura that merged into his being. Thus, from the moment he was born, he was designated as the crown prince by the ancestors of the great Zhou celestial dynasty. He truly lived up to expectations, showcasing an astonishing talent for cultivation, breaking through to the saint realm at the tender age of 30, and succeeding the throne of the great Zhou. Now, having lived a millennium, his cultivation has become unfathomable. Some even claim he is the only one among the younger generation who might rival Jiang Chujian. As Jiang Chen pondered this, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Check-in location announced. Great Zhou Celestial Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Chapter 58. Another fated protagonist emerges. The system's prompt sparked a glimmer of excitement in Jiang Chen's eyes. The system had finally released a new check-in location. The Imperial Palace of the Great Zhou Celestial Dynasty. He wondered what rewards might accompany this check-in. Jiang Chen murmured, a smile creeping onto his lips. The following morning, clad in a flowing white robe that seemed to defy the heavens, Jiang Chen stepped out of the Imperial Palace. The guards, who had been waiting eagerly, quickly approached, saying, Your Highness, the carriage is ready. Shall we set off now? Following their gaze, Jiang Chen beheld an ancient carriage stationed at the palace gates. The carriage, crafted entirely from the rare black jade divine tree, a precious material for forging magical artifacts. was not only incredibly resilient, but also capable of inscribing runes to carry the essence of the great Tao. In the outside world, it was sold by weight, each gram worth a fortune. Moreover, the interior of the carriage was imbued with intricate magical arrays, boasting astonishing defenses capable of withstanding attacks from quasi-emperors. Before the carriage, 9 black jade chelants stood majestically, each possessing quasi-saint cultivation. Their dark scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. "Let us depart," Jiang Chen stated with a calm demeanor as he took his seat in the carriage. The guards promptly activated a spatial teleportation portal, heading towards the imperial capital of the great Zhou celestial dynasty. As the spatial forces rippled, the 9 black jade chelants drew the carriage away, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived above the imperial capital. Witnesses paused in their tracks, gazing in awe at the sight. A chelan pulling a carriage? Which esteemed figure is making such a grand entrance? What a spectacle! Even the leaders of sacred lands, celestial emperors, and immortal monarchs would pale in comparison. The 9 quasi-saint black jade chelants could be deemed top-tier powerhouses across the 3,000 regions, yet here they willingly pulled the carriage. The guards leading the way were equally remarkable, shrouded in an air of mystery. "I wonder who sits within that carriage." Amidst the murmurs, someone activated their divine vision to peer into the black jade chelan carriage, seeking to unveil the truth. However, the moment their gaze fell upon the carriage, a terrifying pressure erupted. The individual staggered back, spitting blood, their face paling in shock. "Are you out of your mind? Did you not see the glaring Jiang insignia on the carriage?" Someone admonished, pulling him back. The mention of the Jiang family sent chills down his spine. The most powerful imperial clan of the age, wielding an unfathomable influence over the world. As the great Zhou emperor celebrated his birthday, the Jiang family, being closely allied with the great Zhou, had familial ties as well. Yet, it remained a mystery which esteemed member of the Jiang family occupied the carriage. Amidst the discussions, the 9 white jade chelants pulled the carriage, transforming into a streak of dark light that vanished into the void. At the same time, Jiang Chen reclined lazily within the carriage, eyes closed in contemplation. Ever since arriving in the imperial capital, he had felt a series of tremors within his heart, a persistent sense that something significant was about to transpire. The closer he drew to the capital of the great Zhou celestial dynasty, the more pronounced this feeling became. Having cultivated to his level, where he had begun to grasp the essence of the heavens and the earth, it was evident that this sensation was not without reason. What could it be? Jiang Chen lightly tapped his forehead with his fingers. Just then, a notification from the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! A fated protagonist has been detected. System task issued. Eliminate the fated protagonist. Task details. Eliminate the fated protagonist, Lin Fan. Task rewards. To be determined based on the host's completion level. Failure penalty, none. Another fated protagonist. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. To him, fated protagonists, the embodiment of fortune, were always welcome. Initially anticipating some calamity, he was pleasantly surprised instead. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen spoke calmly, "Elder Shadow." As his voice fell, Elder Shadow materialized silently from the void. "What is thy command, Your Highness?" "Investigate whether there exists a person named Lin Fan in the imperial city of the great Zhou celestial dynasty. I want the results within 10 minutes. "Understood," Elder Shadow replied, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, within the great Zhou celestial dynasty, the capital city of Tiandu stood as the political heart of the realm, bustling with activity. Cultivators flowed in and out, and a powerful aura lingered around the imperial city. At this moment, a handsome young man entered this ancient and grand city. Clad in black and gold robes, tall and robust, with chiseled features, he bore a long spear on his back, and a hint of demonic energy flickered in his eyes. Upon entering the city, he made his way swiftly to an ancient residence. Above the residence hung a black and gold plaque inscribed with the words, "House of the Wasteland Marquis." The House of the Wasteland Marquis belonged to the Lin family. In times past, the ancestor of the Lin family had followed the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, conquering the realms and contributing mightily to the establishment of the dynasty. After the founding of the Great Zhou, the Lin ancestor was bestowed the title of Wasteland Marquis, ranking among the 36 noble families. However, as time passed, the Lin family faltered, having chosen the wrong side in several political upheavals, leading to a gradual decline and the loss of their former glory. In this present day, the Lin family possesses only the name of nobility, yet lacks any semblance of power. This dilapidated residence stands as the last vestige of the Lin family's holdings within the imperial capital. Gazing upon the forlorn estate, Lin Fan inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resoluteness flickering in his eyes. "Father, rest assured, I, Lin Fan, shall reclaim everything the Lin family has lost. Those who once conspired against us will pay dearly for their transgressions." With that, Lin Fan's gaze shifted toward the heart of the imperial city. There, amidst the ethereal void adjacent to the royal capital, floated a magnificent aerial divine island. Upon this island lay an ancient abode, the residence of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family. Like the Lin family, the Murong clan of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family is one of the 36 noble houses that founded the Great Zhou dynasty. However, unlike the Lin family, the Murong clan has stood unwavering at the pinnacle of power since the inception of the dynasty. Their former disciples and officials are scattered throughout the court, with several prominent regional leaders hailing from the Murong family. Particularly in recent years, Murong Fu, the head of the Murong clan, has further solidified their influence after assuming the role of the dynasty's prime minister, elevating the family's status to a potential supremacy within the Great Zhou. At this moment, Lin Fan beheld the grandeur of the Xianxiaaudiobooks residence, a trace of tenderness unconsciously surfacing in his gaze as he murmured, "Qingqing, fear not, for there shall come a day when I, Lin Fan, will honorably take you home as my bride." Chapter 59, Arrival at the Imperial Palace of the Human Emperor. In the imperial capital, the nine-headed black jade Qilin transformed into a stream of dark mist, traversing through the void. Within the carriage, ripples danced in the air as the figure of Elder Ing emerged slowly. "Elder Ing, how is the investigation progressing?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Your Highness, all the information you seek is contained within this jade slip." Elder Ing respectfully presented a jade slip. "You may leave now." Jiang Chen accepted the slip and waved his hand, causing Elder Ying's figure to vanish in an instant. Jiang Chen then extended his consciousness into the jade slip to begin his perusal. Lin Fan, 19 years of age, the legitimate eldest son of the Lin family. Marquis of the Great Zhou, born with an innate crippled physique, he was ridiculed as the greatest waste of the imperial city until the age of 13. After that, inexplicably breaking through his crippled state, he embarked upon the path of cultivation, showcasing an extraordinary talent. In merely 3 years, he ascended from being an incapable waste to the pinnacle of qi gathering. 3 years ago, after a conflict with the military god's family, the Chen family, resulting in the death of Chun Xingyue, the illegitimate son of the military god, he was forced to leave the imperial city and began his journey across the continent. During this period, he encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities, elevating his strength to the peak of the cave heaven realm, and forged connections with many prodigies of the immortal sacred mountain. Notably, 3 months prior, he unexpectedly met Murong Qingqing, the legitimate daughter of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family, in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where he saved her during a beast tide. The two thus pledged their lives to one another, and Murong Qingqing even imparted her family's ancestral techniques to Lin Fan. It must be said that Elder Ying's efficiency in his work is truly commendable. The jade slip meticulously recorded Lin Fan's entire life story. Notably, at the end of the slip, it emphasized, Lin Fan, from waste to prodigy, achieved this transformation in just 6 years, encountering countless fortuitous events, often seizing treasures at various markets and auctions, suggesting a remarkable fortune and deep roots of blessing. Multiple fortunate encounters? Astonishing luck? Is this akin to possessing a golden finger that enhances fortune? Jiang Chen murmured softly, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Tiandu city." At that moment, a respectful voice from outside the carriage interrupted. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stepped out of the carriage and looked up. Before him stood an ancient and grand divine city, resembling a ferocious beast lying in wait upon the earth. The surrounding city walls towered over 1,000,000 feet, piercing the clouds, an expanse that rendered the horizon invisible. Each section of the wall bore the marks of fierce strikes, every brick inscribed with profound runes, exuding an aura of ultimate power. Truly, as the first majestic city of the imperial capital, the city walls alone were inscribed with a protective array of imperial caliber. Not even a sage, let alone a master of the Tao, could breach these walls with ease. Jiang Chen silently marveled at the sight. The Great Zhou, as a dominant force that has endured across several epochs, indeed commands respect. Stop right there. At this moment, a commanding voice rang out as the guards responsible for the city gates halted the black jade Qilin carriage. Flying is prohibited in Tiandu City. All arrivals must disembark and enter on foot. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold and piercing voice suddenly echoed, "Have your eyes been blinded? Who dares to obstruct us?" Jiang Chen looked up to see a dragon carriage soaring through the air. As it approached, the carriage's curtain was drawn aside, revealing a young man clad in a golden python robe, stepping out with grace. The youth appeared to be merely 23 or 24 years old, tall and striking, exuding an air of regal authority that surrounded him like a dragon's breath, instilling a sense of dignity in all his movements. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Upon the sight of the young man, all present at the city gates were momentarily taken aback, before simultaneously kneeling in reverence. Yet, Zhou Huaxing paid them no heed. striding directly to the black jade Qilin carriage, laughing heartily. "Cousin, my father has been waiting for you here for quite some time. You finally made it." Jiang Chen leaped down from the carriage, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his fists in salute. "I pay my respects to my cousin." Zhou Huaxing chuckled, grasping his hand. "We are family. Why the formality? My father has prepared a banquet to welcome you, even bringing out his long-cherished fine wine and enlightenment tea. Thanks to you, I shall also enjoy a taste." With that, Zhou Huaxing unceremoniously pulled Jiang Chen aboard his dragon carriage. Before long, the dragon carriage soared into the sky, swiftly making its way toward the imperial palace. The crowd that had previously knelt now dared to rise, watching the direction in which the dragon carriage disappeared. Astonishment flickered in their eyes. Who was this young man that commanded such respect from the crown prince, with a nine-headed quasi-saint black jade Qilin as his transport? The crown prince referred to him as a cousin. Could he be the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen, the son of the white-clad divine king? How unexpected that the Jiang family would send him to the human emperor's birthday celebration. This would certainly be a sight to behold. It was rumored that several young prodigies of the immortal sacred mountain had also arrived recently, and historically, the immortal sacred mountain and the Jiang family have been at odds. It will be intriguing to see who prevails should Jiang Chen encounter those holy sons and daughters. Surely, the holy ones would have the upper hand, given their age advantage. Not necessarily, some countered. It is said that a few years ago, Jiang Chen broke through historical barriers, successfully topping the Hangyu Golden List. His talent is no less remarkable. Indeed, who is stronger or weaker is for us to observe, as a confrontation is inevitable should they meet. The dragon carriage soared, radiating a golden light as it pierced through the void. Everywhere it passed, the crowd exhibited expressions of reverence. "Cousin, we have arrived. This is the imperial palace of the great Zhou." Within the dragon carriage, Zhou Huaxing suddenly spoke. Jiang Chen drew back the curtain to gaze outside. Before him floated an enormous divine island suspended in the void, adorned with clusters of pavilions and towers, flanked by ethereal mountains and lakes. With the aura of imperial dragons swirling above the island, the dragon carriage descended, halting within the grand confines of the imperial palace. "Your Highness, the crown prince and the emperor's son have been awaiting you in the hall of the human emperor for quite some time." An elderly eunuch, who had been waiting for ages, stepped forward. "Let us proceed." Zhou Huaxing grasped Jiang Chen's hand as they ventured into the hall of the human emperor. Upon entering, they were met with a spectacle of opulence. Gilded decorations, dragon motifs entwined around pillars, and celestial cranes adorning the steps. Simultaneously, the moment Jiang Chen set foot in the hall, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host has arrived at the designated sign-in location. Would you like to sign in immediately?" "Sign in," Jiang Chen silently commanded. "Ding! Sign in at the hall of the great Zhou human emperor successful. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards, 20,000 fortune points. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, dragon pattern black gold. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, tenfold insight." Chapter 60, The Welcome Banquet. The sound of the system's rewards rang in his ears, and a smile involuntarily graced Jiang Chen's lips. Indeed, the system's rewards remained as bountiful as ever. Setting aside the 20,000 fortune points, which served as the fundamental currency for purchasing items in the system's shop, it equated to the spoils from vanquishing a chosen one. The dragon pattern black gold, one of the 9 celestial golds, harbored the ability to shatter. Artifacts forged from dragon pattern black gold possessed an innate sharpness, capable of dismantling various runes and pathways. Among the Jiang family's 3 supreme imperial weapons, the ancient emperor tower, the burial emperor coffin, and the god-slaying sword, the latter was crafted from dragon pattern black gold. In times of yore, the grand emperor of the Jiang family wielded the god-slaying sword to sever the imperial weapons of the utmost path. The dragon pattern black gold awarded by the system was substantial, the size of a fist, ample for forging several smaller artifacts or weapons. With the addition of dragon tribulation gold, dark celestial gold, great luo silver gold, phoenix blood red gold, and celestial tear green gold, he had now gathered 6 of the 9 celestial golds. Once he secured the remaining 3, he would be poised to fuse them into a singular artifact of his own. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen felt a surge of elation. His gaze shifted to the final reward from the system, tenfold insight. As the name suggests, it would vastly enhance his understanding. Upon claiming the reward, a mysterious force brushed against his spiritual consciousness, as if clearing away the dust from his mind, rendering the world before him strikingly vivid. In the flow of thoughts, many of the memories from his past life, once fading, became astonishingly clear. It felt as though his spirit soared beyond his physical form, merging with the essence of the universe, experiencing the profound mysteries of existence. Questions regarding his cultivation that had once eluded him suddenly crystallized in this moment. He even gained newfound insights into his cultivation techniques and the treasures he had mastered. This reward was indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen found his path forward, becoming increasingly lucid under the enhancement of tenfold insight. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority and amusement echoed in his ear. "At last, my dear nephew has arrived. Come, join your uncle here." Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, discovering a young man reclining lazily on the throne of the hall. Appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a dragon robe, his appearance was rather unremarkable, ordinary enough to blend into a crowd, yet an undeniable air of authority surrounded him, exuding a commanding presence that inspired an instinctive urge to submit. This youth was none other than Zhou Qianlong, the reigning human emperor of the great Zhou celestial dynasty. Seated beside him were three individuals, all esteemed members of great Zhou's noble families. Among them, one young lady clad in a simple palace gown stood out most vividly. It was she, the chosen daughter. Jiang Chen recognized her instantly. Murong Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Murong family, renowned for her innate spirit and beauty. Heralded as the most exquisite beauty in the imperial province for the past 5 millennia. As Jiang Chen observed Murong Qingqing, she too raised her gaze towards him. Her first reaction being, what a handsome young man. Having countless suitors, including heirs from various sacred lands and imperial lineages, none had ever matched the striking looks of the youth before her. Jiang Chen diverted his gaze from Murong Qingqing and respectfully saluted Zhou Qianlong, saying, "I pay my respects to your majesty, the human emperor. Now that we are family, there is no need for such formality." Zhou Qianlong chuckled, beckoning Jiang Chen closer. "Come, let your uncle have a good look at you." Jiang Chen moved forward, taking a seat at the banquet table beside Zhou Qianlong. Zhou Huaxing settled across from him, and Zhou Qianlong regarded Jiang Chen with a warm smile. "It seems, Chener, that you have never visited the great Zhou palace before, have you? I remember holding you during your 100-day banquet. How time flies. The infant in swaddling clothes has grown into a dashing young man, resembling your mother to a remarkable degree. Today, we must drink to our heart's content." Turning to the eunuchs and palace maids, Zhou Qianlong commanded, "Prepare the feast." Before long, an array of celestial delicacies and rare fruits were presented, among which the Tao Enlightenment tea and the divine nectar stood out as the most precious. The banquet commenced, filled with clinking cups and lively chatter. During the festivities, Murong Qingqing occasionally stole glances at Jiang Chen, her eyes brimming with curiosity. After all, it was rare to encounter the usually stern and domineering human emperor in such a genial mood. She believed her furtive actions were discreet, but the myriad of powerful figures present had already taken note of her subtle glances. Zhou Qianlong set down his wine cup and looked at Murong Qingqing with a smile. "What is this? Is the young lady smitten with my nephew? If you desire, I could certainly speak to the Jiang family on your behalf." At this declaration, all eyes in the hall turned to Murong Qingqing, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Seated beside her, Murong Fu, hearing the remark, stepped forward in trepidation. "Your Majesty jests. How could the graceful Qingqing ever be worthy of the Jiang family's esteemed son?" Zhou Qianlong waved his hand with a laugh. "Qingqing, in terms of both talent and beauty, is indeed exceptional. How could she not be worthy?" As he spoke, Zhou Qianlong's gaze shifted back to Jiang Chen. "So, my dear nephew, what are your thoughts?" Murong Qingqing, feeling the weight of attention, glanced anxiously at Jiang Chen. Although she had been captivated by his appearance, her heart was already pledged to Lin Fan, and she was unwilling to entertain such notions. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together and replied, "Jiang Chen is wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. Concerns of marriage are premature." Jiang Chen naturally did not view Murong Qingqing with any interest. While the Murong family was a prestigious and powerful lineage within the great Zhou celestial dynasty, on the broader scale of the 3,000 Dao provinces, they were merely a significant force. Compared to the Jiang family, they were inconsequential, existing on an entirely different plane. As the heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen's marriage would inevitably be intertwined with matters of benefit. The Murong family, it seems, fails to sway the Jiang family. Moreover, Murong Qingqing, as the fated daughter, is destined to stand in opposition to him. If that is the case, so be it. Zhou Qianlong waved his hand, a hint of regret in his demeanor. "However, you are all young. It would be wise to engage in more communication. If I recall correctly, there is an auction hosted by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in the Imperial City tomorrow. I shall have Huaxing accompany you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiang Chen bowed, a sudden thought igniting in his mind. The auction at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is very likely to attract Lin Fan, the protagonist of Destiny. I could seize this opportunity to suppress him thoroughly. "Your Majesty, I..." Murong Qingqing began to speak, intending to decline. primarily because she had already arranged to attend the auction with Lin Fan. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted by Murong Fu standing beside her. On behalf of my daughter, I thank your majesty. Chapter 61. Accompanying a monarch is like taming a tiger. The night was profound. An ancient carriage soared from the imperial palace. Upon leaving the palace, the previously inebriated Murong Fu instantly regained his clarity. Beside him, Murong Qingqing hesitated to speak. Murong Fu cast her a fleeting glance. Are you wondering why I consented to your attendance at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion auction with the Jiang family's prince? After a moment of silence, Murong Qingqing replied, I have already arranged to attend the auction tomorrow with Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Murong Fu scoffed. That useless boy from the Hound of Heaven Marquiate. Lin Fan is no longer useless, Murong Qingqing quietly countered. His strength has grown significantly, and he has deep connections with the undying sacred mountain. Precisely for that reason, I cannot allow you to be with him. Murong Fu huffed coldly, continuing. What qualifications does a mere scion of a fallen Marquiate have to be with you? Furthermore, he mingles openly with the people of the undying sacred mountain, creating a stir in the outside world. Does he not realize the enmity between the Jiang family and the undying sacred mountain? But what does that have to do with us? Murong Qingqing retorted defiantly. The great Zhou has been allied with the Jiang family for many years. Although publicly they do not reject the undying sacred mountain, and there are exchanges between the two, should the Jiang family go to war with the undying sacred mountain, it is inevitable that the great Zhou would side with the Jiang family. If you are with Lin Fan, then where will the Murong family stand? Then why did you just prevent His Majesty from proposing a marriage alliance? Murong Qingqing's expression was pained. Murong Fu sighed. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the Jiang family's prince? Moreover, our Murong family holds a position of great power. Do you think the emperor would feel secure if we allied with the Jiang family? At this point, Murong Fu sighed again. Accompanying a monarch is akin to taming a tiger. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing's eyes were filled with struggle. Father, no matter what, I will not marry anyone other than Lin Fan. Murong Fu's gaze turned icy. Qingqing, you must understand, being born into a noble family comes with privileges. But it also demands corresponding sacrifices. Who you marry is not for you to decide. The following morning, in the heart of the imperial city, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was bustling, for today marked the annual auction. As the largest intelligence agency across the 3,000 states, and even the entirety of the myriad realms, the origins of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion are shrouded in mystery, and its power is not to be underestimated, rivaling numerous sacred lands and celestial dynasties. At this moment, as the auction was about to commence, dignitaries and nobles continued to arrive, causing gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Although they lacked the qualifications to participate in the auction, merely catching a glimpse of those elusive figures was a great joy for them. Especially with the emperor's birthday approaching, many factions came to offer their congratulations, making this auction even more vibrant. Look, it's Lu Qingfeng from the Heavenly God Academy. He is said to have broken through to the divine realm at a young age, having once suppressed an entire state, unmatched among his peers. Who would have thought he would attend this auction? The eldest son of the war god Marquiate, Chen Long, has also arrived. And there's the enchanting fairy Fengya, ranked 6th on the beauty list, rumored to hail from the Phoenix clan, possessing unparalleled beauty. Exclamations of wonder arose frequently. These exalted prodigies and dignitaries, usually high above the common folk, appearing together in public, stirred an exceptional excitement among the crowd. At the forefront of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion auction, an elderly man clad in resplendent garments courteously welcomed all the guests. This elder exuded an aura of politeness, yet his presence was undeniably formidable. He was, in fact, a sage. Only the Heavenly Machine Pavilion could muster such grandeur for welcoming guests. Truly, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is formidable, with deep-rooted foundations. A sage welcoming guests is no small feat. Even the great sacred lands and celestial dynasties cannot compare. What is a sage welcoming guests? I have heard that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion has invested heavily in this auction, with rumors of celestial gold and imperial legacies being auctioned. Furthermore, it is said that the pavilion recently acquired a batch of source stones from the depths of the primordial black hole in the universe. After the auction concludes, a grand opening ceremony will follow. The so-called source stones are remnants of time. Sealed within are many ancient relics, including unparalleled legacies and supreme divine objects. There have even been instances where a complete elixir of immortality was unearthed from a source stone. However, source stones are rare, typically. Only the primordial black hole in the depths of the universe produces them. Moreover, not every source stone guarantees a valuable find. Most are empty. Thus, gambling on stones is exceedingly popular, akin to blind box gambling within the cultivation community. One cut can yield life, while another can spell death. Roar. At that moment, The sound of a dragon's roar erupted. A streak of golden light suddenly surged forth from deep within the palace, transforming into a golden pathway through the void. Surrounding the pathway, the echoes of dragon roars resonated, and occasionally, golden dragon phantoms appeared. A lavish carriage sped along the golden pathway, swiftly landing above the heavenly machine pavilion auction house. The carriage doors swung open, and Murong Qingqing was the first to step out. Today, she donned a grand red palace gown, exuding elegance and grace, akin to a blooming peony. She was the jewel of the Murong royal family, the foremost beauty on the list of enchanting maidens. Her beauty is unparalleled. Just to catch a glimpse of the fairy Murong is worth a lifetime. The crowd was enraptured. At that moment, Zhou Huaxing and Jiang Chen emerged from the carriage together. It is the crown prince. Who is that striking young man beside him? His beauty rivals even that of the fairy Murong. Wait, this young man appears to be the prince of the Jiang family. What? The Jiang family prince? The crowd was shaken. As the most powerful imperial clan in the current world, the strength of the Jiang family is beyond question. And as the prince of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen's noble status is akin to that of a true dragon soaring through the heavens. At the entrance of the heavenly machine pavilion, the sage responsible for welcoming guests, upon witnessing this scene, hurried forward. Filled with excitement, the heavenly machine pavilion welcomes the crown prince, the Jiang family prince, and the fairy Murong. In the presence of other dignitaries and prodigies, this sage, though equally enthusiastic, did not exhibit such fervor. Yet now, confronted by Jiang Chen and the others, he appeared almost sycophantic, personally approaching to welcome them and guiding them into the heavenly machine pavilion. Among them, Murong Qingqing seemed somewhat anxious, for after returning home yesterday, she had concocted an excuse to decline today's visit to the pavilion with Lin Fan. If she were to encounter Lin Fan again today, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation, causing him to overthink matters. However, what Murong Qingqing did not anticipate was that Lin Fan had already arrived amidst the crowd and was privy to the entire scene. Wasn't she the one who claimed she had matters to attend to today? Why, then, was she here, accompanied by two men? Chapter 62, The Gap Boom. Lin Fan felt as though his mind had exploded, a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. His face flushed crimson, and disbelief filled his gaze. Just yesterday, Murong Qingqing had assured him that she had no time to attend the auction. Yet today, she turned around and appeared here with other men, adorned in such alluring attire. She was deceiving him. The experiences of his youth had instilled in Lin Fan an unyielding resolve, yet they had also rendered him acutely sensitive. He had believed that he held great significance in Murong Qingqing's heart, but it now seemed he had merely been deluding himself. To her, he was merely an optional presence, even less significant than other men. A surge of resentment welled up within Lin Fan. Inside the heavenly machine pavilion's auction house, Jiang Chen suddenly heard a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! The destined protagonist Lin Fan harbors resentment towards Murong Qingqing. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 1,000 luck points. Upon seeing this prompt, a smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Chen's face. This was just the beginning. And already there was an unexpected gain. Cousin, there is still some time before the auction begins. Why don't we explore outside first? Perhaps we might stumble upon something extraordinary, suggested Zhou Huaxing with a smile. The internal space of the heavenly machine pavilion, enhanced by spatial arrays, was far grander than it appeared from the outside. Within, numerous cultivators were setting up stalls to sell their wares, featuring a plethora of rare treasures. What do you think, Miss Murong? Jiang Chen inquired, his gaze shifting to Murong Qingqing. Dressed in an exquisite black garment adorned with golden qilin patterns, he appeared even more extraordinary. Murong Qingqing lifted her gaze, and upon locking eyes with Jiang Chen, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, her earlier guilt towards Lin Fan dissipating significantly as she softly murmured, I'm fine with that. Just then, Jiang Chen caught sight of a familiar figure entering the pavilion. A smirk tugged at his lips as he seized Murong Qingqing's hand, saying, let us go for a stroll together. Thump, thump. Feeling the warmth of his grasp, Murong Qingqing's heart raced uncontrollably. How audacious of him. Looking up, she beheld Jiang Chen's strikingly handsome face, devoid of any flaw. Though she made a token effort to resist, she soon acquiesced to Jiang Chen's hold. Just this once. Moreover, he initiated it. It had nothing to do with me. Thus, I cannot be considered as betraying Lin Fan. After all, we are merely holding hands. Murong Qingqing reassured herself internally. Yet, when she turned around, she spotted a familiar figure striding towards them. Lin Fan. Murong Qingqing's complexion turned ashen, instinctively retracting her hand from Jiang Chen's grasp. Is something the matter? Jiang Chen feigned concern, a smirk lurking within. Murong Qingqing, pale and silent, anxiously fixed her gaze on the approaching Lin Fan. Fear, anxiety, and trepidation flooded her heart. Cautiously, She spoke. Lin Fan, please allow me to explain. It is not as you think. What is there to explain? Lin Fan's heart turned icy. He had already been harboring resentment towards Murong Qingqing due to the earlier incident at the entrance. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that someone of her stature, born into a prominent family, might be constrained by numerous circumstances. Moreover, she was accompanied by the crown prince of the Great Zhou. Thus, he had been assuring himself, Murong Qingqing must have her reasons. However, upon entering the pavilion and witnessing a scene that ignited his fury, a strikingly handsome youth holding Murong Qingqing's hand in an intimate manner, his anger boiled over. Murong Qingqing's face was flushed, seemingly shy. Wretched girl. Lin Fan roared silently within, yet outwardly maintained a calm facade, saying, Miss Murong, why must you explain your actions to me? However, I never anticipated that you would behave so recklessly. With that, a mocking smile crept onto Lin Fan's face. Upon hearing such words, Murong Qingqing's expression hardened. The guilt that had once lingered in her heart evaporated without a trace. Though she and Lin Fan had privately pledged their hearts, it did not justify him treating her with such disdain. Reckless? So in his eyes, she was merely a frivolous woman? Murong Qingqing, born into the esteemed Murong family as the legitimate eldest daughter, had always been revered and admired. When had she ever endured such insult? Casting a cold glance at Lin Fan, disappointment surged within her as she slightly bowed towards Jiang Chen, saying, Your Highness, I am feeling unwell and shall take my leave. With that, she turned away without a glance at Lin Fan, making her way to the auction's private box. Qingqing. Lin Fan's mouth opened in shock, witnessing her decisive departure. Regret began to seep into his heart as he questioned whether his earlier words had been too biting. Ding. You have successfully incited discord between the destined protagonist Lin Fan and Murong Qingqing. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 3,000 luck points. The system's notification suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. A smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as his gaze fell upon Lin Fan. In that instant, an attribute panel gradually materialized before his eyes. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 19 years. Physique, talent, 10,000 demons body, eye of fortune. Cultivation, peak of the cave heaven realm. Cultivation techniques, heavenly demon great Tao scripture, primal heaven sacred canon. Divine abilities, heavenly demon fist. Reversal of heaven's 7 demon spears, sealing demon finger, 8 steps of the heavenly demon. Magic treasures, heavenly demon spear, sealing demon map, Bodhi sacred relic. Great Tao burning heaven cauldron, war god armor. Fortune points, 75,000 points. Golden finger, chi observation technique. Jiang Chen's attention was immediately drawn to the golden finger line in Lin Fan's attribute panel. Chi observation technique. This was a long-lost celestial secret art. Through this technique, one could cultivate the legendary eye of fortune to perceive the fates of all beings. No wonder he always seemed to stumble upon fortunate finds. It turned out he had manifested the legendary eye of fortune through the chi observation technique. Jiang Chen mused to himself, a smile creeping onto his face as he gazed at Lin Fan. Wasn't he the quintessential treasure-seeking prodigy? Humph. At the same moment, upon catching the gaze of Jiang Chen, Lin Fan could not help but snort coldly. His eyes turned icy as he regarded Jiang Chen. It is all you're doing. Had it not been for you, the rift between Qingqing and me would not have emerged. So what if you were the scion of the Jiang family? What is so remarkable about that? One day, when I rise to power and become an emperor, all your imperial lineage and celestial dynasties shall bow before me. With this thought, Lin Fan resolutely turned and departed. He was not foolish enough to provoke Jiang Chen at such a time. After leaving, Lin Fan began to wander around the various stalls. Mastering the art of divination, he had cultivated the legendary eye of fortune, enabling him to perceive the fortunes of all things in the universe. It was precisely this ability that allowed him to seize opportunities repeatedly, amassing an array of treasures and rapidly advancing his cultivation. The scion of the Jiang family, merely born with a silver spoon. Under equal circumstances, he wouldn't even be worthy to hold my shoes. Yet, what does it matter if one is of noble birth? With my divination skills, I shall one day surpass all. As he murmured softly, Lin Fan drifted from stall to stall. A glint of brilliance shone in his eyes, casting a unique radiance. To him, the entire world appeared to shift and morph. All entities were imbued with a special hue: gray, white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. 7 colors in total, each corresponding to the intensity of fortune. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted before a particular stall, his gaze falling upon a shattered sword. In his view, the broken sword emitted flickers of purple light. From his experience, any object possessing purple fortune was surely extraordinary. However, he merely cast a discreet glance at the broken sword before shifting his attention to a massive cauldron, towering at 2 meters high. To his eyes, it radiated a white glow, indicating its commonplace nature. Nonetheless, Lin Fan feigned great interest, circling the cauldron incessantly. Finally, he addressed the stall owner, an elderly man with fiery red hair, whose presence was anything but ordinary, possessing peak divine abilities. This cauldron appears remarkable. What is its price? I shall take it. The stall owner regarded Lin Fan with a casual glance and replied, this cauldron was acquired from an ancient ruin. If you wish to possess it, it will cost you 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why not just rob a bank? Lin Fan chuckled coldly within, yet maintained a composed facade, saying, 20,000 high-grade spirit stones? This price seems rather steep. However, this cauldron has caught my eye. Very well, I shall take it for 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. But I would like that broken sword as a bonus. This tactic was a strategy Lin Fan had honed over the years of seizing opportunities, and it had proven effective time and again. After making his offer, Lin Fan produced 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. He then prepared to leave with both the cauldron and the broken sword, believing the stall owner would be unwilling to refuse such an offer for a mere trashy cauldron. However, just as he was about to depart, the stall owner grasped his wrist firmly, saying, put down the broken sword. Lin Fan's expression shifted. What do you mean? Do you think I am a fool? The cauldron is 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, and the broken sword is valued at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The red-haired stall owner stated blandly. You. Lin Fan nearly protested, but the stall owner interrupted him. Before me, do not attempt any petty tricks. If you want it, pay the spirit stones. If not, be gone, lest you wish for me to take action. Fine, 100,000 it is. I shall take it. Lin Fan took a deep breath and produced 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. He then placed the cauldron down, saying, please refund me for this cauldron. All sales are final. The red-haired stall owner pointed to a sign nearby and replied coolly. You. Lin Fan turned to leave, simmering with anger, yet ultimately chose to swallow his pride. Who does this arrogant young man think he is, trying to seize an opportunity here? The stall owner scoffed disdainfully. After Lin Fan departed, his fury only intensified. Humph. I shall remember you. When I rise to power, I will certainly seek retribution for today's events. He murmured to himself, continuing his search among the stalls. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, landing on a nearby stall. There, an old piece of parchment and a palm-sized stone were simultaneously radiating a resplendent golden light. Golden fortune. Lin Fan's heart raced with excitement. Based on his extensive experience, items of golden-level fortune were priceless, likely connected to the imperial realm. Without a doubt, the parchment and stone contained extraordinary opportunities, capable of altering his destiny. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those with determination. I have surely been favored by fate. I must acquire these two items. With exhilaration, Lin Fan approached the stall, where the vendor was a young girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18. Lin Fan picked up the parchment and stone, suppressing his excitement, and inquired, how many spirit stones for these two items? I shall take them all. The girl regarded Lin Fan silently, hesitating for a moment before stating the price. For both items, the total is 1 million top-grade spirit stones. So expensive? Lin Fan's brows furrowed. 1 top-grade spirit stone equals 10 high-grade spirit stones, equaling 100 mid-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 million top-grade spirit stones represented all his wealth. With that thought, he gritted his teeth, saying, could you lower the price a bit? 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Let us consider it a friendly gesture. He flashed a self-satisfied smile. The girl rolled her eyes at him, replying, if you don't want to buy, then get lost. Don't waste my time. Lin Fan's expression faltered, ready to say something more, but at that moment, a soft voice interrupted. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. I shall take both items. Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically as he turned to see Jiang Chen and Zhou Huaxing strolling over. The previous price had been called out by Jiang Chen, who had been quietly observing Lin Fan's actions. Upon sensing something amiss, he approached immediately, his gaze falling upon the parchment and stone in Lin Fan's hands. He instantly detected an extraordinary aura emanating from them, though it was subtle and nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny. Were it not for Lin Fan, the treasure seeker, he might not have noticed at all. Deal. The girl blushed slightly upon seeing Jiang Chen, then quickly regained her composure and agreed. Lin Fan's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with fury as he glared at Jiang Chen, the very person who had caused the rift with Morong Qingqing. Now, he sought to snatch these treasures from him as well. You are courting death. A murderous intent surged within Lin Fan. At that moment, the girl reclaimed the parchment and stone from Lin Fan's hands. Seeing this, Lin Fan suddenly shouted, wait. I was the first to express interest in these items. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, right? I agree, it's a deal. With that, he began to produce a substantial amount of spirit stones from his storage ring. Then, he contemplated directly seizing the parchment and the stone. 2,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 64. Fearless. Is it due to ignorance? 2,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. This declaration immediately captured the attention of everyone present, who promptly gathered around. It is worth noting that even the most prestigious sects might struggle to produce such a sum all at once. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Chen nonchalantly uttered the figure. Hiss, truly deserving of the title son of the Jiang family, such a grand gesture. 2,000,000 exquisite spirit stones, declared so effortlessly. TSK. I have never beheld such a fortune in my lifetime. Lin Fan has truly lost his mind, daring to contend with the son of an emperor. Does he not realize who he is? A mere scion of a fallen noble family, what right does he have? The Huangtian Marquis' estate aspires to rival the imperial Jiang family? Just a clown. Hearing the piercing words of ridicule from around him, Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Chen, you are far too arrogant. Lin Fan seethed inwardly. Meanwhile, the vendor beside him began to breathe rapidly. My goodness. 2,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. Truly, the son of the Jiang family is not only handsome, but also remarkably generous. She hastily interjected. Fearing Jiang Chen might retract his offer. 2,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. A deal. Let us finalize it immediately. With that, she swiftly handed the ancient parchment and the stone over to Jiang Chen. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan's eyes widened in alarm. These two items of golden fate are of monumental significance. Wait, I was clearly here first. Is it not rather unethical to sell to another simply because they offered a higher price? Lin Fan spoke in a low tone. However, as soon as he finished, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted around him. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Has Lin Fan lost his mind? Just because you arrived first, you believe it must be sold to you? What kind of nonsensical logic is that? If you have the means, why not present 2,000,000 exquisite spirit stones yourself? A useless person is indeed just that. Can a scion of a fallen noble family truly procure 2,000,000 exquisite spirit stones? Amidst the mockery, a haughty young man stepped forth from the crowd. Lin Fan, I never imagined you would return after several years, still this foolish and shameless. The speaker was Chen Long, the legitimate heir of the military god Marquis' estate. Years ago, Lin Fan had clashed with the military god Marquis' estate, inadvertently killing their illegitimate son, Chen Xingyue. Although a superficial reconciliation had been reached at the undying sacred mountain, the Chen family had never ceased to torment Lin Fan in secret. Seeing Lin Fan in such a predicament now, Chen Long naturally seized the opportunity to exert his dominance. The vendor girl rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. What does it mean that you arrived first? The other party's offer exceeds yours by a factor of 2. Unless I am utterly foolish, I would sell to you. With that, she directly handed the two items to Jiang Chen. You have gone too far. You have already paved your own path to destruction. Lin Fan seethed with rage. Such arrogance. Chen Long scoffed dismissively. You are courting death. Provoked by Chen Long's derision, Lin Fan's anger escalated, and he struck out at Chen Long with a powerful palm. Dark energy swirling forth, exuding an astonishing malevolence. Chen Long, witnessing the attack, instead of being angered, laughed. A mere waste dares to challenge me? He was a top-tier prodigy of the Dazhou celestial dynasty, possessing a natural battle body, his cultivation already having reached the realm of divine manifestation. Confident in easily handling Lin Fan, who was merely at the cave heaven realm, he met the attack head-on. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted, his face paling. As he was involuntarily sent flying backward, disbelief etched in his gaze. The onlookers were similarly astonished. This useless Lin Fan has actually broken through to the realm of divine manifestation? How is this possible? If I recall correctly, he was regarded as a waste at 13. And now he has achieved such a cultivation level. This talent is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the Huangtian Marquis' estate is truly destined to be revitalized under his reign? Amidst the murmurs, many began to regard Lin Fan with newfound respect. To rise from being a universally recognized waste to achieving the realm of divine manifestation in just a few short years is indeed a remarkable feat. Lin Fan, sensing the shift in the crowd's gaze, could not help but feel a swell of pride and satisfaction. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. Those who once looked down upon him shall one day find themselves gazing up in awe. Have you also broken through to the realm of divine manifestation? No, wait, it is that armor you are wearing. Chen Long, rising from the ground, now wore a grave expression. He could sense that Lin Fan's cultivation was indeed still at the cave heaven realm. Yet the heavenly demon armor he donned had forcibly elevated him by an entire realm. Dare to rise? Stay down. Lin Fan huffed. launching another palm strike toward Qianlong, dark energy surging with overwhelming force. Just then, a calm voice interjected. Enough, since this matter arose from me. Let me bring it to a close. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's figure appeared before Lin Fan like a specter, clad in exquisite white, slowly extending a finger. With a mere touch, Lin Fan's dark energy dissipated instantaneously, and the blood within him surged uncontrollably, forcing him to retreat several steps. Once he regained his footing, he cast a cold gaze at Jiang Chen, harboring immense resentment. After all, if it were not for Jiang Chen, the rift between him and Murong Qingqing would never have emerged, and none of this would have transpired. Those two golden fate items would have already belonged to him. Perfect. I also wish to witness the true strength of the so-called son of the Jiang family. Lin Fan's voice was frigid. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as a surge of black energy exploded from within him, a dense malevolence enveloping his being. His hair whipping wildly as though he were a celestial demon incarnate. Kill! He bellowed, his figure striking like lightning toward Jiang Chen. Cousin, allow me. Zhou Huaxing stepped forward. Sensing the terrifying strength Lin Fan now possessed, fearful that Jiang Chen might encounter an unexpected mishap. Cousin, let me handle this, Jiang Chen replied with a light chuckle, calmly raising his palm toward the rushing Lin Fan. Is being fearless merely a consequence of ignorance? As the words left his lips, his hand descended. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami unleashed, causing the surrounding space to tremble ominously. An overwhelming pressure radiated forth, descending upon Lin Fan like a mountain's weight. Everyone recoiled in fear from this terrifying force, with some elders' expressions shifting slightly. This pressure is from the king encapsulating realm. The son of the emperor has broken through to the king encapsulating realm. Chapter 65, Fragmented Map, Divine Courage. The king encapsulating realm. Across the 3,000 states, one could be deemed a formidable force. Yet the question remains, how old is Jiang Chen? 14 years old. A 14-year-old at the king encapsulating realm. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire myriad realms. At this moment, upon sensing the unique aura of the king realm emanating from Jiang Chen, everyone present displayed expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Some were so stunned that they stood motionless, as if caught in a dream. The Jiang family had truly defied the heavens. A 14-year-old in the king realm, undoubtedly destined for a place in the imperial mandate. While the crowd marveled, a loud thud echoed as Lin Fan, overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's pressure, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. How could this be? How could his strength be so formidable? Lin Fan's heart brimmed with humiliation. Before the age of 13, he was born with a rare disability, labeled as a waste by the world. However, after turning 13, he unexpectedly acquired the art of divination and condensed the eye of fate, embarking on a path of resurgence. From that moment on, he vowed never to allow anyone to call him a waste again, nor permit anyone to trample upon him. Yet now, he found himself incapacitated on the ground, merely by the weight of another's aura. Jiang Chen of the Jiang family. Today as insult shall be etched in my memory, and in the future, I will repay it 100-fold. A beastly roar escaped Lin Fan's lips. The onlookers, witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk. A 14-year-old in the king realm, destined to achieve greatness and carry the mandate of heaven, invincible for eternity. What could he possibly use to catch up? 100-fold repayment? In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan appeared as a pitiable clown. Those who had previously regarded him with newfound respect now turned to Jiang Chen with a look of awe. At this sight, Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the once unwavering resolve in his heart showed the first signs of fracture. Ding! You have successfully suppressed the destined protagonist Lin Fan in public, causing his heart to shatter. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5,000 vitality points. The system notification chimed in his ears. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Undoubtedly, this was a golden opportunity to eliminate Lin Fan. However, the issue was that they were in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, where bloodshed was forbidden. Should he forcefully act, powerful figures from the pavilion would undoubtedly intervene. Although the Jiang family did not fear the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, it was unnecessary to confront them over a single Lin Fan. Moreover, Lin Fan, in name, was still a scion of one of the 36 noble houses of the Great Prefecture. If he were to kill him now, it would surely have repercussions. Leaving his uncle caught in the middle, perhaps it would be wise to let him live a little longer. Jiang Chen shook his head, and just then, the auction at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was about to commence, prompting him and Zhou Huaxing to turn and leave. As they departed, many noble ladies in the vicinity cast dreamy glances at him. With an unparalleled visage, astonishing talent, and an extraordinary background, such a young man was undoubtedly the best candidate for a husband. If only something could happen with the prince, I would willingly die for it. Sisters, in broad daylight, They began to daydream. Dreaming is fine too. It's decided. I will engrave the prince's image in my heart and use secret techniques tonight to ensure sweet dreams. Cough. Cough. Are these dreams even serious? If I'm employing secret techniques, who would have a serious dream? Amidst laughter and chatter, the crowd gradually dispersed. Released from the oppressive aura, Lin Fan slowly rose from the ground. He gazed in the direction Jiang Chen had departed, his eyes betraying a deep-seated hatred. Jiang Chen, one day, I shall make you pay for this. With that, he turned to face the scornful gazes of the crowd and similarly walked into the auction hall. After all, bearing the eye of fate, he could not miss the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion auction. It was a prime opportunity to seize an advantage. Meanwhile, in the auction hall of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, within the number 1 private room, Jiang Chen pushed the door open, revealing an atmosphere of antiquity and elegance. In terms of environment, the room's decor was not ostentatious, yet its details exuded an aura of nobility. Cousin, the auction is about to begin. Is there anything that piques your interest? Let me know, and I shall procure it for you, Zhou Huasheng remarked with a smile. His initial engagement with Jiang Chen stemmed more from their familial ties and the backing of the Jiang family. After all, though he was the crown prince, his position was not entirely secure. Below him were several princes, all eyeing his title with envy. Yet now, he genuinely felt a sense of reverence towards his cousin. A 14-year-old king realm powerhouse, destined for imperial greatness. Establishing a good rapport now would undoubtedly aid his ascent to the throne in the future. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Smiling, no need to trouble yourself, cousin. Whatever it is, in this great Zhou, should my cousin desire anything, I would traverse mountains and seas to obtain it for you. Jiang Chen smiled without responding. How could he not discern the implications behind Zhou Huasheng's words? Yet, to think that mere words would compel him to assist in achieving the throne, that was decidedly fanciful. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the 2 items he had just seized from Lin Fan. The fact that they could excite Lin Fan, the destined protagonist with the eye of fate, indicated their extraordinary nature. First, there was the ancient parchment. It was it. Upon opening it, Jiang Chen immediately noticed the pink lotus imprint at the center of the parchment. The flaming world lotus. Truly, it was a serendipitous find. After acquiring the map of the flaming world lotus from the destined protagonist Yi Fan, he had been tirelessly searching for the remaining 3 fragments, yet to no avail. Even the venerable Jin Sheng Laozu had failed to uncover their whereabouts. Yet now he found one here. With this thought, Jiang Chen retrieved another fragment from his pocket. Instantly, the 2 fragments fused into one, the pattern of the flaming world lotus becoming increasingly vivid. Only 2 fragments remained. Jiang Chen's heart swelled with anticipation. As a flame ranked among the top 3 on the divine fire ranking, even mighty emperors coveted it. After securing the map, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the remaining stone. The stone was merely palm-sized, smooth to the touch, and appeared unremarkable from the outside. Let me see what lies within, Jiang Chen mused, focusing his mind and crushing the stone with a firm grip. In the next moment, something astonishing occurred. From within the stone flowed a brilliant golden liquid, radiating dazzling light. The brilliance was blinding. Zhou Huasheng and Murong Qingqing, witnessing this, immediately turned their curious gazes toward him. Wait, this is divine gallbladder. Upon seeing the golden liquid pouring from the stone in Jiang Chen's hand, Murong Qingqing suddenly gasped in surprise. Chapter 66. Techniques, Auction. Divine gallbladder. Jiang Chen and Zhou Huasheng simultaneously turned their attention to Murong Qingqing. Sensing the gazes of the 2 individuals, Murong Qingqing became acutely aware of her indiscretion. Her delicate visage flushed slightly as she lifted the spirit tea from the table, taking a gentle sip before explaining, I apologize for my lapse in decorum. It is merely that this is the first time I have encountered such a divine artifact, one that exists solely within the realm of legends. Dare I inquire, Miss Qingqing, what precisely is this divine gallbladder? Zhou Huasheng asked, his curiosity piqued. After a brief moment of contemplation, Murong Qingqing replied, I too have come across references to this divine object in certain ancient texts. According to legend, the divine gallbladder has existed since the era of taboos. Formed from the essence of the heavens and the earth, containing the quintessence of the world. It is said to have the ability to purify one's vision and enhance perception. For those who practice techniques, it can even allow their cultivated skills to undergo a rebirth, becoming even more formidable. Upon hearing Murong Qingqing's description, Jiang Chen understood the significance of the divine gallbladder. It seemed the time had come to seek a technique for the eyes, he mused inwardly. Techniques. They are a rather extraordinary form of divine power. Once mastered, they bestow numerous astonishing abilities. For instance, Lin Fan's Eye of Fortune, cultivated through the technique of observing fate, can probe the fortunes of all things in the universe. When perfected, This art allows one to manipulate the very fates of the world. Another example is the legendary double eye, which also harbors incredible might. There exists a saying that a practitioner of the double eye is invincible, having never suffered defeat throughout history. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Chen produced a jade vial, carefully collecting the essence of the divine gallbladder that had flowed from the stone in his hand. Just then, the auction at the Tianji Pavilion officially commenced. The atmosphere in the auction hall abruptly darkened. Following this, a full moon rose slowly from the high platform, radiating a holy light and becoming the sole source of illumination in the venue. Ah, how grand of Tianji Pavilion to refine a star for illumination. Such a feat, even a sage might find challenging, one attendee murmured. This ancient power, with its millennia-long heritage, was indeed remarkable. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao States, perhaps only the ancient imperial clan of the Jiang family could rival it. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, a figure clad in crimson suddenly materialized upon the auction stage. She was a young maiden, scarcely in her 20s, adorned in a striking red qipao, her alluring beauty illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. With a mature demeanor, the young woman inclined her body slightly towards the audience, offering a gentle smile. Thank you, esteemed guests, for gracing Tianji Pavilion with your presence. I am Qianhuan, the chief host of this auction. Upon finishing her introduction, she clapped her hands, prompting a maid to present a jade vial. Inside the vial, a divine pill swayed gently. As is well known, the products of Tianji Pavilion are of the highest quality. Our first auction item today is the Xianxian sacred pill. As she opened the vial, a pill the size of a longan burst forth, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that instantly filled the air, awakening the senses of all present. To commence with the Xianxian sacred pill, countless fervent gazes fixated upon the precious pill. The Xianxian sacred pill, crafted from numerous divine herbs, is a supreme elixir imbued with immense, transformative power. Consuming it significantly increases the likelihood of attaining sainthood. It is essential to note that beneath the saints, all are but ants. Saints, even across the myriad realms, they stand as the pinnacle of power, treated as honored guests wherever they go. Noticing the intense gazes from the crowd, Qianhuan smiled lightly. The starting bid for the Xianxian sacred pill is 300,000 premium spirit stones. No sooner had she uttered these words than bids began to pour in. 400,000 premium spirit stones. 500,000 premium spirit stones. Ultimately, the Xianxian sacred pill was sold for 700,000 premium spirit stones, propelling the auction to its zenith. In the ensuing moments, a succession of divine artifacts and miraculous pills were presented upon the auction stage, each more precious than the last. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, with attendees eagerly placing their bids. Below, Lin Fan gazed at the items on display with an intense fervor. Through his eye of fortune, he discerned that the lowest tier of these treasures shimmered with a blue glow, with many radiating purple fortunes. Regrettably, he found himself unable to afford them. More accurately, he could not compete with the wealth of others. After all, those invited by Tianji Pavilion to participate in the auction were all of distinguished lineage, hailing from the most elite factions. In comparison, Lin Fan appeared rather destitute. Even as a member of the esteemed Zhou royal family, he was relegated to a remote corner of the auction hall by Tianji Pavilion. You may disregard me now, but one day, I shall make you unable to reach me, Lin Fan thought bitterly. At that moment, however, his attention was suddenly captured by an item upon the high platform. He saw Qianhuan holding an ancient bamboo scroll. The scroll was nearly decayed, marked by burned scars, and emitted no extraordinary aura. In fact, most would overlook it if discarded by the roadside. Yet to Lin Fan's eyes, the decaying scroll radiated a golden light as blazing as the sun. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it caused his eyes to sting. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced uncontrollably. Since acquiring the Eye of Fortune, he had never encountered such resplendent golden light. This could potentially be an artifact from the Ling family, surpassing even that of the Emperor. It must be obtained at all costs. Lin Fan screamed internally. Just then, on the auction stage, Qianhuan began to introduce the Jade Scroll. This Jade Scroll originates from the depths of the primordial black hole in the universe, seemingly dating back to the era of taboos. Although it is in a state of decay and the recorded content is severely fragmented, our experts at Tianji Pavilion have assessed that this scroll is extraordinarily remarkable, possibly containing a legendary Invincible eye technique. The starting auction price is 100,000 premium spirit stones. As her words echoed, few bids were raised in response. The attendees were not foolish. While ancient artifacts from the era of taboos were valuable, their incompleteness rendered them less appealing. The so-called Invincible eye technique seemed nearly impossible to master. The scroll's greatest worth lay in its ancient history, its collectible significance outweighing its intrinsic value. A splendid opportunity. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Everyone else seemed to overlook it. This was his moment to act. Slowly, he raised his hand, announcing his bid, 250,000 premium spirit stones. This esteemed friend bids 250,000 premium spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 250,000 premium spirit stones, going once. 250,000 premium spirit stones, going twice. As Qian Huan prepared to lower the small wooden hammer that represented the deal, Lin Fan's heart raced. Just then, a languid voice echoed from an upper box. 500,000 premium spirit stones. The calm voice emanated from box number 1 of Tianming. The bidder was none other than Jiang Chen. In fact, after hearing Qian Huan's introduction of the scroll, he felt a flicker of interest, as he currently possessed the divine gallbladder and was in need of an eye technique. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed prepared to relinquish the bamboo slip, for it was far too damaged. However, to his astonishment, Lin Fan, the treasure seeker, unexpectedly placed a bid. It was evident that the value of this bamboo slip was extraordinarily high. 500,000 top-tier spirit stones. An esteemed guest from the first-class box had bid that amount, and no higher bids had been made. Qian Huan's eyes sparkled with delight. She had already mentally prepared to sell the slip at a minimum price, but now, it seemed there was a delightful surprise in store. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's expression darkened considerably as he glanced up at the first-class box, aware that Jiang Chen was seated within. Jiang Chen, you again? Having already snatched away my opportunity once, you dare to attempt it again? You shall pay for this. This time, no matter what, I shall not concede. With determination, Lin Fan raised his bidding paddle, gritting his teeth as he declared, 600,000 top-tier spirit stones. However, as soon as his words fell, a calm voice emerged from the box. 1 million top-tier spirit stones. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd upon hearing this price. 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Good heavens, who were the occupants of the first-class box? That was an astronomical sum. My word, this is utterly extravagant. If I recall correctly, the first-class box was exclusively reserved for the imperial family of the Great Zhou, and today, both the Jiang family's young master and the crown prince were present. Surely, the one bidding must be the young master of the Jiang family, who had previously harbored a grudge against Lin Fan. As whispers filled the air, Lin Fan's countenance grew even graver. 1 million top-tier spirit stones represented his entire fortune. Nevertheless, the bamboo slip before him was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity he had ever encountered, one he could not afford to miss. Desperate, he contemplated selling some of his treasures. With a firm resolve, he raised his bidding paddle once more. 2 million top-tier spirit stones. 5 million top-tier spirit stones. The indifferent voice from the box echoed. As Jiang Chen maintained an unusually calm demeanor, for him, spirit stones were as plentiful as he desired. The venue erupted into chaos. 5 million top-tier spirit stones. This was the highest bid of the auction thus far. On the stage, Qian Huan's mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief as she instinctively rubbed her ears, fearing she had misheard. 5 million top-tier spirit stones. The price was simply unfathomable, for even the most elite sects might struggle to procure such a sum of spirit stones. Truly, the young master of an imperial lineage was remarkably extravagant. Qian Huan swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was left pale, his eyes glazed over, collapsing into his seat. 2 million top-tier spirit stones was already the limit of his capacity. 5 million top-tier spirit stones. Even if he were to sell himself, he would not be worth such an amount. Yet, the bamboo slip was undeniably extraordinary. The scorching golden light that pierced his eyes spoke volumes. No, I cannot resign myself to this fate. Lin Fan's heart roared in desperation. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered before him. Akin to a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, he retrieved a communication jade slip, which was specifically designated for him and Murong Qingqing. Qingqing was in close company with Jiang Chen, and their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. If she could persuade Jiang Chen to relinquish his claim to the bamboo slip, there might still be a chance for him. With this thought in mind, he swiftly sent a message to Murong Qingqing. In the first-class box, Murong Qingqing held her teacup, her gaze drifting toward Jiang Chen, her mind occupied with unspoken thoughts. Just then, a subtle vibration emanated from the jade slip at her waist, startling her. It was their exclusive communication tool. Humph, what is he contacting me for at this moment? Murong Qingqing snorted softly, casting a cautious glance at Jiang Chen. Once assured he was oblivious to her, she focused her attention on the jade slip. Qingqing, the bamboo slip on the auction stage is of utmost importance to me. It relates to my future. Could you possibly speak on my behalf and persuade Jiang Chen to relinquish his pursuit? Lin Fan's voice resonated in her mind. Murong Qingqing's expression shifted, her eyes flashing with uncontainable anger. How could Lin Fan be so shameless as to ask that of her? At that moment, she felt utterly disillusioned with him. Regret washed over her as she reflected on how she had bound herself to such an individual. Was I truly blind? Yet, she decided to assist him one last time. After today, Lin Fan, there shall be no further ties between us. Drawing a deep breath, Murong Qingqing slowly approached Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, as Murong Qingqing made her decision to step forward, a mechanical notification from the system suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! The destined protagonist Lin Fan and Murong Qingqing have completely severed ties. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 10,000 fortune points. Is it truly severed? I haven't even made my move yet. Jiang Chen pondered in surprise, but his attention was soon drawn to the approaching Murong Qingqing. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Then he offered a faint smile. Miss Qingqing, what brings you here? Taking a deep breath, Murong Qingqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, I have an uninvited request. Please, Miss Qingqing, speak. I hope your Highness will consider withdrawing from the bidding for this bamboo slip and allow it to go to Lin Fan. Boom. The moment Murong Qingqing's words fell, an immense pressure descended upon her. Raising her gaze, she was met with Jiang Chen's frosty eyes, which bore a hint of concealed malice. Miss Qingqing, I have set my sights on this bamboo slip. I kindly ask you to refrain from making such requests again. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. A flicker of fear crossed Murong Qingqing's mind as she opened her mouth to argue, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her unable to speak. Ultimately, she returned to her seat. Humph, how amusing. Do you take me for one of your sycophants? Jiang Chen scoffed internally. At that moment, Murong Qingqing found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety. Did I offend him with my words? Have I gone too far by pleading for another man? I truly am a fool. Just then, the jade slip vibrated, and Lin Fan's message came through once more. Qingqing, what happened? What was the outcome? Did he agree to withdraw? Reading Lin Fan's message, a wave of irritation washed over Murong Qingqing. Lin Fan, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have provoked the young master. With that thought, she crushed the jade slip in her hand, severing all ties with Lin Fan once and for all. Chapter 68. The Eye of the Heavenly Tribulation. Crack. With the shattering of the jade slip, Murong Qingqing completely severed her connection with Lin Fan. Below, the atmosphere grew tense. As Jiang Chen called out the price of 5 million top-grade spirit stones, Qian Huan at the auction platform effortlessly grasped her wooden hammer. The esteemed guest in box number 1 has offered 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? 5 million top-grade spirit stones, once. 5 million top-grade spirit stones, twice. Listening to the countdown echoing from the stage, Lin Fan clutched the jade slip in his hand, his eyes brimming with urgency. The bamboo slip was of utmost significance. It had the potential to affect his future rise, and failure was not an option. With this thought, he picked up the jade slip once more and transmitted a message to Murong Qingqing. However, much to his astonishment, a cacophony of noise emanated from the other end of the slip. Had Qingqing's jade slip shattered? Lin Fan's expression froze momentarily before turning ghastly pale. Could it be that Jiang Chen discovered my transmission to Qingqing? Damn it, Jiang Chen, you will pay for this. Lin Fan's heart roared in a frenzy. In his mind, it was undoubtedly Jiang Chen who had discovered his communication with Murong Qingqing, leading to jealousy and the forceful shattering of their cherished jade slip. Yet, what he could never fathom was that the destruction of their jade slip was entirely of Murong Qingqing's own doing. 5 million top-grade spirit stones, third and final call. No further bids, sold. Bang. At that moment, Qian Huan's wooden hammer descended, signifying the conclusion of the auction. No. Lin Fan's eyes turned crimson. A tumult of emotions, resentment, fury, and despair swirled within his gaze. In that instant, his animosity towards Jiang Chen reached its zenith. Very well, Jiang Chen. I shall remember you. Not only have you instigated discord between Qingqing and me, but you have repeatedly usurped my opportunities and obstructed my path. To sever one's path is akin to murdering their parents. I swear, one day, you shall pay dearly for what you have done today. I will make you regret ever being born into this world. Within the box number 1, a gentle knock resonated as a maid entered, respectfully carrying a tray that held the ancient bamboo slip. Your Highness, this is the bamboo slip you have won. After placing the tray down and completing the transaction, the maid bowed gracefully and withdrew. Before leaving, she cast a discreet glance at Jiang Chen, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Your Highness, so handsome. Jiang Chen, intrigued, picked up the bamboo slip from the tray and examined it closely. The fact that it stirred such profound emotions in Lin Fan, the destined child, indicated that this slip was indeed extraordinary. The slip felt warm to the touch. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a plethora of intricate runes, each exuding an aura of profundity, seemingly elucidating some celestial truths. Realizing this, Jiang Chen decisively unleashed his divine sense, probing into the bamboo slip. Boom! In an instant, the resounding tones of the Tao echoed in his ears, amplified 1,000-fold. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen comprehended all the runes contained within. It turned out that the technique inscribed within this bamboo slip was known as the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation, formed by absorbing the power of myriad tribulations. It harbored the might of thunder. When cultivated to perfection, it could enact divine retribution, judging the heavens. An exceedingly formidable eye technique, it could rival the fabled double pupils. However, regrettably, the runes documented in this slip were incomplete. With a soft sigh, Jiang Chen noted that the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation was divided into 7 tiers, each corresponding to a unique Invincible eye technique. Yet, this slip only recorded the cultivation methods for the first 3 tiers: Heavenly Catastrophe Light, Original Vision, Divine Death. Even the first 3 could stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary double pupils. One could only imagine how transcendent the complete form would be. With another faint sigh, he ceased his musings. After relaying a brief instruction to Zhou Huaxing, he departed the box directly. "Your Highness, is there anything you require?" A maid approached respectfully as Jiang Chen exited the box. "Prepare a secret chamber for me." "Ah, certainly." The young maid initially paused, then quickly led Jiang Chen to a special secret chamber within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. "Your Highness, this chamber is the most exceptional cultivation room in our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. It is imbued with a celestial array, with a concentration of spiritual energy 1,000 times greater than the outside world. Furthermore, the chamber is fortified with a quasi-emperor formation to prevent prying eyes. Of course, should you have any additional needs, feel free to call for me." The little maid bit her red lip, casting a subtle flirtatious glance at Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was not only the largest intelligence agency across the myriad realms, but also housed the grandest brothel, encouraging its personnel to forge connections with heirs of various organizations. After all, many inconspicuous pieces of information stemmed from such liaisons. Jiang Chen cast a fleeting glance at the young maid. It must be said that she was exceptionally attractive, exuding a delicate charm. Yet, Jiang Chen was not the type to be swayed by such trivial allure. Did she think she could take advantage of him? How naive. After dismissing the young maid, Jiang Chen seated himself upon a meditation mat within the secret chamber, retrieving a formation plate from his robes. The plate contained a fragment of an imperial-level formation. As Jiang Chen activated the formation, a faint yet potent force enveloped the entire chamber, isolating it from the outside world. Now, not even a quasi-emperor could perceive any activity within this sanctuary. Having completed this, Jiang Chen simultaneously took out the bamboo slip detailing the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation alongside the Divine Gall. In the future, should the opportunity arise, he would surely strive to complete the remaining 4 tiers of the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation. As he softly murmured to himself, Jiang Chen swiftly immersed his consciousness into the bamboo slip. Instantly, the resonant sounds of the Tao filled his ears, and countless runes materialized in his mind. These runes were enigmatic and profound. For anyone else, it might take years to fully comprehend them. Even the former Jiang Chen would have needed time to grasp their intricacies. Yet now, with a 1,000-fold enhancement to his comprehension, within less than half an hour, Jiang Chen had fully understood the first 3 tiers of the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation. The myriad runes coalesced into strands of golden silk, rushing toward Jiang Chen's eyes, intertwining within his pupils. This was the unmistakable manifestation of entering the realm of the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation. "Now it is up to you." Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and the golden strands formed from the runes burst forth with resplendent golden light, rendering him an imposing figure, akin to an ancient deity surveying the heavens. At that moment, Jiang Chen picked up the nearby Divine Gall and let the golden liquid cascade into his eyes. Chapter 69, The Clown. Buzzing. As the golden liquid from the Divine Gall flowed into his eyes, Jiang Chen felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. The golden strands that had already intertwined within his pupils began to gather fervently, ultimately transforming into a golden rune, imprinted within his gaze. Within that golden rune, innumerable bolts of thunder flickered, a clear indication of his breakthrough to the first tier of the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation. The shimmering golden runes, imbued with the essence of thunder, signify the first tier of the celestial eye technique, the Heavenly Cataclysmic Light. This technique harbors the dual powers of thunder and annihilation, capable of effortlessly obliterating all beings in existence. Its might is nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes continued to radiate brilliance. Within his gaze, an endless array of fundamental laws and runes emerged, coalescing into milky white threads that swirled around his irises. Ultimately, they condensed into a unique milky white rune, the Vision of Origin. This was a new ocular technique that manifested automatically upon his celestial eye breaking through to the second tier. It can pierce through all illusions of the world, granting a direct view of the essence of the great Tao. The divine heart, forged from the quintessence of heaven and earth, indeed possesses astonishing effects. Jiang Chen felt a surge of elation. The advancement of his celestial eye to 2 tiers elevated his strength to new heights. System, open the personal attribute panel. As Jiang Chen concentrated, a faint blue virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 14 years. Physique, chaotic body, supreme bone. Cultivation, 6th layer of the King's Sealing Realm. Cultivation techniques, universal Dao scripture, indestructible scripture, 4th layer. Ancient divine scripture, incomplete. Nameless immortal scripture, incomplete. Divine abilities, true dragon technique, complete. Peacekeeping technique, complete. Kuanping technique, complete. 10,000 transformation sky covering hand, complete. Qilan technique, complete. Precept of the character Qian, complete. Precept of the character Do, complete. Life and death eye, 2nd layer. Treasure, chaotic heavenly blade, 10,000 saints tower, Dao longevity lock, nether goddess guardian. Beast god tower. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, shortly after Jiang Chen departed, the auction came to a swift conclusion. The crowd exited the hall. Yet instead of dispersing immediately, they congregated in the reception area, awaiting the commencement of another grand event, the Source Stone Conference. It was rumored that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had procured an extraordinary batch of source stones from the primordial black hole, each with remarkable origins. Having been intercepted multiple times during the auction, the upcoming Source Stone Conference was an opportunity not to be missed. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Although he had not specifically studied source techniques, he possessed the eye of fortune, enabling him to perceive the fortunes of all things in the world. Gambling with stones was naturally a trivial matter for him. I hope this Source Stone Conference will bring me some surprises, Lin Fan murmured as he exited the auction hall. At that moment, Murong Qingqing and Zhou Huasheng emerged from box number 1. Upon seeing them, Lin Fan hurriedly approached, earnestly inquiring, Qingqing, that fellow Jiang Chen didn't trouble you, did he? Your jade slip was shattered by him. Let us purchase a new pair together. Lin Fan spoke tenderly, hoping to mend the rift that had formed between him and Murong Qingqing. However, she merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Lin Fan, are we that familiar? The 7 words struck Lin Fan like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. Qingqing, what's wrong? I am Lin Fan. I am well aware of who you are, Lin Fan. Murong Qingqing's voice remained icy. I would appreciate it if you refrain from disturbing me in the future to avoid any misunderstandings with the prince of the Jiang family. What do you mean by that? Lin Fan's face was a canvas of disbelief. What do you mean? Am I not clear enough? The jade slip you gifted me has been crushed, and from now on, we share no ties. Murong Qingqing's gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan, repulsion swirling within her heart. She could not fathom how she had ever found this man appealing, his cowardice, lack of responsibility, and, most importantly, his perception of her as merely a tool. Compared to the Prince of Jiang, he was worlds apart. Was it not Jiang Chen who shattered our token of love? But you yourself? Lin Fan stammered. Memories of their time together flooded his mind, each fragment piercing his heart. He could not comprehend how, in the span of a single day, Murong Qingqing had become so alien to him, not only failing to assist him in obtaining that bamboo slip, but also voluntarily shattering their token of affection. Indeed, Murong Qingqing's voice was devoid of warmth. Is it because of Jiang Chen? Yes. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, fury igniting in his eyes as he regarded Murong Qingqing with icy disdain. Murong Qingqing, you wretched woman. I truly misjudged you, thinking you were unlike other women. I never expected you to be the sort who preys on the weak and clings to the powerful. Very well, go and fawn over your Prince of Jiang. From this day forth, we sever all ties. Lin Fan's voice was resolute, his gaze locked onto Murong Qingqing, searching for a hint of sorrow or pain on her face. Yet there was none, absolutely none. Throughout the exchange, her expression remained unchanged. Just then, the door to the secluded room swung open, and Jiang Chen, clad in white, emerged slowly. Prince, Murong Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy as she hurried towards him. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan felt as though his heart were about to burst with rage. Although he and Murong Qingqing had long since made private promises to one another, she had never before displayed such warmth towards him in public. Yet now, her enthusiasm for Jiang Chen resembled that of a puppy greeting its master. Lin Fan's defenses crumbled entirely. Adulterers, you two wretches. I shall not let you off lightly. One day, I shall make you both pay dearly. Lin Fan's heart erupted with frenzied rage. The onlookers regarded him with mocking expressions, for Lin Fan had previously proclaimed his claim over Murong Qingqing before all. TSK. How could Miss Qingqing, the legitimate daughter of the winning Heaven King's manor, possibly be interested in a waste like Lin Fan? It's laughable that he once boasted of her as his woman. He is nothing but a clown. Awakened from a dying illness, the clown is indeed myself, he thought, laughing bitterly. Yet, Miss Qingqing's husband standing alongside the Prince of Jiang seemed a perfect match. No one could compare to the prince. Chapter 70. The Source Stone Conference. The crowd cast derisive glances at Lin Fan, their eyes brimming with scorn. At that moment, Lin Fan felt like a mere jester. You insolent wretch, how dare you? Lin Fan's hatred for Jiang Chen was on the verge of overflowing. After all, which man could endure such an enormous betrayal? You have taken my companion and severed my path. I swear, I, Lin Fan, shall not rest until this grievance is avenged. At that moment, a maid from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion hastened towards the crowd. After bowing respectfully to the assembled guests, she announced, "Esteemed guests, the Source Stone Conference is about to commence. Please proceed to the Source Stone Hall." Upon hearing this, the crowd followed the maid towards the Source Stone Hall, curiosity piquing as they wondered just how extraordinary the batch of Source Stones brought from the primordial black hole truly was, warranting such a grand event. "Your Highness, let us also take a look together." Murong Qingqing, with a faint blush adorning her delicate face, glanced up at Jiang Chen. It must be said that her beauty, which earned her the top spot on the list of exquisite beings, could undoubtedly be described as a national treasure. Especially her eyes, clear and translucent like gems, which captivated anyone who dared to gaze upon them. In the realm of tenderness lies the grave of heroes. If it were anyone else, they would likely have already succumbed to Murong Qingqing's gentle allure. Yet, Jiang Chen remained utterly unmoved. To him, Murong Qingqing was merely a tool to contend with Lin Fan, the fated child. As for emotions, apologies, but in Jiang Chen's heart, only the grand path mattered. Women merely influenced the speed at which he drew his sword. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan could no longer suppress his fury and hastily approached Jiang Chen, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Fan. Before Jiang Chen could utter a word, Murong Qingqing's expression turned icy. "I have already stated that our relationship has come to an end." Hearing these words, Lin Fan felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. "Jiang Chen, if you are still a man, do not hide behind a woman. Are you seeking death?" Jiang Chen pulled Murong Qingqing behind him, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Lin Fan. His voice was not loud, yet it contained an air of supreme authority that sent shivers down the spine. In the depths of his calm eyes, an astonishing pressure emanated. At the moment their gazes locked, Lin Fan felt a strange tremor within him, an indescribable fear creeping into his heart. However, this fear was quickly overwhelmed by his anger. "Jiang Chen, do you dare to wager with me?" "On what?" Jiang Chen regarded Lin Fan with keen interest. "On stones." Lin Fan scoffed. "If I win, you will voluntarily leave Murong Qingqing and return everything you previously snatched from me. Whether it be the parchment from the stall, the mysterious stone, or the ancient jade slip from the auction. All are extraordinary fortunes capable of altering one's destiny." This was Lin Fan's only method of reclaiming those items from Jiang Chen. Moreover, provided Jiang Chen agreed, he was confident in his victory, as he possessed the Eye of Fortune. For him, betting on stones was akin to a certainty. "Intriguing." Jiang Chen replied with a hint of a smile. "And if you lose?" Had it been before, Jiang Chen might not have been so decisive. After all, the source stones were shrouded in mystery and carried the aura of the primal black hole, unless they were cut open. Even an emperor could not assert with absolute certainty what the source stone contained. But now, having cultivated the Eye of Calamity to the second level, unlocking the vision of the primordial, he could pierce through all illusions and gaze directly at the essence. For him, betting on stones posed no challenge at all. "If I lose, you may take everything from me except my life." Lin Fan was brimming with confidence, firmly believing he would not falter. "Then, should you lose, I shall take your eyes," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. The art of gazing was Lin Fan's extraordinary ability as a fated child, while the Eye of Fortune was its perfected form. To gouge out Lin Fan's eyes would be akin to crippling him. Furthermore, the Eye of Calamity was profound. It could evolve by absorbing the essence of other ocular techniques. The Eye of Fortune was indeed a great boon. Agreed. Lin Fan readily accepted, fully convinced of his impending victory. Their wager quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. "TSK, Lin Fan actually dares to gamble stones with the imperial son. Truly, he knows no bounds." "Not necessarily. Gambling on stones is unrelated to strength. It is heavily reliant on luck. I have heard that a few years ago, Lin Fan displayed remarkable source techniques in a stone gamble at the Eternal Sacred Mountain, defeating even some veterans in the source arts." "Is that true? That waste of Lin Fan possesses such skills?" "It must be true." He clung to the Eternal Sacred Mountain for support. and it is said he helped several sons and daughters of the sacred mountain extract extraordinary treasures from source stones. No wonder he dares to challenge the imperial sun. One cannot deny that, despite being deemed a waste, Lin Fan's growth in recent years has been astonishing. As he listened to the murmurs from the crowd, a smile of triumph involuntarily appeared on Lin Fan's face. He coldly regarded Jiang Chen. You will come to realize that what is mine cannot be taken by anyone. Even if you hail from the imperial clan, provoking me will undoubtedly incur consequences. Fool, Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, taking Murong Qingqing's delicate hand, and strode towards the source stone hall of the Tianji pavilion. Murong Qingqing blushed, obediently trailing behind Jiang Chen like a dutiful wife. Wretched fool. Lin Fan's expression of triumph was instantly consumed by rage. In the source stone hall of the Tianji pavilion, pure white jade bamboos swayed gently, emanating a soft and sacred divine light. This special spiritual object, known as the snow god bamboo, had a divine aura that calmed the spirit, exceedingly rare and nearly extinct in the outside world. Yet here, a whole forest of snow god bamboos exuded a comforting divine light, showcasing the profound heritage of the Tianji pavilion. At this moment, the source stone hall was filled with numerous beings, including many old figures who had been in seclusion for years. They all wished to witness the extraordinary source stones the Tianji pavilion had procured from the primal black hole. A splendid spectacle is upon us. The House of the Wild Skies Lin Fan is actually gambling stones with Jiang Chen once again. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of the majority present. Even some elderly figures turned their gazes in astonishment. Lin Fan, it is said his source arts are astonishing, defeating many masters in the field. The imperial son of the Jiang clan is no less formidable. The prospect of these two gambling stones is rather intriguing. Perhaps they might truly extract rare divine objects from the source stones. As the crowd surged forward, the excitement escalated. Chapter 71. Selecting Stones. The dragon's roar shakes the heavens. In the source stone hall of the Tianji pavilion, with the news of Lin Fan and Jiang Chen's stone gamble spreading, the atmosphere became lively. Even many old figures cast curious glances. Amidst the throng, Lin Fan and Jiang Chen stood facing each other. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, acknowledging the exceptional nature of the source stone hall. Heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, 4 distinct areas were scattered with numerous source stones, each one extraordinarily sacred. Jiang Chen even spotted a peculiar source stone resembling a true dragon, exuding an aura of dragon might. There was also a massive source stone, seemingly ordinary, yet adorned with intertwining symbols of the grand path on its surface. Most intriguing was the stone at the forefront, measuring 100 meters in size, shaped like a star and possessing 9 apertures from which celestial energy continuously surged forth. Jiang Chen, let us begin. Lin Fan's voice was cold, as if he could hardly contain his eagerness. What are the rules? Jiang Chen inquired, remaining remarkably calm. Heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Let us choose from these 4 areas. You and I shall each select a source stone, with the value of the items yielded determining the victor. Furthermore, in accordance with the gambling stone rules, the loser must not only forfeit their wager but also bear the cost of the victor's purchased source stone, with all items extracted from it belonging to the winner. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded. In that case, let the contest commence. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, striding first into the yellow-lettered area of the source stone hall. In his eyes, a glint of brilliance flickered, as all the source stones radiated varying hues of fortune before him. Before long, he discerned a stone resembling a grinding disc, its surface riddled with countless pits, measuring over 1/2 meter in diameter. When a gentle breeze wafted through, it infused the pits, producing a crisp, dragon-like resonance from within. An extraordinary phenomenon. The fundamental reason Lin Fan was resolute in his choice was the intense purple light emanating from the stone, intertwined with a wisp of golden radiance. Good eye, esteemed guest, an elderly man approached with a beaming smile, introducing the stone to Lin Fan. This source stone is named Dragon's Roar, shattering the heavens. The treasures sealed within are likely related to true dragons, true dragon blood, true dragon scales, or even the legendary true dragon egg. Enough with the pleasantries. What is your price? Lin Fan interjected coldly. 350,000 top-grade spirit stones, the elder replied with a grin. Deal. After the transaction was completed, Lin Fan cast a provocative glance at Jiang Chen. Now it is your turn. Jiang Chen shook his head, opening his heavenly tribulation eye as he stepped into the yellow-lettered area. Under the effect of the source vision, the contents concealed within the source stones were laid bare before his eyes. This stone is intriguing. Jiang Chen quickly pinpointed his target. It was a small stone casually tossed into a corner, appearing unremarkable at first glance. In fact, were it not for its placement in the yellow-lettered area, passers-by would likely dismiss it as an ordinary rock without a second thought. Young friend, perhaps you should reconsider. This stone is clearly just a piece of substandard debris, with obvious knife marks indicating it was cut from another source stone," an elder kindly cautioned. The primary concern was that the stone Jiang Chen chose was exceedingly mundane. A mere scrap cut from other source stones, devoid of any value. "This is the one," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head. Through the source vision, he could see clearly that beneath the unassuming exterior lay an extraordinary golden divine light. "What is the price?" As Jiang Chen spoke, a maid swiftly approached with the offer. "Your Highness, this source stone is a remnant cut from a celestial tomb not long ago. For merely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, it can be yours." "Agreed. Deal." Jiang Chen decisively paid and took possession of the stone. At this moment, Lin Fan observed with a hint of derision. "Jiang Chen, have you effectively conceded? Choosing such a worthless source stone?" Lin Fan's smirk was one of triumph, as he envisioned victory within his grasp. In his eyes, the stone Jiang Chen held was utterly lackluster, an ordinary rock with no comparison to his own dragon's roar shattering the heavens. Yet, just as his words hung in the air, slap, a sharp sound echoed suddenly. Jiang Chen withdrew his hand nonchalantly, leaving a distinct imprint on Lin Fan's cheek. Lin Fan, taken aback, instinctively touched his face. Disbelief etched across his features as he glared at Jiang Chen, fury bubbling within him. "You dare strike me? Who gave you the audacity to bark at me repeatedly?" Though Jiang Chen's voice was quiet, an undeniable killing intent permeated his words, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Fan opened his mouth, attempting to retort, but found the words lodged in his throat, a premonition warning him that further mockery would provoke Jiang Chen into action. "I shall remember this debt." Lin Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. "Let us open the stones." He turned to the maid from the heavenly mechanism pavilion. After a brief moment, a professional stonecutter approached, accompanied by several formidable figures wielding weapons that seemed to materialize from thin air. Within the source stones lay not only the potential for treasures left over from the Forbidden Era, but also the possibility of unleashing great horrors. It was rumored that prior to the ancient times, a sacred sect known as the Supreme was obliterated after slicing open a peculiar source stone named Ascension of the Immortal, instead of unearthing divine artifacts. They unleashed a terror that caused the entire sect to vanish overnight, along with their treasured artifact, the Supreme Xianxian Mirror, which was corroded by an enigmatic force and subsequently disappeared into the cosmos. Henceforth, rare source stones required vigilant guardians during their unveiling. The saying, "One cut brings wealth, another brings ruin, one brings life, another brings death," encapsulates this truth. As the stonecutter approached, Jiang Chen and Lin Fan's selected stones were unveiled one by one. First was Lin Fan's chosen dragon's roar shattering the heavens. As layers of stone skin were peeled away, a resounding dragon's roar erupted. With a flash of gold, a young golden dragon, measuring over a meter in length, swiftly emerged, exuding an unparalleled dragon's majesty. This was a true dragon, a newborn juvenile dragon. At this sight, all present were rendered speechless. Chapter 72, True Dragon Aura, Dao Calamity Royal Gold. A true dragon, an invincible being from myth and legend. Its bloodline was astonishing. Once it matured, it would possess the terrifying might to rival emperors, even immortals. At this moment, it had been extracted from a source stone by Lin Fan. The juvenile golden dragon spiraled overhead, its formidable dragon aura causing hearts to tremble in awe. This was a true dragon. Lin Fan, the so-called waste, had indeed defied the odds, extracting a juvenile true dragon from the stone, which, if nurtured, would become an invincible entity upon reaching maturity. The absurdity of it all ignited excitement among the crowd, their gazes fervently fixated on the spiraling young dragon. However, amidst the fervor, some elder figures began to perceive the truth. Though the juvenile golden dragon radiated true dragon might, it lacked the form of a genuine dragon. The overwhelming dragon aura, while formidable, did not match the astonishing presence of a true dragon. This juvenile golden dragon was not a true dragon, but merely a remnant of dragon's aura left behind. Nonetheless, this was still remarkable. Absorbing this wisp of dragon aura could potentially lead to a remarkable transformation of one's physique, possibly even evolving into the legendary true dragon body. Moreover, if a dragon-like creature were to absorb it, the effects would be even more profound, potentially enhancing its bloodline and granting it a fragment of true dragon heritage. As the elder figures elucidated the essence of the young golden dragon, the crowd gradually composed themselves. "Young friend, how much for that wisp of dragon aura?" "I am prepared to offer 1,000,000 premium spirit stones," an elder declared, hastily stepping forward and cupping his hands towards Lin Fan. His true form was that of an ancient flood dragon. Should he consume this wisp of dragon aura, it might allow his bloodline to evolve once more, enabling him to undergo a rebirth and ascend to a higher realm of power. What a jest! You wish to acquire a strand of true dragon aura for merely 1 million premium spirit stones. I shall offer 1 million premium spirit stones along with a sacred herb. Another voice interjected. This came from a young man garbed in a python robe, hailing from an invincible celestial dynasty. I shall offer 3 divine herbs for that strand of true dragon aura. Someone else chimed in. I will present a quasi-emperor level divine weapon. The offers continued to pour in, each more extravagant than the last. A single strand of true dragon aura held an astonishing value, enough to incite madness among the masses. Hearing the escalating bids, Lin Fan could not help but smile, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Chen before addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, once the stone gambling concludes, I shall consider the sale of this strand of true dragon aura. Should you be interested, we may discuss the particulars at the Huangtian Marquis Mansion post-event. However, the moment his words fell, a resounding roar erupted from the spiraling dragon aura suspended in the air. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a beam of golden light, mysteriously dissipating into the void. This sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. Lin Fan stood rooted in place, his expression one of bewilderment. Hadn't he just proclaimed the intent to sell the true dragon aura, only for it to vanish instantaneously? What a pity! Many lamented upon witnessing the spectacle. Yet, Jiang Chen's face revealed an unusual expression, for the dissipating dragon aura had strangely materialized within his celestial ring. Could it be due to the true dragon egg? Whispering to himself, Jiang Chen delved into the depths of his celestial ring. There, the wisp of true dragon aura danced around the true dragon egg, continuously entwining itself. Meanwhile, the interior of the dragon egg emanated a formidable gravitational pull, drawing forth the essence contained within the dragon aura. Just as I suspected, a smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. After absorbing that wisp of true dragon aura, the life force within the dragon egg had strengthened considerably. Periodic waves of spiritual energy emanated from within, as if the nascent true dragon within was on the verge of emergence. It could be considered a delightful surprise. Murmuring softly, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards the stone cutter. Now it is time to cut my source stone. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention towards him, though their interest appeared lackluster. After all, the source stone Jiang Chen had chosen was exceedingly ordinary, a mere scrap cut from other raw stones, destined to yield nothing of value. Lin Fan couldn't help but scoff inwardly, remarking, if this source stone yields anything. However, he abruptly fell silent, sensing the icy gaze directed at him by Jiang Chen. Instinctively, he opted for silence, a prickling heat rising to his face. Humph. In the end, he could only huff disdainfully. At that moment, as the stone cutter continued to wield his tool, layers of stone energy were peeled away, reducing Jiang Chen's source stone to the size of a chicken egg. As expected, nothing of value emerged. This was to be anticipated, given that it was merely a piece of scrap. What a pity! It seems the Jiang family heir is destined to lose this first contest, the crowd sighed collectively. Lin Fan, on the other hand, wore an expression of triumph, as if he could already see victory beckoning him. Yet, as the stone cutter revealed the final layer, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the entire source stone hall. Act now. The vigilant members of the Tianji Pavilion, stationed nearby, immediately sprang into action, collaborating to set up a protective formation, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. What is this? They exclaimed in astonishment. A piece of refuse cut from other raw stones had indeed yielded something extraordinary. The aura radiating from it was exceptional. What could it be? Everyone hastily opened their divine eyes to gaze at the golden light. Lin Fan's previously smug demeanor faltered, his face betraying a mix of disbelief and shock. It was a golden stone, a piece of flawless celestial gold, roughly the size of a chicken egg. Upon recognizing the nature of the golden light, an elder could not restrain a gasp of astonishment. What? Celestial gold? As large as an egg? At that moment, pandemonium ensued among the crowd. Celestial gold was a rare treasure. Even a speck could fetch an exorbitant price, let alone a piece the size of an egg. As the golden light subsided, the glimmering celestial gold materialized before everyone's eyes. It was the Dao Tribulation Royal Gold among the 9 celestial golds. We have struck it rich. This Dao Tribulation Royal Gold, the size of an egg, is sufficient to forge a complete divine weapon. The Jiang family heir had indeed been blessed by fortune, extracting celestial gold from a mere scrap. If my memory serves me correctly, he acquired that scrap for just 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Damn, I noticed that source stone earlier. Had I known it contained celestial gold, I would have snatched it up myself. What a blunder. Such an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chapter 73. Visitors from the Immortal Holy Mountain. At this moment, within the source stone hall, all eyes were fixated on the egg-sized celestial gold hovering in the void. their gazes filled with envy. The members of the Tianji pavilion nearby lamented in despair, their hearts bleeding. Having sold a source stone containing celestial gold for a mere 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Truly, they had suffered an outrageous loss. However, compared to the others, Lin Fan was the most taken aback. After all, under the scrutiny of the Eye of Fortune, he had been certain that Jiang Chen's source stone would yield nothing. Yet the outcome had far exceeded his expectations. Hidden within was indeed a piece of celestial gold the size of an egg. It appeared the influence of the primal chaos black hole had caused the Eye of Fortune to overlook that source stone. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan's gaze was filled with resentment. Without a doubt, he had lost this first contest, utterly and completely. Damn it, let him have this stroke of luck. Lin Fan cursed inwardly. Yet at that moment, Jiang Chen approached him with a hint of a smile. What do you want? Lin Fan instinctively shielded his face, retreating repeatedly. I emerged victorious in the first contest. According to the rules of stone gambling, you are obliged to hand over the item you extracted from the source stone. Jiang Chen stated matter-of-factly. Lin Fan's expression shifted. The true dragon aura had already mysteriously dissipated into the void. What could he possibly offer? Jiang Chen, the dragon aura has vanished. Do not overstep your bounds. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. Overstep? You set the rules. Why is it excessive when it comes to me? Jiang Chen retorted with a cold laugh. You. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, although the essence of the true dragon has dissipated, according to the rules of the stone gambling, he is obligated to provide an item of equivalent value as compensation to Jiang Chen. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that mere moments ago, that strand of true dragon essence fetched an astronomical price. When converted to spirit stones, it amounts to no less than several million. He is utterly incapable of producing such a sum at this moment. You wouldn't expect me to procure it, would you? A faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips. Given the circumstances, by the rules, you have unequivocally lost. I shall claim your eyes. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet it resonated in Lin Fan's ears like the chilling whisper of a demon. Rest assured, I shall compensate you. Lin Fan managed to suppress the fears surging within him, speaking in a low voice. I shall await your response. Lin Fan's gaze darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands in salute to the surrounding elders. Esteemed seniors, might any of you be willing to assist me with 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones? I, Lin Fan, guarantee that I shall repay 100-fold in the future. Jiang Chen, too, found himself with no alternative but to resort to this desperate measure. Regrettably, none among the gathered crowd showed any inclination to offer assistance. After all, to offend the esteemed Jiang family for the sake of a mere Lin Fan was simply not worth the risk. Reluctantly, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and spoke again. Should any esteemed senior be willing to lend assistance, I am prepared to offer all the rewards from this stone gamble in return. Unfortunately, the silence persisted. TSK, Lin Fan. How laughable it is that you cannot produce spirit stones yet attempt to engage in stone gambling. You have truly brought shame upon the Ho family of the heavenly court. Ha ha ha, you seek sponsorship, do you? Then, kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I might just be willing to offer you a few hundred spirit stones as support. At that moment, a voice of derision rang out. Chen Long stepped forth from the throng. Disdain etched across his features as he addressed Lin Fan. The enmity between Chen Long and Lin Fan was irreconcilable, and he would not miss this opportunity to belittle him. Chen Long, dare you insult me? You seek death. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with fury, instinctively raising his hand as if to strike Chen Long. What? You wish to make a move? Chen Long sneered, observing the situation. A strong figure from the Tiangong pavilion swiftly stepped forward, blocking Chen Long's path. Young Master Lin, the Tiangong pavilion forbids violence. Should you engage, you must consider the consequences. Lin Fan, seeing this, could only helplessly withdraw his hand. If you are unable to procure 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones, then I shall have no choice but to claim your eyes. Jiang Chen's voice interjected at an opportune moment, devoid of any compassion. As he extended his fingers towards Lin Fan's eyes, Lin Fan's expression shifted in horror, retreating once more. Fortunately, just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. Brother Lin, though none shall assist you, we from the undying sacred mountain stand by your side. A mere 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones is nothing. We shall provide it. Hua Luo. The crowd turned to see a group of young individuals entering the source stone hall with laughter, comprising both men and women. Each exuded an extraordinary presence and an astonishing aura. They were indeed from the undying sacred mountain. It is rumored that Lin Fan shares a close relationship with the undying sacred mountain. It appears the rumors hold truth. TSK. What a display of grandeur from the undying sacred mountain, with 4 holy sons and holy maidens appearing in succession. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Chen Long's expression shifted slightly. As an ancient sacred mountain with an unbroken legacy spanning countless ages, the undying sacred mountain possessed formidable power, having withstood the Jiang family's advances for years without defeat, which spoke volumes. In contrast, although the Chen family ranked among the top aristocratic clans in the Great Zhou celestial dynasty, they paled in comparison to the undying sacred mountain. Haha, the Chen family of the military god Ho has quite the audacity. The undying sacred mountain has long issued an edict proclaiming Lin Fan as our esteemed guest. No one is permitted to target him. Do you wish to invite annihilation upon your clan? Xianxian approached Chen Long, rebuking him without mercy, then raised her hand to deliver a strike. She was the fourth holy maiden of the undying sacred mountain, holding a prestigious position within its ranks. Moreover, her relationship with Lin Fan was notably intimate. Witnessing Lin Fan being insulted, she naturally stepped forth to defend him. Chen Long's lips quivered, contemplating retreat. Yet an invisible pressure enveloped him, rendering him immobile. However, before Xianxian's palm could descend, a figure appeared before Chen Long seemingly out of thin air. In the next instant, a sharp sound echoed through the hall. Following that, amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Xianxian was sent reeling backward uncontrollably. A distinct handprint marred her exquisite face. How dare you strike me? Xianxian struggled to rise, looking up to see Jiang Chen clad in white, standing before Chen Long. To strike a dog, one must first regard its master. Do you truly believe the undying sacred mountain is invincible? Jiang Chen's tone was gentle, yet his words carried an undeniable authority. The remaining members of the undying sacred mountain stepped forward, their gazes icy as they focused on Jiang Chen. The enmity between the undying sacred mountain and the Jiang family had long been a matter of fire and water, their grievances entangled for countless epochs. Although the high-ranking members of both factions had reached a consensus in recent years, refraining from large-scale conflict, the younger generation often found themselves embroiled in strife.